no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, baby. Like, you ever seen Back to the Future, Alan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ooh la la.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Gray's Almanac, Sports Almanac. Anyway, it's Joe Shasky, Alan Stiles. Bonte Hill's out today. Shout out to the YouTube crew. I know you're out there somewhere. Do you know that Steph Curry comes back tonight?
I've heard it's probable.
Probable?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's all fired up here. We got Steph Curry maybe coming back tonight, maybe coming back at the Alamo Dome because they want to have, 65,000 people at the game on Friday. Big national championship game last night that we'll get into. Georgia versus TCU, Sonny Dykes. Where's my Cal fans at? Were you a Cal fan?
I was. I actually interned at Cal while Sonny Dykes was still there. So I sat in the war room with this guy.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Back in the day. So I got a place in my heart for Sonny Dykes. A, because of that. Right. I don't waste time.
Are you Willard or are you Allen?
I don't waste time. And B, because Sonny actually, based on what I've read, he actually never played football. He played baseball.
Oh, so he's like Farhan. He never played the sport.
His dad coached football, and that's how, he got his chops.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, no wonder he doesn't know what a run is. I mean, geez Louise. I mean, that was an absolute masterclass in what the SEC is all about, right?
Yeah, it's a good day for the SEC. I was talking to Spadone about this. I don't know how it's a good day for Alabama, though.
Why is that?
I don't get that one because TCU, if TCU had gotten blasted by Michigan, because that's what they were saying, we need to be in instead of TCU or Ohio State. Both of those teams played well. TCU beat Michigan, and
yes,
they got blasted by
it was
Georgia.
a great game.
But Georgia would have beat Alabama anyway, and Ohio State took Georgia up to the 11th minute. So I don't understand Alabama. A lot of Alabama fans, doing victory laps last night. It was a little random, but that's what they do.
Well, I mean, Bama's just used to winning everything. So
now they have nothing to look forward to. They have no pro sports.
Exactly.
They have nothing. So shout out Bama.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know what? Well, I'm not shutting up Bama. I'm sick of Bama. Well, I think I'm just sick of the SEC in general.
Yeah.
I'm just sick of having them shoved down my throat. I want to give a shout out to the YouTube and Twitch streamers on the Xfinity mobile text line. You can get in here, 888-957-9570. We're going to have a fun show today. All right. A lot of things are happening in sports. We said Steph Curry probable, may play, may not. I feel like they're going to wait. It's the last game of the homestand. Tonight they play the Suns, and in honor of having the Suns on. Have you ever talked to Eddie Johnson? Who
I have not.
Play-by-play on the Suns? Eddie Johnson is a riot.
Okay.
He's coming for you. So, Alan, if you try to come with a joke, he's going to come rip you. All right? I'm dead serious. Also, big golfer.
All right.
I actually asked him if we can go golfing one of these times, and he gave one of the greatest drops in the history of the morning roast where he told me that I better bring some cash if I want to face him in golf.
We're not just playing for keeps. We're playing for green.
Yes, absolutely. Greenbacks. Well, now it's Venmo bucks, right?
Yeah, either way. Cash App, whatever it is, Apple Pay.
Do you have to report your taxes on Venmo?
I think...
How does that work?
I think if it's under a certain amount, no.
I need to reach out to Kugelman Law. That they are the ones that know everything about crypto and tax returns. Look at Sam and Joe are smiling because an impromptu read right then and there. Over $600 people are saying on the YouTube chat. But we're going to have him on at 8:30 and Brian Baldinger at 7:30. I'm excited. There's a lot going on in sports. I want to start here. I want to start with Stenson Bennett last night. Watching that guy, I can't watch him.
Why?
No, I can't stand him because he's way too old playing quarterback. He's fine. I'm not ripping him. He's a good player. He can throw the ball around. He's like the 17th best story on that team, right? There's so many studs on that team. And I struggle watching him play. I said this to the group chat, I think 2 weeks ago. I said, look, this is about entertainment for me, right? I'm not a college football savant. Like, I'm not stuck on one team. I got buddies that are Trojan fans. My buddy Crow, USC. He's telling me about the pipeline and how Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Lucas. Fight on. I know all about that. But, like, for example, they think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to go to USC because he's now in the transfer portal. I got a bunch of Ohio State friends that are Ohio Stated out. The shoehorn, horseshoe, or whatever the hell it's called. I just don't like. I love watching it. I cannot watch him play quarterback. Bryce, I can watch,
but he's got a good story though.
What's the story?
I mean, he's another underdog. He's undersized. He's a walk-on. We love stuff like that.
Do we?
We do. I mean, I guess maybe you loved it last year and the fact that he got to run it back. But is that really his fault? You had the COVID year, things like that.
He's Greg McElroy. Why are we pretending this? Like, that's who he is, right? Like, I mean, come on. We're the old Bama quarterback who won a couple national championships.
He's got some wheels on him. You know, I talked to Spadone, maybe 6th round. Why not?
Oh, well, that's fine. Like, but to think that he's going to go high in the draft, like, because I'm already seeing it last night. Oh, because of Brock Purdy, maybe we shouldn't sleep on anybody in the draft. And look, that's a great point. Outliers are called outliers for a reason, all right? In the NFL, in the history of the NFL, all right, when you look at the Hall of Fame, there is a prerequisite height, weight, speed to play quarterback. And people lose their minds when I say this. There are 2 outliers, Fran Tarkenton, and then it's going to be Drew Brees, who's retired now. He'll get in there, under 6'1". All right, anything 6'2" and over, those guys, all the Hall of Fame quarterbacks, the only ones who are 6'1" and under, Fran Tarkenton, Drew Brees, and maybe Russell Wilson down the line.
Yeah, and well, it's funny you say that because Sean Payton last week was talking about how, you know, he's kind of doing his rounds to get back into it, and he's saying
he'll have his choice.
Oh, he will.
Wherever he wants to go.
He will. And what he's saying now is top 15, he would not go away from the prototype. At this point right now,
yes,
he is not going away from the prototype. So that means he would have stayed away from. So I said, okay, well, who has been taken that, you know, high enough in the top 15 that isn't part of the prototype? Kyler Murray, we have no clue what the heck's going to happen there. Baker Mayfield, we have no clue what's going to happen there.
Glad you're bringing these up.
And Tua, right? And I think there might be one more in recent memory. So I'm sitting there thinking, I mean, in the quarterback position specifically, he's not wrong.
No.
He's not wrong. And these are guys that were balling in college. So, and I guess Stetson was too. It's a different game. Everybody's throwing the football. Now looking at Bryce Young, another smaller guy.
He scares me. The slight frame. Like, the game's violent, Alan. I mean, just look, you make a great point on the Tua thing. Everyone would say, and I was one of them, I liked Tua coming out. I liked him. Didn't love him, but I liked him coming out. And my thing is, like, I think people underestimate how ridiculously difficult it is to be a Drew Brees.
Right.
Like, and what I mean by that is insanely accurate, stay within the pocket, and stay healthy for about 15 years. That's dramatically difficult, and I don't think people really understand how hard it is in this sport. Look at Russell Wilson's athleticism. He looks like a shell of himself. And this is what, 9 years in, 10 years in? So I don't know what Brock Purdy will become. Heck, I don't even know what he's going to do this playoff series. But I do believe there's going to be some teams that are going to reevaluate the quarterback position. And yes, someone like Stetson Bennett late in the draft, day 3, why not? Why not? But if somebody reaches up to take him in like the 2nd round, they're tripping.
I don't see that happening.
Right?
I mean, first of all, he's 3 years older than Brock Purdy right now.
Exactly.
He's 3 years older than Brock Purdy.
I think he's older than Burrow right now.
He might be.
Yeah.
He might be. I'm looking at what you see and what is, I guess, hot in the streets now and hot in the league. And Brock Purdy, you still have to make sure that it's a perfect situation. We still don't know what, and this is no slight on Brock Purdy.
No.
How much better are the Texans with Brock Purdy?
I mean, I don't think they're much better at all.
Exactly. So,
and that's not a knock on him.
No,
I think it's
not
the circumstance and the environment.
Yeah, and I think a Stetson Bennett would have to be a similar situation like that.
Agreed.
You are the second quarterback. If something goes down, we feel comfortable with you taking the reins. So maybe that bumps up his stock a little bit. But I saw yesterday, think about Stetson Bennett over Bryce Young. Can you guys stop it, please? Just stop. Just stop it. It's enough.
Stetson Bennett over Bryce Young.
I don't know if
I put Bryce Young on Georgia, they might score 110 points last night.
Yeah.
I mean, that game was a blowout. I don't know. And the other thing I was thinking about is, like, how the hell did TCU get all those kids to go there? I know the NIL's a thing now, but, like, did you see how big those guys are?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sonny Dykes, how come you couldn't do that at Cal?
I think it might have been just a perfect storm. You know, I don't
in Texas.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's an actual algebra or actual method to his madness yet, because we'll see. Maybe he never even does it again.
Was that the worst BCS championship game that you've ever seen? Because it felt like it to me. I mean, it was over in the first half.
It was a shellacking. I'd probably say it's up there. And I did the night show, so luckily I did not have to. I was actually
You're double dipping.
I am. It's called an all-nighter.
You're
I
doing
guess,
what Buster
apparently.
Posey could never do, which is you worked on a Tuesday night, you came in on a Wednesday day game and caught another
That's right.
9 innings.
So I guess I'm a Hall of Famer too. Just like Buster's going to be.
Is Buster a Hall of Famer?
In my opinion, yeah.
Well, that leads us into Brandon Belt. We'll get to him in a little bit. We'll absolutely get to him. Spadoni, do you have the Guru sound from yesterday? No, we don't have it. Guru is putting out his locks of the day. Are you a big bettor? Do you bet?
I do everybody makes fun of me because I do the prop bets. I do the prize picks, and I'll do more.
Why do they make fun of you?
I don't know. They just say it's not real betting. Grandy's always making fun of me.
What do you mean? I don't get. I'm not a bettor at all. So explain to me why there's a line of demarcation between betting.
I don't know. I guess it's just more classic. Hey, you just bet the under, whatever it is, and I bet how many passing yards, how many points, stuff like that.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know.
Don't we all do that for the Super Bowl anyway?
That's right.
So, well, good for you. Do you do daily fantasy?
That's essentially a version of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
it's a
what
version
it is.
of it.
That's pretty cool. Man, that's pretty cool. I like that. Well, look, I'm just looking at that game last night, that college football game, and I enjoy watching the college football playoffs. I thought the Michigan TCU game and then the Ohio State Georgia game, those felt bigger than that game last night, which is unfortunate. I'd be very interested to see what it looks like when it's 12 teams.
I'm excited that it's going to happen. To your point about it feeling different, I don't know how they can do this, but to see college game day every Saturday, you wake up in the morning, they're already up, you're loving it, they're putting on the mascot heads, all this stuff on the Saturday morning, and to have it, and I don't know how they fix it, but to have the national championship on a Monday evening just doesn't feel right to me.
Really?
It doesn't feel right to me, and I know why they do it because of NFL.
Yeah, they want to not get blocked out.
It's not going to change, but it feels like just a weird ending, right?
Yeah.
At least to me, it does.
All right, so Guru was putting out his locks of the day yesterday, and I had to stop on this because this is art. I love Guru so much. A, he looks phenomenal in the video, and B, listen to the music track he plays in the background as he gives you his bet of the day for the national championship. Oh, he went with the get money biggie as he's giving you the prop. So over 62, I think that hit. I think that hit last night.
Georgia hit that alone.
Yeah, seriously. Wow. I like that. Guru picking a hot track and winning. So now he's 1-1. He's back to 500. I like it.
There you go.
There you go.
He would have convinced me if I had heard that ahead of time. I would have wrote it too.
Really?
I would have wrote it too. You know what? But he is always convincing though. Because when he gets on Twitter and it's all caps, I'm thinking there's no way he's off. There's no way he's off on this, and it doesn't hit.
I wish to have the confidence of a Daryl the Guru Johnson.
My favorite was Sunday after the Packer game ended. Within 30 seconds, release the damn schedule at NFL from Guru's account on Twitter. And like seconds later, it came out, and I was like, I love this guy.
Yeah.
He's the absolute best. Oh, my God. So Steph Curry plays, maybe plays basketball tonight. We got it on these airwaves, 95.7 The Game. JD doing the pregame, guys, starting at 6 o'clock after Damon and Ratto. I don't hear anything. 6:30?
5:30.
What's that?
5:30.
5:30. Beautiful. Sorry, we're working. This is why Bonte drives the big bus and Joe sits in the very, very back because I'm not good at these kinds of things.
You're doing great.
Alan Stiles, Joe Shasky, Morning Roast, and I don't know if a lot of people were paying attention to this, but during the national championship last night, the news came out that Brandon Belt was going to sign with the Toronto Blue Jays, and the first thing I thought of was, wow. The Blue Jays are going to give him $9 million to play like 75 games.
Yeah.
What did you think when you heard the Brandon Belt news?
Well, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I didn't necessarily want Brandon Belt back, but I have been a big person when it comes to this whole shift going away. And I thought that
you mean the baseball shift as in the infield shift.
So with the infield shift going away.
So you're anti-shift?
No, I don't know if I'm anti-shift or not because for everybody, just be like Ty Cobb and we'll
go the other way.
Try to go the other way when someone's throwing 99 at your fingertips.
With a splitter that goes 91.
Exactly. It's not as easy as it sounds. But with the shift kind of being outlawed, I thought that a lot of these lefty hitters,
yes,
should at least be worth another look. I would put Yastrzemski in that same boat. All these guys, why not? So because of that, I wasn't necessarily against if the Giants were thinking about bringing Brandon Belt back, because we talked about it in the pre-show as well. The idea of, we've had him for too long, that had already happened to me. Yeah. So if you're going to hold on to him, you might as well let him finish with the team at this point, because the time where you're supposed to let him go, that already passed by. But for the Blue Jays, I think it makes, like I said, I think it makes sense. You get a lefty in there. There's no more shift. Maybe he hits a little bit higher, like you said. I mean, the Blue Jays, they've been trying to kind of level up and do this thing. They're trying to get over the hump.
Yes.
So I think because of that, and obviously they have Vladdy, so they don't need Brandon. That's the difference, and that's why when we get into the Giants more, here's the issue. They're not bringing Brandon Belt over to be their 4, 5, 6 hitter.
No.
If he had stayed on the Giants, it's probably what he would have been.
Yes.
So that's the difference.
And he's miscast as that right now, currently in his age and his stage, and they expect him to play that many games. I mean, just look at his game logs. Toronto needed a left-handed power bat too, just a situational lefty. Right. They've got a bunch of righties: Springer, Bichette, Guerrero. Like their whole lineup is like righties, so it makes a ton of sense. It's just interesting to see the reaction from Giants fans on Brandon Belt. 12 years with the team. I think he was a really, really good Giant. We can argue about good, great, how impactful he was. Clearly, he was part of a championship core. 2 of those championships, he wasn't on that first team. But to see the reaction, I think there's a lot of Giants fans that are really sad to see him go.
Yeah, and look, I think it goes deeper. I think it goes deeper than just baseball and the stats, whether you're an analytics guy, whether you are more traditional and like RBIs and batting average and things like that. I think it does go beyond. And I said it to you myself. I was never a big Brandon Belt guy, and I know it was a bit of a shtick, but the captain thing, it actually showed me a little bit of his personality. I mean,
like the captain.
He was here for so long. And you never really knew. All I knew about Brandon Belt was that somebody gave him a nickname, Giraffe, and his shoe size is like 37.
It was
That's
great
all
nickname.
I knew.
It was a great nickname.
That's all I knew. So then, these later years, as he started to loosen up a bit, as Buster got older and things like that, and he showed more of his personality. Well, he had the captaincy. Wow, this guy's pretty funny. I mean, so to me, you gave me a couple good memories. He had the home run, obviously, in the playoffs. You won some World Series. That's more than a lot of people can say about what their teams have done for them. No, he wasn't an integral piece or anything like that, but I think that because of that, and then now seeing the later part of his career, and he had some good moments.
Yeah.
We all know when we talk about streaks, people have been saying Brock Purdy's on his Linsanity run. Brandon Belt would have about 1 Linsanity run per season.
Yeah, 2-week stretch would be red hot.
Would just be red hot. So to me, the end of his career with the Giants made me feel better about, oh yeah, you know what? Sure. But I mean, so I think I'm probably not alone in that. But in terms of baseball, he is what he was.
Bad body language Hall of Famer?
I'd say so.
Right? Like there's a handful of guys that wouldn't like, whether you like them, don't like them, whatever, just how they're viewed because of their body language. Like to me, he's a bad body language Hall of Famer. What are you
Jay Cutler, Mount Rushmore.
Jay Cutler?
Yeah.
That's a good one. I was just going Bay Area, but wow, I think you just won. I think you won the game. I think the game's over. Jay Cutler's about as good as he gets. Him striking out with the slumped shoulders, especially like there's just something about seeing a big 6'5" guy who's supposed to be a middle of the order guy taking as many pitches as he did, thinking he's got the eye of Bonds when he doesn't, nor the respect from the umpires that Bonds had. It would drive me crazy, especially in RBI situations. Swing the bat, doggy, was my phrase to him for a decade.
Yeah.
He was a good Giant. I'm not trying to diminish him or kick him on the way out the door. It's interesting because Farhan was brought here to move off of these guys. And now that he's done it, even just a little, like with Brandon Belt, obviously, it's like, whoa, I'm seeing this backlash from people. He deserved to stay a Giant. Well, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
You can't turn the page and try to improve your roster for the long term and for the now by sticking on to guys who just aren't good ball players anymore.
But I do think that a little bit of that, I would be curious if those people felt like that 3 years ago. Because I think what I said earlier, the fact that you missed your window and you're probably
trade him.
Yeah, you're probably not. You're probably, who knows what the Giants are going to do this upcoming season. So why not just go out and let him finish a Giant? I get that part of it. Should he, based on his production? Not really, but then when you think about it, just a couple years ago, he had a really good season.
No, he did.
You can't book that, though, because so did Brandon Crawford. So that all goes back to that season as a whole and how it was just a bit of an aberration, if we will. And we can call it that.
Yeah.
We can call it that.
I think they outperformed. I hate saying outlier because that means like the guys, I don't know. Something was fake about it. I don't want to say it was fake. They had a great year.
They got hot.
Everybody overperformed. Exactly.
Yeah.
And they did get hot. That's exactly it. And everything fell in the right places. And you get credit for that. It's interesting because I see a lot of people, he got belted at AT&T Park, and had he played somewhere else? Well, if that's the case, why didn't his splits look dramatically different on the road?
That's true.
When you're playing in Colorado, Arizona, even LA is a little more hitter-friendly than San Francisco. So I want to continue the Brandon Belt conversation because I just want to ask you guys a question. Can you name a more polarizing player in sports than Brandon Belt? Some people think he was awesome. Some people think he stunk. It's kind of similar to Jimmy Garoppolo, kind of similar to some other athletes. Derek Carr right now is going through this with, I think, Raider fans. Guys who there are a ton of people think are really, really good to great, and a lot of other people think are dramatically overrated. I want to continue this. It's Alan Stiles, Joe Shasky, and that's what's coming up on The Game, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, and no compromises.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water, makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hey, it's Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego last year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, I think you should do that. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest-growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it's no surprise. Download the Game Time app, Create an account and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account and the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Well, even you're getting into it now.
Yeah.
Belt with a drive, hammered to deep right field, and that one is gone! Brandon Belt had been quiet tonight, held 0 for 6.
Greg Gibson, the home.
Matt Vasgersian, Fox Sports. Is that what you said, Joey? Yep, Fox Sports. That's the 18th inning home run for Brandon Belt. It's probably the seminal moment of Brandon Belt's career. I mean, I think we would all agree. We're going to talk 49ers, all right? 7 o'clock, I promise you, a healthy dose of 49ers. We're also going to talk Warriors in the 8 o'clock hour. So if baseball's not your cup of tea, trust me, we'll get to the other things. But I'm looking at Brandon Belt. He just signed a one-year deal, if you're just checking in, with the Toronto Blue Jays. He will not be a first baseman for the San Francisco Giants in 2023. And I find him to be very polarizing. He's a case study, if you will, in fandom on a variety of levels. And I just have a simple question to the audience, 888-957-9570. He's one of the most polarizing athletes in the Bay Area, maybe all time. But right now, in terms of polarizing athletes, Jimmy G, Draymond Green, Brandon Belt. They're very, 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 very polarizing.
Yeah.
Who do you find to be the most polarizing?
It might have to be Draymond.
I think I'm with you on that.
Draymond, you say Draymond's name, and you have people whether it's for Draymond or against Draymond. I think before the break you had talked about whether they think they're really good or stink. I think the thing about Draymond, what makes him polarizing, is nobody can say he's not good.
No.
But in the way people can argue, well, if he didn't have X, Y, and Z, then he wouldn't be able to do what he does. And I do think that Draymond, in a contract year, is starting to spell that a little bit because he hasn't been able to play with Steph and guys like that. But I think Draymond, he's up there, man. You talked about Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'll do you one. This guy's barely played. Trey Lance.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Trey Lance.
Very polarizing.
Very polarizing.
On the Brandon Belt thing, it's going to be interesting to see how he's remembered over time. I mean, clearly, if you're just looking at San Francisco Giant first baseman, all right, I don't want to go back to New York. Let's just go San Francisco. Willie McCovey, greatest first baseman of all time in franchise history, right? Number 2, probably Orlando Cepeda, who played first base while McCovey was experimenting out in the outfield, and it wasn't working. Cepeda had 6 amazing years at first base. Just look at the numbers, and before he gets traded to St. Louis, where actually his best years were. And then most people got Will Clark in the 3-hole.
Right.
And then you get to like 4 and 5, and this is where I think it gets hotly debated. JT Snow, Brandon Belt, depends how old you are, and I think I get frustrated listening to the arguments because when I hear people bringing this up, you get all of these advanced sabermetrics and analytics regarding how great Brandon Belt was. All right. You know what you don't need to explain? How great Will Clark was. You don't need sabermetrics for that. You either know or you don't, right? Even Brandon Crawford. Brandon Crawford is unequivocally the greatest shortstop in San Francisco Giants history. They're really, it's him. It's like Rich Aurelia. There isn't a whole lot, right? Now that's a byproduct of the position being thin in terms of depth over the years, and also how great he is. You can't really quantify his defense over the years, and all of the advanced numbers, WAR in particular, does a very poor job judging defensive range, hands, arm strength, base running, all these other elements of being a great ball player. We only just look at the at-bats, right? And there's so many other things that make a player good. And that's where I find JT Snow to be vastly underrated. But there's a lot of people that are going to take Belt over JT. Me personally, I'm putting JT slightly ahead of Brandon Belt. Not a knock on Brandon Belt. Just where he's at. To be the 5th best Giant or 4th best Giant at that position, that's still a pretty damn good career.
Right. It is a good career. And JT Snow, for me, has a place in my heart. The first Giants game that I went to when we had moved out here, my mom took me to one, and JT Snow hit a home run.
Yes.
So that kind of just cemented JT Snow for me. And to be completely honest, you were talking about the age thing. I have watched Brandon Belt with more of in more detail than I did.
Adult eye?
Exactly, than I did with JT Snow. So I don't know if that's fair to Brandon Belt, but I will say what's tough is that, when we talk about these positions, you don't want to hear about defense for your first baseman. So for Brandon Belt, well, he does this, he does that, and his defense is really good. Well, he doesn't have any Gold Gloves.
None.
So it can't be that good. No. And if that's his calling card, then that's not enough, besides the fact that he wants to act like he's my size and take pitches like a leadoff hitter when you're supposed to be a power guy.
It drove me nuts. But here's the thing, I do think he was a good player. I also think simultaneously, him and Buster were miscast as middle-of-the-order power hitters. And they just weren't that. They were not Matt Williams, Kevin Mitchell, Will Clark.
Right.
That's not who they were. Even Buster, I think if Buster had been a 2 or 5 hitter, and he had a real power hitter behind him, I think his entire career would be viewed even better, and he'd be a better player. I think he would have contributed more, specifically in the RBI department, things like that. And Brandon Belt, I look at him if he would have been a 6 or 7 hitter, let's say he had played on the Yankees, or the Red Sox,
and those little league fields, you mean?
Wouldn't he look a lot better?
He would,
in terms of his production and what you were asked him. I think he was one of those people, big, strong, strapping guy, batting in the 3, 4, 5 hole. And there were expectations that he just never reached. And I don't think that's fair on his behalf, but it is part of his narrative.
But I think it's part of his narrative also because you got to think about when he came up.
Yes.
And you were in the middle of, okay, the Giants are starting to roll here. You have the pitchers, Lincecum, Matt Cain, obviously. Then you have this kid, Buster Posey, who's Rookie of the Year. So they're hitting on all these guys. The farm system, wow. And now we have this Giraffe and Brandon Belt coming up. He's supposed to do some things too. At that time, I don't know if you remember, of course you remember, the Giants had that show on Showtime, and he starts crying when Bochy calls him up, and Bochy asks, does he want a beer? So we saw all those things, and we're thinking, wow, we got a guy too. First base is that position where you need a bopper, and he just wasn't that. I think that's part of it. When you look at when he was drafted, he was drafted in the 5th round. There's 40 rounds.
I know.
You know how many
Mike Piazza.
You know how many possible big boppers are drafted in the 5th round and 6th round, things like that, and don't even get to the league? So it's not, I don't even necessarily know that Brandon Belt underachieved. I just think that he joined a group that was playing very well, and everybody expected him to be that next level. At that time, you had, Adrian Gonzalez on the Dodgers and things like that. Well, we want one of those guys too, and unfortunately, that's just not who he was. And I will say, I'm glad that we don't have to deal with towards the end of Brandon Belt's career, and maybe it'll change because of the shift. brother, why are you drag bunting? What are we doing? If you know why they're letting you drag bunt? Because you're useless on the bases.
Well, that's the other element. I think that base running is impossible to quantify when it comes to these advanced analytics.
Mm-hmm.
I think Brandon Crawford is actually a sneaky good base runner.
Right.
Given that he's not a very fast guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Belt's one of the worst base runners I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, it's Benji Molina, Posey, and Belt. I mean, they're like 1, 2, 3, pick your poison.
Right.
I don't understand how a guy with legs that long moves as slow as Brandon Belt. Like, just the leg length alone should give you, like, some speed there.
Well, he's got the belly, bro. I mean, like, let's just call it what it is. Like, you know what I mean? You got the David Wells body over there.
Who? Brandon Belt?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, baseball players in general are just extremely hard to decide. I don't know what you look like without your shirt on. I have no clue.
I'll give you that.
I have no clue.
One of the favorite ones was Juan Pierre was apparently jacked underneath that jersey. And to me, he looked like I thought he was just super skinny.
Right. He was swimming in it.
Yeah.
He was swimming in it. It's hard. But, I mean, Brandon Belt, when he got going, he wasn't necessarily slow.
No.
But he made some decisions that would make you scratch your head.
I do find it interesting as we look at the Golden State Warriors, and today's Joe Lacob's birthday, by the way. What is he turned, 67? Happy birthday, Joe Lacob. I find the Giants to be an interesting microcosm or a metaphor for the Warriors because the Giants held on to all their guys who were valued more by them and their franchise and their fan base more than maybe the outside baseball world valued them. The Warriors are in this spot right now where we value Draymond, who you referenced, and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, and even probably our draft picks more than what other people outside the Bay value those people. I think Steph Curry notwithstanding, right? It's kind of like Buster. And everybody wants this guy and that guy to be a lifer. And they got to stay with the team forever. Well, with that comes the tug and pull of someone else doesn't get an opportunity. Somebody else doesn't get to be able to stay on the team because of the financial constraints. So you can't have it both ways. You can't compete and try to be winning and always amazing while having other guys ceremoniously ending their career in a Giants uniform or a Warrior uniform just because you want them to be here. It's really tough, I guess, is what I'm going at.
But and that's fandom. Everybody wants. He needs to finish. He needs to finish of this. He needs to finish of that. And everybody wants everyone's jersey retired.
Yep.
You're not going to have any more numbers to use. You got to stop retiring all these jerseys.
Well, Belt will be on the wall of fame for 10 years, which he deserves. Yes. He absolutely does. But no, he does not need to have his jersey retired. Like that's absurd.
No, I don't think so.
Suggesting that.
No, I was not. I'm saying everybody. There's too many jerseys getting retired. I think you need to do less.
You know, look, man. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Mary West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. 49ers, Seahawks. 49ers, Seahawks. 1:30 Saturday.
My God.
We're going to break it all down. Oh, playmaker, you know I love you. Alan Styles, Joe Shatsky. It's 95-7 the game.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Christian McCaffrey has changed the 49ers season. The guy's on fire. But on the few days where he's not on the field, I always see him wearing Flag and Anthem, his favorite clothing brand, and now mine too. Why? It's because the jeans are well-made, durable, with a hint of athletic stretch. I know Alan likes that stretch so he can bend down like Buster Posey. The flannels layer up with everything you've got in your closet. And they got sweaters and hoodies that are insanely soft, and shirt jackets and vests to keep you comfortably warm. With this colder weather here to stay, I think it's time right now to stock up for the winter. So head over to flagandanthem.com today and take advantage of some of the best prices of the season. Use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real close for real life.
From the beginning, Mary West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
Mary West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, Mary West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. Mary West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Are you looking to make a difference in your community? Interested in learning more about a career in law enforcement? The Concord Police Department wants to hear from you. Explore a rewarding career path and be the change for your community. Look forward to competitive salary earnings up to $190,000 annually, full benefits and annual incentives. To learn more about what it means to be a part of the Concord PD, take the first step and contact a recruiter today or go to joinconcordpd.com. Serve the community you love. Your career starts today.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Attend the largest sale of the year, the Mega RV Show and Sale at Cordelia RV Center, January 6th through the 16th. 10 plus acres of new and used RVs. Receive a $1,000 gas credit on all 2022 models. Cordelia RV Center in Fairfield. Free parking and admission.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Oh, man. It's not my job. Hosting in the A chair. It's not my job. I don't do that. I'm usually a B chair guy. I thought you knew that.
You do pretty well in the A chair, though, gotta say.
Well, I mean,
That's bars right there. Some morning bars.
Some people are Swiss Army knives and some people aren't.
You're like the Christian McCaffrey of 95.7 The Game.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Anthem.
Yeah, shout out Flag and Anthem, absolutely. Talent Styles, Joe Shasky, Morning Roast. If you're in the Bay Area right now driving around, be safe. It's windy as hell. I woke up at like 2 in the morning and I heard the loudest rain wind I've ever heard in my life. Did you get that same wake up?
It was bad, man. And then just driving across the bridge, it was wobbling a little bit.
Was it?
I mean, I was holding on tight. It was wobbling a little bit. It said high winds, right? Of course, there's somebody. I think I saw Sam fly by me. He doesn't care about the wind, but I was driving safe.
Oh, nice. What kind of car does Sam drive? I don't even know.
It was a blur. I couldn't see.
Sam?
What car? Oh, I drive a Scion.
Yeah. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Scion.
Scion, not Scion?
Scion.
I never knew how to pronounce it.
I'll sometimes switch it up just so you don't actually know. But no, it is a Scion.
I like that. All right, Niners versus the Hawks this weekend. We're going to get right into it right now. It's just been a phenomenal season for the Niners. 13-4. They get to face Pete Carroll this weekend. Get to extinguish some of their past ghosts. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I have no idea what to expect from the rookie quarterback. I know he's played really well lately. I was thinking about it last night. It wasn't just watching Stetson Bennett play for Georgia that made me think about Purdy. It was just thinking about the Jimmy Garoppolo rise in the 5-game stretch in 2017. And I'm thinking to myself, like, man, Jimmy did play really good in those 2017 5 games. Maybe I'm being a little too prisoner of the moment on Brock Purdy. Maybe he falls down to earth. Like, even the great quarterbacks, Mahomes, Brady, pick whoever you want, Josh Allen. They have clunkers. They have stinkers. A part of me almost wished that he had a clunker heading into the playoffs to get it off his resume.
Right.
Because I'm fearful that the clunker might show up against an all-time legend defensive coordinator in Pete Carroll.
Well, in terms of the team having a clunker, that Raider game, if it's anybody besides the Raiders, they probably lose, right? I wouldn't say anybody besides the Raiders, but they had a good chance to lose that game. So you almost got and I get it, winning is different than losing, even if you got really close to losing. But that was the closest they got while they've been on this stretch. Brock Purdy, to me, I think I hear where you're coming from. I just don't know what the stinker looks like.
That's what I'm saying.
Because of what he's asked to do.
Yeah.
He's not asked to fling the football around all across the field, so he's not really put in positions. Now, he's thrown a couple balls that could have been intercepted.
Absolutely.
He's thrown balls that have been intercepted. But in terms of just a complete implosion, because they're not asking him to do that much in terms of, okay, you got to go 20 yards this way, 20 yards that way, and they have a solid running game, that's what makes me feel like the dud might not be as duddy as you might be afraid of or fearful of. And at the end of the day, you got Christian McCaffrey.
I know.
That dude's always open somewhere.
He's a game changer.
He's open somewhere.
He's an absolute game changer. I was thinking about the NFL windows and how things changed so dramatically. Like last year, the LA Rams, it felt like they were going to have a 2 or 3 minimum year run with Stafford and Donald and McVay and Cooper Kupp. I mean, Jalen Ramsey. There are 4 or 5 of the best players in the NFL.
Right.
Right? Like, whatever you think about Stafford, he's another polarizing player. He's a very good player. I think most people would agree. I look at the 49ers, and it feels like they've got a 3, 4, 5 year window, but you just never know.
Yeah.
Things happen so quick. Last time they played Seattle, Bowman was Defensive Player of the Year. In my eyes, broke his leg, was never the same.
Yeah.
Tore his ACL, his MCL. I mean, horrible. Mike Iupati was a Pro Bowler guard. Broke his leg. Never was the same. All in that game. Frank Gore started to show decline after that game. Colin Kaepernick never really truly captured that magic. What I'm getting at is the windows are so tight.
Yeah.
We think they're bigger than they are. They have a great opportunity this year. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I want to just enjoy week to week each playoff moment. But they do really have a great opportunity here to win a Super Bowl.
They do. And I know, we're talking about the Niners, but even the team they're playing, Seattle. Everybody thinks these with the Legion of Boom, they're going to be good for years. One thing happens and the whole situation changes. So
great point.
And I think going back to the Niners now, that's why it's hard to not say, and I know it's that term. I love my overused sports terms. The term would be obviously Super Bowl or bust.
Is that where you're at?
because of how the windows are, I feel like that's how you have to be.
Like each year is Super Bowl or bust.
If you look at, okay, you don't have the QB, and the QB would have been who? Trey Lance, or some people think Jimmy Garoppolo.
Who knows?
Yeah, but you have every other position ready to go. All of your skill positions are ready to go. Your defensive line, all of your big hitters.
Yeah.
The chances of that happening next season and the season after that, all of the guys, not just we have
and
everybody.
Health,
exactly.
home field
We have
advantage,
everybody, but Nick Bosa's out.
Yeah.
We have everybody, but Debo's out.
Yeah. Armstead's out.
You kind of missed fire with Debo. We thought Debo was done. You've kind of been able to navigate these things. So unfortunately, even though it is Brock Purdy's rookie season, you have to think like that because, all right, you might get to the Super Bowl next season with Trey Lance balling. You might get to the Super Bowl next year with Brock Purdy balling. But the chances of everything fitting together the way it's fit together right now are low.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. Alan Stiles is basically saying, and Bonte's echoed these sentiments as well. Bonte's out right now. He's not feeling too well. Rest up, buddy. I miss you. I love you. But I think he's right there with you. He feels like, hey, I think anything less than NFC Championship game, Super Bowl is a big, big disappointment. I think he's in the camp of Super Bowl bust. Me, I'm just not ready to go there because I know how difficult it is to win playoff games. I mean, the Niners had a 14-2 season one year and lost to the Green Bay Packers in the divisional round and got their butts kicked and didn't even belong on the field with the Green Bay Packers in 1995, for example. That's just one. We've seen Denver blow a great season with 15-1 season with John Elway, lose to the Jaguars right out the gate. It happens. Every single year is its own little entity, and there's really not much carryover. Now, when you have a great Patrick Mahomes, that's an outlier. You can be really good for a long period of time. We don't know what Brock Purdy is. And to your point on the health, they feel like the most healthy team heading into the playoffs. You got Debo with the zero mileage, if you look at the numbers, and not a lot of wear and tear for this year. Can he have a bust-out game moving forward? Is it this game? Do you wait for him for the second game? What Shanahan got cooked up for him? CMC. He sure as hell looks fresh.
Yeah.
You know, this is a guy who's been injured a lot in his career. You've taken advantage of him staying healthy right now. Ayuk, I hope Ayuk gets re-signed. He might be on the move. Who knows? Maybe they don't re-sign. Maybe they can't afford him. I don't know. So you look at this weaponry, George. Kittle looks healthy and balling right now. Offensive line has cohesion. This is a great opportunity. But the playoffs are so hard.
They are.
They're so hard.
And I guess when I say Super Bowl or bust, it's not that, I'm going to be this upset or ticked off if they don't do it. It's just that with this window you have, and you've been in the mix right last year with the situation with the interception that wasn't, you got to get one of these. You're not going to have this group forever, and you don't know how much longer you're going to have them.
Yeah.
You got to get one of these if you're going to get them. Shanahan. That's just what it is. So it's Super Bowl or bust because of the core that you have.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's so difficult to win championships and playoff games. Like, the margins are so razor thin. Just so razor thin. Look at Belichick's career. How many crazy AFC championship games did they win on a last possession or, a defensive stop or whatever it is? I remember the one year the Baltimore got called for a defensive pass interference in the end zone, and boom, next thing you know, it's 1st and goal from the 1 with 30 seconds to go, and Gronk gets a touchdown. Like, things can happen in these playoff games, and that's why I'm worried, because Seattle never plays a normal game. Now, on paper, the Niners should blow Seattle out. I think they're the superior team. It's going to be raining, wet field conditions, the kid's first ever playoff start, right? What's Shanahan's confidence level in terms of opening up the offense because of the weather, because of the kid being so young? You know what? Is there an injury that might happen during the game? Like, I'm looking at the secondary. If I was looking for a recipe that would really worry me right now, 49ers secondary can be beat over the top. These are two great wide receivers in Lockett and DK. So I don't know. I'm really worried about this matchup. They should win on paper. So for me to get all the way to Super Bowl, I'm just focused on Seattle.
And that's fine. You have to take it week by week, but at the same time, ultimately, you have going into this season. This was the whole reason people didn't know about Trey Lance, because you had the Super Bowl roster. You had that from Jump Street, so you have to cash in on this Super Bowl roster at some point. I think, to your point about the weather, it's interesting. I'm curious what people think, because could the weather actually, do you want it more rainy? Because we know that the Seahawks, they want to run the football. We also know that the Niners have the #1 run defense, right? And that's how Geno Smith hasn't been able to really get going against this team in the past games.
Yeah.
So if it's raining, are you really looking at the offense that the Niners have, I think this could be a great opportunity. Number one, you have McCaffrey, so you have dump-offs, so you don't have to really worry about the rain and flinging the football. Could be a very quiet game for Ayuk. You have McCaffrey, and who else do you have you can dump off to? Debo.
And you got Elijah Mitchell in the
and
run
you got
game
Elijah
back,
Mitchell.
which can really help him. I think that was one of the big things that I was encouraged with, was seeing Elijah Mitchell get back there and run, because having that two-man attack, and then Jordan Mason as your bowling ball guy, kind of to lean on people in the fourth quarter. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. These division games are different.
No,
they're
that's
weird.
True. That's true.
It's a rivalry.
But Gino's been trying to throw that thing all over the field, and if it's raining the way it might be raining, that could help the Niners in that way. And look, the whole and I tweeted this last night as well, because this is similar. If you really want to go glass half empty, this is similar to what happened with the Rams last season.
Well, am I being glass half empty, or am I just trying to be realistic and give respect to Seattle?
No. Well, on paper, Seattle shouldn't have a shot.
I agree with
that.
On
paper,
but the game's not played on paper.
Yeah, and on paper, Seattle shouldn't even be here.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
I get all that.
Yes.
I'm just saying, when you look at the Niners and the team that they have, they're just better in all facets of the game. Now, there are equalizers, but I also think that the equalizers also help the Niners.
Yes.
Because if it was pristine conditions, I would actually be more worried about Diamador Lenore getting toasted than I am.
That's a good point.
In the rain and things like that. So you can look at it a couple different ways. I will say this about Elijah Mitchell that you brought up. I don't know what it is about that guy. When he hits the line of scrimmage, it's as if he's already been running for 10 yards.
He's cannonball.
He hits that thing hard,
I love
man.
that kid.
So you don't like getting hit in the rain. The Seahawks, I don't think they're going to be happy to be here, but let's be honest, they're ahead of schedule.
Yes.
So that's why anything can happen. But I think that even with the weirdness that could happen, you could say that weirdness should help the Niners. Now, will it? I don't know.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every day on your YouTube or Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. I see YouTube. It's humming right now. Thank you, guys. Yes, my family, we've done talking about Brandon Belt. We're going to get into the NFL. We're talking about rivalries. This is awesome. I'm here for it. We got Baldy coming up in 30 minutes. All right, Brian Baldinger is going to break down the 49ers in 30 minutes. We'll ask him all of your questions. If you got them, hit us up on the Xfinity mobile text line. I'll give you the number, 888-957-9570. How many people right now are waking up saying, this is the Niners' best chance to win a Super Bowl of the 3 playoff runs they've had with Shanahan? How many people you think are thinking that? 888-957-9570. Is this their best chance? Look around. Look around at who else is available in the NFC, who's healthy. I fear the Eagles. I respect the Eagles. I think they're a really, really, really good team. I think it'll be a colossal matchup if the Niners and Eagles can get to face each other. Do you really fear the Vikings? Do you really fear Seattle this weekend? Do you fear Tampa Bay? You know, I don't know where people's minds are at. I just look at this Niner offense. This is the best I felt about this offense in the 3 years that they've been together in the playoffs, making a deep run. And I think it's because of Brock Purdy, which is a crazy sentence to say out loud. And then I look at the defense, and I think the front seven's really good. I just worry about the back end of the secondary, but I think I had similar worries heading into 19 and heading into 2021 playoffs.
Yeah, and when you think about the quarterbacks that have given the Niners trouble, we know it's not even necessarily the Lamar Jacksons of the world. It's just guys that can evade pressure, and sure, they can run a little bit. Jarrett Stidham is a great example.
Yes.
Because you had no tape on him. He comes out, he's running around like he's back at Auburn. He's doing a lot of different things, and what happens is when you can extend plays, that secondary has, and that's every team, by the way.
Yeah.
But as you can extend plays, that secondary has to defend for longer, and you could get toasted a little bit. That's why the Eagles do worry me the most out of the NFC. Now, with that being said, every time I looked up on Sunday, and I know he's getting the rest off, Jalen Hurts was overthrowing A.J. Brown. Every time I looked up.
He looked off.
He looked off. Yeah. So he'll probably be right by the time, if they do face each other. To your point, Vikings, no. And when you're talking about, is this the best chance? Vikings, fraudulent. Cowboys are the Cowboys.
Are they fraudulent?
They are, though.
Why?
The Vikings?
I mean, like, to say you're a fraud would be like you're a 10-6 team or a 9-8 team. I always get the numbers all mixed up now. Like they are like they're a good team. Do I think they're a championship like level roster?
Are you worried about going? Okay, you don't have to, but when it was Niners,
I am worried about Justin Jefferson.
But when it was Niners 3, Vikings 2, were you worried about going to Minnesota?
No, because well, that's more of a byproduct of this team. I believe of all the Niner eras, this is probably the most suited to go on the road and win tough road playoff games. But when I look at what they have personnel-wise, the Vikings versus the 49ers, Justin Jefferson, I'm so scared. And the fact that it feels like they're never out of games. Like, I know I watched Dalvin Cook tap out of a playoff game at Levi's. We know Kirk Cousins. Everybody says what he can't do. What he does do is throw the ball all over the place. And I worry about a team like that because I'm looking at the Achilles heel for the Niners, right? The issues. If I was going to identify what are some of the issues on this team, the secondary. Diamond Lenore. Do we trust him? He's had a decent year for a young guy. But I would much rather have Mosley there. I think Mosley's a more complete player.
Yeah.
Hufanga has been out of position how many times early? I love him. He's a young player. He jumps a lot. I look at Charvarius Ward. He has gotten into these one-on-one scuffles, and I just worry that the flags start getting thrown out. You give some free 15-yard penalties. Like that back end of the secondary scares me. Then I look at the quarterback. He's played great. I am fearful, and I would say the same thing if Mahomes was the quarterback because I watched Mahomes turn it over 3 times in the second half. A clunker is coming. Can they overcome that offensively? I don't know. I haven't seen them do it yet with Brock.
But again, the clunker for Brock, a clunker for Brock would have to be just an awful misthrow or something that was schemed. And
a situational misthrow? Okay.
Because
happens.
He's not a gunslinger. He's not Josh Allen. I'm going to throw off my back foot. He's not Mahomes. He's not doing all that, so he's not going to be put in those positions. Like, you know, his ceiling isn't as high, but his basement isn't as low. I talked about the basement in the post game. Okay, his basement is a nice basement. It's got a PS5. It's got Totino's pizza rolls. It's got a lot of things in the basement. It's not the same as other basements. You know, the Josh Allen basement is pretty gross. Now, that ceiling is ridiculous. It's a penthouse, but that basement is pretty nasty. So I think that's why the clunker for me, specifically with this defense, would still have a great chance for the Niners to win. It wouldn't be he wouldn't be selling at all.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be selling at all.
When he's been scared in past of Jimmy Garoppolo's play in the playoffs, Kyle Shanahan has told us as the play caller, he'll just hand the ball off, right? Like that's what we've seen. And I do think they're more suited now to be able to run even more with a variety of different personnels. Last year it was just Debo. I mean, they were so hurt. Elijah was banged up. They were handing the ball off to Juice with the season on the line, right?
Yeah.
We all love Juice, but it's not who I'm trying to get the ball to with the season on the line. It feels like Kittle's playing his best ball of his career right now. I think that's what it feels like. Ayuk, best ball of his career. They've got so many great playmakers playing such great ball right now. They can overcome because of the schematics and what I think so highly of Kyle Shanahan and the X's and O's. I think they can get away with the quarterback looking a little shaky.
Exactly.
And they've done that before. Here's the area that I'm looking at and I'm saying the last 3 weeks, stopping the run has been a problem. You referenced the Raider game. Josh Jacobs ran all over them. Could Kenneth Walker do something similar and open up the play-action game? Because that's an area no one's giving a lot of credit to in terms of the Niners. They've given up runs lately.
They have, and I get, and it's a good point that you say lately because I was going to say, well, they didn't let Kenneth Walker get loose in the first couple.
No,
so
that was a tight game too.
Well, exactly, and I think the Niners are going to do, even though Geno has had a great year, and we're happy for him. I think the Niners will still say if we're going to lose, it's going to be because Geno Smith threw for 350 yards. We're going to stack the box.
That's what you think the game plan would be?
Because they want to work off of the run. So if the run never gets going, and now hopefully the Niners get a couple scores up, get one, you're up 10-0. Now Geno has to spin that thing all over the field, but now Nick Bosa and those boys get to pin their ears back because they know Geno's throwing. That's what the Niners want to do.
Yeah.
Now, what can happen is, to your point, if Kenneth Walker does bust one early and he gets to the house, that changes everything. Because now the Seahawks can work off of different things. So the first quarter is really going to just lay a theme for the rest of this game. And look, DeMeco Ryans, we know his name is all over the NFL world.
I know.
Earn your money then, dog.
Well, I get scared that the coaches get. Look, I have tremendous respect for their professionalism, but it's impossible from the human element not to be a little distracted.
Yeah,
if your name's all over the place.
Yeah, but just think.
And I'm not trying to like knock his professionalism.
No,
I'm just saying, like,
it's just human. It's just human.
Exactly.
It's just human. But I think that he already knows he's a hot name. You know what makes you a hotter name? A Super Bowl.
I'm totally with you.
And then you can kind of pick wherever you want to go. So I think he's definitely sold in, and he wants to get one. So I think he'll be all right.
All right. So what's coming up on the game is we've got Brian Baldinger joining us in less than 20 minutes. Where are you at? If you got questions for Baldy, chat them in. Throw them up on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. I've got two simple questions for Niner fans, and I haven't heard from any of you today. This is Seattle Seahawks playoff week. First question. Is Pete Carroll one of the ultimate coach villains that you faced? Jimmy Johnson's up there really high for me. Tommy Lasorda is up there really, really high for me. In terms of coaching villains, is he number one? Because I feel like he is. Second one, is this their best chance to win a Super Bowl of the 3 playoff runs thus far from Kyle Shanahan? All right? That's what's coming up on the game, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52, 36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Brian Baldinger going to join us. 14 minutes, go nowhere. I can't wait to talk to him about the 49ers-Seahawks matchup. I'm super fired up. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. You guys all are just absolutely killing it right now. I see so many people in the comment section. Thank you so much. And I want to tell you guys, you can download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available, and it's completely free. But you know the only reason to go on there is to listen to us.
Oh, yeah.
All right? So for whatever reason, if you're not listening on terrestrial radio and you don't have YouTube fired up and rocking and rolling, you could tell your Alexa to, basically fire up the Odyssey app, and let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
Ready to go.
Are you ready for this playoff run? Look, the Niners had opportunities in 3 years to win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You could say, Joe, their best opportunity was when they were up 10 points in the fourth quarter of 2019 Super Bowl, which was in January 2020 against Patrick Mahomes. You wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this roster. This feels like their best, most complete offensive roster. I feel like when they're healthy, this might be their best defensive healthy roster. But I don't know where Dre Greenlaw's at right now, and I think that's a big missing piece because Alshire, although he's played well in the absence of Dre Greenlaw, these last 2 weeks it feels like he's been picked on a little, and I worry about him. I don't know how confident I feel right now about the secondary. I feel like that kind of goes hand in hand with the pass rush. I feel much better about the secondary when the pass rush is humming. But this feels like their best overall, most complete roster. So I guess I'm going to say, even though I know how difficult the journey is, because they'd have to go 3 games to get into the Super Bowl. In 2019, they only needed 2 because they had that bye. I feel like this is their best chance. I still feel, and it's wild I'm saying that, because yes, they got a rookie quarterback.
But I think that the term best chance, it doesn't necessarily mean perfect chance.
Yeah.
And there's not going to be a perfect chance.
None.
We could say, like we said, Trey Lance could be the guy next year, but chances are somebody else is going to drop off, right? Maybe you don't have Bosa, maybe you don't have Greenlaw, whoever the case is. So you're never going to have that perfect storm, but this is pretty darn close to it. And fortunately for the Niners, you have this opportunity now with a roster, and you were able, you could make the argument that maybe if you knew you had to go in this direction with the third string QB, at least Jimmy did get hurt when he did, because Brock Purdy, he's got all the confidence in the world. He's out here doing the ice in my veins in Vegas, all these types of things. So he's ready to go. So it's never going to be perfect, Joe, but you got to cash in on one of these. There's no excuses. Every Super Bowl winner that probably has ever existed has at least probably 5 guys on the injury report. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
So as long as your stars aren't on it, the chances of that happening next season, the season after that, or having them in general and not getting poached somewhere else, you're never going to have it all. But this is pretty close to having it all.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they look primed and ready to go, and I just love that. At minimum, if they can handle business, they'll get the 2 home games. And that, to me, is a little better than having to travel back to the East Coast. Like last year, everyone's going to bring up, third time versus a divisional opponent against the Rams. It felt very different last year. They had to go to Dallas, come back home, go to Green Bay. Both of them, ridiculously difficult games, which I believe these next couple, even if they can win against Seattle, it's going to be a difficult game. There are no easy games in the playoffs. But staying home does matter. And playing in that cold last year at Green Bay, I felt like it took an effect on them in the fourth quarter of the LA game the following week. So they've got a great opportunity. They're primed in position. It feels like Kyle Shanahan's calling his best games. Like his play calling has been the best it's ever been as Niner coach. And it's because of the weaponry that he's got going. And I just keep coming back to CMC. Adding Christian McCaffrey has changed fundamentally how aggressive this offense is and how it opens the field up for everyone else.
Yeah. And I think one thing to remember when you talk about the run that the Niners went on last year, they were already they were struggling. So they had those winner-go-home games before the playoffs even started, and that can take a toll on you. So not only did they have to go to Dallas, go to Green Bay, then go to L.A., we know there were a bunch of Niner fans down there, but they had been playing at that level for weeks beforehand. This situation is different. You're at home. They've played well, don't get me wrong, but they haven't necessarily, we have to win to get in. So the level that they've needed to step to, I feel like they haven't even needed to get to it yet. So that's why I think this is a different situation than last season, even though you are going against a division opponent for the third time. It's the first playoff game, not the third. So that's number one. And number two, it's at home. And number three, let's be honest, those games against the Rams last season, okay, they were close. The Seahawks, even though it's gotten a little dicey.
First game was a blowout. The second game was a lot closer than we want to admit.
And it should have been, though.
Yeah, well, and if Diggs gets that interception on Brock, I think that game's completely different. But you can say that for a lot of games. Right. D Ford doesn't jump off sides. Tom Brady doesn't beat Patrick Mahomes that first year. But I look at Kansas City as a great example, because last year you would think on paper this is their best chance to win a Super Bowl. Tyreek and Kelsey, they're at home, and you're facing an untested, quote-unquote, Cincinnati team. And they pooped themselves and lost in the second half, and they regret that. And then you come into this year, you don't got Tyreek. But yet I still feel really good about their situation. So to your point, things happen. Rosters change. It's never the same. Let's get into Pete Carroll for a second. I find him to be one of the most fascinating villains in Bay Area sports history. He's from here, number one.
Right.
So he's got the local ties and shunned the 49ers in 2005 when he was the USC coach. The rumor has it that Walsh told him to never go work for that team ever again. And he doesn't come here. And then a couple years later, he leaves USC. Obviously, they're facing sanctions. And he goes up to the Pacific Northwest and goes to Seattle. And he's had the Niners number for the majority of his career. And obviously has the big playoff win, which kind of put the stake through the heart of Jim Harbaugh and 49er fans, and they went to back-to-back Super Bowls, winning the one. He's a great villain in this tapestry that we're looking at of rivalry between Niners and Seahawks. Do you have him as one of the great villains of Bay Area sports history?
Yeah, because it's more about, you have to have the whole package. And I think with Pete Carroll, it's the whole package. It's the fact that he's older. It's the fact that he's successful. It's the fact that he chews the gum.
Yeah,
it's
the gum.
Little
the dad
things
shoes.
like that. The dad shoes. All the things. You have to be hateable.
Yeah.
And we were going through the list. All right, well, who's hateable? I think we came up with maybe Doc Rivers, other guys like that. But
Doc's very hateable.
Doc is hateable. But that was also just that whole Lob City team.
For sure.
Pete Carroll, doesn't matter who is under center, because you don't mind, obviously, because they're playing for the Seahawks, but Geno, great story.
I'm actually, like, from afar, when he's not playing us, I am rooting for Geno.
Exactly.
I am,
but
which is crazy to say.
You put him in that highlighter green, right? And you send him up north, and who's his coach? Pete Carroll smacking on that gum, and all of a sudden, you know what? Geno kind of annoys me. Just all of a sudden. Because that's the thing about those villains. They permeate throughout the whole team.
Yes.
They make you dislike guys that you would normally like. And I think Dave Roberts, he's very quiet. He's kind of easy to make fun of because of some of the decisions he makes.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do that for me. We talked about, if you're an A's person, Joe Torre. Again, I think it was the whole team with the Yankees, not just Joe Torre. Pete Carroll, to me, it just doesn't matter who else is on that team. Doesn't matter if they're not good or whatever. They could be awful. When you see Pete Carroll on the other sideline, you just get annoyed.
Yeah, I think for a long time, Bill Parcells was a guy that Niner fans hated. Bill, the big tuna, he was a swashbuckler yelling across the field at Bill Walsh. Jimmy Johnson, early 90s. If you're a kid that grew up in the 90s watching Niners Cowboys and you saw that hair on the sideline with that parka, you hated Jimmy Johnson.
Right.
How about them Cowboys? As he's lifting it. And obviously in baseball, you're going to go to Tommy Lasorda, but him being for the Dodgers and the biggest rival, like that to me just elevates that whole thing. But I look at football and I say it's Jimmy Johnson, it's Bill Parcells, and it's Pete Carroll. Like those are, in my lifetime, those are the coaches that I just couldn't stand. And it's simultaneous respect because of how great they were, and also me just not even like looking at their faces on the sideline.
Right, and there's only a couple guys that are gonna pull that out of you. I think number one, being a division opponent is a huge part of it. How about this? We haven't even mentioned a guy who we think he's still gonna. We don't know what's gonna happen with him. Sean McVay. Sean McVay is a guy
he's easily rising.
He's easily rising. He's similar to Shanahan. They're both the offensive guys. He gets up there, and I'm doing a terrible example, but he talks about a play that happened. Somebody leads him into it. He's probably paying them.
Yes.
Hey, tell us about this one random place so you can show off your memory. And he talks about his cereal from when he was in 5th grade, what he had on a random Tuesday morning. So that's a guy who's climbing up the ranks too, and again, another divisional opponent, but there are not very many that just invoke that feeling.
Yeah, it's just McVay's such a great heel as well because he's got that whole LA SoCal vibe with the gelled hair spiked up, and he just looks like a frat bro.
And I think it's funny because, if you watch Rugrats or any of those old shows, there was always one episode where they would have a group, like the Rugrats group, that looked similar to the Rugrats, but they're all slightly different.
Yes.
That's like Shanahan and McVay.
I like
that. They're all just, they're like they're similar, but different. Shanahan wears the hat. McVay has the gelled hair, but they're very, they're similar in what they do. So I think he's rising up, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough history there.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, we don't know what's going to happen.
I'm going to be very interested, and Baldy's going to join us in 3 minutes, so get ready. Brian Baldinger going to break down the 49ers. I've got a very specific question about Brock Purdy that I'm going to ask him that I want to hear his... I want to hear his opinion on this because he's watching the tape and he played in the league and he knows these things. But I'm curious how well the Seattle fans are going to travel to Levi's on a short week coming down to California. The tickets are expensive. It's going to be wet and rainy. They usually show up like Seattle Seahawks fans, like they do. Even in, I think it was week 2, the home opener against Seattle this year, it was wet and then the sun came out, and then it rained again and the sun came out again. There were Seattle fans everywhere. I'll be very interested to see how much red versus how much dark blue is in that stadium.
Yeah, I think they will feel more at home with the weather, right? Seattle fans will. Hey, it's like we didn't leave. But I don't know, man. The way the faithful has been, the way they travel other places, I just can't see the Seahawks fans really getting close to taking over or anything like that. I can't see it.
Well, it's going to be a great game because to me, when you have true rivalries, they're forged in the playoffs. The reason why I hate Bill Parcells, Niners and Giants were battling in the playoffs for years, and then they have obviously great regular season games. And why do I hate Jimmy Johnson? Because he kicked the Niners' butt in the NFC Championship game back-to-back years, and they never could beat him. He was a great coach. And so when I look at Pete Carroll, he's got that one playoff victory against the 49ers, and that chaps me. Now, I'll never get over that loss, but it'll help to have one win over him, even if it is not with the Legion of Boom, even if it's not with Russell Wilson. I want to knock him off. I want to have that upper hand against him in the playoffs.
Well, and I think going back to how the Seahawks fans will travel, one reason I think they might not travel as well is because, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, every team thinks that their team has a shot, but they might not travel as well because they think they're going to get smacked.
Yeah.
You know?
That's interesting. That particular fan base is very arrogant.
Right.
Undeservingly so. I mean, they're like a startup company, and so I find them very cute and funny, but their fan base is like irrationally confident all the time. So, by the way, Dave Softy Mahler, I don't know if you know this guy. Me and him went at it last year. He's a radio host up in Seattle. Joining Willard and Dibbs today at 10 o'clock. There will be fireworks at 10 o'clock. And we have Brian Baldinger joining us any minute now. But the Road to Glendale is brought to you by Mary West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. I mean, the Brock Purdy thing is just, it's wild. It's really wild. I can't think of a better come up in sports locally in the Bay Area than what he's done, like the Earl Boykins story. If you're an old school Warrior fan, like, it was a great little story.
Yeah.
He wasn't the quarterback of the team.
Right.
He was an off the bench kind of like cute story. And I'm not trying to diminish Earl Boykins. He had fine moments in the NBA, but like, you could tell where that one was going, right? I can't think of anything like this. Ryan Vogelsong had a great story. Ryan Vogelsong coming out of nowhere. He wasn't the ace of the staff. He was like the fourth starter. You know what I mean? But ended up being an all-star, pitched 5.5 scoreless innings, 5 2/3 scoreless innings in a closeout game against St. Louis. Like he was amazing. Does anything in your recent memory come close to Brock Purdy?
I mean, because of where he got drafted, not really. Right? I mean, I'm trying. Off the top of my head, Colin Kaepernick took the world by storm, but he was a second-round pick.
And yes, he did take the world by storm. You're right. But, like, was he 34th or 35th overall?
Yeah.
This guy was 262.
Steph had the whole underrated title, but he was underrated until he left college, right?
Even then he was the sixth pick.
Even then he was the sixth pick. So you look around, and a lot of these guys at some point got their cachet. I mean, we could go super random, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head when he got drafted, but I mean, the Pablo Sandoval hype was a little bit random.
Pablo Sandoval's a good one. He came out of nowhere. That's a really good one.
So there are a couple out there.
Draymond Green comes to mind.
I
think Draymond's a good one because the equivalent of being Mr. Irrelevant is being like a late second-round pick, even though I think he was an early second-round pick. Like, that's as close as I can come to in the NBA. And he's put together a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what Brock ends up becoming. But, like, there's not a lot of precedent for this.
No, and you could even expand it from the Bay Area just in sports right now. What
Mike Piazza.
Since Brock Purdy, this is the best underdog story in sports since what?
Again, off the top of my head, I was thinking Mike Piazza because of coming out of nowhere. Cooper Kupp's a great one. What is he, like a 6th-round pick? And, won the Triple Crown for wide receivers last year. But even then, like, he was really good in college and he just went to a smaller college that we didn't know about. Tom Brady is everyone's go-to. They're going to go to Tom Brady. But even that feels like he went to Michigan. You know what I mean? He played at a big-time program, and there was some weird things happening because a baseball player decided to come back and play college football, and so he kind of lost his spot. I just throw my hands up. Dwight Clark is a great one. I mean, he had very little catches at Clemson over a 4-year career and ends up having a borderline he was a Ring of Honor for the 49ers, but a borderline Pro Bowl level yearly career with the 49ers for the 9 years he was here.
Yeah.
10th-round pick.
And George Kittle, again, he dropped in the draft because of injury.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, but everybody thought that it wasn't based on his ability.
Yeah.
So I think that Brock Purdy right now, because of where he was drafted, because of that line, because of the expectations or not expectations, because of the situation.
Yes.
We really haven't seen anything like it in a really long time.
I mean, Jeremy Lin comes to mind, and it looks like we've got him here. Look, guys, give me a thumbs up when we're ready. Are we ready? All right, we're going to go straight to Baldy. I'm just going to shut up because I want to hear from the most incredible football mind there is, Brian Baldinger.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Baldy. Bonte's out this week. It's good to see your face and that smile with that NFL logo in the backdrop. If you're watching on YouTube, you can check it out right now. Brian Baldinger, just one of the great football minds that I know. Baldy, let's start right here. All right, and I want to introduce you to Alan Stiles over here. He's filling in for Bonte. Brock Purdy.
Good morning to you.
Hey, Brian.
Let's start with Brock Purdy. I feel like every single week it's the same question. Is this real? Are teams starting to figure him out? Should I worry about the dud? Or is there something that he's putting out on film that Pete Carroll can take advantage of that's a massive flaw? When you're evaluating and watching Brock Purdy week to week, is he getting better? Is he the same really, really, really good player? Or is there things that you're seeing that should worry me as we head into the playoffs?
I don't think so, Joe. I mean, I've watched every throw now since he took over for Jimmy in the first quarter against Miami. So almost 6 games. He was 15 of 20 last week. He threw 3 of those 15 completions were touchdowns. I don't know if any of them were the first read. I think he's getting better. I feel like, this is not an easy offense, Joe. I mean, there is a motion and a shift, at least, and on every single play. So just coordinating pre-snap to get to the right formation. And then, there's been quarterbacks, I'm not going to call out Brett Favre, but Brett Favre, he hated pre-snap motions because every time your offense moved, the defense moved. And so he had to readjust. But, he has to do all this. He's been doing it since day one, and he does it without a flaw. I mean, we haven't seen them burn any timeouts. We haven't seen them not get lined up correctly. I could point out a couple of protection breakdowns. Sometimes that's his fault. Sometimes it's the line's fault. But they've been few and far between. He usually gets out of harm's way. I mean, I'm talking about sort of the esoteric part of the game. Forget about just getting the ball to the open receiver. But he does it, and he makes it look easy. And so, Pete Carroll and his staff, they'll be the first team to have seen him twice, right? So now we'll see if there's something that they saw or the defender saw, whether it's Quandre Diggs or, whoever it might be, where they go, okay, if he gets in this formation, this situation, this is what he's doing, maybe we can jump around. There's some things the second time around, maybe like a hitter, going to see the pitcher for the second time. Maybe they're a little bit better, but I don't think we're going to see like the proverbial shoe drop right here, Joe.
Baldy, Diamador Lenore has had a rough week. It's only Tuesday, but he's had a rough week so far, in terms of what happened with him, not just last week, but the week before that as well. Do you think because of that, these secondary issues are a bit overblown, or do you think this is something that Niner fans should worry about in terms of the Niners defense?
Well, I mean, I think you always have to be concerned. I mean, balls, you're going to see DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett here on Saturday afternoon. I mean, if you blink, those guys are going to be behind you. So I'm sure they're going to get tested. I mean, how you play the ball in the air on most Saturdays or Sundays kind of determines the outcome of the game. I mean, almost did against the Raiders. There was some plays last week, obviously, second play, but of the game, they were in position to make that play. They didn't make it, so you got to you always have to be concerned because, if you go all the way back to week 1 against Chicago, I mean, there's Justin Fields getting out of the pocket in a monsoon and, he's rolling to his left and everybody's chasing him and he sees Dante Pettis on the other side of the field. Next thing you know, Dante Pettis is scoring a touchdown. So, yes, I think you always have to be concerned.
Baldy, staying on that side of the football, we'll get back to the offense in a second. NFL sack leader, Nick Bosa, 18.5 sacks. I mean, you look at all the advanced numbers, number 1 in sacks, number 1 in quarterback hits, pass rushing productivity, number 1 by PFF, penalties drawn, number 1, pass rush win rate, number 2, pressures, number 2, tackles for loss, number 2. Is he your defensive player of the year?
Yes. Yeah, because look, I remember seeing Nick before they played Tampa Bay, I don't know, a month ago or so ago. And at that time, I had Max Crosby as the defensive player of the year. And they were like tied for sacks at that time or something like that. But, Max was playing every single snap of every game. So Nick sees me and he's like, oh, so Max is the MVP, huh? So he's very understated.
No, Baldy, he said it like this. Oh, so Max Crosby is the MVP, huh?
Right. How could that guy be an absolute terror? But with that voice. But so, he's just kind of understated. Hey, so Max is the MVP. I'm like, hey, Nick, I go, that's not personal. I go, the guy plays every single snap. And he just looks at me And without missing a beat, Joe, he says, yeah, but I'm getting ready for the postseason.
Oh, wow.
So I can't play every snap. I got 3 more games or 4 more games to play in the postseason. So, Max will be done in, first week in January. So, and he was right. And when he said it, it kind of perked me up going, okay, like I respect Max all the way and how much he plays and all the tackles, but Nick has a bigger purpose, in this whole thing.
Yeah, they're getting ready for, bigger and better things. Baldy, out here in the Bay Area, it's wet, it's windy, trees are flying everywhere. How do you think that could affect the game plan, if at all, for Kyle Shanahan? They like to run the football anyway, and they like their checkdowns. But if you're Kyle Shanahan, how much do you look at the weather in terms of, okay, we should plan on this, but if it doesn't rain that much, we'll open it up? Can you be that finite with it, or do you just have to wait and see?
The short answer, you have to wait and see. Mm-hmm. Ball security is everything in these games. But I'll just quickly, one day I roll into Green Bay, summer training camp, and they're indoors, Don Hudson Center. And there's Brett Favre, the quarterback at the time, and he's got a ball boy next to him, and he got a big bucket of water. And they're taking every football, and they're dunking it in the water, and they hand it to Brett, and Brett throws a wet ball. I mean, it was just like literally he was practicing his wet ball throws that day. So, I mean, you can practice this stuff. Obviously, it's not getting a whole lot of rain on any kind of a basis in the Bay Area. From my recollection, it's been a pretty long drought. But, look, anytime the ball is wet, anytime you're on a wet surface, I mean, you always think about footing. You think about guys slipping. You think about ball security, hanging on to the ball, all those things. I know, like, I'm friends with Ryan Jensen, the center for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. During the pandemic, he gets to know Tom Brady. They're at a high school field. And Tom Brady basically gives him a dissertation every day on this high school field about snapping a ball. Ryan's been doing it his whole life. Where to put the towel on a wet day, where the ball comes up on a goal line, shotgun snaps, wet ball snaps. Like, all this stuff matters. It's all, you got to kind of practice all of it, because when you're in the moment, you just can't afford to have a center quarterback exchange problem because of, a wet ground or whatever. So all those things get magnified when it's sudden death.
Baldy, let's rat-a-tat-tat a couple offensive players and just kind of what you've seen from them this year and how you're feeling about them heading into the year. It feels like George Kittle has added elements to his game. I didn't know he had the toe-tapping ability that he showcased in the last month.
I agree. The touchdown catch in the back of the end zone. I mean, all those things, he's got all those skills that all the other tight ends that we always talk about. Travis Kelce, he's got all those. Run after the catch, finding the opening, making himself available for the quarterback. They paid him. I remember when him and Kelce were that offseason, like literally they signed within days of each other, and I forget which one signed first. I think Kittle did, and then Kelce signed right after. He set the bar. He got like $1 more than George. He's in that category, and they're using him like that at this time.
Yeah, and then what about Brandon Ayuk, 1,000-yard season? It feels like he's really coming on, and the connection between him and Brock Purdy is really starting to become solidified.
That's strong. It's a very strong connection. You never know how these things, how they take off, and what a quarterback sees and what a receiver does. Like, I mean, if you look at a game that's going to be played Monday night, like Dak doesn't look like he's got any time with his receivers right now. And it really, if you're a Cowboy fan, you're frustrated. But it doesn't look like he has any, like he doesn't ever go away from Brandon too soon or too early on some of these routes. He's a good route runner. And the problem with route runners is, yes, they can win, but your quarterback better be patient and allow them to win. And sometimes quarterbacks, they're going through the progressions like a Ginsu knife going through, one of your steaks, Joe. And, they leave them too fast. And so I don't see that problem right now between Brock and Ayuk.
Baldy, you could say that McCaffrey is a perfect player for a lot of coaches, but specifically for Kyle Shanahan for what he likes to do. Is there a better football player? If he could have created a football player, an offensive football player, would he have just created Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I mean, it's good. I think it's a good note. I saw Christian McCaffrey in Carolina catch 100 balls one year, and like every play went to him. He had 400 touches, and like nobody else touched the ball. And you can fall in love with a player like that, and you can wear him out and you can overdo it. And I feel like just the balance that they have struck is perfect. And how, it's not easy as a play caller to balance it all out. But I feel like the way he's balancing it out, Kyle, that is, and the way that he's using them is just right. Like, he's pounding them in the middle enough. He's getting the ball on swing pass, and all the stuff that he's doing. I feel like, the different formations we're seeing right now and the motions, I feel like they're in a good groove with each other.
What about Deebo Samuel? Like, they've kind of had him on ice because he was injured for quite some time. Down year, I think most people, like, if I said before the year we didn't know McCaffrey was going to come, like, hey, Debo's going to have less than 1,000 scrimmage yards, we'd be like, ugh, that's not good. I feel like they've got something cooked up for the playoffs. Have you noticed anything different with Deebo Samuel? I know it's his first game back in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were kind of easing him back. They got him a couple of touches. It's not the Debo we saw last year in the postseason or in certain games because they don't need him to be. They've got, a committee of running backs that are healthy. Elijah's back, and McCaffrey. I mean, they've got that position. Now, they could still put him back there in various ways. And I think you might see something this weekend just because we know what he's like with the ball in his hands. Debo has to be patient here. I mean, he can't be that guy that's got the body language screaming for the ball. He can't be that guy. And I think he knows that. He got paid. He's got his bank, which is good, and he earned it. But right now, like, his time will come, and the worst thing you can do is force it. The big plays happen because they're well executed plays, not because we're going to put Debo here and this is going to be a big play. Big plays happen because of the execution of all 10 guys around that player or around the quarterback. And I think Debo's smart enough to know all that, and he certainly knows that they've got a really good formula. What they're doing right now, he was not a part of it during an injury. And so when he got hurt against Tampa, so he missed a few games. But I do feel like there is plays on Kyle's sheet that are for Debo that we'll see this weekend.
Baldy, when we started out this morning, Shasky was talking about how he's nervous that the clunker is coming for Brock Purdy. And I've seen some things, Brock Purdy, we were talking about it. I saw a heat chart last week that he doesn't like throwing more than 10 yards to his right, and all these things are coming out. Is there anything that you've seen specifically that you could see the Seahawks keying in on? All right, Brock Purdy, he tends to do this in this situation. Is there anything you've seen that detailed or not even to that degree yet?
I haven't seen it. I mean, I know those metrics are out there. I try not to pay too close attention to them. I try to look at the game a little bit differently than what a metric tells me.
I hate analytics, Baldy. I love data, but I hate analytics.
They're like what Charles Barkley said. They're just paying a stat person. I mean, in a little bit they're like that. I don't know that you game plan because, defensively, if you're Pete Carroll and his staff, I don't think you're game planning because of the things that you just mentioned or things that are out there. I mean, they could drive you crazy. There's high-low concepts against certain coverages. Tariq Woolen is a really good player. All those things are out there. So I see you're kind of waving here, Joe. So.
No, I was just talking to Alan. My bad. What is it that Seattle does well that would concern the 49ers as you look at this matchup this weekend? Because I don't want to sleep on the legend that is Pete Carroll. As I'm watching the national championship game last night, this guy's got a Super Bowl and a national championship. I mean, he's in very, very small company with Jimmy Johnson and obviously from Nebraska, whose name's evading me.
I mean, look, the one thing about Pete, and he told me this a long time ago, I've never forgotten it. He said even when he was at USC, and he's never been afraid to play young guys. Well, he started 5 rookies. Okay, those rookies now are going into their 18th game. Kobe Bryant, Tariq Woolen, Charles Cross. I mean, Abe Lucas. I mean, he got 5 rookies out there. Boye Mafe. He got 5 rookies starting for their team. So, but he said that, the one thing about if you have the right rookies, and I believe they do, they might make mistakes early. They might get you beat early, but they're going to help you win late. And so Tariq Woolen is one heck of a player. He's just a great player. He's a great kid. You want him on your team. He's a star. And so, he got beat by on a touchdown by Ayuk in that last game because his eyes were in the wrong place in a run fit and early down. And he admitted it to me. He told me about it the following week, walked me through the whole play, went back and watched it. I saw who he was looking at, and Ayuk got behind him. They double moved him, and but the quarterback was really patient on the play because he got whacked on the play when he threw it, And he knew he had to stay in there and take the hit in order to do it. It's like one of the great plays that Brock has had. But they got behind Seattle. Look, Quandre Diggs is a problem.
Yeah.
He's a problem in the middle of the field. We just saw the safeties last week in San Francisco, whether it's Gibson, whatever. I mean, they all had these interceptions, Odom. He's a problem in the middle of the field. You get a loose ball, you get a ball that's not accurate, you get a ball that gets fluttered because you get hit. Like all those things, that guy is a thief. So, I mean, you can't worry about these things. You got to you got to go execute. But they've got guys on the other side that are very capable of making, big plays.
Baldy, where are you going to be this weekend?
Well, I'm doing the Hula Bowl on Saturday.
Oh,
so,
nice. Who's in that?
Me out of, and then I'm doing some games on Sunday as the analyst for Sky Sports, which is a pretty cool format. When America goes to commercials during these games, they come to the studio, and the rest of the world listens to Baldy break down the plays.
I like that. Sky Sports has a lot of golf stuff over there. That's pretty cool.
They do.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Look at you, so international. Cue the Be Legit music. Well, Baldy, thanks for coming on with us. We got a huge game this weekend. Hope to see you soon, and we love hearing you break everything down. You're all in on Brock like we are as a Bay Area native, so let's do it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I can't wait. First game out of the box this weekend. It should be a lot of fun watching.
You look fantastic right now, by the way. The suit, just everything. You're just incredible. We got to get you a headset, though.
If you would have known, the last 24 hours, it's amazing how this happened. All right. Anyway, good to be with you guys.
We love you. Thank you, Baldy. Brian Baldinger. If you missed the interview or you're just tapping in right now, you can go back on the Odyssey app. You can rewind, listen to Brian Baldinger break down the 49ers. We asked him Brock questions, Defensive Player of the Year questions. We were asking about that secondary, which is a great question from Alan about Diamond or Lenore, because I'm very worried about that because I'm a worrier by nature. Or you can check it out on YouTube later on today. It'll be posted, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? Yeah, give or take. It'll be posted on YouTube. And shout out to everybody on YouTube. I see you all in there, 500 of you. Hit that like button, hit subscribe. What was your big takeaway from Baldy, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest takeaway is that the secondary, it's a thing. And when Baldy says you should worry about something, you should worry about something. Now, again, you have to have time to throw the football in order to worry about it. And hopefully Geno Smith doesn't have that much time to throw the football. You can get Nick Bosa getting after him and things like that. But I like what he said about that, and I also like what he said about the weather, because we all know, I mean, how many times, even with this weather now, the rain keeps getting pushed, things like that. So Kyle Shanahan probably has a certain game plan, but you can only do so much. You got to kind of feel how the game is going. But I would say in a wet ball game, and I know we're in the playoffs now, so no one's worried about it. But, I mean, McCaffrey, you're going to carry that thing. Where there's no time for Mason or anybody like that. And Elijah Mitchell, nobody has a fumbling problem, but Kyle Shanahan is going to go to his breadwinners.
There's no rationing anyone for the next game. This is about winning each game and thumping the opponent, right? Like and getting out of Dodge, obviously.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. And I feel like they've done a really good job utilizing Debo throughout the year and minimizing the amount of straight up blows, squared off hits that he's taken. And McCaffrey does a great job of contorting his body and not really getting blasted.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. He's been playing this game for a long time, right? And I don't know when he stopped growing in terms of his growth spurt, but he's been around the same size for a very long time. He knows how to move his body. And I think that was the biggest thing when we talk about the Niners getting McCaffrey.
Yeah.
When you looked at the other teams that were interested in him and you look at what he had to do for what he had to do with the Panthers, he was the bell cow.
Yeah.
He was everything for the Panthers. He doesn't have to be that. So when everybody was worried, and now anything can happen on any play, but when everybody was worried about McCaffrey and, this, that, the third in terms of how much his usage was going to be, yeah, his usage has crept up a couple different times due to Elijah Mitchell being injured, but this is a team where you don't have to run him into the ground. And I think that Kyle Shanahan has done a good job of that on one side, and on the other side, Debo as well. So they're both going in with not as many miles as they probably would have if they were both on different teams.
I mean, how many games this year did they have the full arsenal of guys all healthy and on the same page with Brock Purdy? I think one.
Right.
I think one of those games. I could be wrong. Someone else could step in. I know Madsen's over here somewhere. He's got all the advanced numbers when it comes to the 49ers. In about 30 minutes, we're going to talk Warrior basketball, all right? Warrior basketball, for those that are big-time Warrior fans. There is something about this guy, Steph Curry, and I've got an injury report that I'd like to speak on right now.
There
we go.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Steph Curry. You know who that guy is?
I've heard of the name.
Not Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, no.
No. In fact, I think he was the Time Sports Man of the Year. Is that what it was? Who says sportsman, by the way? But that's neither here nor there. Steph Curry. He could play basketball. Maybe tonight? Well, the Warriors listed Curry as probable heading into tonight's contest against the Phoenix Suns. I feel like I'm reading a Channel 2, or 5 or 7, news break. I'm Joe Shasky. Steph was a full participant in practice Monday and participated in scrimmages while wearing a sleeve on his left arm. Curry has missed almost a month after suffering what some people are calling a subluxation on the shoulder after playing against the Pacers in December. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up? I want to talk to you guys about Nick Bosa's season and where it ranks in 49er history, because we're all fired up about the playoffs and all that. Let's take a second to smell the roses on what I believe to be one of the all-time great defensive seasons. That's what's coming up, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Welcome to No Mercy, hosted by yours truly, Stephen A. Smith. For the first time in my career, I have complete, unadulterated freedom to say my piece on a whole host of different topics: news, politics, pop culture, social justice. Look for my podcast on big topics making headlines across the country, as well as unfiltered conversations with celebrities like Charlamagne the God, Jake Paul, Dana White, Snoop Dogg, and more. Listen to No Mercy, spelled K-N-O-W, Mercy, a presentation of Cadence 13 and Odyssey Studio, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hilarious. There's no doubt about it. CMC, Christian McCaffrey, has been delivering for Niners Nation. And this dude is on fire. But on the few days where he's not on the field, I always see him wearing Flag and Anthem. It's his favorite clothing brand. And now it's mine too. Why? Why, Alan? You want to know? Well, because the jeans are well made and they're durable. And if you're a baller like Alan is, they've got that athletic stretch that you need so you can crouch down and frame pitches. The flannel layers up with everything you've got in your closet, and their sweaters and hoodies, they're insanely soft. And the shirt jackets and vest, well, they keep you warm. As you can tell from the temperatures outside, this cold weather, it's here to stay. And it's time to stock up for winter. Head over to flagandanthem.com today and take advantage of some of the best prices of the season. Use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
But still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, I'm Andy. I started Harry's because I was frustrated with buying razors at the drugstore. And when I say frustrated, I mean like so upset I called my friend Jeff.
Hello, this is Jeff.
Jeff, I'm at the store, and I don't get why these razors
cost so much?
Yeah, and do they need to look like robots?
Dude, I know. And it's so frustrating how expensive they are.
Getting ripped off sucks.
We gotta do something about this.
Why don't we make our own high-quality razors at much better prices?
Actually, I heard about this German razor factory that makes some really high-quality blades.
Really? Okay, maybe that's not exactly how it went. But we did buy that German factory, where we're turning high-quality steel into super sharp blades for a smooth shave at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. Over the past 10 years, 20 million people have tried Harry's. Join them and get your starter set now. That's a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, and shave gel, all for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. If you don't like it, it's on us. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code SMOOTH at checkout. That's harrys.com, code SMOOTH.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time.
Oh, baby? Oh, baby? Oh, baby. Bonte's out today. He's not feeling well. B, I love you. Get better. We got Alan Stiles in. Joe Shasky. Good morning, in the words of Bonte. I don't want to rip his thing because he's so good at it. Good morning to the cable car drivers and the Muni drivers and Caltrans and the Muni people and the police officers and the firefighters and the sheriffs. And, he sometimes says the ladies of the night. Thank you to all the people working graveyard shifts and getting off, the water department workers, the producers at 95.7 The Game. Am I missing anyone, Alan?
If you are, the Xfinity mobile text line will let you know.
There we go.
But I think you're good.
Yeah, well, they're the text line. Don't even start me with that. We got Niners Seahawks on Saturday, 1:30. I'm super excited. And we're going to talk Warriors in about 30 minutes because the Warriors play the Suns tonight. Steph Curry probable. You can listen to 95.7 The Game today at 5:30. JD's going to be doing the pregame show. Warriors and Suns, not the matchup I thought it would be, but that's okay. Neither here nor there. Hopefully Steph's available. This is the last game of a homestand. So if you're into the Warriors, we're going to be talking to Eddie Johnson, who does some of the TV and play-by-play for the Suns at 8:30. We'll find out a little more about them, and he's always a fun time. But I want to get into the 49ers right here, and I specifically want to get into Nick Bosa. Individual all-time great defensive seasons. Most people at the top of their head, they're going to go straight to a couple of people. Ronnie Lott had some unbelievable individual seasons. There was Deion Sanders winning Defensive Player of the Year. Dana Stubblefield won a Defensive Player of the Year. Obviously, Aldon Smith had a great sack number one year. I would argue he wasn't even the best or second or third best player on that defense. Great year. Not trying to take anything away from him. Patrick Willis had some phenomenal individual years. Charles Haley, phenomenal individual years. Obviously, Fred Warner's had some really nice individual seasons. I think this Nick Bosa season might be the best individual season defensively anyone has had since that Deion Sanders season.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing, and we've seen, look, I know we're going to talk Warriors in a little bit. When you talk about defensive weapons, and everybody was upset about GP2 because of the way he changed the game, and we understand that it's not very often somebody on defense has to be a part of your game plan in a major way. And that is what Nick Bosa does. You have to find a way to double team. You have to find a way, as we say, death, taxes, and Nick Bosa was held, right? So you have to find a way to hold him without getting caught. You have to find a way to keep this guy away from ruining everything that you planned on doing.
Yes.
And you still, most of the time, fail at some point. The way he approaches the game, it's almost as if he's a boxer, right? He's not coming out the gate and trying to get all of his sacks. He understands he's got to wait it out. He's got to see how the game goes. Then at the end, after he's taken a couple body blows, he's going to get at you. So I think you're right on with what he's doing. It's hard to think about other defensive players and how they have just literally been, we always talk about who does the other team have to circle? And it's always on the offensive end.
Yep.
Right? And that's a guy that you might circle him, dare I say, before. You circle him, you circle Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
I found it very poetic that we celebrated J.J. Watt rightfully as one of the great players of his generation. And it felt like, and my dad referenced this, the passing of the torch to someone like Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Aaron Donald's getting up there in age. There are some great players in the league. I mean, Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett. I mean, he's not the only one.
Khalil Mack had a run.
He did. But it felt like Nick Bosa really put his stamp on his spot league-wide this year. I'm going to read off some of these numbers. I mean, these are incredible numbers. And before I read them off, 95.7 The Game, shop.com. has the coolest shirt right now, DPOY, but the Y is the silhouette of a player. I don't know who the player is, putting his hands up like a certain number 97 for the 49ers does. It is a phenomenal shirt. Go cop it right now. 95.7thegameshop.com. Check it out. Here's Nick Bosa's 2022. This is PFF's stats. Sacks, number 1 by 2.5 sacks. 2.5 sacks. He had more than the number 2 guy in the NFL. Quarterback hits, number 1. He hit the quarterback more than anyone in the league. Pass rushing productivity, number 1. I don't really know how they quantify that one, but they have him
just
ranked
watch
as
him
number 1.
and then you'll know.
Penalties drawn, that's pretty obvious. Number 1. Pass rush win rate. How many times do you win in a pass rush scenario? Number 2 overall. Pressures. How many pressures did you have this year? Number 2 overall. This is NFL league-wide. Tackles for loss, TFL. It's one of our favorite stats. Number 2 in the NFL. So people that want to say, oh, he doesn't stuff the run like this guy. I don't know. Looks like he does.
Yeah.
And when it comes to situational fourth quarter dominance, I could point to 4 or 5 different games from November all the way to the end of the year where I could say, yeah, Nick Bosa dominated the fourth quarter of that game.
Yeah. I mean, look, the numbers... They say numbers never lie, but sometimes they don't tell the whole truth.
But people do.
But they definitely do. The numbers, they don't lie, and they tell a lot of the truth with Nick Bosa because he's at the top in every category that you just laid out. Everything that he does, and it's a good thing that you brought up the piece about the stopping for run, because when you think about players like Nick Bosa, that's the first thing you think about, sacking the quarterback, and you just assume that they're a bit one-dimensional, when in reality a guy like that isn't. So when you talk about a defense in the Niners defense that also is number 1 in the run, well, they're number 1 in the run, but Nick Bosa does this. He's part of that too.
Yep.
He's part of all of that. So it just... what he is doing is almost unparalleled than what we've seen.
I'm going to say this, and I would love to hear from the audience, 888-957-9570. This is not to be sacrilegious. This is not to be hot takey. This is to be realistic. I hold Patrick Willis in the highest of high regards in terms of 49er draft pick who personified excellence from day one, class and professionalism, and in terms of how he was viewed around the league at his position versus others. He's the gold standard in terms of draft selections on the defensive side of the ball in, let's say, the last 20 years for the Niners. I think he's their best draft pick. 7 years, 7 Pro Bowls, 7 All-Pros, right? The 8th year, he had hurt his foot, ended up retiring early. To me, I hold him in like the utmost, highest regard in terms of what he did for this team. And the team that he came to was terrible, right? So he didn't just play on winners. Like, he was drafted to a terrible team. He was the leader of that team. He was everything. I hold him in the highest of high regards. Is Nick Bosa the better overall draft pick on that side of the ball? A case can be made. I'm not saying this lightly. I feel like he's not there yet because he's got to put together more years.
Yeah.
But in terms of bang for the buck and what he's done for this entire team, I think Nick Bosa's been a better draft pick. Look at what he's done on the opposite side of the ball. Eric Armstead had his best year with Nick Bosa on the opposite side of him. D Ford was awesome. Ebicam, season high or career high in sacks this year. All right, Drake Jackson's shown flashes. Then you look at the interior. Obviously, Buckner had a career year with him in the middle. Armstead, another great year in the middle this year. Look at what he's done for the linebackers in terms of freeing them up. Fred Warner's been amazing. Got a $50 million, guaranteed contract. Trey Greenlaw, we've seen the best of him. Look what he's done for the secondary. Sherman came here in his rookie year, had a great rejuvenation of the season, went to the All-Pro that year because of the pass rush. Look what happened with Hufanga this year. Gibson, career high. Jimmy Ward, career high in interceptions. A case can be made. He's the greatest draft pick on the defensive side of the ball in the last 20 years. I don't know if I'm alone in this. Where are you at?
No, and I do think that a lot remains to be seen, and you don't have to say it now, but you're on the right track. And look, we're about to get into Warriors a little bit later. Yeah. What's the word we use? Steph Curry probable tonight. You can listen to it at 95.7 The Game. Gravity. The gravity that Nick Bosa, Bosa, just creates for all these guys, that has been unmatched. And that has been something that when you look at the rest of the defense, you can say, this is a guy who affects the game, even when it doesn't seem like he's affecting the game, even when he didn't record one of your numbers for one of your stats. So I think that's the biggest part of it, the gravity that he pulls in and forces everybody to respect him in that way makes everybody better.
That's a really good way of putting it. He does. And also the fact that he's doing this after coming off the ACL injury is remarkable. I mean, it's absolutely remarkable. And I had a little groin injury this year, but it felt like when he's on the field, he doesn't just do well or get a sack here and there. It's literally dominance. I'm watching dominance. Now, that's what I felt with Willis. That's why when I say this, it's not flippant. Willis, to me, was a Hall of Famer from day one until the end. That's what I saw. I saw one of the great players. There was minor slippage when he had the turf toe and things like that. He was awesome. Nick Bosa, since day one, has been all-pro level every snap.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen Nick just didn't have it in this game. There's quiet games where he doesn't get a sack, but he's still getting pressure.
Right. And obviously some of those games that could be against teams with better offensive lines. And again, that's the first guy that every offensive coordinator or whoever it is saying, we got to make sure that this guy doesn't beat us. So he's dealing with that every single game. He doesn't get any days off. It's the same idea. Somebody else, Eric Armstead, whoever, they could be on a roll of sacks. Doesn't really matter. It's always going to be Nick Bosa. And I think that probably what you're missing is Patrick Willis did have those moments in the postseason. And I know Bosa has had some. This is another huge in terms of,
he's the all-time playoff sack leader.
Well, I didn't know that.
Isn't that just for a second? Let's just pause there.
Right.
He's the all-time 49er playoff sack leader right now. He's played in, I think, 6 games. They're 4-2 in the games. It's pretty incredible. Now, granted, they've been in more playoff scenarios than maybe Bryant Young didn't get the opportunities to play in those games.
Sure.
He's a great player. Charles Haley did, and he's got more playoff sacks than him. I paused on that damn. Right? I don't know. Right. They've also had leads. But isn't that kind of crazy?
No, it is crazy. And it's crazy that, again, that's why I think at this point in time, when you say something like you said in terms of the draft pick and who is the best the last 20 years, Bosa, he doesn't need anything because he's going everything like you just said. He's already the sack leader. Yes. But if you were to say, all right, if he can do this or if he gets that sack in the Super Bowl, something like that to catapult him, then
Aaron Donald's fourth quarter in the Super Bowl and his fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game.
That's what I'm saying.
Those are seminal moments for him as a player.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, exactly. And he's pointing to the ring on his finger. That's a good point. Bosa doesn't need anything, but I'm saying that
you're right, though.
to kind of catapult him and continue on this path that he's on, that would be nice.
Well, and again, I love J.J. Watt, but I'm watching J.J. Watt and I'm saying I actually feel bad for him that he played for the Texans and the Cardinals because he never had that moment. Lawrence Taylor had multiple rings and was able to showcase it in playoff runs year after year after year. And so not only does he have all the amazing regular season accolades, you also get that importance of being the centerpiece defensive player on a championship team.
Exactly. And when we talk about this word that we've been using with the defense in terms of historic, we've had different people on the night show. We've had different people, and I've asked them the same thing. How can this defense get that title?
Yeah.
And to be historic, most people have said, I think I asked Michael Irvin as well, most people have said...
That's a drop.
Yeah, a little bit. David Navarro. Most people have said, you have to be a part of history. And how do you become a part of history? Winning a Super Bowl. So if this defense wants to be historic, a lot of it does fall on Nick Bosa's broad shoulders. If he can wreck a game and make sure he is the reason, or he is one of the reasons that they get this thing done, then you enter a different stratosphere.
And that's why I think Dion, for a lot of people, even though he's only here 1 year, he goes catapulting to the top of most people's lists because they won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. He was the defensive player of the year. And then you talk about a gravity. Look what he did for everyone else on that field.
Right.
I mean, he locked down an entire half of the field, and people weren't even looking in his direction. And when they did throw his way, he would pick it left and right.
Yeah, don't do that again.
Yeah, so like you're 100% correct on this one. And I'm looking at Nick Bosa and I'm saying to myself, he had such a brilliant year this year. I don't know if we could contextualize today how great the year was, but this is an all-time season defensively for a 49er.
It is. And that's why you want the Niners to make a deep run, because you don't want it to be in vain. Like we talked about it earlier in the show. The window that they have, so many things that are on the line, and I get it. Brock Purdy is a rookie, and I get it. He's Mr. Irrelevant. We get all these things, but you're rolling right now.
Well,
and I love Guy Fieri. Shout out Flavortown.
Yeah.
When the recipe is right, you got to make sure you cash in. You got to make sure you eat it up.
Well, and I think as you look at J.J. Watt, he's retiring at 33, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
All-time career. I mean, Aaron Donald might retire young as well. Young, relative.
Right.
When you're making the amount of money that these guys are making, I don't know how many guys are going to stay in the league the way Bruce Smith did to go get 200 sacks.
Great point.
And especially the defensive side of the ball. We know more about injuries and the heads and all that stuff when it comes to concussions and the brain. We know more that they're making more money now than they ever have, and their investments are much better now than they were in years past. Mm-hmm. How many guys have the desire to want to play long periods of time? This might be the window with Nick Bosa. Maybe he drops off. Maybe he stays in place till he's 36 or 37, right? But like Charles Haley, when he came back to the Niners, wasn't the same Charles Haley, right?
No.
You get these windows of excellence, to your point, and I just want them to cash in while he's this player, because I look at defense as a whole, as we just zoom out. Is he the best defensive player left in the playoffs?
Off the top of my head, I mean, the easy answer is if he's going to be Depoy, then how could the answer be no?
I mean, I know Micah Parsons is having a great year,
right?
And he's been really good, so I don't want to dismiss him. Chris Jones is a battle-tested playoff champion, right? Like Chris Jones, for people don't sleep on him. Fletcher Cox, Hall of Famer, had an unbelievable career. I don't know if he's the best of his. Like right now, he's probably slowly ticking down.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I'm not taking anything away from him. This is the best of Bosa, and he's in his prime. They've got to cash this in.
You have to. You would really, really like to in that way, because you look at the other team that they're going to go up against. I mean, there is no. I know the Eagles have a really good defense,
they do,
but they're not. The Niners, what they're doing right now, DeMeco Ryans, the personnel that they have. This could be DeMeco Ryans' swan song for the Niners as the DC.
That's a good point.
You want to go out in the blaze of glory, and I think that's what's fueling them, if you will. And you know what? You could make the argument that these last couple games might actually be good for the Niners, because they haven't played great defensively.
I'm with you there.
You know, you came out of this with the W in Vegas. You know, the Cardinals, you had really just the blown, not even blown coverage, because Lenore was there. AJ Green just kind of mossed him a little bit. Some people think offensive PI, but this could be a situation where, all right, we've kind of been slipping a little bit. We already had taken the division. Let's level back up.
And to your point about the window, I want to reemphasize, it's not just Bosa. Fred Warner, linebacker, is equivalent in terms of taking body blows to running back. Those windows aren't very big.
No.
You know, Ray Lewis at the end of his career was not the same player that he was in the meat of it, you know?
Right.
And Luke Kuechly retired young, who had a lot of concussions. We've been very lucky. Fred Warner has been an Iron Man. But as we saw with Willis and Bowman, to think that you could play that well into year 9, 10, 11, it's just really hard.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of the reason. Look, the Legion of Boom didn't last as long as we thought, maybe because it was the Legion of Boom.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Chancellor, one of the hardest hitters in the league, destroyed his neck and was never the same. You know, that's a great point. I feel like this is their sweet spot, and it's so much pressure on them to win this weekend and to take advantage of it. But at the same time, I'm trying to caution myself. I'm like, but it's a rookie.
Yeah.
It's a 7th round rookie.
Yeah.
Right? And like, I know he's not playing like that, but he's still a rookie. And there's a lot of new things that are going to be presented to him. And there's also a lot of young players who are unproven that are asked to do a lot. Like right now, Diamond Olor, he's on an island. Whether they play, the New York Giants or Minnesota in the second round, like this weekend is a test in itself. What if you got Justin Jefferson next week? You don't think they're going to try to line him up with that?
They're of course they're going to try to line him up with that.
You don't think AJ Brown? So I'm looking at all these things, and I'm not trying to sound like a defeatist. I'm saying that there are other young players on this team who are going to have to step up because you have these superstars who are in their prime. Some of these young guys have to make just enough plays to offset whatever their learning curve is.
What do you think about, and I'm going to read some of these off here.
Yeah, give it to me.
Brock Purdy. What do you think about, and I see you 650 on the Infinity Mobile text line. I never said I don't like Brock Purdy. 650 thinks I don't like Brock Purdy ever since last week when I was on with Whitey and I said, he doesn't seem to throw to his right too much. 650 thinks I hate him. I don't hate Brock Purdy, all right? Why do we have to give him the gold jacket now, though?
Well, I think one thing that I'm with you on that. We go way too quick to crown someone. Justin Herbert. We've talked about this in the studio. Everyone was like, I'll take Herbert over Mahomes. What? Come on. And I like Herbert a lot. We all like Herbert. Pump the brakes a little. Part of being one of the all-time greats or even just a great player is not just the singular year you have. This is what Jordan Poole's learning in the NBA. You got to build on one season and do it again the next year and do it again the year after that. That's what makes a truly great player. Dre Greenlaw is becoming a truly great player because he's now had multiple great seasons back-to-back.
Yeah, and I've said this. We'll get into it a little bit more when we start talking Warriors, but sophomore slump is almost a relative term.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be your second year in the league. It's your second year being on people's radars.
Good call.
So Brock Purdy, to me, there's no book out on him yet. We don't know what that book would be to Baldy's point, but when you look at what Brock Purdy has done, he broke the 49ers rookie record for touchdown passes.
That's crazy.
First QB in Niners history to win his first career 5 starts. His jersey is actually in the Hall of Fame for doing that. So his jersey's already in the Hall of Fame. Brock Purdy's in.
But didn't Jimmy win his first 5 starts as well?
Career starts?
Career. Because he had the 2 starts in New England. I thought you
career
meant
starts.
49er. Keep going.
Career
My bad.
Second rookie all-time with at least 2 touchdown passes in 6 straight games.
Wow.
And most wins as a rookie in Niners history. All that being said, how do you take those ridiculous accolades? Do you roll that? Are we doing AT&T minutes? Are you rolling that over into the playoffs, or is it just brand new?
I have unlimited minutes, so I haven't rolled over anything in years.
Grandfathered in, I see.
Yeah, Verizon.
Wow.
Shout out. And my $8 gazillion phone bill. I just feel like the playoffs is a whole nother beast and a whole nother test. It's totally irrelevant. It's like, in any sport, all your regular season stats wipe away. We've seen A-Rod, Barry Bonds in baseball. They just couldn't do it in the playoffs, and then eventually they would have moments. We see Jimmy Garoppolo. He's a different player in the playoffs. He doesn't look as comfortable. Brett Favre, historically. Peyton Manning, historically. Bad playoff performers relative to how great they were during the regular season.
Right.
I don't know. And that's the thing. Until we see it, how can anyone have a good feel for it? I do think there's some things that translate really well. How do you quantify pressure? How do you quantify the hard-hitting nature of the first quarter of a playoff game? We're going to do this. Everyone's going to do this over the weekend. They're going to watch 1 quarter of whatever playoff game is first. Is our game first? I think the Niner game is first, yeah. And they're going to go, wow, the playoffs, they hit hard. We do this in the NHL. We do this in every sport. Wow, the level of speed is through the roof because they know there's no game tomorrow. There's no game next week. So I don't know. It might take him a while to settle in. Does he settle in too late? Could they be in a position to where they can minimize his exposure in terms of throwing from behind? That's what I would like them to do. Get a lead, which is kind of their blueprint. Run the ball down the throat. Open up the play action. So there's not so much on his table.
Yeah, I am curious to see. And Baldy talked about the weather and how it shouldn't change too much. But I am curious to see, you have a rookie QB, albeit he's been playing well. You have a rookie QB, and you're probably going to have bad weather. And it's a divisional opponent that you're facing now for the 3rd time.
Even if I said, let's take rookie out of it. Okay, if I said take the word rookie out, it's his first playoff game.
Yeah.
Right? So, even if I said, because I think Geno Smith, this is his first start in a playoff game. I know he's been a backup for multiple ones. This is his first start in a playoff game. Can't you, at the bare minimum, be like, yeah, we got to kind of see it first. Forget rookie, just first playoff start.
Yeah, and you would like to think that Geno would have more confidence in Brock Purdy, but the way Brock's been playing, I don't know if that's true, number one. And number two, think about how they got into the playoffs.
Yes.
The Seahawks needed help.
Yes.
They needed they needed the Lions to do their thing. The Niners have been rolling. So I think that is all a part of it, but I do feel that you look at Lamar Jackson, you look at some of these guys, their first playoff games, and they've looked a bit shaky in a way.
Very shaky.
So luckily he gets to go up against another first-timer in Geno Smith, but let's not be surprised if there's not an interception in the first quarter.
Well, I mean, I look at just across the NFC. Jalen Hurts has only been in the one playoff game last year.
And they got blasted.
Yeah, but it was a good experience for him.
Exactly.
And I would also say that I give Jalen Hurts the benefit of the doubt because he's played in so many big-time college football games.
Yeah.
Some people will scoff at that, but, like, he has been in a lot of...
The same people that are scoffing at it are running around saying, Brock Purdy was a starter for 4 years at Iowa State.
That's my point. And Brock gets credit for that. He was in bowl games. So, like, those are big-time games for his program. But I just look around, and, like, Tom Brady, obviously, he's 20 years of being in the playoffs. He's well-decorated. The New York Giants, Daniel Jones, his first playoff start. Dak Prescott's been to the playoffs a lot. What's Dak done in the playoffs?
Don't get me started on Dak. I think Dak is so overrated.
Fine, but you at least grant me this, like, he hasn't been as good in the playoffs as he's been during the regular season.
No, well, that's part of the reason I think he's overrated. So there's Dak, Daniel Jones, whatever. Tom Brady is the guy, and now we have to do this thanks to Aaron Rodgers losing. Now Tom Brady has to be the sleeper that everyone has to worry about now, even though I don't know.
Alan, if I told you that Tom Brady beats the Cowboys and then beats Philadelphia, you would not be surprised.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I would want to be, but I wouldn't.
The vampire is coming for them. All right, I call him the vampire because he's going to live forever.
He's just been waiting in the wings.
He also kind of looks like one now.
Well, and he's clearly sucking on children's blood. That's what's keeping him so young and so fresh, right? Like, I mean, there's something. Like,
Botox,
I love you,
sure.
Tom. I know you're a Bay Area guy. What are you doing? Like, what? How do you look younger now than ever? I am losing hair left and right.
It's the TB12 method, Joe. You want the book? I can get it for a late Christmas gift.
He's on some Benjamin Button type stuff.
It's the avocado ice cream. That's the secret.
It's not the avocado ice cream.
Still really good, though.
Come on. You guys are killing me.
Yeah.
Don't knock until you try it.
I know. All right, look, we're going to switch gears for just a little bit here. We're going to talk some Warrior basketball. Steph Curry might be making it back tonight. Eddie Johnson from the Suns is going to break it down with us right now. I thought this was going to be a Western Conference preview. Who knows now? All right, that's what's coming up on The Game, presented by the law offices of Robert Goldstein on 95.7 The Game. Hey, it's Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. You've probably heard by now the IRS is receiving $800 billion to increase enforcements and the audits of individuals and small business owners. Ugh. If that news worries you, and if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I know and met with the team at Kugelman Law, and let me tell you, they're approachable and they're down to earth, and they're so honest and candid when discussing major tax problems. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax or crypto needs while offering straightforward and transparent pricing. They're the most honest people I've ever worked with. So visit to sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamal Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
In Fremont, on and off rain, highs 56.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the Morning Roast, my favorite show. Just leave me alone, please.
Oh, Guru, we love you. You won last night, and you just got added to TikTok. I opened up TikTok yesterday just to give it a little browse. I do it probably once a week. And boom, first face I see is Guru's.
I'm a roaster.
And he's nailing his pick, so good for Guru. You know, if you have any IRS or state tax problems and you don't know what to do, you need to contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein. And because he is the best at resolving tax problems, and it's all that they do, really. So call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. 1-888-TAX-EXIT. We're going to have a little chat here, talking with the Phoenix Suns' Eddie Johnson. And I'm excited because, man, this guy, he likes to bring the heat, and the Suns are kind of slipping right now. And the Road to Glendale is also brought to you by Mary West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Give me a thumbs up when we think that we've got him right now. Eddie, how you doing? What the hell is going on with your Suns, man? It's like this chaos. Last time we talked, you guys were Maya and Heidi looking down on the Warriors. Now you kind of feel like the Warriors, kind of like a jumbled mess.
You know what? I mean, look, you invite me on your show, and you give me a half a second of, Eddie, how you doing? And then you start to rip me. Man, I would hate to be somebody that you really cared about.
Should ask my wife. She kicked me out of the house earlier this morning. She said I was making too much noise getting ready for work.
Yeah, look, hashtag we not good.
What's going on with Booker?
Hashtag we still good when we get healthy.
Oh.
So you all know that as well. Look, you can't equate. So, you don't look forward to injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And when they happen, things can go south. And that's what's happening right now. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, we lost Cam Johnson early in the year.
It's a big blow.
Obviously Jay Crowder decided that he didn't want to show up for camp because he was being taken out of the lineup, and obviously he wanted a new deal. And then Cam gets hurt. So now we have no Cam, no Jay Crowder. Then Chris Paul obviously is injured early in the year. We were able to persevere that. And I think that's when I talked to you all. I think we had the best record in the conference at that time. And then, the one injury that we can't afford is Devin. And so when Devin goes down, man, it's totally gone south. And I think it goes to show you that Devin is an MVP caliber player in that regard. And I noticed that the Warriors was winning without Curry. So I don't know, if Curry's an MVP type player,
Eddie, don't do
that.
that.
Able to win without him.
Don't do that.
Eddie,
I'm embellishing.
I know. I love this. Is why we have you on. We love it.
Eddie, what happened to the whole DeAndre Ayton drama deal? It feels like it just went away. Are they good now? There was thoughts that even though he signed, they might think about trading him. What's up with DeAndre Ayton and the Suns? Is everything good to go or what?
Let me just say it like this. I had like 12 coaches in my career. And all of them. So, Eddie, stop shooting the ball so damn much. Eddie, do this. Eddie, play defense. Man, get out my face. It's what goes on, man, in our locker room, behind the scenes. It would blow you away. Minute attitude. You think about it. You got competitive guys in the locker room with a competitive coach. Things are going to happen. Nothing is always rosy. Okay? All the issues in the Warriors locker room is not always rosy, right? Especially when you're dealing with Draymond Green on your team. So that's part of the makeup of just anything, the hierarchy of it all. That little spat between DeAndre and Monty was nothing. First of all, Monty is not a combustible coach. He's not a guy that's going to curse. I've never heard him curse at all. And I think, DeAndre got a little perturbed about him being pointed out at one point in time last year during the Dallas game, which everybody should have been pointed out, right? And that's it. But Monty and DeAndre get along to the best of their ability. It's not bad. It really isn't. If you watch DeAndre, man, around the players and how he acts, you would think he's happy-go-lucky and love to be where he is. So, no, it's no issue at all.
Eddie Johnson with us, Sirius XM Radio, also does the play-by-play TV analyst for the Phoenix Suns on Bally Sports Arizona. Eddie, we were kind of kicking around how much we hate Pete Carroll around these parts because we're playing the Seahawks this weekend in football. Another guy that, Warrior fans hate is Chris Paul. He's at the top of the list, very few. Chris Paul, we're starting to see some slippage. I mean, he's 37 years old. He doesn't have the sustainability that he's had in years past. I mean, it's fair to say, Eddie, we've seen the best at Chris Paul.
No, I think you're wrong. Here's the problem, and I think we're seeing this throughout the league. No training camp. hate that. I think that's one of the things in collective bargaining that the owners have to fight for. Because we saw early in the year, we even saw it with your team. Jay, you only get 2 weeks of training camp. Don't go 2 a day. But Chris Paul, look, he's 37 years old. He wasn't going to get killed in training camp. And so it was pretty obvious that Monty was going to take it slow with him to start. And unfortunately, he had the injury. If you notice Chris Paul before this last hip injury, he's playing extremely well now. His numbers are where they should be. So no, I think you're 37. Obviously you can't do it like you used to. Okay. But he still has the ability to control tempo in the game. He still has the ability to get all his teammates involved, which we haven't had all our teammates involved this year because of injury. And I think we haven't seen the best of what he can do. But no, he's not Chris Paul 5 years ago. No, it's not going to happen. Steph, trust me, Steph is on that borderline right now where this is his best year right now, and they're going to start to slip. It's just the nature of it. But you applaud these guys that they're able to last this long, and that's
agreed.
A good thing.
Yeah, agreed.
Eddie, going back, I know we mentioned, Jay Crowder and that whole situation. Can you talk about what you think the Suns are going to do with his situation? How about this? How about we give you Moses Moody and a second-round pick for Jay Crowder right now? What are you saying?
You can give it to me because I don't have any skin in the game. I'll take it. You just give me the money. Okay, I'll take the money from you. No, we're not doing that deal. Even though Moses Moody now is a good young player. Don't get me wrong. No slight against him. Mm-hmm. Any of their young guys. Let me give you this one. Jay Crowder. Since you all are having a hard time really bringing together Clay, Steph, and Poole, because Jordan Poole, when he's on the bench, he's struggling. When he's starting, he's averaging over 25. So why don't we do this? We'll give you Jay Crowder. We'll give you a second-round pick. You just give us whoever you want. Give us either Clay or Jordan Poole. How about that?
While we're at it, why don't you just give me a shot of hole when we play golf next time, too? Come on, deal in reality. Come on, Eddie. I love you.
I started it.
What are you doing? Give us Jordan Poole. Come on. All right, before you get on out of here, Eddie, is there a place that you like to eat in the Bay Area when you come up here for Warrior games?
Well, we're usually staying, obviously, over in San Francisco. We're not this time. I'm not going to divulge where
you don't have to.
Because I got a lot of Warrior fans that like to get their hands on me. So I don't want to do that. But not really. We normally stay at the Four Seasons in San Francisco. And so I'll normally just eat there. I'll go down to the restaurant and eat there. But I have a good buddy of mine. I'll give him a shout out named Donald Bagley. He lived in the Bay Area for a number of years. And when we used to come here and visit all the time, man, there's so many tremendous restaurants here, man. I can't even name one I would like. I love the atmosphere here. I don't know why Don Nelson never traded for me. He had a chance.
They said you were kind of a ball hog. You couldn't, share. I'm just teasing.
Yeah, the guy like Chris Mullen who took all the shots, man. I said I can work with Chris.
We love Chris Mullen around here. We absolutely love him. Eddie, thanks for joining us, man. Have fun in the Bay and stay dry.
Take care.
All right, Eddie Johnson, play-by-play guy for the Phoenix, does the TV analyst, not play-by-play. And I want to shout out YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. They're all over him saying that Chris Paul's not washed. Chris Paul's washed. I love you, Eddie. Chris Paul's done. Come on, seriously. You can download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, millions of podcasts, free on the Odyssey app. Sports, talk, music, news, podcasts, all available, completely free. You can catch every Warrior game like tonight, 5:30, JD, pregame starts. Tonight, you can listen to the Warrior game on the app along with all the music and news that the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, podcasts by downloading on the free Odyssey app right now.
You got to bring a little cash.
Bring a little cash. That's what Eddie said to me when I said I wanted to play him in golf.
You got to bring a little cash.
Got to bring a little bit.
I know. I guess he doesn't want to get reported because my friends at Kugelman would say you shouldn't be giving money away like that because you might have to report that in your tax earnings at the end of the year.
Does anyone really have a choice?
No, Michelle, we really don't. We really don't. Fast Five coming up in a couple of minutes. The Fast Five, we take the 5 best texts and phone calls. 888-957-9570 if you want to get in. Steph Curry might come back tonight. He's probable. Mm-hmm. Does that excite you?
Of course it does. I mean, the Warriors, I think, I don't want to do this could help the Warriors down the line cliche, but I think it could. I mean, the amount of basketball we saw being played from Jordan Poole, albeit there were some issues, right? The turnovers, things like that. But he got out there. They kept their head above water. They treaded water long enough. We saw Ty Jerome. There's a couple decisions that the Warriors are going to have to make. Ty Jerome is playing pretty well. Anthony Lamb playing pretty well.
Yeah.
So I think that the Warriors, if you look at the homestand, you really would have liked to get that game against the Pistons. I think that Magic one, I would throw out anyway.
The Piston one hurt.
I'm throwing out the Magic one anyway, but specifically because of Clay, the late scratch. We knew a game like that was coming. The Pistons one, if you could have got that one, it would have been nice. But all in all, they did about what I expected them to do on this homestand. So you got to be happy that the Cavalry's coming.
They've actually been better than I thought. I thought they were in big trouble when Steph Curry went down, and it just feels like they've righted this ship and they maintained water level. In fact, I think rose a little, if anything. And so I'd like to get greedy and win tonight's game. Yeah. I mean, I really would, if for none other than to see Chris Paul and Eddie Johnson, have sad faces as they were leaving Chase Center. But they need this one really, really, really bad, I feel like, before the big road trip, because I want to get greedy on this homestand and winning this one, especially the way you lost to Detroit. I think this would be a nice win.
Yeah, and I do think that early in the season when Steph was dropping 50 and the Warriors were still getting blasted to the Suns on national television, I do think that with Steph being out, there's another version. I said this has been great for Draymond Green. It's been great for Draymond Green. It's been great for Draymond Green and his future contract, because Draymond was playing, he was playing with Poole and Clay, but Draymond was playing without Steph Curry, and Draymond has played pretty darn well. And other guys have had to step up. Klay Thompson has gotten going because he's had to. We know Klay is going to shoot either way, but he's gotten hot as of late. Even though Jordan Poole's had the issues, Steve Kerr said it himself. Yeah, Jordan Poole has turned the ball over in some crucial moments, but that game where he did turn the ball over, we're not in that game if Jordan Poole doesn't hit those shots. So I think that all these guys being able to work independently of Steph will ultimately help with Steph's return, because now they have, their feet are a little bit more wet. Patrick Baldwin Jr.
I love what I'm seeing.
This guy, and I think he can be even better defensively. I think right now he doesn't want to get into foul trouble, but he's been able to get length on some guys, and he's going to put it up
His
whenever
feel for the game is there. It's
exactly.
just so obvious.
He's a coach's son and things like that. So I think everybody that's been able to play has definitely gotten some run and gotten some experience.
The Kuminga injury is the one for me. Like, they need him back. They miss his athleticism. They miss his toughness, his defensive versatility. They absolutely have to get him back.
Yeah, and let's not forget, early on in this trip, DiVincenzo doing some things, right? So everybody has
DiVincenzo's been awesome.
Everybody has played a part a little bit. So I think that getting Steph back and, talking about turning that corner. And one last thing about Eddie trying to say that we might see the same thing happen to Steph. I mean, that's happening to Chris Paul. I mean, we're not close yet.
No, we're not. And it's just, I look at Chris Paul, and the one big thing is, like, his body has betrayed him at every single turn.
Right.
And, like, Steph Curry, the one thing, and he gets hurt, everyone gets hurt, but the one thing Steph's done a better job than Chris Paul, and no one ever says this out loud, he's kept his body in better shape.
Right.
Like, as we discussed Brandon Belt, and we look at their body is their temple. It's how they make money. I truly believe Pablo Sandoval ate himself out of baseball. And missed out on an extra $50 to $100 million and probably another 5 years of baseball. It's okay to say that. We do this in other sports. We're like, dude's out of shape. He got his butt kicked in UFC. Like, I don't want to body shame, but when it comes to the professional ranks,
this is part of their job, though. It's not necessarily body shaming, because this is how they make their living.
Exactly. Like, I look at Tom Brady. We can argue about what he's been doing off to the side. He clearly takes his body very seriously. Yeah. And it's paid dividends on the back end of his career.
Right. And when I look at Chris Paul.
LeBron James, same thing.
When I look at Chris Paul versus Steph Curry, and do I watch a ton of Suns basketball right now? No. But Chris Paul, even back with the Rockets, it was non-contact injuries, his muscles, his hamstring, things like that. Steph, this shoulder injury, collision. Yeah. He rolls an ankle on a drive, right? Chris Paul.
Soft core injuries.
Chris Paul, no one's even touching him.
Yeah. Chris Paul, it's always the hamstring.
Right.
groin, hamstring, and then late in the playoffs too. Like always. Game 6, something happened.
Yeah.
Oh, he pulled something.
Yeah.
Like it always happens
If
with him.
it wasn't for that injury.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly. So, I mean, look, it's an interesting point. And the thing on Brandon Belt is I don't know if you've just waken up this morning, Brandon Belt signs a 1-year deal, $9 million essentially with the Toronto Blue Jays. He's going up north, play with that really fun team. It's kind of the end of an era. The end of the era. So I want to finish this Fast Five and get in here with your texts or your phone calls. 888-957-9570, the mobile, the Xfinity mobile text line. How will you remember Brandon Belt? For some people, he's their first baseman that they grew up with. He's a champion. He's a great player. He's an all-time forever giant or whatever the hell people say. How are you going to remember Brandon Belt? That's my question for the Fast Five here as we close this bad boy. I'll start with you, Alan, and get in. All right, I want people to start lining them up so we can rat-a-tat-tat them in 2 minutes. 888-957-9570. Brandon Belt, 12 years with the Giants. How will you remember him?
I will remember Brandon Belt as a good first baseman that was above average defensively, about average offensively, but had his moments. And later in his career, showed the type of personality he had, and you had some good moments with him. You always wanted him to be a little bit better. You always wanted a little bit more from him with that core, but ultimately, I don't want to say he lucks out, but because he was on a team that won World Series, he doesn't bug me as much as he would if they didn't.
It's a good way of putting it. I would say for me, and again, I want to hear from the audience because we got to do the Fast Five here. You got 5 of the best calls and texts. Go get in here. How I'll remember Brandon Belt, he was a really good Giant for a long time. I think there were a lot of missed opportunities because of certain health things where his numbers could have been way better, obviously. But what he did do when he was in a uniform at first base, all reliable. Could pick it, could move a little, a decent arm in terms of, turning 2 and him getting the ground ball, throwing over to first base. A guy at the plate who had a great batter's eye. Probably didn't swing as much as I would love him to do, but really was a modern type of a baseball player in the 3 true outcomes. He struck out a lot, he walked a lot, and he hit a fair share of home runs. He just never could hit enough home runs to appease the desire from, I think, a lot of Giants fans for that position.
Yeah, and I would say if he played in a different ballpark, we probably do look at Brandon Belt differently.
Maybe.
I just don't know what to do with that information.
Well, I would say this, if that's the case, then why aren't his splits on the home and road dramatically different?
Right.
They're better on the road. There's no doubt about it. And I do think his numbers would be inflated. He'd probably get to 200 home runs or close to it.
Right.
In a Giants uniform, had he played in Colorado, Arizona, even though they've added the humiditor or whatever the heck they call it these days to both those locations. If he was in San Diego, I truly believe his numbers would be better. But he was a really good Giant and a linchpin and one of the great homegrown infields of all time. Him, Duffy, Crawford, Panic. That was a great core for a couple of years.
It was.
Even when they added Longoria, it was really good. Before that, in the 2012 season, that was a hell of a team with Marco Scudero, Brandon Crawford, and Pablo Sandoval at third base. And so when I think about what he did, he was the symbolism of him coming up, winning a championship as that homegrown infield type of a player, and a guy who I believe was a fan favorite for the majority of people going into AT&T Park.
Yeah, I think he was a fan favorite in a different way than we think, right? When you would go to a ballpark, when Buster Posey stepped up the plate, you heard the crowd roar.
He's a legend.
When you heard Brandon Crawford, you would hear the crowd roar. Brandon Belt didn't necessarily get those roars.
No.
But it was almost as if everybody, because he was scrutinized the way he was, there were a lot of people that took to him just from the person standpoint. Well, he's a good dude. He had his moments. He hits that home run in the playoffs. So because of that, I think that added to his Giants lore just as much as his actual baseball played. Because he was so polarizing, people, whoa, you guys are being a little bit too mean. It's too mean to Brandon Belt. And
the internet was too mean to him. And I also would say on the other side, there were people that hyped him up a little too much. The internet's always off, right? Brock Purdy's not Joe Montana.
Right.
Nor is he Ken Dorsey, right? He's somewhere in the middle. Brandon Belt was never going to be Willie McCovey. but nor is he J.R. Phillips.
Right.
Like, he's somewhere in between. He's the 4th or 5th best Giants first baseman of all time in terms of San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
And that's a hell of a career.
No, and I think there are a lot of parallels between Brandon Belt and, dare I say, Jimmy Garoppolo, because you have one side of everybody saying, well, he's not good enough. He's just average at best, this, that, the third. And then you have people saying, well, I think we're getting to the point where now you're being a little disrespectful.
Yeah.
Because he definitely isn't below average in any of the things we talked about when you look at his tools and what he's been able to produce on the field. So it's really just created that in between and that kind of split. And if you're the Giants and if you're a Giants fan, I guess at this point you can say, wow, you can just reminisce on the conversations and or arguments you had about Brandon Belt, because you're not going to have them anymore. I mean, you can have them just based on what he did, but you're not going to have them anymore in terms of right now, because he's not on the team anymore.
I know.
All right, end of an era.
Let's hit our fast five. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic.
All right, we're going to go right to the text line, 888-957-9570, the Xfinity mobile text line, and I'm going to go to the YouTube chat. I'll go one, then Alan, I'd like you to read one. We'll go back and forth here, all right? First one from the 707. I think this is a really nice way of putting it. I'll remember Brandon Belt as a player worth cheering for. Not the greatest player, but fun to watch and someone I will always wish the best for. That was really well said, 707.
Yeah, I'm going to go with this 408 right here. Belt was injured 33% of the time, in a slump 33% of the time, an average player 17% of the time, and an above average player 17% of the time. Just right there in the middle.
I am now lost, and I don't know how much, of the percentages we have left. All right. Here's from the 925, and I don't think this is fair. Giants fans will always stupidly defend him, while the rest of Major League Baseball will say he sucks. He doesn't suck. This is like the people who say that Jimmy Garoppolo sucks. No, C.J. Beathard sucks. Nick Mullins sucked. These guys are good players, not great players. And I think Brandon Belt, and you look at the totality of his career, he was a better baseball player than what Jimmy Garoppolo was as a football player. Not taking anything away from Jimmy. I'm trying to elevate Brandon Belt. But I do think he was really polarizing.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 510. Brandon Belt, one heck of a San Jose Giants player. Let's go Oakland. That's from Zucci Man.
Wow, Zucci Man. That's pretty interesting. All right, last one on the Fast Five from the 510. Belt had ups and downs, but the ups definitely outweighed the downs. I'll always remember a park full of giraffes, and that's the way I want to remember him as well. And that's the end of the Fast Five. We took your 5 calls and texts of the show, and then we about to hit it. That was the Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Whew! Now what do you do with Brandon Crawford?
What do you mean?
Is this his final year?
Probably.
Is any part of you a little sad that it's finally coming to an end? Because I feel like we're at least a year, if not 3, a little too far on this. And Crawford had a monster year in 2021, and so did Brandon Belt. But most organizations would have moved off those guys.
Yeah, and I honestly, I don't feel, and I might feel different in the moment.
Yeah.
But as of right now, I don't feel sad because the whole thing got dragged out a little bit.
Yeah.
If they had moved on when they probably should have, I might feel bad, but this thing got dragged so long. It was a good run. It's time to enter the new era. And that's not even to say that the new era is going to sniff this past era.
It's the greatest run they've ever had.
You got it. You have to move forward. It's just time.
I think about what got them to where they were, and everyone's like, oh, they drafted really well. And they did. They did draft really, really well. But that first version of their team, when they had Bonds, when Sabian took over, because we've done a lot of celebrating Sabian, you had a centerpiece superstar, and you made aggressive trades to move off of Matt Williams and Allen Watson to go get Jeff Kent and JT Snow, and it kind of super started your entire little run. And you did some really good job identifying pitching. Kirk Reeder comes to mind, kind of out of nowhere, who ends up being one of the all-time winning lefties in organizational history. And after the Bonds era had kind of run its course, they reworked how they built the team and built it with youngsters. But originally in 2010, it was a cast of nobodies. Pat Burrell was DFA'd. Andres Torres, no one wanted. Cody Ross, they claimed off waivers, hoping that it would get blocked and they wouldn't have to bring him here. And who would have thought Jose Guillen would have got popped for roids?
Right.
I look at first base, Aubrey Huff. He was here on like a 1-year deal. Juan Uribe here on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Like, go back and look at that team. It's wild that they won the World Series that way.
Well, and there was actually an analytics model, and it was saying, well, you need an elite shortstop to win a World Series, and it went all the way down from the past World Series all the way down to 2010 with Edgar Renteria, and somebody just called it out at the end like, I don't know about that one, but the rest of them made sense.
And Renteria was a free agent signing who was garbage and hurt for 2 straight years.
Yeah.
And then got healthy in the middle of the 2010 season and ended up contributing. Uribe played a lot of shortstop that year.
Exactly. So I think there were a lot of perfect storms that did. Speaking of one, it looks like a storm outside the window.
Again?
It was a perfect storm 3 different times for the Giants, and Brandon Belt got to be a part of some of them, and that's how you got to remember.
Yeah, and now we bring in Mark Willard, who I'm sure he wants to lord over the Belt Wars one final time and put his little spin on it. But Brandon Belt, you heard the news last night going to Toronto.
Zone.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant like put your mark on it. Excuse me. Mark Willard.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm flustered today. I'm in the big book seat today.
Why?
And
I know you have
I'm flustered.
You're back to having a partner with your radio show.
I'm learning
Is that
cadences.
the problem?
The mouse didn't work. I'm all over the place.
Your clock management's elite, by the way. Elite clock management.
Hey,
you're hitting the brake, dude. Trust me.
I'll hit brakes. The show might not be good, but we're not going to lose because of the algorithm.
The show actually is great. The show's been great. Really enjoying it. Yeah.
Pinocchio.
I'm a roaster.
Exactly.
Real quick, before you get to Belt, did you see his TikTok video?
I saw it, but I didn't listen to it.
The day before or yesterday?
Get Money. No, he had Get Money in the background, and he's taking TCU the over. I could barely hear him.
He took TCU?
No, he took the over. He was right.
Oh, it was?
Okay,
here it is right here. Listen to it
over.
right here. I was dying. I guess the mouse isn't working on that side either. Man. So it was Guru. He took the over in the national championship.
He took the over 62 points, and he said, "Let's get right," because he had taken the Jags the night before.
Oh man,
he had taken the Jags in that Sunday, the
so
Sunday night football game. Or yeah, he's 1-1.
Good.
Yeah,
ride the goo.
Okay, first of all,
so good.
The really funny part is obvious and doesn't even need comment. But the second part is he's going to come in with a sniff today.
What do you mean?
Because he was right, but he was wrong within being right.
What do you mean?
Well, his lead up to the over was they're calling Georgia the new Alabama. Slow down. TCU can run with this team. TCU can run with this team, and so I'm taking the over because both of these teams are going to have a score fest. No, Georgia covered it by themselves.
Yeah, right. TCU ran 20 yards behind all game.
They are the new Bama. Wow. They are the new Bama.
No, sorry guys, I don't mean to be a millennial on my phone here, but somebody on the YouTube chat said that Correa to the Twins, so I was trying to figure it out if it actually happened. It seems like it's getting real close.
Yeah,
it seems like it's getting real close.
A lot of smoke. A lot of smoke.
Yeah.
Brandon Belt, you scoffed at the Belt Wars comment. Why?
Because there is no Belt Wars. I mean, every fourth game, Brandon Belt fulfilled his promise. And I remember Brandon Belt as a single A player in San Jose. I was doing color commentary with the great Joe Rizzo.
San Jose Muni?
He hit 380 in the first half as a single A player. The guy was unbelievable. And it's like, okay, Will Clark, step aside. We've got the new first baseman. And then he comes up to the big club, and it was a lot of, fits and starts. It was, wow, a lot of promise. And then, elbow tweak, knee tweak, my hip, my neck, and my back. Whatever it was, the guy was always hurt. And the one good year when they won 107 games, he finally stayed healthy. He finally flashed. And just the whole Belt Wars thing is hilarious to me.
But then he got hurt for the playoffs, which was so unfortunate on the broken wrist or whatever, right before the playoffs. And they needed him so bad. That was like the 1 year. The
1 year,
I felt so bad for him.
I guess the thing that always sort of makes me scratch my head about this, you called it, for instance, his promise. I don't remember him ever promising anything. Players come up.
No, it's the promise of what a player could be.
So here's what I would say as somebody departs. It's a different kind of a vibe for me when someone departs, because I'm not here on a day like today to point to all of the things Brandon Belt wasn't. And there are plenty of things that he wasn't.
Healthy.
However, if you enjoyed parades on Market Street, today's a day to salute the good from Brandon Belt. Barry Zito, for crying out loud, got paid twice as much and essentially had one good game, one good moment for the Giants. And we actually now support him for that. He's actually got, if he wants, a media vibe in the Bay Area, a future here. Leave your credit card in your wallet, Barry, because he was involved in a key way in a championship. Brandon Belt was much more to this organization than Barry Zito was. And so you're not wrong. The Belt Wars will live forever, and everyone knows what side of the fence anyone is on. But Brandon Belt had a good career. I don't want to compare him to JT Snow today. I don't want to go back to Boch offering him a beer and what that all was supposed. Whatever. Brandon Belt had a really solid career as a San Francisco Giant. Was it great? Maybe that's too big of a word. He was a key piece with memorable moments on championship teams, and so I'm digging my Brandon memories today.
That's fair, totally fair. The thing that I would say is that the frustrating thing for me when it comes to just conversing about Belt, when we talk about Will Clark, nobody has to give up 75 different advanced sabermetric analytics to explain how great he was. And one thing that really bugs me, it's the Farhan baseball way. It's the way we talk about baseball. It's nerds in sports. Is it? The way the Brandon Belt supporters, not Brandon Belt himself, but the way they go over the top to put together a, algebra test of explanation on why he's so great drives me nuts. And it ruins what I deem to be great conversations about sports because we talk about it in these DVOA ways, if you know what I'm talking about, going to advance. It just drives me nuts. Yeah. And it just, all the Brandon Belt fans always point, look at his WAR. Look at his WAR. We were talking about this morning. Dibs, if I say to you, WAR is such a flawed stat. Ozzie Smith, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Defense.
Is he one of the greatest ever at shortstop?
Probably.
Yeah, especially defensively.
The flip.
WAR does not quantify how great you are in defense.
He's number one all time in defensive WAR, though. So if we want to look at defensive WAR,
for sure,
offensive WAR.
I'm just looking at combined WAR because this is what people always point to WAR, and it's a flawed stat. Willie Randolph, a really good player. Really good player. Is he in the same breath as Ozzie Smith?
Probably not defensively, but offensively he was a better player.
Offensively he was. WAR-wise, they're almost identical. But when you bring up the two names, like in a baseball conversation, most people are like, yeah, Willie Randolph's a really good player. Ozzie Smith's an all-timer.
This is a great comp, though, because one of the things we've been saying in the Farhan regime with the Giants is you can play the WAR game, but you haven't given us any players that really attach to our hearts. So the reason Ozzie Smith is better than Willie Randolph, you can go to the numbers, apparently, and decide that they're the exact same player.
Yeah.
But they're not.
But they're not.
Because Ozzie Smith would do flips at shortstop, had a cool nickname, and
one of the most acrobatic players ever played the game.
And a generational home run, and all of those things. And so
crazy, folks.
Exactly.
Such a great homer.
He's 10 times more memorable than Willie Randolph.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
And I like Willie Randolph, but it's one of my WAR things. It bugs the hell out of me. We go to WAR, and it's like Bill James has already told you WAR it's flawed. It's a great measurement, but it's not the only thing.
Well,
I feel like baseball fans now, they want to win the argument in 140 characters by pointing to WAR. It's like, come on, man. What's Will Clark's WAR? I don't know, but he was damn good, and I'd love to go to war with him any day.
But do you think the Brandon Belt wars per se, like when we talk about the Jimmy Garoppolo wars, is Jimmy Garoppolo good or bad versus good to very good? When it's Brandon Belt, is it because you're talking about guys that think he's great? I've always thought that the Brandon Belt conversations were good to not good. I don't know many people that try to argue good versus great.
Right. No, he's not great.
No.
Although I'd argue pretty hard, he's definitely not good.
Well, I think that's what you see.
Brandon Belt was a pretty high level. I'll stop short of the word elite, but a very high level defensive player. Obviously, is it maybe the best eye I've ever seen at the plate. Sometimes almost to the point of annoyance because he was like, but Bonds got the benefit of like if it was on the corner, it was a ball anyway.
Yeah, but like part of having a great batter's eye is also not striking out.
Yes,
right? This is the guy who's the all-time leader in strikeouts for the Giants. So you automatically eliminate yourself if you want to go eye.
Let's say you had a great command of the strike zone.
I'll give you that.
And yes, when healthy, which was never enough, it was pretty good hitter.
He
Pretty
was.
good hitter. But,
and he had his moments, and like obviously the 18th inning home run is one that's going to live forever. And that's his moment you can never take away from him. I also think he was a phenomenal digger out of the ball, which is something you can't quantify.
Every time that comes up. Least favorite, and I've had plenty of them, my least favorite migraine headache that I've ever had in my life. The 18th inning Brandon Belt home run.
I remember exactly where I was.
I couldn't stay awake for it. I was in bed. This is how that
he gets
play
migraines, and when he gets a migraine, it's over.
You know, you need the weed.
Yeah.
Look at you advertising for the lettuce.
We worked on that in college. It didn't work. But anyway, maybe that is why they went away in college.
Me and Dips?
Yeah, there
seriously.
You go. Well, yeah, talk to me. Let's all my people.
So
anyway,
you were in bed?
I made it to the 12th inning. I made it to the 13th inning, and then I just laid down and I put the game cast up on my computer next to bed and watched that way. And then I passed out. And I woke up, and you know how that migraine feels over one eye, where it's just like
I get
blasting.
Them all the time.
So I opened one eye, and I looked across the room at the laptop, and it was just said 2-1F/18. And I looked at it, and I could see I was close enough to see that Belt and homered. And that's how I found out. I slept through the whole thing.
Let me throw the name to you guys. Yasmero Petit.
Oh yeah.
Look at Dips.
Gutsy effort there.
Pitched 47 innings in that game.
Seriously.
Where were you for that game?
I can't remember.
I've got a great story. I was at a wedding in Reno, and we were the only ones dressed in suits. It's like 100 degrees. They're all cowboys.
Casino or
no? We're in like a
venue?
desert farm somewhere in the middle of Reno.
Nice.
And so I'm watching on the phone Gamecast like him because they won't let you like watch the video back then at that time. Yeah, and it's like, oh my god, they're taking him out. This was Dusty Baker taking somebody out in the final inning, and then Pablo hit a ball down the line, and Buster scored. We get all the way back, end of the party. Well, I'm in Reno. We're staying at the Pepper Mill. I go down in the suit with my wife. Yeah,
So
and I
good.
watched the game at the Pepper Mill, and I'm going crazy at the sports book. It's one of my favorite memories of Giants baseball.
Wow. It's a great one.
Isn't that?
Reno's got some Giants fans out there.
You had me at Pepper Mill.
Seriously.
I don't even care what else you
Has
said.
a
I'm
Jewish
like,
deli that goes off.
Oh, so good.
I'm a big Pepper Mill
No,
guy.
the Mill's legit. Yeah.
I was just going to say Reno in general, I think is a little underrated. I
Agreed.
think Reno's a
During
little
the
underrated.
day, it's a rough watch.
Okay.
At night, it's awesome.
Look, it's the biggest little city in the world.
There you
So,
go.
Tough to get there this time of year. Low Neal,
tough to
Guru,
get
and I
anywhere
did
right
a
now.
live broadcast from there when the Raiders made the playoffs with Connor Cook. So we had
Oh my God.
our station had a deal with
my
the Pepper
God.
Mill. So the deal was the three of us were going to broadcast from the Pepper Mill on Saturday as kind of a pregame Raiders show, and I go to station management before look, and I said to to O Canada, who was running the show then, I said, dude, I got a Honda Fit.
The Dawn.
I'm gonna need to rent a car because it's snowing.
Yeah.
So we rent a 4-wheel drive car. It's me, the Goo, and Low Neal.
Stop it.
Guru's going shotgun.
How much
Low
oxygen
Neal's
in the car?
back seat asleep.
No.
As we're driving east on 80, Guru and I had an unscheduled stop we had to make. Shout out Shaney Shane. So we go off the 80. We make an unscheduled stop. We get there. We broadcast. The Raiders, I mean, that game was over before it started.
Jadeveon Clowney dominated that game.
Thank God TikTok wasn't out yet.
Dude,
you
have no idea.
would have been all over the
we
internet.
stayed the night, and the next morning, I'm like, guys, we need to leave early.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like whiteout
It's gonna
conditions.
snow. Yeah.
It is dumping snow, and I'm behind the wheel with the two of these guys, and Guru is white knuckling, legitimate. I've never seen his knuckles so white in all my years. Low again asleep.
Did
in
he
the
have
back.
his shirt on? Did Low keep his shirt on?
Yes, Guru's got sunglasses on.
Of course.
Low's asleep in the back, and your boy is.
Oh my God. Hydroplaning.
Oh, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Trying to get this precious cargo back to the bay.
Wow.
That is a great story.
It's an all-time classic.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
game was so bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Alan.
that's
It
what
was
that's
a rough-
what-
it was
that's
a rough go.
that's
No, it
what
was
can happen when your starting quarterback gets hurt going into the playoffs. Then
But I mean, Connor Cook
sometimes it
didn't
doesn't
have
go
the
that way.
experience that Brock Purdy has, and so and you know you went
Although
into that
Brock
game as a
looked-
Raider fan, and you thought, I mean, there's okay if X and Y and Z all go right, and then by the time he takes his first snap and he's trembling, it's like, okay, this game's over.
Well, you talk about polarizing players for whatever. Obviously, the Raiders moving on from Derek Carr. That's the guy. I mean, when he broke that foot, he's just never been the same.
Right.
He's never been the same. And I don't know what he was going to be. I don't think he would have been Joe Montana if he didn't break his foot, but he truly started seeing ghosts after that. So you never know what could happen. And that's what we were talking about, Super Bowl windows. He might be a rookie. He might be Mr. Irrelevant, but you're only going to get so many cracks at it with this core.
Okay, let's ask. So that leads perfectly into what we were just talking
That's
about
what
in the other
Styles
room.
does.
Yeah,
He's the
Styles.
point
That was
guard.
Styles. I mean, Styles make fights, and here we are.
That should be a segment. I like that.
It should. It should. So Brock Purdy. We are so caught up in Mr. Irrelevant, and he's a rookie, and he's a look at all the labels we give him. You're Mr. Irrelevant, you're a rookie, you're a backup, you're a third stringer. It's all about this, and therefore, that is actually the only data. It's in our brain. It's not facts. It's in our brain. It's the only data that suggests Brock Purdy can't get to the Super Bowl, because what we know historically tells us that a person with those labels is not allowed to go to the Super Bowl. If you actually look at what's happening, let's go to WAR, for example. If you actually look at the numbers, he's the top-rated quarterback in the NFL since he came in. Yeah. He's tied for the NFL lead in touchdown passes, all of those things. And then look at this. We keep saying he can't go to the Super Bowl. Well, then who can? Give me the list. The NFC quarterbacks.
And you look at their resumes.
That he needs to beat.
I know.
Take the GOAT and put him over here at age 45. Yeah. And we just did the addition in the other room. All of the NFC quarterbacks not named Tom have a combined 2 playoff wins. Kirk won, Dak won.
Oh, Dak. I didn't think Dak had one. Okay, I know Kirk's 1-3 or 1-4.
He doesn't need to beat anybody. He doesn't need to beat Mahomes. Well, and he doesn't need to beat Allen, and he doesn't need to beat Burrow.
Total playoff wins by NFC quarterback 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 35.
It's crazy.
They have a combined 37 playoff wins. The same.
And you know what? I'm taking Tom Brady to beat the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah,
I think he might. I think he might.
I just can't do it. I can't.
I love the under in that game. I don't think either team.
Like the under?
It's 45.5. I don't. And Tampa Bay has gone a long way this year by not scoring the football. But Mark likes to lean into these odd lines.
When things don't make sense, there's a reason.
So what do you eject in that situation?
No,
he goes the other way.
You either don't play or go the other way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't do
talked you off of TCU.
I'm fascinated by this.
You were thinking about leaning into TCU.
No, yesterday. When I saw that, like when you look at
14.
When you look at I told you the trap was the idea. Why is TCU getting so many points? So this actually goes to the philosophy I'm trying to explain here, which is that if you look at those semifinal games, you'd be like, TCU plus 2 touchdowns? Of course I'll take that.
They scored like 80 in the game
but
before.
I go, that feels like a trap. I go, Georgia might beat them up. I didn't think they'd beat them up like that.
Stenson Bennett, the next
ridiculous.
Brock Purdy all over the timeline.
You know what? I'm kind of out on it. We always got to label these people.
You're triggering Mark right now.
Why
does everyone need a comp?
I'm with you, but
everyone needs to be someone else.
Fun.
So Stetson Bennett is an undersized, accurate, plucky little guy. Plucky little southern white guy.
That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, but shout out Brock Purdy for in 6 games now being someone that someone else can. The next Brock Purdy? I don't even know what Brock Purdy is.
Yeah. After 5 games, I thought Jimmy was going to the Hall of Fame.
Next Tom Brady,
right. Yeah. Well, they still keep now we're going to get. Think about it like this. Kyle Shanahan has a team that is full of players that draft personnel and everybody they try to pull from. Now you add Brock Purdy. You're always looking for the next Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
They're all every year there's some kid in South Carolina who's the next Debo.
Yeah.
Every year there's the next Bosa every single year. Now we're looking for the next Brock Purdy. They do it every year, and Kyle Shanahan, however he does it, he finds guys that are just so unique that you're going in the draft.
The irony of that is that he actually thought it was Trey Lance, and now it's Brock Purdy. Like, isn't there something?
But the
he
funny
took
thing
Trey
is,
Lance. He could have taken any of the. He could have taken one of the 4 of us. He could have taken any of the human being on the planet.
That would have been a bad
But
pick.
he went to Brock Purdy with my knees. I got a broken finger.
Yeah, exactly.
I
broke my finger trying to open a door.
But you get what I'm saying, though, Dibs? Like, he gets credit for that. I'm not, but like. It's just the sport is so weird.
By the way, though,
insane.
You just made me think of something else. So, due January 12th, I just took the Odyssey unconscious bias training on the email last night. And by the way,
last one was 4 hours.
Right? No, this one's very quick. So I did this, and then you just made me think of it because that's unconscious bias is exactly what we're doing when we tell you who this might be the next. Fill in the blank.
Well, that's what we do.
If you notice, there's a racial element to it always.
Always.
Right? If you get a white cornerback, it's the next Jason Sehorn. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So there's a racial element to it. There's a speed element to it. There's even a physical element
You've
to it.
seen the Bill Burr, right?
Of course.
A white guy can only be scrappy. He has to. No black guy is allowed to be scrappy.
Ever.
Right.
Right?
Or hardworking.
I would describe you as scrappy in the outfield.
Yeah, or hardworking. The only time I've seen a black-white comparison, the only time has been Josh Allen to Cam Newton.
Well, Christian McCaffrey, when he was coming out, that's a good
Only
one.
time.
Well,
Christian
and then Trey
McCaffrey-
Lance to Josh Allen.
Yes.
And then Trey Lance right
to
back
Josh
to him
Allen.
on the other
Yeah.
side.
We were calling him on this show at night. We were calling him. He's Marshall Faulk, and everyone's like, "What?" And I'm like, Christian McCaffrey is Marshall Faulk. Like they're the same kind of guy in terms of what they do on the field.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, "No." And the Toby Gerhart thing was one of the reasons why
That feels a lot more comfortable to me.
No, but that's what people are like. Well, you can't take a Stanford guy because of Toby Gerhart. I'm like, no, you're doing more with that one.
No,
and
you got to
that's
keep
why
it
the-
racial, and you got to keep it conference too.
Yeah.
So
Yes, thank
white
you.
guy from the Pac-12, white guy from the Pac-12.
and
I feel much better.
sometimes even the same uniform. Like if
stupid.
anybody, the Patriots,
I
the
can't
reason
take an Ohio State quarterback.
The reason the Patriots are not winning is not because they don't have an offensive coordinator or a great quarterback. It's because they don't have a little white guy in the slot.
100%.
Where is Julian Edelman, Danny Amendola, and Wes Welker? Where are they?
It's Stetson Bennett. He'll be there next year. He'll be their little white sergeant.
Yeah,
It's done.
Switch him over. You will never hear, and to that vein, you will never hear any black receiver compared to Cooper Kupp.
No,
Ever.
Yeah.
They could be the same exact
That's a
player.
great
next
call.
Cooper
That's
Kupp.
a great
They
call.
could be the same
I think
exact
Justin
player.
Jefferson is the next Cooper
Yeah.
Kupp. Yeah. How do you
That's
feel
a
about
great
that?
call.
Cerebral player.
So you guys got salty.
Very.
Softy.
Softy.
Salty.
R.I.P.
Salty Malty.
Softy
R.I.P.
is salty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Softy is salty.
Softy.
I thought you were looking at the hail and thinking about the salt. Maybe that's rock salt from
Brother,
Yeah,
that was a
it's-
hell of a storm that just rolled
goodness.
through.
Yeah,
coming
it's
out.
definitely
Good
hailing.
Lord.
So are we going toe to toe with him? Because he just likes to grab the mic and keep going.
No, he's gonna. So it's funny. Our Softy experience this year, because similar to the Niners having to play the Seahawks 3 times, we now have to successfully have Softy on the air 3 times. Not easy to do in the same year,
Right.
But
Although
we'll
we
try.
bumped him last time.
We did bump
We
him.
got bumped.
Yeah, we'll see how he handles that.
Yeah.
Is
But
it a bail technique like
I feel-
Richard Sherman?
Completely.
So the-
Francisco.
the first time he comes on,
They
what
play in
it's
Santa Clara.
it's week 2,
Just
right?
knock it off.
Wasn't the first game
Yes,
week 2? All right.
something like
So there wasn't anything to say yet.
His bail technique is spectacular.
But didn't he tell us that he thought when that whole Seahawks were 6-2 thing was going on that they were going to make the playoffs? And he was right, but they sort of backed in a little bit, like they did not have a good. So I wonder if he's going to come in cocky, or if my guess, he comes in and goes, dude, if you guys
It's
don't
found
win
money.
this,
Exactly. No doubt.
if you
No
don't
doubt.
win
No
this,
doubt. Yeah.
you are a big old paper tiger. That's going to be my guess.
Of course.
as the tone he's
Of
trying
course,
to-
yeah. And, you know.
Were you doing hits with him this week?
I hope he reaches out because, you know.
inappropriate.
Although last time I was on with Softy and Dick, who is his partner, which is maybe the best named show in the entire country. Dick
Also
Fane's his
inappropriate.
partner.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's Softy and Dick. They're a great tandem. And, you know, Softy
That's hilarious.
plays more of the role. Butcher Boy runs a little bit hot. Dick's a little bit more measured. I think a little bit older, but
Yeah.
they have a great show.
Take it easy.
What?
I mean,
Softy and Dick, Mark.
I know. You didn't have to say
It's
Dick's a little
their
bit
show.
more measured. You didn't need to say that.
I
You
didn't have to.
You didn't.
Up in
Just
2
take it
minutes, I
easy,
come
all right?
around
Paint
Styles.
team?
Just
But,
take
uh,
it easy. All right?
Ansel
yeah.
Adams over here.
Exactly. It's their show, and he is much more measured. Dick is much more measured.
You don't need girth.
Thank you. Before we go any
Pause.
Oh
further,
my God, the
Pause.
Steiny. Where did that drop come from?
that was Mark.
Oh, was that Mark?
You don't need more girth. Yeah, it's Willard.
Right. Yeah, it's true.
So he's coming
Offensively.
down my road for my foul mouth, but meanwhile he's talking about
yours is purposeful.
Yes.
Life is about intent, Dibs. Go
we
ahead.
need to we need to shed light on the biggest loss in the Bay Area, and I mean Alan Styles. We got to talk about it. Subpar golf. You and the missus.
Yeah.
Love the pictures on Instagram.
Okay.
I'm a
I missed
I'm a
this.
big follower of A Styles on the gram.
All right.
You took a road loss. Did you lay down for the missus, who's probably second trimester by now?
She is, yeah.
Did you take an intentional L, or did she flat out beat you?
No, I don't do that. She's look. She played softball. She's
She
legit.
can roll a rock.
Yeah, she can. She did some things and subpar that Dibs is talking about subpar in Alameda. It just opened up. It's an indoor mini golf. Imagine Urban Putt and SF, but much bigger.
Yeah.
And all of the holes are themed for areas in the Bay Area.
That's
like
cool.
one is like Cal
It's
Stadium.
incredible, the landmarks.
Don't they? That's the same. That's an extension of one. They have one at Ghirardelli Square.
That's what they were saying.
Subpar. Yeah, which
exactly.
is actually the comp to Urban Putt, because Urban Putt is just on steroids.
It is.
Like, I mean,
It's
you go
hard.
in there, right? Wear
really
sunglasses. There is so much going on.
take my 50
It's like
Subpar's the same
sensory
way.
overload.
So I'm looking at his Instagram feed, and I'm like, oh, look at Alan out with the missus, and she's second trimester, so I'm obviously invested. I got a 4-month-old, and I'm really proud of both you. Congratulations in advance.
You and your future, the two of you.
All of
coaching.
that, I cannot wait. Your daughter, my daughter, we can
Let's
lock
do
in.
it.
We can lock horns in a little back court. My daughter's tiny, so she's got to play the one. But I'm watching this feed, and I'm like, Styles is in trouble.
No,
He's in
it
trouble.
got bad. It got bad, and I had an opportunity. The back nine, and she goes hole in one to start it.
Whoa!
And it was over.
Right.
She's
So
clutch.
I love that this came up because
What's her war?
with
Yeah.
this,
Dude, she's like a 4.7 war.
right. I mean, with this weather, I think indoor mini putt is probably having a hell of a week.
That's right.
I ended up with a party of 5 at Urban Putt just last Saturday, and let's just say everybody ended up throwing a couple bucks in the hat into the center. And I was both defeated by my 15-year-old son and tied by the lovely Christy, who does the savage states on the first hole. I have not had a mini putting putter in my hand since I was 8 years old.
And
rolls the rock in the hole. A hole in one on the first hole, which has to go through 2 obstacles.
Oh, man.
I mean, we were all intimidated from the second we
I
started.
saw Alan's better half, and the one clip I saw, she hits him with the up the ramp, double loop-de-loop.
It was a roller coaster. It was a roller coaster.
That's
what I knew you were in trouble.
If you were going to ask me what happened, we just didn't play our best ball. And, we came out, didn't play our best ball, and we just had to figure it out. And unfortunately,
95.7 The Game.
Breaking news.
All right, we've got breaking news. Per Jeff Passan, it looks like Carlos Correa, and the Twins, $200 million, 6 years, 7 years, or 6? Is it
6 years?
6 years.
Pay the under.
$200 million.
We had a little bet yesterday on what the number was. I said 7.5 was the over-under on contract years. But, hey, you don't get paid out yet because he's got to pass a physical, I'm sure.
yeah, another part 3.
Wow.
Part
Maybe a new
3.
John. Yeah.
So here's the question that I have for Scott Boras, because I don't want to lose my mind on the Giants just yet. I want to know why the Giants weren't allowed back into the conversations, because by all accounts, it sounds like from the people that are in the know, Boras has been hanging the phone up on them.
So this is probably we don't know that that's true.
That's what I'm just saying. What the reports were.
So and Farhan sort of indicated that, I guess, in that presser where he said, I think they've moved on to other teams. But I will also just caution that when it comes to stuff like this, and there's so much secrecy and the physical, the physical and the stuff we can't talk about, I have no idea if the Giants even wanted back in, right? Like, we can't say that is a question for them when they speak on this again.
When they speak on it.
Well, now, if a physical ever gets passed, which we still don't know, but if a physical ever gets passed, I think then it does open it back up for another set of questions. And that would be one of the ones that I would love to know an answer to, which is, did you even want back in?
Well, at 6 years,
you'd better for 6 years.
Yeah, because 6 years for 200 to me is way better value. I know
way
the injuries
better
part.
than 13.
Put the injury aside. No player in any sport, whether it's bonds or whatever, 13 years, I'll go 6, 7 years, which is what we discussed a couple weeks ago.
I don't disagree, but understand what just happened to his annual. His AAV just went through the damn roof.
Yes.
The Giants were going to pay him less than $27 per year. I haven't done the math. What's 6?
But
what's 200 divided by 6? $33 million. It went up $7 million a year.
That's half a DeSclafani.
No. I get that. I'm not saying it's too expensive.
Yeah.
I'm saying that without knowing what they saw and how they felt about it, I don't even know if they wanted to do 6. We don't know that.
Yeah, but,
and obviously neither did the Mets.
But what happens?
The Mets who wanted to do 12, they don't want to do 6.
I told you about this Mets thing. Something's up with this $300 million payroll. There's more to be told on this one.
Vesting option, by the way, also. So the deal can max out at $270 and is pending a physical.
How does Minnesota have that kind of money?
But that's what I don't understand, this whole pending a physical thing. Since it's less years, is the physical different? Why would he pass his physical
you're
now?
More likely, so what they were saying, what Samson has said over like a 1 or 2 year deal, if there's something going on, that you're more likely to approve that. Your trainers say, we'll overlook some stuff up in the shoulder. A 13-year commitment is you're basically taking a guy till the end of his career. So if anything's going to pop up, it's going to pop up in their mid-30s.
When if you've got a plate in your ankle, which is reportedly what he has, 6 years, it's less likely to flare.
So not passing a physical, there's not one, if just for those of us that might not know, it's not the same physical that you pass or fail.
It's not pass fail.
No,
it's are we in or are we out?
Yeah,
right.
What are you comfortable with?
We're looking at this.
So he didn't pass the Giants physical.
Or the Mets, really.
Or the Mets physical.
He passed it, but they're worried about 8 years, 9
they
years
wanted to renegotiate on particular interests. You know what? We got to get out of here. You guys got Softy Mahler at 10 o'clock, but Willard and Dibbs coming up right now, 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah, check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you want to save money and start the year right, Staples has you covered.
I need everything to restock my business. File folders, break room supplies, even business cards.
Staples has you covered with big savings on everything you need for your home or office. And now at Staples, Rewards members get $30 back via Staples Store Bonus when they spend $100. That's $30 to use toward everything from ink to tech. Save big right now at Staples, the working and learning store. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeemable in-store only. Offer ends 1/21.
They're longtime friends.
All right, we got plenty of Niners and Warriors. The playoffs are here. We know that. Softy Mahler's on the show. Our buddy John Bloom, voice of the Suns, is in town. I think he might play for the Suns tonight. They've got no players. We'll see what the Warriors do with them. And Bucky Brooks is going to come on before the end of the show, about 11:30, and we'll get into the entire NFL playoff scene. But if you're just joining us, Carlos Correa is sort of maybe a Minnesota Twin, like we've learned now. When the Passan or Heyman bomb comes out about Correa, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play for that team. This is the third breaking contract report for Carlos Correa.
Wow.
In the last month.
Yeah, crazy.
And so we'll see if this one gets past that whole pending physical thing. But Carlos Correa and the Twins, 6-year deal, $200 million, vesting option that can max out at $270 million. I have questions.
Yeah?
I have questions.
Good. I've got answers.
What are your answers?
My
Should
answers
we play
are...
Jeopardy and you give me the answer first?
Sure. The answer is Farhan on the hot seat.
What some Giants fans will say?
Without a doubt. If he signs a 6-year deal with Minnesota, the biggest question I have is, why couldn't you, Giants, have signed a 6-year deal?
And that is one of the questions. However, I have further questions beyond that. Did you even want to still sign Carlos Correa to any deal? I don't know that. Did Carlos Correa and Scott Boras take your phone calls? Or were they hurt and upset over what happened to the
First
point?
question first, second question second. The answer for me to the first question is, you had better be interested in that because you offered the guy a 13-year deal.
Right.
You looked at the scan. you definitely looked at the scan before you offered him a 13-year deal.
No.
If you didn't know anything about his medical, if you didn't know anything about his past medical history and you offered him a 13-year deal, then that is gross negligence, in my opinion.
They looked at that, and then there's a new one. You understand the order of this, right?
I understand.
You get all the medicals,
and
then you're convinced that it's okay, and then you do a scan that was 24 hours before the press conference, and something spooked him.
Right. And so the medical from when he was 18, and he had this procedure.
No, but something clearly new has come up.
But I don't understand what could be new when you look at the year he's coming off of. So he had the year that he had, not a monster year, but a damn good year, a good enough year to where he's been coveted by multiple teams, and now all of a sudden something pops up in the offseason?
I guess so.
I mean, what could that be?
I have no idea. And unfortunately, that's the question they can't answer, but I think it is very important for a frustrated Giants fan, me too, important to remember. The Mets didn't want to sign this deal either. Whatever they saw.
12 years, yeah.
They didn't want to do 6 and 200, or else they would have. You're not going back.
Well, you don't know that they had a chance to do that. Maybe Scott Boras turned and ran from them like he turned and ran from the Giants.
Maybe, except for if I'm Carlos Correa, you're going to tell me that I'd rather take $200 million in Minneapolis over San Francisco and New York? I don't think so.
Well, you'd rather take $200 million. You'd rather take 13 years and what the Giants offer.
Sure. So I guess my point is that I think it's reasonable to assume that this deal that he signed with Minnesota, New York and San Francisco would not match. They would not do that deal.
Or they didn't get an opportunity to match.
Or they didn't get an opportunity. So, yeah, the questions that are in my head, and unfortunately, the only answer that I'm willing to give is, I don't know. I don't know if Carlos and Correa and Scott Boras were upset at these teams and therefore said, we're not even taking their calls. I kind of doubt that. That's not the way an agent works. Like, you're trying to get the biggest dollar amount. So check your feelings at the door, I would think.
Maybe, but Correa got embarrassed by the Giants.
No doubt.
His entire family got embarrassed by Farhan Zaidi and the Giants.
Right. Plus, he immediately, within 4 hours, had a very awesome other option in Market 1. So I understand that. This was different, though. Now you're ending up, granted, you played there already for a year, but you're ending up back in Middle America now, the Bold North, okay? And that's very different than New York. But
the AAV is greater than the market that you are going to play in.
No doubt. So I again, it looks to me like it's reasonable to assume these two other teams would not do that deal. So he ends up back in Minnesota. Is it that Correa and Boras did not want to deal anymore with the Mets and the Giants? Or did the Giants and the Mets, whatever the hell spooked them on that scan, whatever that is, did they not want to deal with Correa? I don't know. I mean,
what they see on the scan is such to where, we don't even want to do a 6-year deal. We won't even sign this guy for an hour.
Maybe they'd sign him for an hour. They'd sign him for, I guarantee you, a guy coming off an injury for a 1-year deal, Farhan would salivate.
True.
Right.
He would have, been rushing to sign him. And this guy's not coming off an injury. He's coming off a very healthy year where he was a borderline all-star.
But we don't know.
But he's not coming off an injury. We do know that.
Maybe he is. Maybe he got hurt in the offseason. I don't know.
Washing his truck.
Hey, thank you. It's happened. I don't know.
Motorbike accident.
And the super, super frustrating part for everyone will be, we never will. We're never going to know
we'll know.
No, we
won't. If he plays 6 years and he's healthy and he continues his Hall of Fame track, we'll know.
Still not going to tell us what was on that damn scan.
Well, what we'll know is that the Giants screwed it up. If he comes out and has 6 monster years.
A lot of people think that already. But
then it doesn't matter what's on the scan. You want to know what's on my scan?
What's on your scan?
It's not pretty, bro.
Well,
it's not pretty.
Listen, if this
I got screws in the shoulder and I got plates in the knee.
And how you doing?
I'm not getting 13 years. I'll tell you that.
Exactly. You're barely. Sometimes after our segments, you and I can't even get over to the bathroom without limping. Okay.
I broke my finger opening a door on Saturday.
So look, the bottom line is this: the frustration's not going away. However, on the flip side, there's no denying, no matter how mad you are and no matter how much the word Farhan triggers you, there's no denying that what the Mets just did helps the Giants. That is what's called corroboration in these proceedings.
Well, I disagree because they're corroborating
team.
a failure. If Correa goes out and has 10 monster years in a row.
Well, yes, then they both failed.
Exactly.
Then they both failed. Then
So it's not corroboration.
No, but it is.
It's condemnation.
No, but it is corroboration based on what we said within that moment, which was, though, the Giants are risk averse and they're just weenies and all of this stuff. Like the Mets looked at a damn scan. And by the way, the Mets have now let him go in a spot where there could end up being a grievance. Do y'all understand that? There very, very likely, I think, will be a Major League Baseball Players Association grievance because of what Steve Cohen said publicly. He stated the day after the signing, watch the way the Giants and most teams work. You'll see Jeff Passan, Ken Rosenthal, or John Heyman send out a tweet, and you'll hear crickets from the team. They're not going to say publicly that we signed anyone. All they did was reach an agreement in principle. And there's a reason you don't say anything publicly, because Steve Cohen, the very next morning, publicly stated, we needed one more thing. I like our pitching staff, but we needed one more thing. I'm sort of paraphrasing, but this was essentially
he said, quote, puts us over the top.
This puts us over the top. We needed one more hitter on offense, and this was it. Now, he doesn't use the word Correa, but he's clearly indicating that he's talking about Correa. And when you do that publicly and say that and then don't do a deal, you are totally open for a grievance filing by the Players Association that could cost you millions and millions of dollars. And I would predict that sometime here in the next few months, that's exactly what you're going to get.
Well, if you file a grievance, then the medicals are going to have to be made public because that becomes a part of the reason why the Mets backed away from the deal. So I don't think if you go to a court of law in this case that you can protect whatever on the scan. This scan is maybe the most controversial X-ray or MRI scan that we've ever talked about in sports.
Yeah, this is the biggest QR code I've ever seen.
Seriously,
Man,
what's on that scan?
I don't want to pull up this menu. Woo, the prices are expensive.
Well, the price going down, although the average annual value is going up. But if Minnesota's able to get him for just 6 years and $200 million,
sounds great. It sounds great.
It sounds greght, and it probably will be great.
Maybe.
This is not a player who's been hurt of late.
Oh.
Everyone's spooked by something on the scan, and I would imagine that whatever's on the scan is not a concern for this year. If it was a concern about this year,
probably true.
The Mets wouldn't have gone 12 years, and the Twins, coming off of the year that they just had, wouldn't be spooked to give him 6 years.
I agree with all that. But here's the hard part is I guess we're not going to know if the Giants and the Mets were right for like 3 or 4 years.
Or longer, yeah.
Or longer. And, by the way, if things don't change with the way the Giants are doing their business, you 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, you're not going to have those guys to kick around anyway because they probably won't be
1 year from now.
Yeah.
Mark. 1 year from now. If the Giants go 72 and 90 with no pop and no sizzle, Farhan Zaidi will not be here in 2024.
Want to bet?
If they go 72 and 90, I will make that bet.
Yeah, which, by the way, I would doubt they go 72 and 90, but we'll see.
For the sake of this discussion, that's what I'm proposing.
Yeah.
A bad year. I mean, if they go another flaccid 81 and 81, maybe he keeps his gig. Oh, look at Matos. He really flashed in August.
Who knows? I mean, what if Kyle
Get
Harrison comes up and wins Rookie of the Year?
Whoa.
What happens then?
Whoa,
well,
boy.
listen, well, you're playing hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Why can't I?
No, you can.
Okay.
If he comes up and gets Rookie of the Year and they go 72 and 90,
brother,
maybe he keeps his job.
If the 49ers have taught us anything, it's that we cannot sit here before a year and tell you, let me tell you what's going to happen. We got no damn idea what's about to unfold. If I had told you what is now reality, if I had said this before the year, you'd have suspended me for a week. You would have suspended me for a week.
So here's what's going to happen. Brock Purdy's going to come on.
Exactly.
Back when Nathan Peterman was still the 3 and Brock Purdy was, we didn't even talk about Brock Purdy.
Kruger's running around last summer going, Brock Purdy. And we're all like, Larry, just shut up for a second. Will you please? Let's have a reality conversation. And now here we are. The guy
is he driving the Brock Purdy train?
He was. Actually, give Larry a little credit because he's not doing as much of a victory lap as he could have. Because he was in training camp. He's like, that's the guy. that's the guy. He goes, I like that guy. Of all three of them, I like that guy. And we were like, you're weird. You're a very, very weird human being. And look at him now. The guy is second in the odds to win Rookie of the Year, and he's only played 6 games.
Wow, he's second in the odds right now?
Second in the odds
Wow.
behind the running back we're going to watch this weekend, Kenneth Walker. So, listen, I don't know what the hell's about to unfold, but I do know this. This was a frustrating process, but the Mets did the exact same thing once they looked at whatever they saw, and these two major market teams who both showed up probably more so than any other teams in all of baseball, sort of swashbuckling in like, we're about to spend a whole lot of money. And they both walked in, they both looked at that scan, and they both said, we don't even want to do half of what we actually originally offered. That's got to be worth something.
It's worth a little bit, but the big difference is
on that scan.
The big difference is the Mets still swashbuckle their way into spring training with all of these massive pieces, and the Giants limp in with,
no doubt.
Hey, Michael Conforto. Oh, I know he didn't play, but darn it, he's ready to bounce back. And Mitch Haniger, well, we know he was hurt, yeah, and he had a down year, but you know what? We got faith in Mitch. And Sean Manaea, no. Don't look at his 5.1 ERA. That's not who he really is.
Nope.
He's a darn good pitcher. And you know what? Ross Stripling, he's going to be, oh, shucks, he's going to be great. And don't forget, we still have DeSclafani.
You take it easy on Ross Stripling. He was the MVP. He was the MVP of the 12 days of Bay Sportsmas song that was unveiled over the holidays.
I heard it.
Ross Stripling. It wouldn't have been the same
Ross
without him.
Striplings.
5 Ross Striplings. Exactly. So you be nice to him.
That's big.
All right.
That's big. Did Sean Manaea make the song?
You're not gonna get me to not agree with you that this was a terrible offseason. It's a terrible offseason.
But in terms of swashbuckling, the Mets still stroll into March with a lot.
When the Correa deal, what the original agreement was reached, the first one, the Giants
13
won.
years.
Remember that week where the Giants and Mets were 1-2 in terms of offseason spending. They were 1-2. So they were the two spendingest teams.
Where are the Giants now?
Yeah. Well, actually still in the top 10, believe it or not. But you're not going to get me to disagree with you on this.
You were peacocking big time when they signed Carlos Correa, when they came close to signing.
Yeah, because the argument for 5 years has been, would Farhan ever even think about doing something like this?
Right.
The answer's yeah. Yeah.
Well, the answer is no.
Well, it went the way it went.
He thought about it, and then...
Mama, there goes that scan. All right, there it is.
That's a 4.
For Carlos Correa.
That's 4 for your Mark Jackson.
888-957-9570. I do have a what are you doing here in 5 minutes, and unfortunately, things are going to get pointed at some very, very good friends of mine. But they gave us an answer to a potential 49ers little watch party this weekend that was unacceptable, and so we're going to have to get to that in just a minute. But also... with Softy coming up here in about 12 or 13 minutes from Seattle, I think we're both predicting he's not, because he'll say anything. He has got a big personality, but I think he's going to come. He's got
a big mouth.
He's not going to tell us the Seahawks are going to win this game. He's going to tell us, oh my gosh, if you guys can't win this, you are nowhere near what you think you are.
I got money on him saying an expression of either found money, house money, free run at it
for the Seahawks.
For the Seahawks,
yeah,
yes.
He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. But by the way,
that's going to be his angle.
But I'm going to confidently look you in the eye right now, and this is not me going out on a limb, but I'm going to confidently tell you the 49ers are going to easily win this football game.
They should.
They are going to win this football game with ease. And this idea, I've decided to reject it. It literally was just this morning. This idea that is going to be the number one thing we hear all week. We'll hear it again next week if they win, which is, okay, what happens to Brock when the lights come on?
It's a day game, Mark.
The lights. Yeah, but it could be raining.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
There's a rain forecast.
I didn't mean to ruin the bit there.
The lights have already been on. And we're sitting here telling each other, well, this doesn't happen. Guys like this don't win. You don't go to the Super Bowl with Mr. Irrelevant, with a rookie, with a backup, with a third stringer, with a guy who looks small standing next to Joe Montana. You don't do any of these things. But that's all stuff that's just in the back of our head based on history. It's not real. There's actually no rule against any of these things. And if you look at who he needs to beat in the NFC, who's he need to beat? At the beginning of the year, outside of Tom Brady, who is 45, he's had a good year.
Yeah.
Although they struggle to get to 20 points like all the damn time. But outside of Tom Brady, look at the NFC playoffs. If I individually stated any one of the other quarterbacks, you'd be like, well, that guy not winning a Super Bowl this year. You would have said it about them too.
Brock is tied for 4th most playoff wins among NFC playoff starters.
And he's only one playoff win out of second place.
Thank you.
If he wins this weekend, he's going to knot it up.
He's a pretty decent distance behind number 1. I don't like his chances to surpass.
At 4:30 on Saturday, he's tied for second place in NFC quarterback victories in the playoffs.
True.
If they win.
And at the end of the weekend, he might be tied for second because Cousins could easily lose to a Giants team.
And Bucks win, you're right.
And the Bucks, I mean, that game, both those games are kind of toss-up-ish.
They're field goal spreads or less, both of them.
And the Niners are 10-point favorites. And I'll tell you, Softy Mahler joining us at the top of the hour, and we can gauge his confidence level based on whether or not they reach out to me to come on their show. If they don't think they have a chance to win that game, he's not having me on their program.
So they have not reached out yet?
Not yet.
It's already Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
They have not booked you?
No, normally it'd be like a Tuesday or a Wednesday reach out.
Okay.
I have a great relationship with he and Dick, as I mentioned before, Dick Fain, his great partner, the better half, and Softy and Dick. So normally they would reach out on a Wednesday for a Thursday booking.
Okay.
You know, they don't slot me in the big day on Friday. They try to bury me on a Thursday.
But this is the playoffs. They'll reach out. They'll have you on.
If they don't, that tells you all you need to know about their thoughts.
What do you think?
About this game.
What do you think? They've moved on to the Mariners pitchers and catchers report. What the hell else are they talking about this week?
They don't want to call me
have a basketball team.
I want to talk to him about his Mitch Haniger scouting report.
Well, there you go.
I mean,
that's going to be
big.
huge. Coming up at 10:09. We'll dive into that for sure. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he says. But yeah, I don't think that he thinks they're going to have a chance. Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
When I reached out to Softy yesterday and said, hey, do you want to come talk Niners Seahawks with Willard and Dibbs? I got a Dan Dibley expletive that guy.
Oh.
So...
Well,
except that's where we're at.
But did you say it like that? Did you say it to him the same way you said it to us? Because you said it sort of like a really suggestive kind of a way. You were like, hey, do you want to come on Willard and Dibbs? Like, did you say it like that? Because that's weird.
I said, do you and Dick want to come on Willard and Dibbs? That's what I said.
Okay.
So I said,
we didn't ask for both of them. I just want him.
I said, hey, boss.
It works better that way.
I said, hey, boss, because that's the familiarity level Softy and I have.
Hey, Chief.
Nice.
Hey, boss. Kyle at 95.7 The Game in SF. You around at 10 or 11 a Pacific tomorrow to talk Niners, Seahawks with Willard and Dibbs.
And his immediate response
Dan Dibley? F that guy.
Yeah. Which meant talk to you at 10.
Of course. 10 a.m.
Talk
is
to
what
you
he
at 10.
said.
Man, that guy. I've known him as long as I've known you.
You better not be all friendly with him on the air and like make me feel like I'm being left out of the interview.
Oh, yeah, because that's what I do. I'm the talk blocker on this program. I will talk block you. I'm going to hit you with a stop sign.
If you do that, I'll just go in the corner and eat snacks. I'll just go eat snacks.
Snacks aren't till 11. We all know that.
And then you can look across the room at me and go, hey, dude, come back. What are you doing?
Willard and Dibbs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm going to protect the names of the innocent. These are very good friends of mine, but you know the deal. Me and the lovely Christy, when there's a game of this magnitude, we want people. We want people. We want Trader Joe's. We want food. And I understand, look, it's an appetizer game. It's a Saturday, early afternoon. People have got youth sports, even though they're all going to get canceled unless they're basketball. It's raining every day for the rest of our lives, right? However, this answer was given to us by a couple, very, very close friends, and I wanted to throw it out to the audience because I was actually offended by it. I was offended by it. Yes, if the youth sports gets rained out and whatnot, like we would absolutely love to be there, but we are going to be very poor guests for this game because we are going through a cleanse.
A cleanse, yeah. It's sober January.
A lot of people do that.
It's a dry
in
January. Yeah,
exactly. No, not just dry. Like apparently we're only eating rice cakes or
good
something
for
like
them.
that. Right, good for them.
SOFT.
What are you doing? Look at me right now. If you want to do something in January like that, you got a New Year's resolution or something like that. That's what Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are for.
No.
This is the National Football League playoffs. It only happens 1 month out of the year. It's January. You're going to tell me you don't do Trader Joe's lentil dip because it doesn't fit in your little master cleanse, and you won't have a beer with me in the middle of the 49er game? You want to wait till spring training so we can sit down and break bread together? Come on, listen, do you and do whatever your body needs you to do, but I'm going to do me, and I'm going to tell you, what are you doing? What are you doing?
It's the wild card round, Mark. This is not even a real playoff game. You're 10-point favorites.
If this is dry January, you know what else is in January? Championship Sunday. You're going to tell me you're not going to have a piece of bread on Championship Sunday?
When we get to Championship Sunday, we can look at things a little bit differently. Right now, this is wild card weekend. You're trying to break people of their healthy habits.
Doesn't sound very wild to me.
Exactly.
Like
it's not wild at all. They're going to be up 24-3 at the half, and you're going to insist that people engorge themselves?
I have so much leftover chocolate from the holidays. If you people don't get over to my house and eat it, it's going to get thrown out. Take your dry January, shove it up your playoffs. What are you doing?
It's not getting thrown out. Are you breaking out over there? Have I noticed some chocolate? A little chocolate breakout?
Dude, there's always a chocolate breakout. Christy got us one of those, you know, those things that are like a mile long of Reese's peanut butter cups?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wrapped it. Kids looked at it for 4 days, couldn't figure out what was in there. And I said, you know what's in there? Pimples. Pimples are in there.
For all of you.
Yeah, for all of you. All right, 957thegameshop.com. That is where you get your stuff, okay? The hoodies, the DPOY shirts, relevant shirts, 957thegameshop.com. Postseason starts now. Road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Softy joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You said it perfectly. It just doesn't look too big for him on any level. And it hasn't since he got into the game against Miami when Garoppolo got hurt. Last week he looked terrific. Tonight he looks fine. Better than fine. And they are the Western Division champions. So the 49ers win it by a score of 21-13, dealing a major blow to Seattle's playoff hopes along the way.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That would be Al Michaels on the great Prime Video.
Good little career.
He's done okay for himself.
If he hangs in there, he might get an actual network job sometime.
Yeah, why turn down $150 million a game, though, if they're offering it to you? What is Herb Street going to end up with at the end of this year? Does he work for everybody? Good Lord. Poor guy had to sit through that 65-7 game, though, yesterday.
What a joke. We can get into that as we get deeper into the show.
It really was.
College football, I have the fix for you.
Oh.
It will never get to that point. It's the same fix that we need to have for high school football, but we don't have it for college football yet.
The same fixes for high school. But did you want everyone to go home at halftime and have muffins?
No, what we need, Mark, is we need a super division. We need a division above what we currently have in the FBS. We need to have like an FAS, an FAS, an FBS, and an FCS.
Okay.
And the FAS would be
the SEC?
It would be the SEC and the Big Ten schools that want to partake, the Big 12s that want to partake, USC, in Oregon, if you want to partake, you take the top 24 or so college programs and you let them have their own division, because what we saw last night was an embarrassment for college football.
I agree. My college take is a little bit different. And by the way, maybe Softy, maybe he was. Oh, okay, now he's ready. So I'll hold that.
Oh, now he's ready.
Well, I was like, when he said, bleep that guy, Dan Dibley, and then he wasn't answering his phone, I was like, maybe he meant it. Did you mean that, Softy? Were you?
Yeah, up yours, Dibs.
Yeah.
You loser.
Either you book me for this week, Softy, or you're the biggest coward in the Northwest.
Yeah, because Dibley's going to come on Seattle radio and bring the heat, man. He's going to really bring his big ball sack to Seattle radio this week and shut every Seahawks fan down. Tell those 12s what's up.
Well,
I don't want to have anything to do with that guy.
You
that
don't.
Guy's about 4'9", weighs about 110 pounds. I don't want anything to do with Dibley.
First of all, don't weight shame me from a guy who lost about 100 pounds himself. I'm trying to slim down. And secondly, you only book me when your beloved Seahawks have even a sniff of a chance to win a game. So I don't expect your call, Softy. I get it.
It's coming. Hey, by the way, what's the name of your co-host there again? I forgot. I'm sorry.
It's Mark Willard.
No, ignore me.
He's a legend.
I want to know, was that the guy that you were complaining about, or was that somebody else?
It was him, Softy. Now it got awkward.
Just a second.
It just got awkward.
It would have
gotten. He told me the other day he likes his job, but he can't stand the people he works with. I think you said that Kyle's the worst producer you've ever had in the radio industry, and your co-host is a D-bag, and you wanted to know if I had any advice for you. So remember, I just told you, just be a pro, Dan. That's all you can do, pal.
It feels like you think you're selling Dibs out, except for we all know this. We all know this already. So
I'm an open book, Softy.
You're not breaking any news, Softy.
Hey, you know what? I got no consternation about this game on Saturday whatsoever. I mean, you guys know that, right? None.
Why would you? You guys have no chance. Are the Seahawks even going to show up, or will it just be a straight capitulation?
I think that we're not even supposed to be here. I mean, we got Geno frickin' Smith starting at quarterback for us. We got 2 rookies at tackle. We got a rookie at corner. We got a rookie at outside linebacker. We got a rookie at running back. We got Pete Carroll's son coaching wide receivers. We're not even supposed to be here. We were supposed to win 5 games, and instead we're 9-8. We're the 7th seed, and we're coming to Santa Clara and Levi Stadium with nothing to lose, baby. Nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought you'd say. That's what exactly
nothing.
And by the way,
season's a success. I don't care if we get beat by 100.
It's a loser mentality.
Well, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Softy. But if you would dial into your actual heart of hearts for just a second, you give them what kind of a chance?
The Seahawks, about 10%. I think the only way they win this game is if it's a low-scoring game and Brock Purdy plays like the 7th-round draft pick that he is, finally makes a mistake in the 4th quarter, sack, fumble, scoop, score a touchdown, Seahawks take the lead. I was thinking a lot about, actually, guys, to be honest with you, that game that we played down there on Thursday night in 2013. I think you guys got us like 19-16 or whatever the score was, and Frank Gore had that long touchdown run. I could see the same kind of game going on here on Saturday, where I just don't think the Hawks are going to have an easy time moving the ball against that defense. This football team, in some ways, at least on defense, reminds me of the 2013 team that played you guys in the NFC Championship, and that you're led by your defense, obviously. So, I mean, the Seahawks had a hard time scoring points against the frickin' Rams, guys, on Sunday, okay? And the Rams gave up like a month and a half ago. So I just don't see the Hawks moving the ball. Seahawks defense has got to step up. They got to get after Purdy. They got to make his life miserable, take advantage of the crappy weather, and hope for a miracle in the 4th quarter. But I'm telling you, and I know what you're up to, and I appreciate it, that this is all gravy from here on out for the Seahawks. This was a rebuild, man. They're not even supposed to be here. They were supposed to be a 7-10, 6-11 football team, and instead they bounced right back up, and they identified a bunch of key pieces for the future. So it's all good, man. And how about this? You know how many times in Seattle sports history the Mariners and Seahawks have made the playoffs in the same year? It's never happened until now.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
That's how miserable we are.
No, it's a great run, and it's something that you can certainly bask in. And the Seahawks' fate probably will be similar to the Mariners' fate. But is your offense on a milk carton, Softy? What happened?
Well, Geno Smith is starting to play like Geno Smith. I mean, that really is the issue. Go back and look at the first half of the year when they were 6-3 versus the back half of the year. His completion percentage, his QBR, passer rating, interception, sacks, blah, 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 everything has been dropping. And a lot of it has to do, it runs parallel, Dibs, honestly, with Kenny Walker's injury. I mean, he was banged up for like a month and a half, and they just could not get anything going in the ground game. And now all of a sudden, in the last 2 weeks, granted, they've played the Jets and the freaking Rams, so I don't know how much you take from those games, but the running game is kind of back. The question is it back because the opponents stink? Or is it back because they're back? And we're going to find out on Saturday at 1:30 at Levi Stadium. So Geno Smith has never been good enough and will never be good enough to carry an offense on his own. And if he doesn't have Kenny Walker behind him going for 120 every weekend, the Seahawks are in big trouble. So that really is the concern for me on Saturday. I just don't know how they run the ball against you guys.
So, Softy, what are they doing at quarterback going forward?
They're going to draft somebody. They're going to try and re-sign Geno to a team-friendly contract. But the issue there, and you guys know this as well as me, all it takes is one knucklehead, dipstick, idiot GM to give this guy $35 million a year, and he's gone. And, I mean, look, the entire NFC South needs a quarterback. There's teams all over the NFL that need quarterbacks. There's probably 10 teams that you could say right now need an upgrade over what they have at quarterback. So there's going to be a market for him. How much will it be? I could see them offering him a 2-year, $40 million deal because, guys, let's face it, $20 million a year for a starting quarterback in the NFL right now is below average. I mean, that's peanuts. So if they can get him to sign a contract like that and go draft somebody, whether it's C.J. Stroud at number 5 or somebody later in the draft, or maybe they grab Derek Carr if he gets let go by the Raiders, whatever. I just don't think anything that Geno Smith did this year or his contract should impact what you do at all over the offseason at quarterback. They need a star at quarterback. They need an upgrade at quarterback. Geno's a great placeholder. He had a much better year than any of us thought, obviously, but they need a better answer there, and hopefully they can get Geno back to babysit the guy.
Niners paying Brock Purdy, by the way, $705,000 on that rookie
and he's
deal.
He's going to play like it on Saturday, baby!
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Softy.
That's what you get for $700,000.
Hey, outside this market where we're all going Brock crazy.
Yeah.
What's your impression of what he's done? Is it a Shanahan creation, or did so many teams just miss out on the skills of Brock Purdy?
Okay, are we actually on the air right now? Like, is anybody listening to this?
Me and you talking like we're on our way in a shuttle bus to the Final Four in Detroit.
Because I'm going to say something nice about the Niners and Kyle Shanahan, and I don't want anybody to hear it.
Okay.
That's why I come on this show, because I know nobody will ever hear anything I say. That's why I like to go on with you guys.
That's such great material.
Yeah. So here's the deal. I think Kyle Shanahan's the coach of the year in the NFL. I mean, dude, the guy's down to his 3rd quarterback. He wins the NFC West. He's the number 2 seed, and he's scoring points. That's the thing. They're not just winning games 10-7 with a phenomenal defense and a phenomenal running game. They are scoring points with Brock Purdy, and they're moving the ball through the air. I think it's one of Kyle Shanahan's best coaching jobs ever. I think he's the coach of the year in the NFL. I think Pete Carroll should get votes for coach of the year in the NFL. You kidding me? Vegas had these guys at 5.5, and they won 9 with Geno frickin' Smith. What he's done for Geno Smith is unbelievable. But what Kyle Shanahan did, losing all those quarterbacks and having to win with a 7th round, last pick of the draft, nobody from nowhere, and to be this good on offense with that guy and the other injuries they've had, fellas, I don't know, man. I think all the people down there in the Bay Area that were ripping Kyle Shanahan owe that guy an apology from my perspective.
That is true. But while we're on coaches, and you mentioning Pete Carroll, Softy, can I ask you this one? There are a lot of annoying things that coaches do in the NFL. Bill Belichick not answering questions. Brandon Staley goes for it on 4th down in his own end zone. Is Pete Carroll chewing gum the most annoying thing that any NFL coach does?
No, because he's more annoying when he looks at you and tries to convince you that the sky is purple when it's really blue, and people in this city actually buy it. I mean, Pete Carroll, when he started off in 2010, he had convinced people that Charlie Whitehurst was the next Joe Montana and that Tavares Jackson was the next Dan Marino. And people actually bought that crap here in Seattle. He is an unbelievable salesman. And here's the thing. We've known that since his USC days. I remember when they hired Pete Carroll, everybody was like, really? That greaseball from USC, that used car salesman? That's the guy we hired, that 2-time loser in the NFL? Yeah, that's the guy we hired, and that's the guy that just became the greatest head coach probably in Seahawks history. But, yeah, he's a positive guy, and sometimes it's annoying, sometimes it's overbearing. But you know what, fellas? It works. I mean, he just tied Mike Holmgren for most wins all time in the history of the NFL. He's been to the playoffs 10 times in 13 years. All the other teams combined in the NFC West in that same time span have been there 13 times combined, and they've had 13 different head coaches. And meantime, this guy's been there 10 times and has been the only dude on the job since 2010. So it's annoying, it's overbearing, it's a little douchey at times with him. It's a little bit ridiculous, but it freaking works, fellas. I got to tell you.
He was the Bay Area zone until he went to USC, and then we distanced ourselves even more when he went to Seattle. Redwood High School. Pacific's not in the Bay Area.
Pete Carroll on that sideline.
Pacific is not in the Bay Area, Softy. You can leave the Bay Area geography to those of us who grew up here, just like I'm not going to go Puget Sound on you. Rookie of the year, Brock Purdy over Kenneth Walker, right?
It's a great question. Can we wait until we see what happens on Saturday? I mean, it's like with the Heisman Trophy. I don't know why we're not waiting until after the bowl games to vote for the Heisman Trophy, because if we were waiting to vote, we probably would put Stetson Bennett number 1 after what he did this last couple of weeks against Ohio State and TCU. So I would go with Kenneth Walker, not because I'm biased or anything, but Kenneth Walker has been playing along an offensive line that's starting 2 rookies, and he also missed like 5 games and didn't even get to really play until Rashad Penny went down a couple weeks into the season. So he has not had as many carries and as many starts as other running backs have in the NFL. I also think that Brock Purdy has a tremendous offense around him, so I'm giving it to Kenny Walker.
All right, those are fair points, but Brock Purdy missed 11 games. I don't know if you saw those, but anyway, Softy, enjoy the Purdy party that's coming up this Saturday.
And all right, let me ask you guys this. Your 10-point favorites. Second biggest favorite on the board behind Buffalo. How embarrassing would it be for you guys to lose at home to Seattle on Saturday?
It would be incredibly embarrassing. It would be the worst playoff loss in Niner history.
The question
do me a
is,
favor. Send me that drop, please, that Dibley just gave you.
Do me a favor. And by the way, use on your show how, Kyle Shanahan, Coach of the Year. Oh, I wish we had him.
I've said that on my show, too, by the way, just for the record.
Just do me a favor and call me. You need me on your program. You want me on your program.
Well, what's the, are you with, I'm trying to, see, the problem is I don't know who the hell works for who down there anymore. Everyone's jumping around. From your station to the other station, they're doing podcasts, they're doing YouTube, they're doing Twitch, they're doing this, they're doing that. I mean, it's like one big freaking incestual nepotism family down there on those 2 radio stations. I don't know who the hell's doing what.
No, if anything's happening in the digital space, that's us.
Yes.
There you go, Softy. You don't have to worry about
the other
it.
guys then.
Exactly. Forget the other guys. Have your producer call me.
Friday at 3:28. We'll do it Friday.
Done, Softy, done. I'll be half in the bag. It'll be great.
All right, see you, boys.
See you, boy. All right, there he goes. 3:28. That's
live booking right there.
That's a weird booking time.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah. And he thinks, and this, I think it's kind of part humor and part offensive, but he thinks I look like the pirate from the movie Dodgeball. I don't know if you've seen Dodgeball.
Steve the pirate.
Yeah.
Steve the pirate.
Wait a
so
minute.
every time I go on his show,
do you think that you don't?
Well, he's a redhead, and
you were a redhead.
I still am.
Yeah.
some way, somehow.
Yeah. Your whole face gets red a lot.
Every time I go on his show, he plays Yo-Ho, Yo-Ho, A Pirate's Life for me. And he always, dar, hits the pirate. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's very.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Oh, God.
Funniest bit in that movie is when Justin Long does not know who Steve the Pirate is.
Right.
It's so good. Underrated film.
All right, can we all just take a breath?
Sure.
That was loud.
That was loud. And he's right. Kyle Shanahan, Coach of the Year.
He is right. I said that last week.
Yeah.
I said that. Brian Dable and the Giants, we didn't see.
You got that from Mike Silver's column.
No, I didn't. I said no. I have said this.
Stole
in
from
fact,
Silver.
Stop it.
I'm doing my softie right now.
Listen.
Inflammatory.
It's pretty easy to see what we do in Coach of the Year. It's not actually Coach of the Year. It's who did better than we thought he was going to do.
And Softy was saying that about Pete Carroll.
That's all. That's true. And Pete,
they were supposed to be 5-12.
Listen, so give all those people votes. They all did a good job. Dable, good job. Carroll, nice job. Sirianni, really good job.
Dougie P,
Kyle Shanahan,
great job.
Here's the crown. You're the freaking.
You gonna crown him?
You're the co-favorite in the NFC. You're the 2 seed, and you're playing quarterback with a 7th round rookie. And oh, by the way, all of your stats went up when that happened. Yeah, you've got the best roster in theory. So what? So what? I mean, it's almost as if you take some of these awards away at the start of the year from certain teams.
Buffalo can't win it. Kansas City can't win it.
Like
right?
Andy Reid, ineligible for Coach of the Year. Why?
They're supposed to be good.
Yeah, but you still have to go do a good job. This is football. It's not, and apologies to Steve Kerr, but this is not the NBA where you can have Luke Walton or Andre Iguodala coach the team and still go out there and win all your games. This is the NFL. This is the NFL. And if we all believe, and to a certain degree we do, even though Brock Purdy's a very good player, and we don't know what Trey Lance is yet, and Jimmy Garoppolo, while limited, a good player, we all believe that these play calls from Kyle Shanahan are a very, very big part of the deal. And on the defensive side of the ball, the approach that DeMeco Ryans has used, a big part of the deal. And then coaching is also just managing a locker room and keeping a group heading in the same direction always. And you have to do that every year. You have to start over and do that every year. He's done a phenomenal job. He's done a phenomenal job.
He has, but they don't lead football in wins above Vegas. And that, I think, is where a lot of times this award gets handed out.
I don't like that.
The Niners over-under for the year was, 10 wins,
so.
10.5. So they won 13 plus 3. If you look across football, is there another team that was greater than plus 3?
Who
and
is?
that's where...
Is it the Giants?
I think Minnesota's over-under might have been 9 or 10.
No one's even bringing
Philadelphia's
his name up.
over-under was not 11, so theirs is greater than 3.
But it was probably at least 9.
9.5 or 10,
at least
yeah.
9.
But I think that mark is a lot of times where this award goes.
Yeah.
To your point, I don't think it's right, but that's where we decide on who Coach of the Year was.
What was Detroit's Vegas win total? They won 9.
Probably 6.
Yeah, Dan Campbell. I mean, he probably, there's all
Gonna bite
these.
a kneecap.
Yeah, I mean, Hard Knocks to 9 and 8.
Take your other kneecap.
All these guys have done a good job. They've all done a really good. The Bengals started off the year looking awful. Burrow 4 picks. And then they right, Super Bowl loser always has a terrible year the next year. 12-4. So, like, all these people have done a really good job. But is there a better headline than I'm waltzing in as the favorite with my 3rd QB?
Yeah, I'm with you.
What? Come on. You can't oversell that. You can't.
Especially when you win 10 straight. I mean, you've won 10 in a row. You sweep the division. You're the 2 seed, 13-4, and you're going in with all this momentum. And to what you said about how they did it, yes, you have your 3rd-string quarterback, but it's not like you had your 3rd-string quarterback and you're winning games, and you love this, 11-10, based on having an elite defense, and your quarterback stinks, but your defense is so good that you survived a 3rd-string quarterback who plays like a 3rd-string quarterback. You brought in your 3rd-string guy, and not only did you not miss a beat, you got better.
Yeah. Oh, markedly.
Yeah.
Markedly. I liked your Rookie of the Year question.
So did he.
What's your answer to that?
My answer is that it's Watson of Green Bay. It's neither of the two.
Really?
Yeah. I think that he had the most complete year.
Yeah.
Walker just got over 1,000 yards rushing, And I don't think that Brock Purdy played enough to merit real Rookie of the Year, offensive Rookie of the Year conversation.
It's interesting because Watson, by the way, are you ready for this? He's not even the Packers' leading receiver this year.
Oh, he's not?
No. So I would actually throw Christian Watson almost in the, by the way, Trey Lance's teammate in college, Christian Watson. I would throw him almost in the same bucket as Brock Purdy in that he was not a thing until halfway through the year. If you look at his game log, I mean, it was week 1, 2, 3, 4,
week
5,
10.
6. Week 7 before he caught more than 3 balls in a game. Week 7 before he caught more than 3 balls in a game. And so somewhere along the road there, it was a game against Dallas. They won in overtime, 31-28. And
that was week 10, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so with the bye week, that goes to week 10. He had 4 catches for 107 yards and 3 touchdowns. Those were his first 3 touchdowns of the year. He ended up with 7 and a total of 611 receiving yards. So I get that he
7 touchdowns.
Yeah, he looks good. And I do think he is going to be the presumptive WR1 for the Packers starting next year. But if you take the season as a whole, he didn't pop enough for me. I'll put him probably in third place behind Walker and Purdy. Some of the other names that are out there, Kenny Pickett, Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson,
if you want to pick a receiver, that's your guy. He went over 1,000 yards. And Rookie of the Year, unlike MVP, doesn't have a whole lot to do with how the team finished.
Right.
It's much more of an individual award. So I'd give it to Kenneth Walker, but Purdy is he wins a different award that doesn't exist. He's the most important Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I'm looking at sportsbettingdime.com, and they're tracking the offensive Rookie of the Year contenders. Brock Purdy didn't hit the chart until December 6th.
Right.
And at that point, he was 200-1. And now you look at it, and he is 4.5-1. He's 9-2. Kenneth Walker is the favorite, -125. Garrett Wilson, +200. Then Purdy, Pickett, and Watson are longer shots on the board.
Yeah. So I tell you what, he'll get a lot of votes.
But they vote. Have they already voted, or do
I
they
don't know
wait?
if they've already voted, but they're not going to. They don't allow playoff results. To
and we know that
factor
Mike
in.
Silver does not have a vote.
Correct.
He was asked to not vote.
The crazy,
in anything.
the biggest no-brainer in the
Right.
history of mankind. Exactly.
Wesley Hoagland.
All right, don't forget Warriors tonight, and we will be covering that coming up. John Bloom, our good buddy, voice of the Suns, one of the voices of the Suns, is coming up at 11. Tune into Warriors Live at 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. And remember, the postseason begins now. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. It's all sponsored by calhope.org. We'd love to take some of your phone calls. Look at the quarterbacks in the NFC. Which ones, if any, scare you? Why is it that Brock Purdy can't get to the Super Bowl? Because if you notice, the rest of the group, not all that accomplished either, save for one guy. So we'll get to some calls on that coming up next. 888-957-9570. Bucky Brooks is ahead on the show as well. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of an LG wash tower with ultra-large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 29 minutes. Making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off the LG wash tower with ultra-large capacity and reduced wash time. Pricing valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. Gas dryer extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Star Wars night?
Star Wars night, January 10th. If you were to compose your starting 5 of Star Wars characters,
okay,
You got to put Yoda at the 1.
Actually, okay.
I would go
Are
Yoda
we doing
at the 1.
positions or just favorite
You
5?
can do it however you want.
Like I'm thinking death lineup is probably something we should go. Exactly.
Your lack of faith is disturbing.
Yeah, exactly.
You get the Emperor in stretch 4.
Like,
tell me the odds.
Yeah.
We should have Darth walk over to Iguodala right now and be like, I find your lack of playing time disturbing.
It's a solid 4.
Right? Like, we should do that. So
The Force is with you, young
Yeah, not really.
You're not a Jedi yet.
Steve Kerr goes over to Iguodala. Andre, you going to play tonight? No!
It's a trap.
I want to go get more power converters, Steve. All right, Andre.
Help us, Andre I. You're our only hope.
Andre I.
So I'm thinking, Darth. Darth is definitely my center.
No doubt. No doubt.
I'm going to put Han at the small forward.
LeBron drives to the hoop. Darth is there. Holds out his hand. LeBron's down.
You're the chosen one.
Seriously.
Yes, he was.
It's a hand check.
This is right up the Doty's aisle.
That's a Han check.
No.
Han Solo's my small
3.
forward. He's my small forward.
Plays too much one-on-one.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm okay with that. It's the NBA. We need somebody. We need
Never
some.
tell me the odds.
Yeah, tie game, 10 seconds to go. I'd like someone who's not going to fall down. Okay? So, give me Han Solo. I'm good with that. My problem here, the weak point, is knowing all of the newer characters. I saw the movies, but, I couldn't name who these people are.
You don't need to.
Yeah. Kylo Ren. I don't know what's going on over here.
Kylo Ren he's kind of the Jermichael Green, I think. Looks good, but I don't know how much impact he could have.
Little BB-8 off the bench. That's Ty Jerome. Just come rolling in, right? And he's effective.
Yeah.
And he's plucky and cute, right? I had to get that word in there.
Did we get Chewbacca in this lineup? Because I feel like Chewbacca at the 4 is a necessity.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I think Chewbacca.
That was 3.
Really good.
Yeah.
If this was still the 90s, then yes. I mean, I don't know if Chewbacca can play in the modern NBA.
Chewie is
Have you
teammates
seen
with
Solo?
But Chewie is teammates with Rick Mahorn. You're absolutely right.
Dude, totally.
He is totally on the
Chewbacca
Pistons.
he's Ben Wallace.
That's a good point. Good point by you guys.
I mean,
all right. Yeah.
Love
Well,
you, Chewie, but
Chewie could not play in today's NBA.
No jump
He
shot.
get teed up twice.
Can't space the floor.
He get teed up twice in the second quarter every time.
Plumbers and, come on.
He would just pick Russell Westbrook up and huck him into the third row. He's like, I had enough of your act.
Early flagrant 2 from Chewie.
Yeah, exactly. So
A flagrant chew.
That's a 4.
Yeah.
Borderline 5. You're on fire.
Fatone24 on YouTube says Chew Blocka, DPOY. Yeah, there it is. Thought you'd like that one, Kyle.
Really good.
Anyway,
we can do the whole show on this.
The Warriors, you know me. I'm not going to do must-win game in January, but the Warriors have to win tonight. I'll explain. No, just follow me. It's not a must-win, but
Stop it.
No, they do. They've got to win.
You can't go from I'm not concerned at all, wake me in April it's a gotta have it.
I'm not concerned if they lose, but I would just be like, well, that's just stupid. Do you know what I mean? You ever go somewhere, you go out, and you're just like that, like you try a new restaurant, you're like, well, that just, no. I'm
or
never
when somebody
going there again.
parks and they take up 2 parking spots in a crowded parking lot.
Do you know
That's just stupid.
I agree with you, but do you want to know?
Those people get keyed, by the way.
Do they really?
By some.
The worst part is when they leave the cart. You're about to turn in and you don't see the cart that someone left directly in the parking space, so you can't turn in there, and then you got to back out, or you just make your kid get out and push it, like my mom used to do with me.
So you want to know? You know a reason with that though? I can help you get through the frustration of that moment when someone takes 2 parking spots. If they hadn't, because obviously you're only bugged by it because parking is very difficult to find in that moment.
Exactly.
Right. So if they hadn't taken up 2 spots, someone else would be in that other spot.
Not true.
Yeah, it is true. It is
no,
totally
it's
true.
not true because had they only taken 1 spot, maybe somebody would be leaving that other spot as I pulled up.
Maybe, but probably not.
Well, the other part of it, too, is had they not taken up 2 spots, they probably wouldn't have to go to the auto shop to repair the random damage that somehow happened to their rear quarter panel.
That is a different story. Yes,
yeah.
That's a different
and
story.
And the other one, Mark, before we pivot back to actual sports, is the big car driver who parks in the compact spot and takes up so much of the compact spot to where your vehicle is spilling over into the other spot where I, as a compact vehicle driver, am trying to park.
Yeah.
Those people just get a door ding.
So we're not going to talk about this because I disagree with you on that one.
Because you drive a bigger car. And you will selfishly park wherever you damn well please.
No, compact spots should be about depth, not width.
Oh, no, they're about width only.
No.
That's why they're compact, is because the width of the spot is not big enough.
Yeah, but my car,
it's not about the
my
depth.
car is not really that much wider than your tiny car. It's deeper.
Then you're
You don't
fine
need girth.
in a compact
That's right.
spot. However, if
Ask
you
anyone,
park in a
James,
compact
it's
spot,
about depth, not width.
if you're in a compact spot and you are spilling over outside the white line, you are susceptible
then that's my fault.
to auto body damage.
Matters. My fault if I do that. But if it's a depth thing and I'm hanging out a little bit into the just whatever, the lane, deal with it. That's my
Lengthwise.
answer. Yes, depth, not width.
Yeah, it's about
Okay,
width.
all
The
right.
compact spots are about width.
All right. So anyway, we're sitting here this morning, and I was thinking about this because, in fact, I think it was even maybe something Shasky said this morning as I'm driving in, and I just all of a sudden clicked. I go, you know what? I think I've, as my mom used to say so many times when I was a kid, I've had it up to here. I've had it up to here with the idea that Brock Purdy can't or won't do XYZ simply because of his story. Like, we're really just making up a story. You can't do it out of the 7th round. Sure you can. Underdog stories are everywhere. Tom Brady is the GOAT. Rudy is a movie. Why on earth are we saying that somebody's not allowed to go to a Super Bowl out of the 7th round?
Because it's never happened.
So what?
That's that's what we lean on when we say they can't or he can't.
But literally sports on an annual basis gives us things that have never happened before.
Yeah.
It's why we're here. The 49ers played opponents, and none of them won the following week all year long. Never happened before in the history of the world. But it did this year, so why not this?
No NBA team has ever blown a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. Until they did.
Until they did.
No team had ever come from 3-0 down in the World Series. Until they had.
Yeah.
So, and I'm with you on this point because it's easy to look at this and say no rookie has ever done what we're asking him to do, but there will be a time when this actually happens. So why can't it happen now?
No doubt.
I'm
And by the
totally
way,
with you on
the
that.
The rookie thing is actually, to me, a stronger point than the 7th round thing.
Agreed, yeah.
Because the 7th round thing is just a quirk of the draft, and it also, you now need to factor in what's your context. When you arrive to your team, are they good? Are they bad? Who's your coach? Brock Purdy has sold under a lucky star. This guy walked into a room and had half of a year to learn some things, and then ended up with Kyle Shanahan as his coach, Christian McCaffrey as his running back, and Trent Williams as his left tackle. Holy hell. So sure,
right.
You're not like other 7th rounders.
Speaking of Starr,
yeah,
Bart Starr was a 17th round pick. So, and I know that
this doesn't even exist anymore.
1956 draft, he was passed over 16 times by, and I know
they
there
have
weren't
3 teams,
something like that. Hell, I'm not drafting him.
Exactly.
I think they might have had 12 teams, but the point being, he was a 17th rounder.
Exactly.
So it's not like Brock Purdy would do something that we haven't ever seen before.
The rookie thing is a stronger point because that just goes to the idea of overall experience. Can somebody who's inexperienced go win? Now, the other side to that is that's a little quirky too. Have we seen young quarterbacks come into the league and win? Sure. Ben Roethlisberger did it. It wasn't right away, but there's context there too. We've given him all of these nicknames. How about this? Oh, he's a backup. He's a 3rd stringer. Well, that's never happened before. Dude, it's happened all the time. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. Jeff Hostetler won a Super Bowl. A lot of guys who win. By the way, how about when Tom Brady won his first Super Bowl? How'd the year start? He was the backup. So,
man, Drew Bledsoe got destroyed on that play.
So all of these things happen, and then go to the next revolution of the conversation. And this is what really dawned on me. We've spent all year talking about how, well, the NFC doesn't have a whole lot of great teams, and that's true. But it's even furthering the point to say, who are these quarterbacks that Brock Purdy's got to go beat, and why are they so scary? Is Kirk Cousins scary in the playoffs? You've watched it, 49er fans. They're not scary at all. Is Daniel Jones scary in the playoffs? No. Never seen it before. A lot of us never thought we would. Okay? Is Dak Prescott scary? I don't know. He's got the highest interception rate of anybody in the entire league going against potentially the top defense. Who do you think would win?
And that's picks per pass, right? Interception rate.
Exactly. Now, is Jalen Hurts scary? Yeah. But at the beginning of the year, who'd you think Jalen Hurts was? You didn't think he was the MVP. You didn't think he was going to the Super Bowl. Is Geno Smith scary in the playoffs? Come on. Now, how about the Tom Brady conversation? Sure, he's 45. However, he doesn't age. And yes, he's still good and effective, but doesn't that regular season game now help that potential matchup? We already watched him play Tom Brady. He torched him. They were up 28-0 at halftime. What's so scary about what Brock Purdy's about to go try to do?
Not a thing other than the unknown. And you made a great case right there in terms of what the other quarterbacks are facing because, and we talked about this in the changeover, wins by starting quarterback in the playoffs is 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, and the rest of them.
35.
Yes, Tom Brady. So Jalen Hurts is 0-1. He's had a playoff start. He went 23 of 43 last year and a QB rating of 60. He threw a couple of picks, and Philadelphia lost the game.
Who did he play? I forget that game. Who did he play? Who did the Eagles play in that game?
That's a good question.
I don't even remember. That was last year?
Yeah.
They got blown out by Tampa Bay.
Oh, okay.
Good point.
So first round. Yeah,
31-15.
Tampa Bay's first round opponent last year. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
31-15. So he at least has the experience of having been through a playoff game. Brock Purdy doesn't have that, but by the time he plays Philadelphia, assuming those two teams do advance, then he'll have 2 playoff wins. Jalen Hurts would have 1.
I just think let's run this out in our minds. And you even heard that bite that Spadone played about a half hour ago of Al Michaels. He finishes the Thursday night game by making the statement about Brock Purdy. It just seems like nothing's ever too big for him. And that's true. So why would we suddenly think that this guy, who everything he's done to this point, every week we're like, wow, I can't believe that he's not scared. Like this guy is just filled with guts. Yet somehow in our minds we're like, but he's going to melt this weekend. I don't see it. I don't see any chance of that. And situationally, what have these 6 games not offered him? I would suggest to you that they've offered almost everything. Has he come from behind and won a score fest?
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Down by 10 against the Raiders.
Has he done it on the road, prime time against a division opponent? And by the way, while hurt, sure
Beat
thing.
Seattle, yeah.
Has he gone against a good team when he was thrown into action that he didn't know he was going to play? Sure, down 7-3 against the Dolphins. How about a home game where Tom Brady is the other starter and just all of the emotions that must have been? No problem. Like, he has faced so many situations. He's passed them all.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair bet to suggest that this one would be the same.
This one, yes, and maybe the next one, but the one that to me still looms would be a road playoff game with a chance to go to the Super Bowl at Philadelphia in a hostile environment. And you dismissed mostly Philadelphia as a daunting crowd last week.
As a crowd, yeah, I'm not. They're a daunting team.
Yes, but I do think it's a daunting crowd, especially if you get to an NFC Championship game. And that's something that he won't have a chance to do until he does it. And hopefully they'll get a chance to get there to where he'll have a chance to do that.
They got to do it,
and then
too.
we can see. Exactly. They have 1 game to win. The Niners would have 2 to win.
Yep.
So it's a much easier road for Philadelphia, 1 home game versus 2 home games. But in terms of this Saturday against Seattle, I don't think that there's going to be anything daunting other than the fact that it is one and done now. There's no cushion.
Sure.
Last weekend against Arizona, starting David Blau, that was a low wattage kind of ball game for Brock Purdy. But you mentioned that already. Come off the bench against Miami, a team that was humming at that time. You check the box. Go to Seattle and face the 12s. You check that box. Go up against the GOAT. You check that box. You've done so many things in such a short period of time. I don't look at anything Saturday that's going to come up that would be daunting other than it's a playoff game. And the other thing would be the one thing we haven't seen yet from Brock Purdy is a ghastly mistake that directly leads to the other team scoring
That's true,
points.
which he gets credit for having not made that mistake.
He does.
But yeah, you're right. Like you wonder how he would react. Like, what if he does come out and throw a pick 6 on the opening drive or something like that? But again, all we can do in that moment is go to the evidence of what we've already seen. He looks unshakable, unbreakable.
Yeah.
Mentally. I'm not saying he's a perfect quarterback, but a lot of what we're talking about right now is mental, not physical. Like, his arm is going to be what it is. His brain is going to be what it is. But,
and the offense around him is going to be what it is.
Yeah, but his emotions are what we're talking about here. And the evidence we have to this point, unshakable, unbreakable.
Yes, so far. But he hasn't been in this high leverage spot.
Sure, but he's been in plenty of leverage spots. Like, the other thing we do to quarterbacks, which is funny, and I do it too, is like, oh, he went against Tom Brady. Actually, these two people will never be on the field at the same time ever. He's going against the other team's defense. And the 49ers, here's the other point that I think really needs to be made. What other defenses are good in the NFC? Are the Seahawks a good defense?
No.
Are the Vikings a good defense?
Not really.
They're trash.
Dallas is a good defense.
Dallas was a good defense.
Right.
I think lately I've been pretty unimpressed. Like, I don't know exactly what happened to them, but if you suddenly spotlight what took place in that Houston game, remember they blew out the Colts 54-19. The following week, they went into a sleepy game against the Houston Texans, and they won 27-23, but the quarterbacks for Houston, they're moving different people in and out, Driscoll and Mills, and they went up and down the field on Dallas. And it was easy to just kind of flick it off your shoulder and go, oh, well, the Dallas was sleepwalking. It was Houston. What happened the very next week? Went to Jacksonville, gagged a big lead, and gave up a 40-burger to the Jags. What happened the very next week? They go to Tennessee, and they win that game going against a rookie backup quarterback also, who's not proven that they can move the ball. Actually, I skipped a week. What'd they do against Philadelphia? They go against Philadelphia's backup quarterback. They win. They give up 34 points to Gardner Minshew. And then it all ends in the final game of the year where a rookie named Sam puts 26 points on them and beats them by 20. So we talk about the Niner defense not looking its best the last couple of weeks. I don't know what happened to Dallas's defense, but the last 5 weeks of the season, totally unimpressive.
Philadelphia's got a good defense. If you want to talk, well, if you look at yards a game, the Niners have given up 300.6. The Eagles have given up 301.5. Points a game, the Eagles have only given up 20 points a game. The Niners have given up 16.3, by far the best in the league. I think the Eagles, especially when they play at home and the crowd will be a factor, whether or not you want to dismiss them or not, defense is helped a lot by hometown crowds. Philadelphia's defense is one that can get after you.
They're good, but I don't think that they're in the conversation with the 49ers.
The Niners' defense is the best in football.
Right.
So we can compare and contrast any defense, and they're going to fall short of the 49ers. You talked about what defense scares you in the NFC. Seattle, no. Minnesota, no. The Giants, not really. Dallas, a little bit.
Meh.
Tampa Bay, a little bit, but the Niners had their way with them.
Went right through
when
them.
they came through here.
Mm-hmm.
And then Philadelphia, I would say yes. But again, this offense is such that no defense should be that daunting to really scare this offense.
And I'm sort of setting that Philadelphia potential game as the baseline anyway. If the 49ers were to get to that Philadelphia game and lose by 3, I'm not going to call this season a bad year. I'm not going to call Brock Purdy a bad quarterback. Like, that's a losable football game. They all are, but that one's the one where I think you can wrap your head around it. As I've said, I said it yesterday, I'll stand by this. Niners have got to get to January 29th, or I find these playoffs to be very disappointing. And yes, I can hang that around Brock Purdy because of what I just said.
Yeah.
Whoever he's going against, unless it's Tom Brady, and it's not the same Tom or the same team, quite frankly, as it used to be, there's no reason they shouldn't win these first 2 games. There's no reason. There just isn't.
Turnovers is the only thing that always can pop up in any matchup. And you were mentioning it earlier in terms of the what if for Brock Purdy. Let's say Seattle gets the opening kick and they go down and they score, because that's what this Niner defense has done of late. They've given up opening drive touchdowns. Kickoff, Ray decides to take a touchback, 1st and 10 at the 25. Brock Purdy throws a pick 6. Now you're down 14-0. and there's 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. At that point, it's deep breath time for Brock Purdy, and then we will see exactly what this kid's made of.
And wouldn't you bet that they would still win that game?
If I had to bet in that moment,
I still think they'd win.
Yeah. And
Like
the
if
live
you've got
line,
3.5 quarters left to go, I'd still think that
8
they would
minutes
win.
to go first quarter, and Seattle's up 14-0. The Niners are about to get the ball back. Brock Purdy's 0 for 0, 0 for 1 with no yards and a pick six going the other way. The live line, the live point spread, Niners would still be favored.
Probably -2.
Yeah, 2
maybe,
or 3.
Maybe, yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, Jonathan in San Francisco, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. John Bloom, Phoenix Suns broadcaster, moments away. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just resting and listening to 957 the game all day long.
That's right.
I just want to say, hey, bring it on. Burrow, whoever, my homies. Hey, I'm not afraid anymore, man. Unlike in the past that you're kind of hoping, this year I'm expecting. I mean, look at the last 4 or 5 games of the Niners. They're scoring not field goals, touchdowns, and that's very important. It's total complementary football now, you know. It's not just the defense trying to carry the load for the most part. It's the total package. You know, just like I said in the last 3 calls, it's kind of like that Tom Petty song, Into the Great Wide Open, right? With Brock Purdy as a quarterback, Kyle Shanahan's offense, the playbook is wide open.
Jonathan, trying to do it even through the sickness. It's nothing but respect. Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, and that's the other thing. We make this all about Brock. It's the team. That's where if I ever get stressed about a thought like you just created, 14-0 Seattle.
Right.
I mean, the 49er team, to me, is too good for that. They're too good everywhere.
You should be able to
Seattle.
recover from a 14-0 deficit early in a football game.
You should be able to avoid that from even happening in the first place.
In that scenario, it's somewhat plausible.
It's football.
Because the Niners defense has shown of late the propensity to give up an early touchdown.
Well, could DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett get loose on the opening drive? Sure. Could a ball bounce off a shoulder pad and end up being a pick
Could
six?
they go 11
Absolutely.
plays, 75 yards? Absolutely.
Yeah,
and we've seen that of late. We saw the Raiders go through them like a hot knife through butter. And the Raiders aren't a playoff team.
Correct. All right, 957thegameshop.com. Relevant shirts for Brock Purdy. DPOY shirts, hoodies, and gear from all the show. 957thegameshop.com. Sure, it's not a must-win. But if you think the Warriors have been hampered by injury and illness lately, wait till you hear what the Suns are going through. And the Warriors, having lost 2 disappointing home games in a row, they just have no business losing this basketball game tonight. That's what I mean. No, it's not a must-win. But this is absolutely something that the Warriors should and have to do. Go get back in the win column with a victory against this team tonight. What is the story around the Suns? We'll get that coming up next as broadcaster for the team and our good friend John Bloom joins us on Willard and Dibbs.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, and I just popped it open. And remember what I told you yesterday about the get-in price for 49ers Seahawks this weekend? About $162. Guess what? It's gone down. It's now down to $132 to get in, and that's kind of the way the Game Time app works. It is amazing last-minute deals on tickets. So my bet is that price is going to come down even further the longer we go throughout the week. As I've been telling you, sporting events all across the board, wherever you live. Go to the Sharks game this Friday night for only $25. But also coming up here in the Bay Area, New Japan Pro Wrestling. You can go see Gonzaga take on St. Mary's coming up in early February and get into that one for a really good price. So the Game Time app, which is the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S., offers the greatest last-minute deals on tickets. I use it myself, went to a bunch of baseball games over the summer, and it's fantastic, not just inexpensive, but also very easy to use. You open up the app, and everything is right there in front of you, very user-friendly. You click on a particular game. Once you see a ticket you might like, you get a real image of the view from your seat. So really, really cool usability, if you will, on the Game Time app. So here's what you got to do. Download the Game Time app. Simply enter your email and the redeem code, the game, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code, the game, for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
What is the most random thing you are afraid of?
I am terrified of getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
That is pretty random. I'm Larry Mullins, the host of a new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears, where we dig into the weird, the wacky, the things that keep you up at night, and learn how to survive them. Listen and subscribe on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo. I hope that the Warriors, DiVincenzo, the Suns tonight. Remember, DiVincenzo, it's not just a proper noun anymore. Warriors and Suns, 95-7 the game. Later on tonight, we hope that you'll be with us as the Warriors try to get back in the win column, and you think your Warriors have been compromised. Wait till you get a load of the Suns. Let's welcome in our good buddy John Bloom, broadcaster for the Suns, who has traveled far and wide, planes, trains, and automobiles to get here for Damian Lee ring night. Thank you for coming, John. That was nice of you.
It is exciting that we have something to look forward to that's not necessarily the basketball game, which could be another ugly one for the Suns tonight. I know they're hoping that that's not the case, but D-Lee getting a ring, that is something that we're all can rally around, both sides tonight.
Yeah, what's up with the decimated Suns? Can you break down the litany of injuries? Do we have time? Do you want to go halfway through and then we could take a break and you can come back and do the other half? What's the deal with the hospital squad?
How long do we have, Dibs?
Man.
It's been rough. You guys have experienced it in stretches, I know, and it seems like almost every team in the league is experiencing it this year, but it's been taken to another level for Phoenix right now, with Devin Booker being where it starts because he was playing as the best shooting guard in the league before he went out. And now, there's another few weeks probably without him. And then on top of that, now you add Chris Paul dealing with more issues after he had already missed a good stretch of a few weeks. Couple that with the two Cams, Cam Johnson and Cam Payne both being sidelined. And now you add three new names to the list, including your starting center and DeAndre Ayton, who tweaked his ankle again the other night in the loss to Cleveland. So it just keeps going on and on and on. After a 14-6 start, they've gone 6-15 the last 21, and that's why they sit a game under 500 for the first time in a couple of years.
So, John, let's take both of these teams together because I think that the Suns and Warriors, I think everyone would agree that in theory, if health is ahead, better days are ahead. Both of them right now sitting. The Warriors are 2.5 games out of just the 4 seed. The Suns are only 3 games out of the 4 seed. How do you see this going the rest of the way? And if we can assume some sort of health, do you still think both of these teams are top 5 seeds?
I think that it is fair to assume that they both can be there in the end, that they can both get to the top 5. The reason I think that is just based on personnel right now for the Warriors and based on opportunity for the Suns to improve their personnel. It's the worst kept secret that Phoenix has been holding on to a starter who's been sitting on his couch all season, and they haven't gotten anything for him. That's Jay Crowder. So they're waiting, and James Jones has had to be patient, and it's not necessarily his call to be patient. It's sometimes it's the guys that he's been dealing with looking to make the trade that have kept this kind of on hold for the meantime. But here we are. We're getting closer and closer to the trade deadline. Something's going to happen, and this roster is going to change, and we all know it. Then it's going to change because you're going to get healthier. So for those reasons, I stay optimistic about the Suns' future. But as they continue to slide, this is now 6 straight losses in 9 out of 10. You got to put an end to it soon. And the tough part for Phoenix is it's not getting easier. They had a 6-game trip in 12 days. Now they got home for a couple of games. They're back on the road for 4 starting tonight here, and then it's off to a tough Denver team tomorrow night on the second night of back-to-back with a depleted roster, then to Minnesota where they've been up and down, and then finishing in Memphis, and we all know about how the Grizzlies are sitting on top of the West right now. So this is going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about it. 2 of the top teams, Denver and Memphis, and then you talk about the Warriors getting healthy right now, so that is definitely going to be a challenge for the Suns. But even then, I look at it and I say, if they can get healthy, and that's a big if, this is a team that can still do a lot of damage, and they have changed their approaches. We talked about the last time you guys had me on. They've de-emphasized the importance of the regular season after setting their franchise record, winning 64 games last year. And as I sit here seeing 21 losses on the cheat sheet in front of me, it just makes me amazing. It's not an indictment about this group. I think it's more just an amazing feat that they pulled off last year, only losing 18 in the entire season. And you guys can appreciate that, having seen even better seasons here in the city by the Bay.
Yeah, we were joking last week that even if they ran the table 40-something straight to end the year, they still wouldn't match last year's total, which I know is off the table now, sitting at 20 and 21. For those of us outside Phoenix, what's the story with Jay Crowder? Why has he been unwilling to play for a team where he could make such an impact, especially now with the injuries?
I know, and it's definitely something that has a lot of Suns fans, pulling their hair out of their head, because it's one of those deals where you're just not getting anything out of him or in exchange for him through this whole portion of the season. Now, all that said, I just got done telling you about their de-emphasizing of the regular season, so it could still end up paying off if they can put the right squad together for the stretch run. You guys saw it happen last season here with the Warriors, and the Suns hope that they can do something like that. But it's going to take the right guy putting into that spot to make it happen. I think Cam Johnson is definitely a guy that can make that impact in the starting unit, but then he went out 8 games into the season and has been making his way back after having surgery on his knee. They do expect to have him back sometime soon, probably sooner than all the other guys I listed earlier, and that's exciting for the Suns. As far as Jay Crowder, to answer your question, Dibs, it was agreed upon before the season by both parties that he was going to sit out until they could find a deal, because he wanted an extension, and the Suns weren't ready to give him one. He has this last year on his contract. That was what was agreed upon, again, by both sides. Are they both potentially regretting that agreement right now? Yeah.
John Bloom, Suns broadcaster, with us right now. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. All right, real talk time, my friend. Let's talk about where the Suns and Warriors are with one another, sort of emotionally. I think most fans here in the Bay, their focus when it comes to rivals or teams that get under their skin, the focus tends to be on Memphis, because the Grizzlies yap all the time, and they're dancing, and right, there's that. But I know you know this. There's something beneath the surface here between the Suns and Warriors, and maybe it's not beneath the surface. Clay, Booker, we've seen the emotions get the best in both of the games so far this year that were played in Phoenix, and we know that the Suns have a little bit of a thing with the Warriors just because of the longevity and success. How would you put all of that into words, and as far as the fans and the players are concerned?
Well, I do think it's different than the tiff, if you will, with the Grizzlies that the Warriors seem to have. And I think the Grizzlies are all riled up about the Warriors. I mean, we could see it when we were in Memphis the last time, just hearing them, because they were fresh off the last game against the Warriors. So I think there's something different there. But you're right. When the Warriors came to Phoenix, you saw Klay Thompson get a little riled up, more so than I think you normally see him, and he got ejected. And that's an unusual situation for that guy. And the tensions boiled up, but then it's at the same time, afterwards, it was all, class with regards to how everybody talked about each other. There's just a real tremendous amount of respect between Devin Booker and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and all the big kind of players that play here. Chris Paul involved in that as well, although not as long-term with the Phoenix Suns. And I think a lot of Warriors fans think about Chris, in other uniforms than they do with regards to what he's done in a Suns uniform against the Warriors. But at the same time, there is something there. It's just unfortunate that those guys aren't even going to be in uniform tonight, talking about Chris and Devin and Cam Johnson and Cam Payne. So I don't anticipate it bubbling over to tonight, especially with the good vibes in the air with Damian Lee getting his ring and everything like that. But I do think the Warriors have, some payback here after the Suns beat them up pretty good in Phoenix twice, double-digit victories. So they'll probably want to get a little bit of revenge after that, and they'll have a good chance to do so, considering the mismatch on paper.
Does this underscore the biggest problem with the NBA? This game should be a somewhat of a massive regular season tilt, yet Phoenix isn't healthy enough. The Warriors still recovering from injury, and it becomes almost like an afterthought. Is there any cure, John, for this sort of an ill? Because this game should be a big-time marquee spot in the association.
I agree. It should be. And here it is, again, another national TV game. And we've had a handful of those that have been duds on one end or the other. Either we are banged up and don't bring it, or the other team has that similar situation. And I think this is something happening more often than not, and Dibs, I don't have the solution from a standpoint of the schedule makers, but I do think that they can do a better job. Now, one of the steps that they've taken is trying this baseball approach where they'll have us play twice in a city. I think that can have a positive, response for teams because they're not traveling as much. Look, we have been all over the place. I mentioned 6 cities in 12 days, but then you're back in Phoenix. That's the 7th city in 14 days. Now here we are in the 8th city in 16 days. That's a little insane. From a standpoint of folks needing to go out and give their best in an athletic endeavor. I'm just going and talking. And I'm exhausted. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to complain on my front, but I understand it. And when I go home, my family, my wife and my daughters are asking me, why are these guys getting hurt so much? You can't possibly recuperate when you're going city to city to city. And I do kind of get that. I think that could play into this. I don't think the Suns are unique to this either. I'm not trying to cry foul that the Suns are being mistreated. I think in general, could we better the product by adjusting the way the schedule plays out? Yes, I think we could. Now, the easiest answer would be take some games off the shelf, but I don't think the owners are going to agree to take the cash out of their pockets.
Fascinating idea. By the way, when you end this road trip, it'll be 11 cities in 22 days. How many pair of underwear do you have, John?
I'll count them right for you right now. Too many.
Gosh.
I overpacked it because
Gotta be at
you
least
never want to end
2
up
dozen.
This is
exactly.
a live underwear counting on 95.7 The Game. Hang on, everybody pause.
This is a high point in my 25 years in the business, John.
This is what we call a driveway moment in radio. No one's getting out of their car now. Let's go ahead. Count them out.
We're looking at 8 for 6. 8 for 6 days, 8 pairs. And I'm a boxer guy, but here's the thing. I had to pack before this trip because I had 2 trips. I took the kids to Disneyland for my daughter's birthday.
Nice.
So I met the team here last night. They flew separate. I flew separate from them, let me say. And so I gave the bag to my trainer, and I'm thinking to myself, how do I do this math? I got to pack for a trip after a trip. I crammed an extra city in there. So 12 cities in 22 days for me with Anaheim in the mix.
All right, there it is.
8 for 6 seems reasonable. Well, you got a 2-drawer buffer just in case.
Well, buffer, or do you work out? Are you working out 2 times in 6 days? Is that what it is? Because it's a 2 underwear day if you work out.
You know what? It depends on how much of a lather. You know me, I'm not much of a sweater, Will.
Yeah.
That was more you. You usually built up more of the lather than I did.
It's great honesty between these 2 Peninsula legends.
If you want to destroy my sweater, there it is from great John Bloom. By the way, will you give a parting shot, please? People won't know this because you're a broadcaster for the Suns. But yes, local guy and a huge Giants fan, Carlos Correa to the Twins. Your thoughts, John?
Yeah, let's see how long he lasts. Look, it's not my money, so I would have loved to have him here with the Giants, but I'm more focused on the other folks rocking the SF right now, my Niners and our little Arizona boy from Gilbert, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, getting it done. That's where my focus is right now, Will, and I'm hoping you guys come pay me a visit for a little game in February.
Yeah, you got a couch, we'll be there.
The meetings are underway, and yes, thank you. Even though you haven't offered yet, I'd love to stay with you.
And I will bring 8 pair for 6 days as well.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right.
We got a little golf tournament there, too, a little pre-party on Sunday morning before we have to head to see some football. So I got it all laid out for you.
Just remember, if I sleep on your couch, I'm a sweater. So anyway, John, thank you very much, brother.
Take it easy. Always fun, guys.
All right, there he is. That's John Bloom, San Mateo Bearcat.
Great guy, great guest, always fun. And I just was thinking about that in terms of the travel. And he's, I think, actually onto something in terms of how do you fix this NBA schedule problem, because you're not going to go down from 82 games. We've talked about this in any sport.
Never going to be less, yeah.
But the biggest issue is the travel. So can we get to a spot where we have teams actually stay in a city for multiple days? Could we, Mark, potentially have mini tournaments in cities? For example, the Warriors and Phoenix, Sacramento and Portland, the 4 teams all come to the Bay Area and you just play 3 games. You don't have to travel. And then you do that. You don't have to do that every time, but you would at least get to a spot where each home venue would get some of these cluster games to where you would at least be able to minimize the travel and you'd be able to share the load in a regional way.
My initial reaction is not very positive because,
of course, it's not.
Well,
it looks like you just had some lemons.
No, but I just like home court advantage is part of the deal in sports. And I don't want two teams like you mentioned the tournament style, and we love the tournament, but what a lot of people don't know because CBS won't show you on TV, those games are empty in the early rounds. Like I'm not going to go buy a ticket to watch Denver play Portland at Chase Center. Like, I don't want to do that. And like those two teams I just mentioned, home court advantage is fundamental to who they are as a team and what they end up doing in the standings.
In some venues, yeah.
Yeah, I just...
What John was saying, this was not his idea. John was saying Phoenix comes here and you play 2 games.
Yeah.
You play 2 of your 4 that you're going to play.
That's fine.
And you just bang them out. Maybe
That's
not
fine.
back-to-back days. Maybe there's a day off in between.
Yeah, and if that helps, then great. But they are doing that some. And I just feel like the other thing that scares me is if you make a change like that and you start making that the norm, the exchange in theory would be, okay, so stop all the load management. They're not going to.
Right.
They're not going to. And even though I get what he's saying about the travel, I still don't think that's actually what's causing guys to sit out. You can't tell me, like Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are actually the best examples of this. Remember all those old stats about how many miles Steph and Klay run in a game? These guys are constant motion. They're constant moving. They're in the best shape of anybody in the NBA when they're in their prime. And that's what has made them great. So you're telling me after they do that, the reason that they can't play the next night is because of the plane flight? I think it's because of the game.
It is
I think it's because
primarily,
of the basketball
but it's
game.
also
So
the travel's a part of it.
Right, but you're not going to... I don't think the players will comply. Again,
there's nothing that's going to make the players comply unless you say, you don't play, you don't get paid, which is never going to happen.
Right, so then there's no point in doing this. Like,
Right.
if what you're trying to do is to get load management to go away, this isn't going to do it, so
Not
why
to
would you
go
do
away,
it?
but maybe to minimize it. And
Maybe.
I'm looking at Phoenix's schedule. They go on Christmas, they go to Denver, then it's to Memphis, to D.C., Toronto, to New York, to Cleveland, back to Phoenix, now to the Bay, back to Denver, Minnesota, then to Memphis. And they're not alone. They've got 10 of 12 games are all on the road.
Right. And
it's, it's not conducive to guys being able to play all the time.
It sounds crazy. I know what normal human beings do when you hear that, though. You're like, okay, you're right. That sounds crazy. However, first class with leg room and a chef everywhere you go, 5-star hotel everywhere you go. I guess my answer to you is I don't know. I don't know to what level that takes it out of you. I'm sure still getting on a plane, getting off the plane, but you even heard
being
John.
at 30,000 feet is being at 30,000 feet no matter how much leg room you have.
And if there's turbulence, man, you feel like hell when that plane lands. I get it.
And some people don't like to fly. I mean,
Right.
your body goes through, it's not natural to be up at 30,000 feet for 5 hours.
I don't dig it, although they probably get used to it to some degree. I don't know how it takes it out of you. I would imagine it takes it out of you less than running like a jackrabbit for 2.5 hours with Devin Booker chasing you. But I don't know. You even heard John mention when he was like, yeah, so I had to go to Disneyland with the girls, and then I handed my bag to the trainer, and I went, oh, well, that's different. That's different than the way I travel. Nobody takes my bag when I travel. And so it's exhausting.
SkyCap takes your bag. You check your bag, SkyCap.
Actually, not a SkyCap guy usually.
You go inside?
I go inside. I actually, usually, most of the travel I do.
That's not good.
I just carry on.
You got to use the SkyCap. If you're going to check bags, use the SkyCap. Use the human beings outside. Their jobs are on the line.
No, there's human beings inside too.
Not if you so you go to the kiosk and you punch out your own
then
thing.
You go hand it to somebody.
Yeah, that's not the same.
It's the same. It's
you
just
use
a
the
different-
SkyCap and you give them a tip.
One person's inside, one person's outside. Yeah, by the way,
Use the SkyCap and you give them $5.
Why does the guy outside get a tip and the person inside doesn't?
Because the person inside doesn't do anything other than look at the scale and then move the bag from the scale onto the belt. The person outside takes your bag, puts it on the cart, and then has to wheel it inside and then do exactly what the person inside did.
You're kiosking. That didn't used to be a kiosk. You used to wait in line, and that person would tag it and make the whole thing for you, and then they would lift it and put it over on the belt. Exact same thing that a SkyCap does. Nobody tips that person.
The SkyCab puts it on the sled and then pushes the sled inside.
Is
and
that
then
what it's for?
It's a double duty. Yes, absolutely. I thought you would be a better tipper than that.
I'm a great tipper, but I don't usually use the SkyCap.
Gotta use
and I'm
the
trying to
SkyCap.
find a tip for the inside people too. By the way, that's a moving line about who gets tipped. Have you noticed this?
Always.
It doesn't matter what you go into now. Anything you want to buy, you stick that card in and that thing goes blip. You want to leave a tip and you're sitting there looking at the person. I'm like, what'd they do?
Whole Foods. What are you doing?
Like, I go to a pizza place and they're like, you want a slice? I just want to buy the slice. Give me. Guy turns around. Here. Hands it to me. I got to leave you a tip? You didn't wait on me. You just handed me something, which is the same as any store anywhere.
Wow.
Wow. The person at Safeway does more. Beep, beep, beep.
You don't
beep.
tip at Safeway? Dude, you are a bad tipper.
Stop it. You don't tip at Safeway.
I tip everywhere,
No,
kid.
You don't. You're full of crap.
I go to
right
Company
now.
Kitchen and get my my Monster Energy
Company
drink.
Kitchen.
Thank you. Thanks for tipping at Company Kitchen.
Do you tip at Trader Joe's?
I told you about my big tip.
He's like,
right?
no. And Kyle lives there. There's actually pays rent at Trader Joe's. And he
I
doesn't
am
tip.
Trader Joe.
Exactly. Exactly. It's weird, man. It's weird. And then I got to tip the valet. I don't want you in my car. Get out of my car.
You got to tip the valet.
I know you do, but I don't want the valet. I will drive across the street to park the car myself.
Do you tip when you pick up food at a place?
Yes, but not 20%. Yeah, because that's also a tip for the cooks. They made
Right.
the food.
So when you
I
call
guess
into
I
a
could
place,
do that with the slice of pizza too, but that's not
exactly.
Very,
What's the difference?
Not much. I'm not saying I don't do it. I'm just saying they ask for it now. Never used to ask.
The grocery tip is the one that gets me, and Whole Foods is the one where.
What do you do?
And I go to a place called Market Hall in Oakland and get some good quality fresh ingredients, some fresh deli stuff, and some produce. And every time, bloop, how much would you like to tip? I can't get to the no tip button fast enough.
Right.
You literally scooped some shrimp out of the case, slopped it on a piece of paper, put it on the scale, wrapped it, and gouged me for it. And I'm going to tip you.
I want to tip everybody who deserves a tip, but you know what I mean. Like, do you tip the shuttle? The shuttle guy who
always.
takes you to the airport?
Absolutely.
A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't even think of it. Then you go on a trip to Europe and they give you the tip back. They don't even want. They won't
Different
take it.
culture, yeah.
I know.
I go to
It's
Air
just
Park
weird.
in Oakland. If you ever need long-term parking, go to Air Park on 98th. It's unbelievable service. The shuttle driver's very friendly. Even if I don't have the shuttle driver hoist my bag into the shuttle, I'm tipping the shuttle driver. Absolutely.
Look at you trying to get an endorsement out of this entire
The
conversation.
great
That was
Stephen
amazing.
Douglas, longtime listener of the station, longtime friend of the program. He runs Air Park. Whenever I have to park my car in the Oakland Airport, Mike, I go to Air Park. They take reservations. Always room for the dibber at Air Park.
I'm like, I can't talk. I got to wait for you to get to the end.
Seriously.
Of your little motto there.
I forgot the hi, I'm Dan Dibley.
Yeah, exactly.
Off the top.
The postseason.
We'll fix it in post.
Thank you.
Begins now. The road to Glendale, where John Bloom lives, is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. All right, back to Brock and back to Bucky. Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
I told you about my big tip, right?
The road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF. for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount. at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show is coming to the Alameda County Fairgrounds, January 21st through January 29th. And 95.7 The Game has your chance to enter to win a 4-pack of tickets. Head to 957thegame.com/contest to enter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Every guest I book.
Okay, yeah.
Book.
I got it done.
Did you, Mark?
I had to do it a different way. I had to adjust on the fly. I'm like Brock Purdy out here. It was like, get in there, kid. You weren't supposed to be doing this, but you are. And we need you to do it right now. And so I did.
I mean, it's like old home week here with John Bloom, my buddy from high school, Bucky Brooks, my colleague. I mean, who else are you going to pull out and bring on our very program?
You want me to get Joy Taylor on again and have Kyle lose his damn bananas?
Okay, first of all, I missed out on the Joy Taylor.
You weren't here for that?
I was on paternity leave,
right, Kyle.
and I'm listening to it, and I'm like, you know what? I like Joy Taylor. I like what she does. Yeah. She's professional. She's a great broadcaster.
She's great.
And then this guy. This Kyle Madsen guy. I mean, Joy, I have a question, Joy.
That's so nice that you listen.
Are you a Sagittarius? Because I'm an Aries.
Listen, he was just...
You're a Leo.
You know
We're the
this.
same birthday, I know.
He was just in the other room talking to great former NFL player Bucky Brooks. Let's find out if he got spooked.
Hey, Bucky, this is Kyle.
Yeah,
Do you have a minute?
Bucky, did our producer, did he sound like he was just totally overwhelmed and starstruck as he spoke to you moments ago?
Well, I'm a little disappointed I didn't get the Joy Taylor treatment.
No, you didn't, Bucky.
Hi, Bucky.
Mr. Brooks, do you have a minute?
I would like to think that I'm pretty hot, that I got some catchwords and aura and swag to me. I wouldn't mind a little of that, of the starstruck feel that.
Well, I'll play the role, Bucky, because Mark, you and Mark are, quite close and colleagues and all the rest of it. So I got butterflies, Bucky, if that makes you feel good.
No, Bucky, you know this. All I know is I was just trying to walk from point A to point B at LAX a week ago, and I stopped in my tracks. My girlfriend was gone. She kept walking. She didn't know. I was like, everybody stop. Do you see who's across the room?
Oh, no.
That's Bucky Brooks. And I walked right up to you and I said, can we take a selfie? Because I know who you are.
That's funny. We were surreal about that. That was the day of the Hamlin stuff, right? That was on a Monday, right?
My man,
when I passed by you?
The Hamlin thing, I think it happened about 10 minutes after you and I talked.
Seriously, because
no joke.
I'm on the plane. Willard, I'm on the plane. I get off and it's XXX, and I'm like, what is going on? And I didn't realize it. And what I thought happened in my mind was so much different than what I saw. Wow, that's an amazing and a crazy week all at the same time.
No, super crazy, and great news that he's back in Buffalo and getting better. But as we look now at what transpired from the injury through the reschedule and all the rest of it, did the NFL get this one right?
I don't know if they got it right. I would say that the third Warriors helped him get it right. And so because he's okay, it appears that everything is right. But I don't know if the league got it right. There was so much stuff going on. And how could they get it right? I've been around football for most of my adult life, and I've never seen anything transpire like that. And so to think about what took place on the field, and then all the logistical things that you had to do behind the scenes, and on top of that, we're getting ready for prime time. The NFL lives for the tournament, and the playoffs are everything. And so to think about all of those things being disrupted and making schedules, can they always do it better? But I can't say they necessarily got it wrong looking at all the outcomes.
Bucky Brooks, the great former NFL and now NFL Network performer with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. He's very, very famous. If you see him at an airport, please stop him. He's very, very kind, and he will take some time to talk to you, similar to what you did with me where we had a conversation about the 49ers quarterback position. And I wonder what you would share about your thoughts on what has taken place here and whether or not they do have a chance to do what no seventh rounder, what no rookie has ever had the wherewithal to do before at that position.
Oh, you want to rehash the conversation about Brock Purdy being Tom Brady's light in San Francisco?
I would love to hear it again. Well, I couldn't remember exactly what you said, so I'm like, wait, one more time.
Brock Purdy being Tom Brady's light in terms of the San Francisco 49ers have looked under every rock, expended all the resources, and they might have found their franchise quarterback in a lightly regarded prospect from Iowa State because he allows Kyle Shanahan to play the video game that he always wanted because Brock Purdy is the perfect joystick. Kyle Shanahan can make all these creative X and O's, the beautiful mind, and those guys that he had before him, Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance, couldn't necessarily make it come to life like Brock Purdy. But now we're seeing an offense that is lighting it up. He's just distributing the ball. And the thing about it is, in a league where we always talk about quarterback play and you got to have this guy and that guy, Brock Purdy can go toe-to-toe with anybody because of the weapons that he has around him. Yeah, it might be a perfect storm. The Niners might have found their guy in a quarterback that doesn't look like any of the other franchise quarterbacks around the league.
Is it that Kyle Shanahan and company were able to assess a quarterback that no one else could see, or is it the system that they have makes an otherwise mediocre quarterback shine because of what they're able to do with him?
So I've always said this about Shanahan's system. His system can make average quarterbacks Pro Bowlers. It can make Pro Bowlers MVP. Case in point, Jared Goff going to the Rams, playing up under a disciple, Sean McVay. You saw how Jared Goff played and performed. Bang, he goes to the Super Bowl with the Rams. He's playing well in Detroit in a different system, but no one thought that he could do that. Aaron Rodgers was kind of having a downturn. Matt LaFleur gets with him. He wins back-to-back MVP. Kyle Shanahan's system, the Shanahan system, which was created from Mike Shanahan, look, man, it's a simple Simon system where you're using play action to create these big play opportunities down the field. But the quarterback must have enough athleticism to get on the edges. He must have enough arm talent and processing ability to make the things happen in the passing game. And he has to have a little moxie and, I guess, swag to really embrace all the stuff that Kyle has put on his plate without worrying about who gets the ball, where the ball is going, and all this other stuff. And so when you have what the Niners have assembled, I mean, let's be honest, it might be the best offensive cast in football when you look at the individual pieces. Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk. They're not lacking for anything. And when you put it all together and you just have a quarterback who runs the system according to script, magic happens. I can't say that those other guys always did it the way that Kyle Shanahan wanted.
So, yeah, Bucky, you called him. You said the 49ers found their guy. And it's a conversation really for another day because the Niners are about to do whatever they're about to do coming up next. But are you firm on that? Like, have we seen enough where Brock Purdy's the guy now?
I mean, what more do we need to see? I mean, they've won 10 games in a row. He's jumped in, and the offense has exploded. I mean, like you said, oh, okay, he's just running the system. Maybe it's just a thing where, he's a system quarterback, a game manager. Can he do it when they need to put it on? Okay, let's get in the shootout with the Raiders and see if he can do it. Check. I mean, let's see if he can come from out. Like, he's done all the stuff that you want to do from a quarterback. The one thing that we need to see is how is he going to perform in the playoffs when the lights are brighter and the stage is bigger. But everything that he's done to this point says that he's going to handle it like he's always handled everything. Cool, calm, poised. He's going to play well, and his team is going to win a ton of games.
Cool, calm, poised, and a major celebrity. That sounds just like you, man.
I mean, kind of. But it's okay, though. Like, I get it. I think the bigger thing is this, the report about Jimmy Garoppolo being available to come back maybe in the championship game or Super Bowl. Like, that's going to be a fun conversation for Jimmy G to be like, all right, dog, I'm ready. I'm ready to have my spot back. And I just can't wait. I just can't wait to see Cal be like, yeah, dog, we can wait for a minute. Like,
here's your clip. Here's your clipboard. We'll see you out on the sideline. Yeah.
I mean, but this is better than him going to the 7-on-7 field where he was throwing passes to himself like they had at the beginning of the summer.
Yeah.
At least he'll be back on the field with everybody else.
Bucky, great stuff, man. Great to have you. Thank you.
Hey, man, appreciate you.
All right, there it is. That's Bucky Brooks, NFL Network. He's right. Like, that is kind of a weird conversation that people are having. Jimmy Garoppolo can come back and be ready for the playoffs. Everybody understands that's to be the backup, right?
Of course.
Okay. Like, there's no
more replacing Brock Purdy, maybe ever. And this is a Trey Lance conversation for March and April after this goes however far it goes. If it goes to the Super Bowl, well, Trey, you're going to either be the backup or you're going to be dealt. If Brock Purdy comes out and lays an egg on Saturday in some way, shape, or form, and Seattle stuns you and you lose this game, he still has a chance to be QB1 going into next year.
I agree with that. Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
a competition.
No doubt. Steiny and Goo are going to jump in here next. I do have a quick thing I want to say about Brandon Belt. I do want to say that. We'll have that coming up next. And by the way, some details of the Correa deal have come out that you might find interesting. We'll give you all that. It's brought to you by calhope.org. And don't forget the Warriors and Suns tonight, live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. It's Willard and Dibs.
Brandon Belt!
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Oh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
From the beginning, Meriwest Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
Meriwest worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, Meriwest works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
On and off rain today in Martinez, highs near 55.
Weather brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol.
And of course, for the upstart 49ers, they're 6 yards away from Pontiac. 3rd and 3. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
41 years ago today. 41 years ago today.
Were you even alive?
Yes.
Barely.
I was.
You probably don't remember it, though.
No, I do. I absolutely do. In fact,
you were 6, coming up on being 7.
I was about to turn. I turned 7 on the same day the 49ers played the Bengals in the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
We had a combo party of my birthday and the Super Bowl.
That's the 24th, then.
January 24th. That is right. Yeah, against the Cincinnati Bengals. So did they have the 1 week bye back then? So
they must have.
Yeah, that was right. That was the NFC Championship game. So yes, there you have it. 41 years ago today, yes, I was 2 weeks shy of my 7th birthday, and there you have it. That was, in fact, I don't really remember watching football prior to that year. Whenever anyone asks me, what's your first football memories, it's essentially that game. The one that was
It's a good game to have a memory.
Yeah, I just showed up. I'm like, is it like this every week?
Seriously.
This is amazing. 41 years ago today, the catch.
My first ever game in person was Cowboys-Niners that same season in the regular season. They had a thing back then called the Berkeley Farms Junior 49er Minor Club, where you could show up. If you were a member of this club, they would give out tickets, and you would get free tickets to go to a game. My first ever game was via the Berkeley Farms Junior 49er Minor Club in, I believe, October. Niners 45, Dallas Cowboys 14. They absolutely boat raced Dallas. That was in 1981. Obviously, the catch happened in 82. The playoffs following the 81 season. I was a 13-year-old.
Okay. I have a furrowed brow as you're talking about this because you're making your
furrow away.
Well, you're reminding me of maybe the first time one of the first times I remember going to a 49er game. I think it was after the catch year, but the 49ers played the Cowboys late. This would have been somewhere in the early 80s. 49ers played the Cowboys late in the regular season. Niners needed it. Dallas didn't to get into the playoffs. And that's very stressful for a kid. Because I was like the Cowboys, I think, scored first. And I just remember looking at my dad, and I'm like, oh, no. Like wait a minute. You mean we're going to miss the playoffs? Like, that's not what the 49ers of the 80s do. And my dad looks at me, I'll never forget, and he goes, the team that needs it is going to get it. So everything's fine. The only other thing I remember from that game is my parents had just bought me one of those foam fingers. And this is when my hatred for the Dallas Cowboys was born.
Okay.
And never, ever wavered. because they bought me a foam finger, and I could not have been more proud. I could not have been more excited to go to a football game at Candlestick Park and hold up my foam finger. And I did it once, and I did it twice, and I did it a third time, and a Cowboy fan who was sitting right behind me leaned forward and whispered in my ear, "You put that foam finger up one more time, I'm going to shove that thing so far up their back."
No way.
No joke. And I could not have been, like, I was less than 10 years old. I was less than 10 years old.
Had to be 1985, Mark. I'm looking at the box score right now. It was December 22nd, 1985.
Sounds about right.
The Cowboys, Doug Cosby scores from 1 yard out on a pass from Gary Hogaboom. Cowboys lead at 7-0, and you turned to Tom Willard and said, "Daddy, I want to go home now."
What was the final score of the game?
31-16. The Niners.
The Niners, right.
Raphael Septien hit 2 field goals. You're down 13-0.
Terrifying.
Foam finger guy tells you where you could stick that number one.
And I was 10. I was 10 years old, and this guy leans forward and whispers that in my ear. And I could not pick him out of a lineup today because I was so
he's
terrified.
Dead now.
Well, sure. Hopefully later
he's
that
dead.
day. But anyway.
Wow. It's unlike you.
Mark actually killed him.
Seriously.
Has made you powerful.
I was so terrified, I never turned around. I shoved the foam finger down below my seat.
Oh.
It never came back out again.
Seriously.
And Cowboys, that was it for you. You stood right next to the Los Angeles Dodgers as the worst thing that's ever happened to anyone in life.
Dwight Clark, 49-yard touchdown pass from Montana.
Damn right.
They trade field goals. They're down 16-10 in the third quarter. Roger Craig from 4 yards out. Then a little-known guy by the name of Jerry Rice on a 15-yard run as the third quarter expires.
The reverse. They love the Jerry Rice reverse.
Dwight Clark got one more, 31-16. Did the foam finger come out late in the fourth?
Okay, it came out in the parking lot on the way back.
That's a heartbreaking story of bullying.
And then it stayed in my room for the rest of my days. It was just a standard right over there on the side of my room for the rest of my days. But yeah, I love it. The Jerry Rice reverse. That was so like nouveau and crazy
what
back
a trick
then.
play.
They're like, what's this? Now here we are 40 years later.
We're going this way.
And the Chiefs are doing the ring around the Rosie 40 years later. Like, what's this?
Seriously. The reverse. Oh, the shenanigans. Wait, you were going this way. How dare you also go that way?
Wait, where'd he go?
It's got to be a flag.
He's in the end zone. He's
Seriously.
the GOAT. Yeah, man, it was ridiculous. So, anyway, hey, try this on for size before Steiny and Goo get in. So, just for intrigue, the Carlos Correa contract with the Twins. And if you're just joining us, yeah, Carlos Correa is not a Giant. He's not a Met. He's a Twin again. So you can stop all the house hunting. You can just go right back to wherever you stayed last year. 6 years, $200 million. Now, that is guaranteed. However, there are vesting options. Here's where it goes next. He gets a guaranteed 7th year for $25 million if he gets 502 plate appearances in year 6. So the Twins, whatever they saw on the scan,
right,
they built in some protections beyond year 6 as well. So 502 plate appearances in year 6 means an automatic 7th year at 25, and then the total value can increase to $245 million if he gets an 8th year. We don't know what produces that yet. And then Ken Rosenthal ends this tweet as all Carlos Correa tweets must end.
Pending a physical. Yeah. 3 of his 8 years, he has reached that 500 plate appearance threshold. He's gotten 481 and 468 in years where he didn't. Obviously, 2020, the 60-game season, he didn't get there. But his last 2 years, 640 and 590, respectively. So this is not a player who is not durable, but something in that scan. And I wonder if we ever will find out if Correa actually signs this deal. Does he come out and just say, "Look, Giants and Mets, here's my scan. Scan this.
Just hold it up." I don't think we will. We will never know the depths of this. That's my prediction. We'll never know what's actually really, really being said behind closed doors with the Giants and the Mets.
So many people have seen this scan, we will know. Once this gets signed and once the dust settles on this whole kerfuffle or whatever it was, it's going to get leaked somewhere, somehow, the reports of exactly what was on that scan, It's coming out because now the Giants and Mets, more the Giants than the Mets, you got egg on your face if this guy goes out and has 6 monster years.
I mean,
you look like a clown organization.
The Mets are the ones that did the deal in 4 hours and then spoke publicly on it, and then they balked too. So, but I also think you say you'll know. I think you'll Jim Mora know. You'll think you'll know, but you won't know, and you never will, because this is going to be one of those things where if there are reports, they're going to be kind of sourced behind closed doors, this, that, the other. John Heyman, it appears, Judge is going, right? Arson Judge is going to the you're never going to know.
If Correa sustains an injury to that part of his body and he has to have surgery, then we'll know.
Then we'll know.
We're going to know at some point. And, if he goes out and has 6 big years, then, even if he has 3 or 4 big years, this one's going to be on the Giants.
If he only has 3, if he only plays half the contract, I think the Giants and the Mets will probably say, see, if he breaks down in 3 years, they'll be like, that's exactly, because remember, they weren't, now great, you could make the case that they didn't want to go to 6 because the Twins did, and you probably would have stayed in New York if they would have matched it. But the other side to it is they're not saying we don't want to do 6. They're saying we don't want to do 13. If he's down in 3 years, that's not egg on their face. We were right. He's got to play this whole thing and probably some more for the Giants and Mets not to have been right to say we don't want to do 12 or 13.
Well, when you did the 13, you weren't expecting 13 good. You were expecting probably 6 or 7 good.
I think 9.
You're probably looking for 6 or 7 good, 3 mediocre, and then 3, okay, we're going to eat them.
You play to your 36, 37. You could play to Steph Curry's age. You'd be fine.
You'd be a DH at that point.
That's fine. That
Potentially.
matters. Yeah, and speaking of DHs, I just wanted to say about Brandon Belt real quick as Steiny jumps on in here. Listen, there's all the Belt Wars. There's all kinds of conversation forever and opinions about Brandon Belt. But to me, he left. He left today. That means it's the end of his Giants career. And when a player leaves somewhere and they had a key contribution to championships, it's nothing but salute. It's nothing but salute. So all my memories today are the good ones for Brandon Belt. Hi, Steiny.
Tell that to the people I'm working with. I get asked as soon as I walk in, Brandon Belt gone. One word, Steiny. One word for Brandon Belt. Give me one word. I said, champion. I'm hearing underachiever. I know it's not one word, but Evans, meat on the bone.
That's a lot of words.
I know.
Way over 1 word.
And I'm like,
Bonte is sick. He is sick. And he writes last night at like 10:30. He's like, I'm not feeling well and I got to go to bed. But I had to come to Twitter before I go to bed just to say JT Snow's better than Brandon Belt. It's like, what? Why are y'all so mad? Like, why are you like? Fine, that's a fair opinion, but why? Why do you run to your phone before bed while ill to be like Brandon Belt's a DJ, and I'd like to stick a cleat right in his cheek before he leaves? Like, calm down.
Here's the thing about the
deal?
Giants and their run. They had so many players in each of those 3 World Series championship teams. So many players that played a part that, to me, anybody who was on those teams is like automatically clutch. Like everybody came through at one time or another for the Giants for them to win three titles. Everybody, whether it was guys coming in, whether it's Cody Ross, whether it's Scudero, whether it was the mainstays, whether it was a pitcher coming, like everybody, Ishikawa, like everybody did something. So I don't even understand how you could nitpick.
They got like to your point, they got weird dudes who are on that list. Like, I mean, it's odd. That
he said weird.
Well, Edgar Renteria is the MVP of the first ever San Francisco title.
Michael Morse,
right? Ryan Theriot scores that winning run in Detroit. Like, there's just names on that list where you're like, I mean, years from now you might not even remember them. And Brandon Belt is someone who was here for all of it. And not the first one, but he was here for a long period of time and has many of them, like more than one. I'm just not like your opinions about Brandon Belt are fair. For me, today's not the day. That's all.
And my whole thing is to you all: if you went into a lab and made a first baseman, Brandon Belt is what he would look like for me. I mean, the dude had the leather,
the beard,
the dude,
or without
no,
the
just
beard?
the height, the DNA.
Yeah.
Never hit 30 home runs, and he never hit 30, I believe, because he was often injured. But dude can play the game, and had he reached the full potential, he would still be a giant.
I'd carve my first baseman more about a guy like Freddie McGriff.
Yeah, he was always hurt.
God, love Brandon Belt.
Yeah, he was always hurt.
Yeah. He was. Although there was a highlight running around last night that gave me PTSD. I remembered it. Well, it's just funny. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. I think it was Loveman who said it was this play. This was the moment that I decided, you're right, Giants, it's time to move the fences in. We're watching this game, and this is when I'm still doing the stuff at the other place, and so I got to do the post game, okay? This game is in the 18th inning, not the Washington game. This is here in San Francisco playing the Rockies on a Friday night. And this is before my kids had moved up with me. This is year one, and so I had plans to get home for my daughter's soccer game in L.A. the next morning at like 10 a.m. And the Giants are in the 18th inning. People are running out to their cars to move their car because parking lots are closing. They're locking up. It is past midnight. Brandon Belt steps to the plate in the 18th inning and ties into one. And it had that sound. You hit it, and it's like, walk off, let's go home. And it is high, and it is off the very top corner of the wall.
But caught.
No, not caught.
No, that's
but
John
it's
Sterling.
off the top of that little corner out there in Triples Alley.
A double.
And it just rolls to the outfielder, and Charlie Blackmon throws it in, and Branson's second base. And we're like, dude, the show went till 3 a.m. I never went home and went to sleep. I got in the car and drove straight to L.A. just without sleep. I'll never forget that night, and it was like, oh, my God. He would have hit 30 home runs.
Yeah, I got you.
That one
Morning track
had
power.
gone over the fence.
Morning
He had
track power.
29 in the 107 season.
Yeah.
421
The word
feet.
is underachiever. I saw him in single A. He hit 380 in the first half.
Unreal.
He was on a track to be an unbelievable player. Due to injury, he underwhelmed, and his insistence on not swinging the bat.
Great eye.
Yeah, except
Mark,
for
one of the greatest
how many
eyes of all
times-
time, Mark.
Literally great plate command.
Yeah,
Wow.
until you look at how many times he struck out,
doubt.
how many times he went down
They
looking,
call that
how many
K.
3-2 pitches that are borderline that he looked at, that he smirked
you're on
at,
fire.
that he frowned at,
Spit.
and then sulked.
Spit.
He baby giraffed himself back to the
Boy,
dugout.
when they get those robo-umps like they should and get you
Yeah,
human beings out of
exactly.
here, Brandon should come back and play again because
in the shift is going to help him. His batting average will go up 10 points this year.
I'm excited about that, by the way.
It's a bunch of bullshit is what it is.
Oh, my God. Wow.
I was like, damn.
I
Look
thought
at
that,
you.
I had already registered that
You're
one.
the only one who swears in this changeover.
As far as anybody knows.
Jody's asleep anyway. He's been up since 3. Yeah, I mean, come
I
on.
love it. Oh.
What's wrong with you, Mark?
Everybody's heart's
I live on the edge over here.
I'm like, oh, no, again.
And Steiny, your whole thing about he's a champion.
Champion.
He didn't mean
You know
that.
who's a champion? Patrick McCaw. I rest my case.
Come on. That's
unfair.
That's
JaVale
disrespectful.
McGee.
Who's got more rings, Patrick McCaw
okay.
or Brandon Bell?
Who played more of a role?
That's
Who's
not
got
a-
more championships?
That's not a real opinion.
Patrick McCaw has 3 championships.
a
So if
real
we're
opinion.
talking about champion, thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Does he have any
Phil.
gold gloves?
Coming up at 12:10, Dibbs explains why Robert Ory is better than Steph Curry. Thanks, Dibbs.
No, in
Great
terms
point.
of champion,
Great point.
Robert Ory's a better champion than
it's a great
Steph Curry.
point.
He's got
It's
more
just a great
championships. Exactly.
Belt ever win any gold gloves?
Good question.
Great fielder.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
he's
a
innocent.
midfielder.
I got no.
No, he's got a total of
Wow.
0.
Political.
1 All-Star appearance.
So cool.
Right.
He did finish 16th in the MVP in 2020.
Nobody
Under
can say
retriever.
that
And
Brandon
that's no-
Belt
yeah,
was
yes,
not
I'm
a
with you.
great fielding first base.
Oh, but he was great.
Like a
But he was
20
hurt so much he
like
took
a
himself out of it.
a 20-time Gold Glove finalist.
Oh, there you go.
Brandon Belt.
There you
okay.
go.
Official. This just handed to me. Steph Curry will play tonight.
That's
Nice.
amazing,
Steph Curry
man.
will play.
What
So,
about Clay?
Nice.
11 games he missed. They're 6-5 in those 11 games, and he will have been out for just under a month. December 14th is when he got hurt. We were saying 4 to 6.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's back before 4.
This was about as good as it could have gone.
27
right?
days. Yeah.
And I mean that on multiple fronts. I mean that it's on the front end of the timeout, and if we had offered 6 and 5 while he was out, who wouldn't have taken that?
All day long.
All day long.
Considering the opponents, that's about the minimum I would take, quite frankly.
Without Steph? And
you lost to Detroit again?
Dibs.
You lost to Orlando again.
Do we need to have John back on so you can ask who Phoenix has lost to the last 3 weeks?
It's not a Phoenix conversation.
They had no Steph, they had no Wiggins, and a lot of it had no Clay. You take a winning record no matter who the hell you're playing. I don't care who they're playing. And remember, Orlando gives you their best shot. So anyway...
The best punch, absolutely.
They're
undefeated against you, as is Detroit.
Got blown out against Sac.
Let's not fall over ourselves at 6 and 5 and talk about the greatness of 6 and 5. You're the defending champions.
Nobody used that
You had
word.
8 games at home.
You're putting words in people's mouths.
This 5-game road trip.
Don't tell me to calm down.
If I had offered, calm down.
Barkley.
Yeah, thank you. If I'd offered any of you 6 and 5 while he's out, is anybody even blinking?
I'll take it.
You run to the window.
No doubt.
You run to the window. Yeah.
I just hate Kuminga and Wiseman got hurt.
They're not playing tonight for
I know.
sure.
They stopped contributing. I mean, this was an opportunity.
This road trip's going to be...
Yeah. They all are.
I know, but they have 2 back-to-backs in 8 days, and they play 3 really good teams. I hate to say it, but are there 3 wins there? 3.
Well, Brooklyn won't have KD.
That's true. Yeah. I forgot about that. But that's the last game, I think, of the whole... No, they don't play the Nets.
No, they already played Brooklyn on the road.
Let's look at
they
it.
Lost by 30.
The road trip starts Friday in San Antonio.
Remember, it was humiliating.
And then they have 1 day off, and then they play Chicago.
Give it to me.
Back-to-back Washington. Then you get 2 days off, and you get Boston, Cleveland, back-to-back.
And you
Friday.
Yeah.
No, that feels like a 1-2, 0-2 punch. Then you get 1 day off. Oh, no. Then you're coming home. That's it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games.
But the chef's back, Mark.
San Antonio, day off. Chicago, Washington, 2 days off. Boston, Cleveland.
That's a 2 and 3 trip.
You hope.
Well, I mean,
how many road wins they have all year?
Steiny, you were calling it last week. You were saying 2 wins for sure on that trip when I was listening to you and Goo.
No, we got 3.
Yeah,
Well,
they got receipts.
I mean,
2. 3's going to be hard. 2 would be acceptable. 3 would be a hell of a trip. I
agree. Then
I think
match their road win total for the whole season.
And when you get the chef back, you're thinking, okay, now we're home. Wiggins is back. Now Clay, and I'm not going against the training staff, but he played 45 minutes in the double OT against Atlanta, and then you're trying to save him from himself, science. But when you let him play 30, 35 minutes and then 45, aren't you going against why you're is he playing too much? And now he's got knee discomfort in the knee that was surgically repaired. I'm just like, you might have let him play too much when he played.
You coming down Rick
No,
road?
just something I'm watching. I hope he's available tonight. But you want to get whole, is what I'm saying, guys. And somebody's back. Somebody goes
You
out.
need to be whole in April, and that's been the whole way. And that's the whole way that this team designs it. And right now, even though you're a 500 club, basically, so is everyone else.
Dude, the West.
No one's running away in the West except for Denver and Memphis.
It's starting to separate a little bit at 4. A little bit at 4.
Yeah, New Orleans. I'm going to give
watch
New
out
Orleans.
for the Lakers.
New Orleans
AD's
is doing some
ramping up.
things too. But yeah.
Did you hear what he just said?
What's that?
The Lakers are going to be a problem.
No, they're not.
Okay.
Why are they going to be a problem? Why are they going to be relevant?
How are they going to get up to 4?
Anthony Davis was playing at an MVP level. When he went out, they were left for dead, and now the others, Thomas Bryant, Schroeder, they all have a pulse. And now LeBron's looking like he's 5 years younger. Just watch out for the Lake Show by playoff time. I know it didn't. The West is stanky right now. It's just yuck.
What was the bet about the Lakers? We made 2 bets.
They would be top 6.
4.
I think it was
top
6.
4.
We got to pull.
I think that was for a drink or lunch.
Yeah, we got to pull.
And then we have 100 on the Warriors.
No, but my point is, Dibs, you're right.
What's
This
the
is the
Warrior
season.
bet?
If they don't win it all, he owes me 100.
But the Lakers only.
I have the field.
I feel good.
You got the field? Why do you do this to your partner? You pretend.
What are you laughing at? They're champs.
The 2020.
Can I get a piece of that?
That hurt.
Can I get a taste of that?
I'm just talking about mathematics.
My God.
If you went to here's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I got you.
But you go to Vegas and go to a window.
I understand that. Right.
And right? You're not.
I understand
that. That's not an even bet.
But when you look at it through this prism, who really can beat this Warrior team fully healthy? 4 out of 7.
Somebody.
And I've watched the league this whole
Doesn't
year.
matter who.
Maybe Boston. You already had your chance.
Yeah.
You were talking. It's not many.
Milwaukee.
Okay.
I mean,
they got to be healthy. I'll give you.
I look at the West, and I don't see any team in the West where I go, and hold my
it
breath.
Ain't Phoenix.
It
They
should
got
be
stuff
Memphis,
going on.
but Memphis
They're
got
punks.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you feel about Denver?
I'm watching them, and Jamal Murray. I got it. Kudos to you. It looks like you're headed on the back to your old self. So when you look at it that way, now we're only talking about a couple teams.
Yeah.
It ain't the whole league, so it ain't that bad of a bet.
Except for it's the NBA. It's the NBA, and we're always only talking about a couple teams. There's always
Steph,
only
I
5
trust,
or 6 teams.
Hey, what? Talk to me about the Warriors. You guys worried about where they're at?
No.
There's reasons. Reasons.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's a 3. I've been worried, and I've been worried because of the way they started the year and the way they've played on the road. And one thing that I hear you guys talk about all the time, and Steiny, I think, got it for me, quite frankly, is you don't have the same buffer you had last year. Last year, you started 18-2, so you could play around with the final 62 of the regular season. This year, Clay is already a little gimpy. Steph's coming off an injury. We haven't yet gotten the Draymond injury that's most likely going to come, his back, his knees, whatever it's going to be. You don't have that same cushion that you had last year. You're going to have to work a lot harder in February, March, and April than you did last year.
Yeah, I tend to agree with him.
Kind of what Steve
The
Kerr
other thing
alluded
is
to in the
now,
sound you
because
pulled.
they didn't have a great start and because they're 20-20 now, and I know the standings are what they are, but now you're like now you're kind of one really bad stretch from having to climb back into it. You can't go 5-10 over the next 15. Why would you go 5-10? Well, I don't know, but you can't now.
Even
That's
the
all.
3-5 stretch, and you talk about that upcoming road trip, even those stretches hurt you more than they would when you were 18-2.
The playoff tournament's not running away, though. That's not going anywhere. Like, literally, the Spurs and Rockets are the only 2 teams that are out of the playoff running
the play-in
in the West.
tournament you're talking about?
No, or just anything that gets you into the playoffs.
Okay.
Like, the top 10, Portland right now is 10th. They're 7.5 games out of first place. Oklahoma City's only 9 out. They're only a game and a half behind Portland. Only the Spurs and Rockets are totally out of this thing. So I don't worry about the regular season wins so much for the Warriors. I really don't. What I worry about is you're probably not going to be a top 2 or 3 seed. And I'm not willing to, like, maybe they go on a run and they are, but if you're willing, and they've said this, if you're willing to try to win this from the 4, 5, 6
I think that's
seed,
what we're staring.
if that's what they're willing to do, well, then at some point, that whole record of they've won at least one road game in every series forever, well, is that going to be that way this year? Because so far, you can't do anything on the road. So if they just do this on the road all year,
ain't having home court.
Then color me concerned when the playoffs start. But, yeah, you can't assess too much right now when there's this much turn and burn. There's just too many people out.
Next 9 games are big, though, and I think Steiny was alluding to this before, and you mentioned Brooklyn, and they're a part of it. You got Phoenix tonight, which should be a win considering how decimated they are. 5-game road trip if we give them 2 and 3. Now they're 3 and 3 in their next 6. Brooklyn at home. KD probably won't play. Memphis in a revenge spot, and then Toronto comes in. The next 9, if you can just continue to tread water, 5 and 4, this upcoming 5-game road trip is really the last tough road trip. You have one more 5-game trip. Otherwise, it's short trips the rest of the way.
Yeah, when do we get that Ty Jerome? Or it's not even a question now. If you have to pick one, it's Anthony Lamb.
It's Lamb.
All right.
Yeah.
You would think.
Because Iggy didn't. He looked a little rusty.
All right,
little.
So we were talking a lot today about the 49er playoffs that are about to start, and Bucky Brooks said something that I thought stood out when he jumped on about 45 minutes ago, and he said that Brock Purdy is the ultimate Kyle Shanahan joystick. Like, all you're looking for, if you're Kyle Shanahan, if you're that kind of a play caller, You're looking for a joystick. You're looking for somebody who can go out there and execute what you see. And for years, there was obviously some hesitation. It was not Jimmy. That wasn't perfect. So then you draft Trey Lance, and we know that whole story. And Bucky is like, so this is not only the guy now, this is the guy. What else do you need to see? Wow. They're explosive. He is Kyle Shanahan's joystick. And also, that means, yeah, he absolutely can do what's never been done before and take this. Like, they're as explosive as anybody. So when you look at it from that perspective, plus the NFC quarterbacks he has to beat, which are also, outside of Tom, unaccomplished in these playoffs, I don't know. I'm getting myself to a point where I'm starting to remove these labels that we put on Brock Purdy. I don't really think they apply anymore. Mr. Irrelevant, 7th rounder, rookie. Like, I mean,
but he attained them naturally. Like Mr. Irrelevant, that's the thing. The last person that gets drafted. So it's not like we've seen the finished product and then we throw it at him to take away from him. That,
and
like,
he is a rookie. Yeah, and there's no two ways about it.
And he was your 3rd string quarterback this season.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm with Bucky. That's a hell of an analogy. The joystick. A better version. But I just like that adds to the story for me. However far they go, and I believe they can go all.
I agree it adds to
Andy
the story,
Reid,
but what Mark is saying, and I agree with him, is that it doesn't add to the excuses. Those are stripped away. 5 wins in 5 starts, looking the way he's looked with the talent around him.
It's incredible.
Yes, he's a rookie, but I don't think that that's a reason why he can't play well. Yes, he's Mr. Irrelevant, but that's not a reason why he can play well. He's shown enough in 5 games, and Kyle's the boy genius.
Right.
To where none of those things should be holding Brock back.
Well, and also look at it this way, real quick. Sorry, Star.
Yeah.
Do you think Tom Brady's going to the Super Bowl this year?
No.
Okay, so if that doesn't happen, somebody's coming from the NFC that you didn't see coming.
That had never been there.
You have 6 other quarterbacks.
It's Hurts or Purdy.
Right.
That's how I feel. Yeah.
Cousins, we talked about this earlier, Steiny. Outside of Tom Brady, there's a total of 2 playoff wins.
My
the other
got
NFC
one.
quarterbacks are 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1,
That is
35.
Man. Because AFC, like you said yesterday, that's where it's at.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's where it's at.
Burrow, Mahomes, Allen,
oh my gosh.
maybe Lamar. Which is the weirdest thing
Is
ever.
it the
Maybe,
I can't
right?
wait. See if he plays.
What is going on? Can I read this too? Since this quick aside came up, John Harbaugh. Let me pull this up.
Oh, that was
and
Harbaugh
he's
who said
irritated too.
John Harbaugh yesterday. You tell me if this doesn't sound like somebody who is either hiding something or I don't know what. But listen to this quote. He's been great. He's always in good spirits. He wants to play. There's no doubt. That's my feeling. You know I love Lamar. I love Lamar. I love everything about Lamar. Always have, always will. He's working hard, and he's in good spirits. That's the end of the quote. There's 2 things that I'm like, A, you're being so evasive in a huge situation, number 1. And 2, and that sounds like somebody's trying to convince someone of something. Like, Lamar, we love you, we want you. Like, this is just...
Mark, this comes after 2 days before he goes, I'm not talking about Lamar. Lamar's not here.
Right.
And that was, you could tell, he's seething. And now he's whispering sweet nothings. Come back. Please come back.
Can you imagine? Every fan of every team in the playoffs, put yourself and your quarterback in this situation and think how you'd feel.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, what if Brock
Except
Purdy
the
was
Niners.
just like... Well, but I had a 2-week injury. It's been 5 weeks, and I don't know.
Would you be disappointed, guys, in Lamar if he was trying to send a message to this degree to where he would miss a playoff game?
Yes. Although I understand his reason for it, so let's say he decides he doesn't want to play, and he was healthy enough to play. Is the team going to really say, all right, Lamar, we understand. Here's $260 million guaranteed.
It would be a relationship severed.
Except Lamar has already proven his point. You score half as many points per game when I'm not there.
So why wouldn't he come back if he was ready to go? Unless he's that mad.
Because the only thing I can guess is if you're Lamar, you've gone through this negotiation, it didn't work. You're going to now go play this vicious game, and you think, I'm willing to risk it. And then you get the sort of bad injury, not terrible, but sort of bad injury. Does that spook you to the point of, so you go play this weekend, don't worry about the $250 million you're putting on the line. Wow. You go play. I get it. I really do. I understand it from his perspective, and I bet his teammates do too. And let's be honest, they're not winning anyway.
Well, so where do you go? You go be the quarterback of some bum team? You get
What
your
about the
paper and then
Raiders?
you go elsewhere?
What about the
Do you know what
Raiders?
the market would be like for Lamar Jackson
Oh, my
if the
gosh.
Ravens put him on the market? Somebody will
And I
give
owe
them
you an
their,
apology, Tony.
someone will give them their uniforms.
Okay.
Yes. They would give them their team
So
name and
go
their
be
stadium.
a Houston Texan. Let's see how that works out
How
for
about
you.
a Vegas
LJ?
Raider?
No?
Yeah, they got their eyes on Brady.
I love that we all just assume Brady's going to keep on playing.
It's just
Are
gonna
you
keep-
ready to put him out to pasture?
Never.
why are they
Exactly.
underdogs at home? I mean, guys, just liquidate it. I know you hate it.
That's your emotions talking.
Totally.
See, that's
your-
what
Hashtag fade
Every
the
time
goo.
I think you guys know me, that hurts.
No.
It's
Listen,
not emotion.
I'm not. No, it's PTSD. It's because you're mad at him. You're like, we're all sitting
I'm
here
mad
going,
at you.
The Bucks haven't scored 20 points all year, and you're like, but the Cowboys suck. I watch every game. I could see that game
This is
going
a
either way,
joke.
but the Cowboys should be favored. They're a better team. They're a better team. They might lose, but they're better. They've been better, don't you think? They've been-
The thing that I do think is fascinating is the whole Purdy angle, because yesterday I was on the radio. I got a P1 of my own. I call him Harry. I correspond with him. He's a really smart 49er fan. And, you know, my thing is, well, you know, you got McCaffrey's a big part of this, McCaffrey. And the question is, how many quarterbacks could be doing what Brock Purdy is doing? Starter, like, of all this, because his point is, like, Purdy's really good. It's not, he's not a game manager. He's not just don't make, like, he's actually really good. And what he was saying is, like, okay, Jimmy Garoppolo can hand the ball off to Christian McCaffrey as many times. So they're equal there. But the way Purdy has used Kittle and McCaffrey, there's like another level that he's taken the team to above Jimmy Garoppolo. Mm-hmm. And he just got me to thinking, well, I think McCaffrey's more important than Purdy. He just kind of threw it in there like he doesn't think Purdy's just this guy.
I'm with
That's
Harry, and you just reminded me of something I was driving around and I heard you say yesterday, and I wanted to call because I'm like, oh, you were peacocking because you made the statement that the quarterback is always the most important player on the team, but not for the 49ers.
Right.
No, I heard that.
I totally disagree.
Okay.
Always. The quarterback is always the most important player, and we're seeing why. Like, yes, he's got so much around him, but if you don't have the right person in that spot, all the stuff around you doesn't matter.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Sure.
Bosa on this particular team? Could he be more valuable than the quarterback?
Watch what I'm going to say right
There's
now.
a number of guys more important than the quarterback on this team.
Here's how. Here's how I'm going to win this argument.
So you're with me.
Take any 49er and declare them out right now. Which one moves the spread in the game the most?
McCaffrey.
Look at you walking. You talk about peacocking.
He said McCaffrey.
It would have been Bosa.
He said McCaffrey.
It would have been Bosa for me,
Right.
Mark, but it's McCaffrey now.
So you go
Here's the
from-
problem. They're going to go to Josh
With
Johnson.
Purdy?
That's a big problem.
Exactly.
Purdy.
Jimmy G
You think?
doesn't lose a game, and then
Unequivocally, Brock Purdy.
I thought you left.
Oh, well, because we'd have Josh Johnson.
I did.
Josh Johnson.
I
was
expect-
gone.
seriously,
Yeah.
I
thought it was
expected
gone.
Guru to be the one who agreed with me, and then he didn't.
Hold on a second.
I thought I was
and
going
you
to get at
left your
least one.
stuff, so you had to come back.
So, no, seriously, hold on a sec. So, in theory, Garoppolo could be back for the NFC Championship. Of course, he's not going to start.
Right. Yeah.
But let's say Purdy,
injury, yeah.
If Garoppolo's backing up Purdy as opposed to Josh Johnson, does that impact the line? And would it if Purdy got hurt between those games? And so Jimmy's going to start the NFC Championship.
I'd say yes. Yes. Yes, the 49ers with Purdy score over 30.
And
With
he's
Jimmy-
a part
with
of why
Jimmy,
they're
they
scoring
score
over
over
20.
20. Yeah.
That I can see.
Yeah.
He has an ability, Dibs, to look down the field, unlike Jimmy, and he's comfortable doing it. And now look at Kittle.
Boy,
Good
Oh,
God.
my gosh. He looks like Kelsey all of a
He's
sudden.
offensive lineman, not no more.
Kid like a niner.
Man,
We need to remix
we got
to
out
that
of here.
one.
We got out of here without me making my number one point. It was going to be a shame on you guys. You guys left somebody
What?
off the.
What?
Coach of the Year list.
Oh, wow. Who?
You want to say it right now?
My
You wanna
rookie
tease it?
head coach
Do you wanna tease
in
it?
Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell.
No, we mentioned that no one mentions him. We mentioned that no one mentions him.
That's right. It's unfair.
Get your
It's
man.
unfair. Dibs has a rookie coach done a better job.
Now Dibs left.
What have you done?
I'm out.
Get your man.
All right, here we go. Starting good next.
Kittle like a Niner.
Watch the Morning Roast live on YouTube every weekday from 6 to 9.
I think Nick Bosa's been a better draft pick. Look at what he's done on the opposite side of the ball. Eric Armstead had his best year. D Ford was awesome. Ebicam, a case can be made. He's the greatest draft pick on the defensive side of the ball in the last 20 years.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows that Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Stymie and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, Bay Area and beyond? Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you.
I'm shook.
And I just literally, go ahead.
Thunder hit the building,
right.
And it sounded like King Kong or Godzilla was messing with the building. I'm nervous.
Well, we've got a flash flood warning that I've just received, an emergency alert on my phone. Flash flood warning till 3. You know why? Because your phone might be connected to Sacramento.
No, 94587. That's the Yune. That's my zip code.
You got to sign up.
Yeah, all right.
Or you got to.
Yeah.
Anyway, it says stay off the roads till 3:30 unless you're fleeing a dangerous situation. What are you laughing at? I'm dead serious. So be careful out there.
No, look at it. It's nasty.
I mean, this is where, if ever I agree with Stephen A. Smith, you better be careful.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. We got a lot to talk about. Steph Curry coming back tonight against Phoenix.
TNT game.
It is a TNT game, although how bummed are they? No Kuminga, no Wiseman. Suns will be without Cam Johnson. I'm sorry, Cam Payne.
Yeah, Booker.
They'll be without Booker. They'll be without Chris Paul.
What's up with CP3?
He's hurt.
Yeah. Who's not in the league? But yeah, anyway, we'll be watching.
What else? We got to talk about Brock Purdy. And I think things are really coming into focus as it relates to Brock Purdy and a simple rule you follow. All right? Over the course of the season, he's shown that he's been, let's do it that way. He's been the 49ers' best quarterback, right?
Yep.
Even if, he's been the 49ers' best quarterback. So, forget age, forget this, that, the other thing. He's been the best quarterback this season.
I'm with you.
He will now go into the playoffs as a rookie, okay? So, the goal is obviously to win a Super Bowl. That's going to be hard. If he plays well, great. If he has a bad game in games 1 or 2, guess what? That's too bad, but should we really have expected anything more from a rookie quarterback? Of course he was going to stub his toe. The point is this. It's not house money, even though it's Brock Purdy. But the silver lining is I think no matter what happens from this point on, the 49ers do have a quarterback, at least one they can go into next year relying on. Okay? And that's what's changed in the last 7 games. If this is Purdy, wins a game, wins another, loses, I don't know if Purdy's going to start, although many people say it'll be automatic.
Yep.
Fair enough. But what I'm saying is they will have an established quarterback at the helm next year at training camp.
Yeah, I totally
and it's not
agree.
Trey Lance. It could be Trey Lance, and they could have 2, and that's good. But I just think the 49ers have put themselves in a position where the window, we always talk about that championship window, the Super Bowl window, and it looks like it could be open for a couple years. I don't want to go longer than that because you never know.
I'm going to say this. You might spit your coffee out, and I hear you talking. I said, I feel like from a personal standpoint, Brock Purdy, it's a team game. We chopped it up yesterday about that. It's the 49ers, but then there's a backstory about Brock Purdy and this amazing story. I feel like, from a personal standpoint, if he gets this team to the NFC Championship game, there is no competition. And I could be wrong. He could win this Sunday, well, hopefully it's Saturday, not on a wet track, Steiny, and that could seal it up. We don't know, but what I do know is they have a prolific offense, and he, unlike Jimmy Garoppolo, has the ability to look downfield, hit the guys in stride, whether it be Kittle, McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo. Like you said, I'm starting to believe as long as Kyle's there, the window's open. That's how enamored I am with what it's. I asked Baldy, we both did, about why when I watch the Cowboys, why when they got a CeeDee Lamb, who's a stud receiver, why can't he get the ball? When I watch the Chargers, when I watch the Raiders, why is it such a tussle to get the playmakers the ball? Guess who I don't have those questions with when I watch the Niners offense, even with Jimmy? The guys are getting the ball because of the spacing and the concepts. That's Steiny, it's chess, not checkers, bruh. And I'm telling you, I watch this stuff. I'm watching teams fail before the snap of the ball, and these Niners, they're winning before the play is snapped. The O-line is not the greatest. We were talking bad about it. All of a sudden, they got another toy, and watch out.
It's too late.
You
fired him.
No, I came up with some chocolates and some flour.
At 3 and 4.
But he didn't have.
You fired him.
You know what happened?
You fired him.
He didn't have McCaffrey.
You fired him, though.
But Steiny, I ain't no Niner fan. I'm just telling you what you should be petrified of the Niners.
See, I don't
Everybody.
buy that. That's what
Who's
I don't
your guy in
buy.
Minnesota, your head coach of lobby?
Kevin O'Connell.
Dude, they have don't come here.
They have no
Dallas,
chance.
don't come here.
Okay.
You don't want it. They're too smart. The system is too smart. Complex. IQ. Spacing. Concepts. I need a V8. I mean what I'm saying. That's why Brock Purdy's successful. He's got the best Yoda telling him what to do, how to do it, when to do it. I don't know where this came from.
I don't either.
No, but I'm telling you,
I don't either.
I'm telling you.
Now he's a Yoda again.
No, he's not. It might be what's higher than Yoda. It might Luke Anaker. What I got to call Shasky, but I forget. Dude, you know you're watching what I'm talking about. Like if I asked you right now, Steiny, where are they going?
What do you mean?
To the NFC Championship? I
would
think
expect them to, yes.
Okay, all right.
I would expect them to. But Guru
That's a
is
compliment, though.
But Guru
I
is somebody who's
expect
been around a little while. Playoffs are a different animal.
No joke.
Okay, it's a different season. And I also think we've got to allow for the fact that, experience-wise, he's only played 5 games as a starter.
All right.
It doesn't look like he's going to It doesn't look like the lights are going to bother him, but you don't know until you see it. I think they're the favorites, obviously, to get to the NFC Championship game, and then we'll see what happens. And people can hammer me. I'm not willing to talk in glowing terms like this about this team right now because, And I think Shannon, like this is, I don't know, maybe it's the coach in me. We haven't proven anything yet.
What?
Like, that's what Shanahan would say. We haven't proven anything yet. If we lose to Seattle, oh, they're not going to lose. I know. Okay, they won't. If they lose to Seattle, then all of a sudden, this has become a disaster. Okay?
And now you got a competition. If he's part of the disaster Saturday, Steiny, do you got a competition?
You know what? Let me rephrase that. I'm going to take that back.
Okay.
I'm going to take that back. If the 49ers lose Saturday, but Brock Purdy's pretty good, then the season's not a disaster. That means
he answered the bail.
They don't have a quarter. You know, they have a better quarterback situation next year than they had this year. And go ahead.
No, I need you because I want you to answer, not for us, but I know your intellect. I want you to answer this question from the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 408. I love how this, because I'm upset. I love how this fan base and radio hosts forget how much Jimmy has done for them. I think we do a good job every day of not losing sight and reminding people Jimmy took him to the bowl and Jimmy got him a lead in the fourth and has your lead in the fourth last year. You would say what to that text? Because you can be excited about Brock and nobody's demeaning Garoppolo on what he's done. He didn't get it done, though, when it was him, when he had the time.
We'll see. I mean, look, this could very well come down to Brock Purdy getting hurt in the NFC Championship game, and Garoppolo brings it home.
Could you imagine?
I mean, yes.
Well, he'd have to be healthy.
Yes,
With
I could imagine.
You never know.
I could imagine Brock Purdy losing Saturday. I can imagine Brock Purdy winning the Super Bowl. I can imagine Jimmy Garoppolo taking over for Brock Purdy if he gets hurt and winning the Super Bowl. I could see Jimmy Garoppolo taking over for Brock Purdy, failing. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it's all on the table. It's all on the table, I think.
Friday, I triggered you. I felt like you got triggered because you said, Goo, you sound like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. And it was in this instance when I said, what if we see a scenario in the playoffs, let's say second round, Steiny.
Okay.
They're at home. Dallas comes in. Purdy throws for 320, 2 touchdowns, but the defense has a bad day. They lose by a field goal. You said, Guru, I said, I would be whistling Dixie. I'd be hurt that I lost if I were a fan, but now I know I got a quarterback, a rookie quarterback that's shown he can drive the Ferrari, and now when you talk about windows, this is the biggest 49er skyscraper going because next year is going to get greater.
Well,
next year's going to... You would think, though.
You would.
Okay, so that's why. So it wasn't no built-in excuse, but when I said it, you kind of like, nah, Goo, you can't have it both ways.
Well,
but
you
that
do.
scenario
you
just said speaks to that. Like if he balls out and they lose, maybe the defense, a bad day, a receiver fumbles, you're still going to be on a high after the pain of we got to do.
See, I think no. There's two things can be two things to me can be equally true. Brock Purdy can play well in the postseason, and you're sitting pretty, and you like what he's done, and you like him coming into next year.
Gotcha.
That is not going to erase the fact that here was another year.
Oh, no, okay.
You missed an opportunity. You missed, and you know what? Like, and I don't mean
Kyle's
this.
ledger.
I do not mean this the way it's going to sound. But Brock Purdy's a rookie, and he only has 5. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter right now. The 49ers are either going to succeed or fail in the postseason. It's going to be with this quarterback who happens to be a rookie. And then if everybody's saying Purdy's the kind of guy who won't lose you a game, and that's actually the way it shakes out, but they don't advance, well, then guess what? Somebody else let this team down, either the defense or the running game. So I just...
it's different for different people.
This team has a chance to win the Super Bowl.
No doubt.
If they lose in the first round, I don't give a rat's behind if it's Brock Purdy.
And I agree with that.
It's going to be a disappointment. I mean, the reality of the situation is, did anybody think they'd be here with Brock Purdy? No. Well, they are, though.
I thought it was over.
They're 13-4, and Purdy has been the best quarterback for the Niners this year. No, That's all I'm saying. So shut up about him being a rookie.
Yep.
You're going into the playoffs, not with Lance, not with Garoppolo, but with a better quarterback. You're going into the postseason with the best quarterback you've gone into the postseason with in the Kyle Shanahan era. That's a fact because All we know about Purdy is what we have, 5-0.
Yeah.
So, like, if you look at it that way, well, they better get to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Super Bowl.
But give me this. The history, you said nothing wrong, but I think you're taking for granted. It sounds like it's Donnie. This doesn't, when you get to the third string quarterback, I don't care who you are. It's done, night. Normally it's night. And this kid.
But he's not a third string quarterback because we're already saying he's going to be the starter week 1 next year. So the fact that he's a third stringer.
That's where he was at.
Sure,
yeah.
he is. Is he a third stringer now? No. No, he's the best quarterback on the roster, whether they were healthy or not. That's where we're at right now.
Damn, I got to give. We only
you want to give him an excuse?
No, Trey Lance. We saw him for a limited amount of time.
That's why I'm saying this year. I'm not saying Lance is going to be better. I'm not saying Lance is better. I'm saying the best quarterback for the 49ers this year, it's obvious, was Brock Purdy. So they have the best chance to win it all that they've had under Kyle Shanahan. Well,
we can't say that because Jimmy took them to a Super Bowl.
That's right.
So that's the standard.
Purdy's better, though.
Well, we don't know.
Well,
he's about to play his first playoff game, postseason game.
Purdy at reaching his potential so far has been better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right, but that doesn't supersede Jimmy going to the Super Bowl and having a 10-point lead with 5 minutes left. Now, that can be erased if he pulls this off. That's all. So right now, he's on the road, but Jimmy is at a greater height because he took him to the bowl and won an NFC championship game.
But Purdy's better. So
you're already there.
No, I'm not. If Purdy's been better, you can't. Like, this is what I can't get behind.
Because I ain't cooking
the
no
Garoppolo
books.
Dislikers. All right, it's not even really about them. But if you're telling who was the best quarterback this year for the Niners,
it's Brock Purdy.
Okay, so then who gives them the best chance to win the Super Bowl this year? It's Brock Purdy, and it's not Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right, you're not comparing portfolios. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm going 2019. I'm going last year. Jimmy took him to the NFC Championship. So those are the standards for Brock to surpass that. But this season, if that's what you said, you got that.
Exactly. And if Purdy loses in his first game, it's going to be devastating. It's going to be a catastrophic loss if they lose Saturday. But you're still going to have a second-year quarterback heading into next year. So, it's going to be devastating, but is there a silver lining? Yes.
Let me ask you this. Is there any scenario or low level of play that you can see from Brock Purdy that changes your mind about what you've seen of him? Like, would you be able to differentiate, hey, it was just one bad game, it happened in the postseason, I'm still excited about what I saw before? Or is there a game, Steiny, that he could have that could be so bad, you could be like, you know what, he wasn't ready?
Wouldn't surprise me. He's a rookie. Like, it's okay to expect success, but acknowledge this quarterback's going to have to do something, which is be a quarterback on a championship team as a rookie. A rookie quarterback has never started a Super Bowl. If he gets there, it's unprecedented. No doubt. No doubt. Nobody's saying it won't be a hell of an achievement. But what I'm saying is, if you didn't like Jimmy Garoppolo and you say Brock Purdy's better, well, then he better get him to a Super Bowl. Right?
Yeah, and that's why I was like, it's a short, the 30 points a game, I see it, I notice it. The field goals, remember field goal game? Why is it 9 That was happening under Jimmy. But damn, with that, they still were able to reach heights of the Super Bowl and the 2 NFC championship games. So to me, that's the standard, Steiny. Like, Brock has to get him to that.
Exactly.
Not saying he can't get to greater heights season 2, 3, or 4, but don't act like Jimmy ain't got you to the dance. Jimmy had the car warmed up and ready to go.
Well, now he had the
keys
car
got
warmed
locked,
up. But
the keys got locked in.
In another conversation, he missed the big throw.
Well, yeah, the keys in the car ready was the lead. You know,
Bobby at Los Altos. What's up,
Our
Bobby?
guy.
Hey, guys. I think I can still say Happy New Year. So I think that, first of all, I want to make one quick correction. Goo, you know I love you, but you keep saying Jimmy took us to the NFC Championship game. I'm pretty sure Hufanga took us to the championship game. Jimmy just happened to be the starting quarterback on the team and got to the NFC Championship game. But as it relates to this Saturday, I feel like, and maybe I'm just being really ignorant about this, I feel like the biggest factor is going to be the weather. Because as you guys may recall, week 1, we lost to what I believe is the worst record, number 1 draft pick in the NFL next season. So weather neutralizes everything. And, it probably going to be predicated on some kind of ground game. Now, hopefully the field's in great condition and we can continue to have a passing as well as running play action type of attack. But if we lose to the Seahawks, I don't think it's necessarily on Purdy. I think the weather could play a very big factor. And I don't think the Niners fans should be devastated if the weather is really inclement because everyone knows that just neutralizes the play.
I agree
Brian,
with you,
you're
Bobby.
Done. Bobby, you're done.
And tell the people, Evan, myself, and you, I came in the weather. You jumped up like the Holy Ghost was in you.
It's Homer radio. That's what it is. It's Homer radio. It's Homer radio.
To talk about the weather conditions
as something that will be a detriment to the Niners. Hit the pike. You know what? This is where you want it both ways.
What if McCaffrey slowed down or the Niner offense? It's both ways. A muddy track slows you down.
Okay.
That's all his point was.
Right. They're a running team with the best defense in football. You tell me how you're going to blame it on the rain if they lose. Give me a break with that.
So when I saw you Monday after they lost Chicago in the monsoon.
They should have won. They should have had an advantage. They had a running quarterback. They rely on the run, and we got the Bears defense of 85. But the rain. This is the first time I've ever heard in my entire life that the best defensive team in the league will be at a disadvantage if it rains.
The advantage.
I'll walk right out of here.
The advantage was their offense helping Seattle's defense by slowing them down. Weather matters, Steiny.
No.
That's the new shirt. 957thegameshop.com.
See, this is what I mean.
Weather matters.
And you've got about 4 built-in excuses already for the Niners.
Name
one. Purdy's a rookie. The weather.
That's not my
What if McCaffrey gets hurt?
I don't even got a wrench. That's just part of the story you hate.
If it rains, is that a disadvantage for the Niners?
I would have to. No.
Okay. Well, then what does it matter?
It's for everybody.
It's an advantage for the Niners. It should be an advantage.
What glasses are you looking at? I'm looking at the Niner. What if McCaffrey can't get his foot in under him and he's slipping left and right?
Everybody says the offense has the advantage on a wet field.
I've never heard that.
Because they know where they're going?
No, I've never heard
You've
that.
never heard that?
No, I haven't.
Evan, have you ever heard that?
No, but it makes sense.
Of course.
No, I know
D1,
of course.
Look at D1. Turn around.
No, we already got it from Evan.
Craig
I want to hear
knows.
Craig. Yeah.
Craig knows.
D3.
Craig knows what I'm talking about, Steiny. We got to watch the game. I'm not telling you one team has the advantage of the other.
You're setting it up.
No, it's even Steven if Mother Nature is looking like this out there. Anything can pop off, just like the Bears beat the Niners. That's Exhibit A. It was a monsoon. That's not idea. That's all. I'm not saying the Niners got an advantage. Seattle probably wants it to storm. Don't you get it? I'm using you. Don't you see?
Unbelievable.
Oh,
absolutely
man.
Unbelievable. First time I've ever heard in my life.
Milli Vanilli blame it on the
First
rain
time I've
from the
ever heard in my life that a rainy field
muddy
will not help the superior running team as well as the superior defense. Like I've never. It's like a truism.
So how did the Niners D do in Chicago when they had a 10-point lead?
It was great, but they had two misexecutions. The two big plays.
So that had nothing to do with the weather conditions, those blown plays?
No, definitely not. They had to do with a quarterback who has escapability, I think. I mean, they missed 2 assignments in that game. Goo, take it back. Come on, take it back.
No, you don't even know what I'm still. You're
no.
Evan just proved what I'm right.
Weather
Use
doesn't
your
matter.
mind. You probably never played football, so you don't understand.
Played in ninth grade, seventh grade.
No, you ain't been in no cleats. Have you played soccer? Do you understand? It's not an advantage for the Niners. That's what's pissing you off. I'm saying for everybody involved. If I'm Seattle's defense, how can I slow down this juggernaut of an offense? Oh, it's a muddy track. I would think that might slow him down.
I may have not played football, but we have a guy. Okay. There's only one D1 football player in the house, and he agrees with me. All right, now hey, Ross Tucker, 1:30. We're going to take a breather, and oh boy, football gods already against the San Francisco 49ers. Looks like a slick field. All right. Hey, the road to Glendale. It's brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and even with Guru together. How about that?
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If I'm Seattle's defense, how can I slow down this juggernaut of an offense? Oh, it's a muddy track. I would think that might slow him down. I'm the voice of reason.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, this is where I think you and I have grown so much over the years. So much. That's why we'll just let that there. Nobody's got to be right. Nobody's got to be wrong. It's just an exchange of ideas on what would happen if there were a wet field, and clearly what'll happen if there's a wet field and the Niners lose is they'll have an excuse.
And I'm definitely not the weatherman for KPIX, Steiny, but you get so angry at the littlest stuff. I was just saying what I thought.
See, this is where I got to say it's not anger. It's passion.
Can I get something off my chest? We've been doing this 4 years, right?
Anger, come on.
You come across like, Dude, my boy Steve calls me during the show. I've been doing this for 5 years, bud. Don't you know what time I'm on? Just fake like you support me. Or us. Damn, that just really bothers me. Anyway.
I'll take you one further.
What you got?
I mean, that's your buddy. He's way off in the distance. How many times I've one of the salespeople will be like, "Hey, can you meet Merrill Lynch for lunch at 12:45?"
Oh, that's
no.
Word.
How come?
Say some names, Donnie. Put a name on it.
How come?
That's because I'm doing my job. That's that supersedes Steve.
Let me just so I can go into this segment feeling good. Let's jump on Mel. He says Guru is dead wrong. Hey, Mel.
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, Guru, y'all got to stop it. That's a huge excuse trying to use the weather as a disadvantage for the Niners. If anything, if it was raining, that's more of a disadvantage for the Seahawks because their best two players are their outside receivers. And in the rain, your passing game is the first thing to go. So it's not going to be the team that's more physical, has a better run game, better play calling, and the number one defense. The way you would beat the Niners is to throw it over the top and challenge the secondary. And if it's raining, DK and Tyler Lockett aren't going to have the same effect.
Okay, so that I'm not mad at you, and you made a point.
Thanks,
but
Mel.
on the flip
Appreciate
side, Mel, if Mel's still listening,
I want to move on.
The
from
same
this.
thing applies to the Niners offense, Mel.
Yeah,
That's all. Speed will be hampered. Let's run. Let's do a race in the rain. It will be hampered.
Sure.
Good Lord, people. I didn't. What happened is you put advantage on my statement. I didn't say advantage. I just said let it go. You put advantage. I didn't say advantage anybody. It just would compromise speed.
You know what I've stopped doing? And this is another,
not grabbing the mic.
No, this is.
I just had to throw that in there. Now, go ahead, Stoney. My left ear's been bothering me lately. I'm like, it could be from that noise. But go ahead.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say.
No, you said what you stopped doing.
Matter.
What you stopped doing.
What I stopped doing is.
I was daydreaming.
You said something about something, and I stopped doing. I can't even remember.
It'll come to you.
Yeah, it might not. I'm getting up there in age. All right, whatever. We're having fun with the weather. Let's go to Mr. Retired. He wants to talk about Brock Purdy. Let me guess, he doesn't play well in the rain.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, just real quick before we get to Purdy. First of all, regardless of rain, snow, 75-degree weather, and I'm a Seahawks fan, the Niners could trip, fall, and still land a 2-touchdown win over the Seahawks.
Wow.
So this weather stock is ridiculous. The matchups are just too much in the Niners' favor. The Seahawks have a horrible interior offensive line. You guys can just plow through it, either with Warner or Bosa. And then their defensive line is in shambles right now. There's no way you guys don't put up 120 yards running on them, regardless of the weather.
Let me ask you this, because Stoney and I real quick talked about this yesterday. And some radio host, Mark Willard, said it was kind of a blowout, the game in Seattle, 21-13. Did you think that was a close game?
No, no, that was not a close game. It might have been close at the end, but the Niners had that handled pretty much into the second half going forward. It was like it should have never been that close to begin with, frankly.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Mr. Retired. Appreciate it.
Interesting how people look at that game.
I mean, I think the Seahawks scored with 3.5.
The Niners had to run the clock out, get a first down.
Well, and
That's
did.
a close game.
And they did.
Yeah.
But it's 20-13, so
Well,
they
they had
weren't
to
in
go for
danger
two.
of losing in regulation.
And the interception was dropped. I mean, Brock got away
I don't
with
remember
one.
when.
Yeah.
Was that in the first?
No, it was late. But it would have helped. They could have went 3 and out. Who knows?
I remembered what I'd forgotten.
The people want to know, too.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
I don't feel the need to go back and actually listen to what you said you didn't say. Just to say, I got you. I don't do that anymore.
When would you do it? If you wanted to.
When you got me mad 5 years ago.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Or are you saying I said advantage?
No, like you said, see, Steiny, I didn't say disadvantage.
Yeah.
You did, but I let it go now. I won't go
check
pull
the tape.
tape.
Okay.
I'll just say, that's what he does.
Yeah.
That's kind of like you when you felt the heat coming from the pickup basketball world.
Dude, it won't leave me.
Working on resolutions, Stoney.
A lot of people understood. They got a kick out of it, but some won't let it go.
Hey, Steph Curry is back tonight for the Golden State Warriors. The Phoenix Suns are in town. 2 500 teams. Man, what's happened there? But anyway, Steph Curry's missed 11 games. Warriors 6-5 during that stretch. They're 5-2 on this homestand. This is the last game. I mean, the bottom line to me is if they lose this game, it's not a good homestand. You got to go 6-2 on this homestand, especially after you started 5-0. You have to.
That's surprising coming from you, being that they put the 5 straight wins together after the debacle of the road trip, that you would say, you know what, the season's over kind of when you say it's not a good. You are 5-3. You were out Wiggins for one game. He was rusty. Kuminga and Wiseman haven't played the last 2 that you dropped. And I was looking at Detroit and Orlando as wins. I was thinking 8-0. But Stein, I'm kind of like, that's too harsh to say it's not a good one when you're 5-3 with the circumstances.
If you're 3-16 on the road and you're going 5-3 at home, you ain't making the playoffs. I mean, it's just, you can't. Whatever. 6-2 is 6-2 is an absolutely good homestand. And you take it 9 times out of 10. 5-3? Then hitting the road on a 3-game loser? I don't know.
I can't wait for the Spurs game. Curry will be in that. Hopefully Clay.
Well, Curry's playing tonight.
Yeah, no. Curry will be in that, hopefully Clay. But he could go off.
Oh, he's Steph Curry.
Yeah, the chef.
He might get 60 tonight. Let's go to Quan in Antioch. He's talking about optimism. Of course, I'll tell you what, and I said it before, if you're a 49er fan, you got to be feeling great about your team's chances right now. What's up, Quan?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
You guys have, in my opinion, the best show. But what I want to tell you why I'm optimistic is this time last year, the 49ers were 10-7. And there was a stat going into the playoffs that the Niners were 1-7 whenever Jimmy threw a pick. And I remember at this time last year, it was like, okay, it doesn't matter. We're just going to run the ball. Then Debo gets hurt. It's like, okay, now we're in trouble. This year, I'm optimistic with Brock Purdy because I feel the Niners can go down a score or two, and Brock Purdy will do enough to make it where we can score the next drive or maybe the next couple of drives, and I'm not worried about it anymore. Last year was more of just like, okay, was Jimmy going to throw a pick? Because if he throws a pick, we're done. Or if it's too much pressure, is he going to fall under pressure? Kind of like he did in the NFC Championship game, and he almost did in the Dallas game. This year, I don't have that concern. My only concern is just injuries now. And, there's that
Oh, we lost you. Quan, you're breaking up. Listen, I just thought of it. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I know good points hit me a lot over the course of a day. And I know it's hard to remember a year ago. If you're a 49er fan, but you can kind of remember last year, there is no doubt you are more optimistic this season at this point for winning a Super Bowl than you were last year after getting in the last week of the season against the Rams and knowing you had to run the table on the road.
No, hey.
Now, that's independent of the quarterback. That has nothing to do with Brock Purdy to me. So that tells me, well, first of all, would you agree that the majority of 49er fans would say
There's
that?
no doubt. It's a slam dunk. But now, I'm going to give it back to you.
Right.
But if there are 4 other people in this room, there could be 4 other answers as to why. And that wouldn't be a bad thing because it's about the 49ers, but there's reasons to that. And to the caller's point, do you remember last year this time? They're too Debo reliant that you can retire. And that's just a great thing because it's not just Debo or bust, and that's how it felt a lot of Sundays watching the Niners offense. Now it's like we saw what it was like without him. Now, they're about to play postseason. You're going to need contributions from everybody. But are you telling me, Steiny, last year there was a big thing about Debo and his usage that's kind of just went down the drain? It's gone.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's pretty simple, really. And if a lot of people always say, don't speak for the fan base, but you still, our job is to kind of have the pulse. I would think that most 49er fans are more optimistic right now going into the postseason than last year. And one is, first of all, they're not going to have to win 3 straight road games. But you know why they're more optimistic? Because they're better.
Hello.
So because they're better, that's period. End of sentence. Yeah. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, it doesn't matter. Yeah. The reason 49 fans are optimistic is because they're better than last year. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, then those are the expectations. Brock Purdy be damned. It's that simple.
And so you're right. I can name you 5 that I know that. Well, my guy Ron T is just standing. He's out of control because it's Niner this, Niner that. I have no
idea who Ron T is.
Ronald Tillman. Remember you met him? Well, you're supposed to fake it. Anyway, he's just overbearing with his excitement. But fans will be disappointed if the Niners were to slip up. And I'm talking about on the scope of getting back to the Super Bowl. This defense. I got questions about the secondary, Steiny. I didn't have questions about the secondary last year.
Yeah.
But now they can score with anybody.
Let's go to, I was going to go to Mo. Mo wants to talk about weather, though.
Yeah.
Hey.
Go ahead, Monk.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so this is for Spidey, since Guru brought up the weather. So the Niners, we put a new grass like about 3 weeks ago, and I just want to see, does that give the Niners an advantage?
Careful. Behind you.
That's new sod. I didn't know 3 weeks ago.
You know what? It is that time of year. Who's doing the feature on George Toma? George Toma.
What a great pull. I was trying to think of his name.
Hey, I tell you what, this game may come down to George Toma, the field doctor.
Dude, you are special. We're going to talk to Ross Tucker at 1:30.
Yes, we are.
He's from Reading, PA. It's
a fact.
And this is, I bet if I were to ask Ross, if you had would you prefer to watch a football game in bad weather conditions? I believe because he's back east, he might say yeah. And I thought you would jump on it.
Of a question.
But me being from the West Coast to Best Coast, I don't want it. I don't want to drop on the field.
Why would Ross Tucker, a sideline reporter, want it to rain like a monsoon?
The game that he's not, Steiny, watching.
No.
I think he's in the booth.
Hey, 49er fans, what would you prefer, 75 and sunny Saturday at 1:30 or torrential downpour?
On the game he's not covering, guys. Speaking of which, what was that last night?
What?
65-7?
What are you
I'm
talking
out.
about?
College football championship.
No.
Oh. I saw 3 plays.
Are you serious? You watched the whole thing.
They were all touchdowns.
That's a 4.
3 or 4.
Give us a game.
I saw McGruff. He was, what did he do the one time? McGruff ran like a quarterback draw for Texas Christian. And he got 2 yards. They were down 30-7 or something.
Give us something better. That was slop.
What?
That game, you shouldn't be able to
That's
score
what happens
65.
when you leave out the best team in college football.
Look at you. He was in the house.
I know. It was embarrassing. It's a disservice to Saban and Alabama. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Oh, God.
Lost 2 games on the last play of each game.
Leroy.
Yeah, they shouldn't be in it. Sunny Dykes. Hey, Leroy.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, you guys. Man, you guys are awesome, man. Look,
Yeah, we know.
I am optimistic.
Of course.
More optimistic, Steiny, than last year. And I want to ask you guys a question. In the playoffs, the way this defense is playing and the way the running game is going, do you think that Purdy can survive a turnover or an interception?
Yeah, why not?
I would
We're
say
going to
yes,
win the
too.
Super Bowl then. If you say yeah like that,
course.
we win in the Super Bowl because it don't matter what Purdy do. As long as that defense and that running game is churning like it's churning, we're all good, guys.
Thanks, Leroy.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call. No, I mean,
I'm like, hell yes, Marshawn Lynch. Have you watched him, Leroy? The offense is like lowered the bar in a crazy way for the defense. That can never be said. But it's like we can win a shoot, styles make fights, and the Niners had one style. It was to suffocate you defensively, and we'll get to maybe 24 on a good day. They're getting 30 in their sleep.
I think actually Ross Tucker doesn't do sidelines. I think he does like
color analyst.
So he works with Merrill Reese?
He's in the booth.
With Merrill Reese?
I don't know if that's the play-by-play guy he works with. But
I thought Mike Quick. It was Mike Quick and Merrill
receiver.
Reese.
We can find out at 1:30.
But the point was, a game he was watching, would he want, like, for the eye candy? Like, does that do something? People back east, they like sloppy and muddy.
No, they don't.
So
that's why I left there.
Well, you're different. Yeah.
I mean, I absolutely wouldn't mind a game in the snow, watching a game in the snow. I don't want to be there.
But not a team you root for, though.
Why not? Who cares? It's part of football. But guess
games
what?
just didn't balance.
I got news. Like, here's the thing. Let's say, let's say we all knew the 49ers were the worst rain team in the history of football. Where's this year's Super Bowl?
Glendale.
You know what? And it rains. It doesn't matter. Then you're not the Super Bowl champions. Oh, but they're 0-7 in rain. That's too bad. That's football. Like, you got to play in the climate.
You are my partner.
You got to play in the climate.
I got
weather. Please. I was funning around with Kevin O'Connell. He's the head coach of the Vikings.
Okay, got you.
First year head coach of the Vikings.
Done an admirable job.
Playoffs?
Admirable.
Yeah.
Has he done as good a job as Kyle Shanahan?
No.
Why not?
Because he's had Kirk Cousins at his disposal the whole season.
Okay.
And Kyle's had to work through 3 quarterbacks.
But I keep hearing, Guru, how the Vikings.
Call me, dear.
The Vikings are a fraud. Everybody
now,
says
you've never heard me say that. I'm defended. They're not frauds.
Okay, but they're
fickle.
Are they a 13?
They can be beat 40-3 at home, a la Dallas, or they can come back from 33-0. That's who they are.
Right. And what
it's a flip of a coin. There's no
But they went
consistency.
13-4. So they were supposed to be 9-8 or 8-9.
Gotcha.
And they're 13-4.
I can take 2 minutes at the chalkboard, sir, and show you how they could be 7-10.
Here's
easily.
and you know what? I could take 2 minutes at a chalkboard and say they just are Kenny Rogers.
Or I could say
they know when to hold them. They know when to fold them. They know when to walk away. They know when to run. They don't care if they lose 40-3 or 21-20. Who cares? Point differential. They're 13-4. They were not supposed to be as good as the Niners this year, were they?
Put the Viking helmet on the box of Lucky Charms. The cereal, just put the Viking helmet. Because that's what they've been. Hey, if you're not into that, I get it. But there's something tangible there that tells you, hey, they got 13 wins, right? But they can be had.
That's fine.
And anybody could technically be had.
So why isn't he the coach of the year just because they can be had? They're 13-4. They won as many games as the Niners. That's the other thing. He's a first-year coach.
He's got
now, Shanahan's got the 3 quarterbacks.
One of the best receivers.
Got the 3
Cousins.
So I'm just saying. Yeah. I ever want to do in this life is to get people to look outside their box, to look at another perspective. Okay?
He stole that from
And
me.
I get it. Kyle Shanahan is absolutely a coach of the year.
What about Dable in New York?
Exactly.
They left them for dead.
Who's they?
The media.
So you're doing what Joe Lacob did.
Happy birthday, Joe.
67.
Dude, he looks good. Well, what are you supposed to look like?
I was going to say, if you're a billionaire, you better look good.
You know what? Facials.
No, just keep in shape. You think he's got a personal trainer?
Oh, there's no doubt.
There's doubt. I think there's a little doubt.
Don't you ever think what life would be like if you just had buku money?
Only 23 hours of the day.
I would tip $200 at the gas station. Like, I'd be broke. I'd be Spreewell. I had to feed my. That was a low blow. My favorite Warrior. Yeah.
You wouldn't be like Shaq.
Rutherford used to go to his house after every game.
What'd they do?
And Handy.
What, break down tape?
No, play video games.
Yeah.
Mingle.
Mm-hmm. I believe he lived in, San Leandro. No, he lived in, like, Hayward or something.
That's
Believe it or not.
Snitches get stitches.
I remember after he choked Carlissimo, like, he went AWOL. And I just remember I knew he lived in Hayward.
You didn't go by his house.
I tried to.
Oh, my God.
Dude, I was a reporter.
That's how you get hits, Donnie, following folks.
Well, he lived in a gated community, so I couldn't get in.
All right.
There's nothing wrong with knocking on a front door.
That's crazy.
What do you mean?
Boy.
I mean, I didn't want to do it. I was not looking forward to it, but
did you get hazard pay? Like, what if somebody said, hey,
I didn't even put in for
overtime. Took you for an intruder and
wait.
Dude, you were in danger.
What are you talking about?
What if his friends
I'm
were
in
there?
A gated community in Hayward. I walk out of my I don't know.
What if he had his homies there? They were mad.
Okay, his homies are there. I park in front of his house.
What you doing here? What you want?
I'd like to talk to Spree.
He ain't available.
All right. See you later.
Take your ass outside.
See you later.
That could have jumped off.
What could have jumped off?
I wouldn't have win. Well, you want me to go to his house? That's stalking.
That's not stalking.
Yeah.
I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses do it. Door to door. You did it. You went to doors cold. You made cold calls trying to sell stuff.
Yeah, but I wasn't snooping. I was trying to give you something.
He would have opened the door and said, dude, what are you doing here, Steiny? I would have been like, I got it. You want to talk or no?
How long did you stay?
I never got there.
Oh, okay. That's crazy.
He'd be like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm just doing my job. You got a quote or not? No, man. All right, see you.
Wow.
Come on. Big homies.
I'm just picturing you doing that, Stoney. Come in. Roll one up.
Hey.
No. Lumpia.
It's not legal
Yeah.
back there. And let me tell you something.
That's great.
You're far more likely to snoop on a celebrity than I am. It's not even close.
Stop it, man. Oh.
All right. Hey, the Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. On the other side, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Let's start setting the table. It's playoff time.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
For wild card round action, DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, is the place to go. New customers can bet just $5 and get $200 in free bets instantly. Plus, all customers can get a no-sweat bet each day of the wild card round this weekend. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code VENTURE. New customers can bet $5 on the NFL and get $200 in free bets instantly. That's code VENTURE. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario and Ohio. Bonus issued as free bets. One free bet issued based on amount of initial losing NFL bet up to $10. Eligibility, wagering, deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're doing a great job. I feel like I'm doing a great job.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Al the Guru Johnson with you, and we always get right to him. Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's Odyssey Insider. What's up, Ross? How you doing, man?
What's up? I am doing well. Probably not as well as you guys are doing. I mean, it wasn't that long ago when Guru was going for like Kyle Shanahan to be fired, and now everybody thinks they're going to win the Super Bowl. I mean, in all sincerity, I'm not saying that to bust Guru's chops. I'm saying it more to be like, it's just wild how things can change.
It is, Ross, and I told the listeners and Steiny, my partner, I've gotten flowers and chocolates, and I come back and tried to knock on the door. So, I mean, this is incredible. And I'll ask you this, because we just talked about it. You look around the league, you look at what Dable's done in New York. Kyle's on his third-string quarterback, and a lot of people want that label lifted. But to me, it's what it is and what he came in as. Who's your coach of the year?
I think it's Dable. It's funny because a lot of people, obviously in Philadelphia, think it should be Sirianni. I think Kyle Shanahan has a really strong argument. I think Dan Campbell has a really strong argument, especially weren't they like 1-6 at one point?
Yes.
But you look at the Giants roster, man, it's not that good. I mean, that is not a very good roster. He's made Daniel Jones look by far the best he's ever looked, I think, which is very impressive and deserves a lot of credit. They made the playoffs with a game to go. I mean, this has been but they've been like the worst franchise in the NFL over the last 5 years in terms of wins and losses. So I think it's stable.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Ross, obviously you and I are from back east originally, and I always like to kind of get the measure of the fan base. So, if you put the 49ers situation back in Philadelphia, let's say, and they're 13-4, but they're, you got Brock Purdy. You're not going to have Jalen Hurts. You got your third stringer, whoever that was, and he's a rookie, but you have the exact same team that the Niners have. Like, what would the expectations be in Philadelphia, knowing that on the one hand you got a team that's kind of loaded, but on the other hand you have a rookie quarterback drafted in the 7th round who doesn't have a lot of experience? How would a fan weigh that in another city or in Philadelphia?
Their expectation would be the Super Bowl.
To win it or make it?
I think to win it.
Okay.
The way the Niners, I mean, look, I do power rankings on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Yeah.
I've got the Niners number 1 again this week. I have had them that way the last couple of weeks. I think they're the best team in the NFL right now. That doesn't mean they'll win it. They still got to win 4 more games. Winning 14 in a row sounds very difficult in my mind, and it's not going to be an easy path having to more than likely go to Philadelphia and then face some type of stud AFC quarterback, whether it's Josh Allen or Mahomes or Burrow or whatever. So I understand why it's not the most likely scenario, but it's really, really impressive. I think when you get to this point when you've won 10 in a row and you got the number one defense and, you know, it's long enough now that people don't really care about how Purdy got there. They just care about what they've seen since he's been there. And in Philadelphia, I mean, look, a lot of people in Philadelphia think the Niners have a great chance to go to the Super Bowl and win it. And that's not even in San Francisco.
Wow, that's heavy. I'll tell you this, Ross, just selfishly, I want to see the Niners and Kansas City. And that goes back to 19, that Super Bowl. But what the Chiefs did to the Niners in their own stadium this season. So I want to see Andy Reid v. Kyle Shanahan. But I got to ask you this because I know you cover the league. I told Steiny yesterday, and I mean it, Ross, I knew McCaffrey was good, but I had forgot about him in Carolina. You know, there wasn't too many meaningful games. He had been hurt. Has he done anything to remind you, or did you not forget just how badass he is?
Yeah, I didn't know if he would ever get back to this. After the injuries in Carolina, and they just used him so much there. I mean, I did it. You guys got to Google this, but I think I was writing maybe for The Athletic. But there were 2 years in Carolina where he was on the field for more than 150 snaps than any other running back in the league. That's like 3 games worth, guys. And that was why I was saying he shouldn't even report to training camp unless they give him a new contract or mini camp. And I think they did. Then maybe they read my article. I don't know. But he just got used so much, even at Stanford. And then with the Panthers, I didn't know how much he still had in him. But obviously he is a fantastic football player who, you know, Kyle knew. Kyle and John Lynch knew, and they're not messing around, and it's the big reason why they're as good as they are.
I mean, I'm just looking at his 19, Ross, because you brought it up, and it looks to me like he touched the ball over 400 times. 287 rushing attempts and 116 receptions. Man.
Yeah, but listen, that also that's a lot. But it's even because the other plays where he's out in the field but doesn't get the ball, a lot of times he's blocking.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just which will be interesting, by the way. It'll be interesting to see exactly how good he'll be the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's a good point. Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game. If you don't know, Ross does a lot of work for the Eagles. Very familiar with that team, and that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping San Francisco goes to Philly in the NFC Championship. What is going on with Jalen Hurts, and is he 100%, or if not, what's the number?
No, he's not 100%. They've been very clear about that. They didn't have any design runs for him. They got trying to get the ball out quick. He's definitely not 100%, and they've been very clear about that. But that's also part of the reason I think why they played him against the Giants was to make sure they won so he could get another 2 weeks off, really. I think he'll be a lot closer to 100% in 2 weeks. And at that point, I mean, it's win or go home. My guess is they'll start to use him on the run game more because they struggled in the red zone against the Giants. But usually in the red zone, they run Hurts a lot.
Right.
And they didn't run him at all.
Ross, the first game between the Niners and Seahawks, Trey Lance got hurt. He was here in San Francisco, but the Niners dominated him. And depending on who you talk to, the second game, Thursday night, was 21-13, went down to the wire. How hard is it for one team to beat another team 3 times in a row? And are you giving the Birds a chance this Saturday?
Well, first of all, the Birds are the Eagles, Guru. Like we got.
I was gonna say Seahawks. I was like, you know what?
No, you can go Hawks. You can say Hawks for them, but they're definitely not the Birds. Like that goes through. That goes right through Steiny and I. Like
there's no doubt.
Y'all can have it.
Eagles fans
the Birds
only.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Atlanta online.
Number two, no, they don't have a chance to win that game. I mean, never say never, but unless Smith throws a couple bombs to Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, I don't see how they win the game. I do think the spread is interesting. 10.5. I kind of like Seattle, I guess, to get a backdoor cover. 9.5, I'd probably lean to the Niners. But Niners feel like they're on a mission right now. Boy, that'd be like one of the all-time playoff upsets. It really would be, the way the Niners are playing if Seattle beat them.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, real quick. So what exactly do you do for the Eagles?
I do the preseason games on TV.
Okay.
And I do the pregame show on the radio. And then I do some stuff during the week, like everybody has like game day morning shows.
Gotcha.
I do some stuff on those.
So it's Merrill Reese and Mike Quick on the play-by-play.
Yeah, those guys are still doing it. They've been doing it for a while. Merrill, I think, is 80 and has been doing it since the 70s.
Yeah, for sure. He's been there for
Ross,
for
let me
a while.
ask you this before we let you go. If you can do this, Ross, I'm giving you an exercise. Take your allegiance away. Give the Bay Area your Super Bowl pick right now.
Well, in a situation like this, I'll pretty much always say Eagles, Chiefs.
Wow.
I'll go with the number one seed because if I'm going to give my best, put my best forth and my best effort forth, I'm going to go with the teams at home field advantage, the teams that are playing one less game, because you never know. Honestly, there's only 5 teams, though, I can have any vision of going to the Super Bowl. It's the Eagles in San Francisco in the NFC, Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, AFC.
Yeah.
If anybody else crashed that party, I'd be really surprised.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, thank you as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right. That's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider.
He said Philly because of his allegiance, but he really it was Niners. He thinks the Niners are playing the best right now. But Steiny,
they're number one on
want
his Ross
Philly
Tucker
Niners.
power rankings.
I want Philly. I want Niners, Kansas City, man.
Well, you can have both.
What do you mean I can have both?
You can have Niners, Eagles, and then Niners, Kansas City.
No, but if the Eagles go to the Super Bowl, I want the Niners have to beat the Eagles to get to the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
So I said I want Niners, Chiefs. You fought?
Yeah, in the Super Bowl.
That's the only way they could play.
I know.
Right.
And we must have a misunderstanding.
It's totally who's on first.
I guess so. I
want Andy Reid against Kyle.
Okay,
What's going on here?
But
How did the Eagles get involved?
Because I was just looking at the NFC Championship.
Oh, okay.
I want Philly.
Yeah, gotcha.
I want the Niners to go to Philly.
That would be a hell of a game.
Who do you guys think is more likely to get upset before the title game, the Niners or the Eagles?
The Eagles.
Is that because of Hurts?
Yes.
I think he's really, really Steiny, that game was close against the Giants and their reserves. It went down to the wire. I'm not saying it was his fault, but dude, when you're hampered and you really, got to put it on the line, or you play different, less aggressive. I mean, man, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Hey, Ken,
what you got?
Gotta bring something up.
Oh, hey, it's what we do.
So one of the things you're excellent at is you're a great listener. You really are. And, every once in a while, we get into something other than sports. Maybe we get into the weather, something serious.
Relationships.
Life, relationships,
yeah. Kids.
Stuff that's very serious, death. And when somebody usually says something, poignant, you say, man, that's heavy. And I was like, you know what? That's a good response when, if there's more going on. So don't use that's heavy when Ross Tucker's talking about like the A gap or the read option or strength of schedule.
When did I use it? Remind me. I didn't. Oh, man. Hey, when did I use it, Steiny?
After he explained something about the RPO or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
He kind of caught you by surprise. He threw it back out there. What are you looking at?
I'm with you, Guru.
What are you looking at?
707 Xfinity Mobile Text Line.
What?
Great listener, terrible interviewer, bruh. That's Fillmore Mike.
If you're going to do that,
Stop.
say Xfinity Mobile
I'm not-
Text Line.
I said that. You don't listen.
Oh,
Said
did
on the
you?
Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Hey, and I'm mad at you and John. You weren't here. The wife and I were driving last week.
Who the hell is John?
Pulled up behind a car, Evan, and there was a mouse behind the dude's license plate. And we were seeing the mouse. We pull over, tell the dude, hey, there's a mouse on your license plate. He goes, thanks, and kept driving. I told the people what kind of car because they asked. I said Xfinity. Steiny, there is no car called Xfinity. He was in an Infinity. And you guys let that go.
That's a fact.
Dude, you got to help me.
I
man.
mean, that's
You-
one
you-
where I'll take your victory lap. I mean, that's all I can say. Yeah.
I messed up. What you mean victory lap?
Oh, I thought JD said it.
No, I said it was. Oh, the people were out. I said Xfinity.
I was
no,
reading the
that's
text. I wasn't listening.
Yeah,
No,
there you
I'm
go.
just kidding.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
I got a bunch of stuff written down.
A bunch of
Steph
problems.
tonight, under 20 points, over. Steph, because if it's like Wiggins, Wiggins a little rusty. So was Iggy.
I would say
Back to
over
Wiggins.
just because the one thing that Steph's proven over the course of his career is that he doesn't really ease back in. When he's back, he's
Interesting.
back. Just like when he said, that playoff game against Portland.
Okay, now people getting on my nerves.
About what?
Xfinity Mobile Text Line 415 Guru. We let a lot go. What are they insinuating?
Well,
Hey,
you know,
be
like
careful.
you know, like your
Hey.
your preposterous take on the weather. You know,
I was going to ask Ross. You
we'll
kind
let
of
you
stayed
go.
away from it.
That's because it's not an issue.
You don't play. That's why.
We were flag football champions, 1986.
What position were you?
I said you don't listen. I was a wide receiver, Steve Largent like. I was precise. Didn't have
number 80
didn't
was
have
bad.
blazing speed, but I was an
Look at
unbelievable
my man.
route runner.
Look at you.
And you know my hands are great. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you.
Please
Shoot.
tell me it's chicken.
So I got a buddy.
It's
I got
right
a buddy.
behind you.
Yeah, I got a buddy who lives up the street.
Now give a shout out his name.
Mitch Adams.
Mitch.
Perfect rotation. He's heard you talk about pickup basketball and your shot.
And my son's shot.
And so this is a ball to help with your rotation.
That's
Perfect rotation. He dropped it off and he said, make sure you give one to Guru. So
Steiny, man.
here you go.
You know I got
That
hands.
Eric Dampier.
Please.
Or
If
James
I ain't
Wiseman.
got nothing, I got hands.
Anyway, so yeah.
That's better than chicken. Oh, this thing's heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy.
It's like a medicine ball.
That was a great
Whoa.
pass, too. You can watch on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah,
So the
Evan.
bottom line is like you have to
I need to tip.
use backspin if you shoot that one because it's so heavy. You know
Dude,
what I mean?
this is great. Should I shoot $20?
I'm sorry. No.
Give you 20 to get a Mitch?
No. That would be payola.
Oh, you're right. Which
That is a no-no.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is just a buddy.
Dude, thanks, Mitch.
Given he lives near me and he's heard us talking. Boom. Dropped
dope.
2 off yesterday. I said thank you.
Like, I'm really excited.
Mitch Adams.
Nice job, dude.
Perfect rotation. It's a good ball. It's heavy. But it
Last
teaches
time you
about
shot in your backyard. Well, it's been storming. Dude, you gotta.
Long
Your
time
calves look
ago.
like you play for Kentucky Wildcats.
long time ago.
You can get out on the. I'm gonna get your ass on the pickup game.
You're not going to get mine.
Something happened on the pickup game. It's not you not wanting to play. You look good.
Yeah.
Your legs look like you play. Come on, man.
What?
Get the video people from the station to follow us. 505.
I will never play
Evan
another
can run
pickup
with
game
us. Craig,
as long as I live. I'm ready to say that.
that
let me
hurts
tell-
me, man. You're able to do it. Don't waste it.
Okay.
I'm looking at you.
Who is this? Is this? Oh, Death of a Salesman. Willie Loman.
Dude, and I'm familiar.
A man. No. Clint Eastwood. Dirty Harry. One of those. A man's got to know his limitations. And I'll tell you what's not going to happen to me, Goo. I am not going to play
You're so petrified of this.
pickup basketball game at my age, try to do too much, ruin a leg, and have one of those braces on from my ankle to my upper crotch for 8 months.
Wow.
I'm not going to be
now
the
you're
guy.
scaring me. And I'm carrying some lumber.
Also, the other thing is I'm at peace with my career.
See,
You're not.
No.
I mean, you've got demons left and right.
I go to high school games and want to go get a jersey and go out there. I got to stop, man. Hey, last thing, 510, any chance we could get Sean King back on? But why would we have him? He was great last time.
He was great.
Maybe if they play the Bucks.
We don't need a reason. We could just...
No, that Evan, I got you. The boss would say, "What's the hook?"
Yeah, that's a big one. He's always like, "Hey, explain why these people are coming on. Explain why."
How can Dallas be favored over Tampa at Tampa?
I think that tells you what they think of Tampa.
Dude,
seriously, Tampa.
Put it all on Tampa.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm telling you, they're
this
not.
Is reversed. See,
no, this is not.
Here's the thing.
This is where I don't play.
No, here's the thing.
This is real.
Here's the thing about you. I'm gonna try to help you a little bit. When you first started in this business, nobody knew who you were. You had no profile. Some say you had no business being on the radio, but you made it. Now you've been on for 5 years, so people kind of know your allegiances. They know you like Pittsburgh. They know you like Dallas a little. So
but I can separate.
No, but because they've become familiar with you, they now know that you're just saying as reverse devil tongue.
When I think we're married, we're not. Because you don't know I know how to differentiate. Stoney, this is real.
Well, they don't then.
Tampa Bay, Dallas can't do nothing. This is embarrassing that Vegas would put themselves out there
Vegas
and have
is embarrassing.
Tampa Bay, Tom Brady, at his age, an underdog at home on Monday night. Don't you get it? This is set up to
That's my line.
This is going to embarrass Jerry, Dak. This is going to be awful. On Martin Luther King Day.
You know what? You are the biggest baby as a fan I've ever come across.
This is true.
Come on,
I just keep it real, man.
Stop pretending. You're not 8 years old anymore.
Now that hurts.
Come on now.
But
just
if
say,
you would have said 12 or 13, I wouldn't have been offended.
Just say hey.
No, I just call it like I see it.
Okay, you don't think this. I get it, and you've said it all year. Dallas is not all that.
And I told you Dak was a fraud
don't say
before
Vegas is
everybody
lost on that. Come on. How much money's Vegas taken off you in your lifetime?
If we could get that back, I wouldn't be here. Yeah.
Anyway, but damn it. What's the line?
Dallas -3.
I'll take the Cowboys right now.
Do you mean this?
I would make that bet right now.
$40.
Why 40? That's
I
a weird
don't
number.
know what a budget.
Now, this one's not money because this is more spur of the moment.
Well, you owe me for the Warriors one. Dude, they're winning it, man. I've never been as confident. I'm watching these teams. Boston giving up 150 to OKC. I don't care. Shea didn't even play. Dude, I could go on.
I know.
I need Peter Bessie following
But you know what you won't do? You won't include the Warriors.
They're the champs, bud.
I know. And you want to protect them.
Orlando Magic.
It's so funny. I keep Guru. Boy, what's going on in Minnesota? What's going on in Phoenix? What's going on here? What's going on there?
What's going on here?
And I
is
say,
the Red Cross. Okay. There's explanations. Oh, Williams is out. Curry's out.
And there aren't for the other teams. It's just a mystery. It's just a mystery.
How did Memphis get embarrassed and beat down after all the talking they did?
27 and 13.
See, that's fool's gold. I'm talking about Christmas. That let me know you ain't got that dog.
Yeah, Christmas.
The Warriors own you.
Christmas. You know what? I tell you, did you hear what
they got condominiums in your head?
Christmas is it's the new game 2 of a series. It's that important.
Oh, see. We just look at life.
No, and again, it's like this is, and you're not wrong for not being worried about, but just take yourself out of the Golden State protector, the Golden State pocket protector.
I get mad when I hear that word.
And just like, okay, everybody's got problems, but the Warriors, really? Yeah. Oh, well, they're champs. Okay, guess so. All right. Okay. They're champs.
You feel that real quick?
Nothing
you feel
to see
that
here.
confident in Boston?
Nothing to see here.
Do you feel that confident
in Boston? Nothing to see here with the Warriors.
There's something to see.
Oh.
There's something to see.
No, there isn't.
It's health.
No.
Because now I'm worried about Clay. Every time I get somebody back, somebody else
goes. Here's the other thing. What? You're worried about Clay.
Yeah, because he was.
You want him to play back-to-backs, but you're also worried that playing 45 minutes that night might have gotten him hurt.
Yeah, because remember, all I kept saying to you about Clay was the science aspect has been impressive. And now I'm like, did they give him too much too soon? Now, he might be back tonight. He might be back for Friday night. They need Clay, Steiny, and he was showing signs. Warriors are going to be fine is all that I'm saying. I'm a doctor.
What does that mean?
Oh, hey, Dr. Durrell, what's his prescription?
I like to go.
F-I-N-E.
I like to go.
Fine.
I like to go.
Take two.
I like to go a little deeper than that.
But
you
that's
tell me
when
what
you're
fine
looking
means.
for stuff that ain't there.
What does fine mean?
Oh,
they got to get to 50 wins. They're 20-20.
I don't know if they're going to get to 50,
Okay.
Doc, but that's not a prerequisite.
Can
for
they get
success.
to? Will they get to 45?
I'm telling you, they could get to 43, but they could still win it all.
They can't win it all.
That's not a mandate. 45 or 50. That's for other teams. This team has shown you they're going to do it different.
They can win as a play-in team.
Oh, there's no doubt. And
Well,
I don't think they'll be
doubt.
a play-in team. But they can. Steiny.
John Dickinson says. John Dickinson.
We've been texting too.
Are you disagree? John Dickinson. Look, if they're a playing team, they're not going to win it. I mean, it's just they're not going to win it. It's just not going to happen. You're disagreeing with that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna text him on the way home. We talk.
Let's text him during the break.
All right, but why would you put that past this team with Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins if they're healthy?
I wouldn't put it past them, but I wouldn't bet on it.
And I sure wouldn't have bet on them winning last year. I didn't see
nuance.
That shocked the hell out of I was at the parade shook.
I don't need to make bold pre. What are you looking at?
Quit doing that. Why do the 4-time champs need protection?
That's what I want to know. And yet you do it day after. Hey, what's coming up on the games brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's all also sponsored by Pfizer. The Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry coming back tonight against the Phoenix Suns. Then they go out on the road. Let me ask Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. You feel like they're getting ready to go on a little roll here? You get the feeling they're going to start turning this corner? Curry's coming back? Or are you not feeling that way? We'll talk about it on the other side.
Watch the Morning Roast live on YouTube. Every weekday from 6 to 9.
I think Nick Bosa's been a better draft pick. Look at what he's done on the opposite side of the ball. Eric Armstead had his best year. D Ford was awesome. Ebicam, a case can be made. He's the greatest draft pick on the defensive side of the ball in the last 20 years.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that.
You're on his flat pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Hey, I'm Andy. And every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so. And that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah, check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
He's the GOAT. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
What's up, Steph?
The chef is back.
My man.
Mm-hmm. And it was a pleasure watching the Warriors without him, but there's nothing like watching the Jacksons without Michael. And that's what Steph is. You like that one?
Happy birthday, Joe Lacob. Happy birthday, Joe Lacob. Happy birthday. Doesn't matter. It's just a number. You can find it on the internet anytime you want.
Man.
Congratulations, Joe Lacob.
And he's got a game. You think he'll be there tonight?
Yeah, I do. It's a big game. I don't believe he was there Saturday when I went.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the game against the Magic, as I told you. And, look at the 408. Michael or Janet.
Yeah, I turned it off. What you got? Read some.
Michael or Janet.
Janet.
No.
Oh, my God. I just watched Poetic Justice over the weekend, too, with Tupac and Janet. Great movie.
I'm still getting over you think your friends text you during the show.
Yeah, I'm getting pissed off. Man. Yeah, they call.
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's a lack of respect for what we do.
And that's all.
You know what? That's what it is. And, I'm glad you put the rat on the table. I am sick and tired of people when I tell them, hey, what are you doing? I got to work. What do you mean? Well, I got to watch the Warrior game tonight. That's work, people.
Dude, Steiny! In the Johnson household, I'm not picking you up. I'm not taking you because I'm working.
Exactly.
I might go get a pizza, but still, you know what I mean, Steiny.
I do know what you mean.
I love it.
It's not hard, though. It's not as hard as it's probably, as far as manual labor, it's the easiest job I've ever had.
Yeah, but it's mental. Mental is more than manual sometimes, man.
You struggle with a mental game a little more than most.
Why would you say that?
You're a little brittle mentally. a little. You're easy to fluster.
Please.
All right. I wanted to play this Steve Kerr sound, if I can find it. Okay. You think the Warriors are getting ready to roll?
I do.
Steph Curry's coming back. No Wiseman or Kuminga. They're going to get looked at again in a day or so.
Let me add one more caveat.
Klay Thompson, Wiggins coming back. Go ahead.
But the step they took without Steph on this homestand, the growth that I saw from, even though guys are not playing, all that stuff counted.
Okay.
A Kuminga, Wiseman, that stuff just doesn't go away because you get hurt. So everybody got to get exposure, and they benefited from. And now I feel like they can get help from any and everybody.
Here's the two things that would worry me, and they're obviously worrying Steve Kerr. This is from yesterday's practice. Take a listen, go.
I'm concerned about Draymond and Loon right now. Just they've been playing such heavy minutes with, the number of bigs who have been out over the last few weeks between JaMychal and James and now JK. So those guys have been playing heavy minutes, and it's that time of year anyway that's difficult, after the new year, before the All-Star break, raining every day. It's the guys who've been playing heavy minutes absolutely need a break, but you got to do what you got to do. And I'm really proud of them, of that whole group. But of Loon and Draymond in particular, just given the circumstances, what they've done for us the last couple of weeks, keeping us afloat, has been really impressive. But yes, it'd be nice to get them a little rest.
See, I'm worried about paying the piper in a little bit down the line, whether it's this trip or a week or two, that what you were asking those guys to do is going to be a detriment, in the next 3 or 4 weeks. Well,
I'll say this to that. You got the All-Star break that's coming up. If you want to say that's rest, it is. And then also, too, if I am so soured, and I know they're keeping an eye on the Western Conference, I don't think they're going to fall to 10. I think those days are over because of the state of the Western Conference, which can actually help the Warriors. So now, if you want to give Looney and put him in a straitjacket and say, hey, you're taking tonight off, you can sit him. And
152 straight
ruin
games.
Your chances of winning that game. The same with Draymond. My thing is, Steiny, you can control who you want to rest. And yeah, it might lose you a couple games, but the way in the standings, and forget just the standings.
That's so unlike you.
It is, because I'm
very unlike you.
What the Clippers, there's the Jazz, there is so much inconsistency by these teams that I think the worst is over.
Now, why the double standard for you there?
The Warriors aren't doing this on purpose. They've been hurt. Wiggins was out.
I'll meet you halfway. Okay. Here's what I'm talking about.
I'm not being a homer.
We kind of are. Hey, that's cheap shot. Here's the thing, though. One of your things that you've been consistent on is whenever we've been talking about the 49ers or the home team, and you bring up, well, other teams are having trouble too. A lot of times you're like, but we're not talking about them. So it's like, it feels like you're saying it's okay for the Warriors because everybody else is struggling, so it's okay for them to struggle. Yeah, okay. When I don't know that you would do that for other teams.
Let's
just talk about their struggle.
And that's how I know you know me and love me. I appreciate that. But this is different. You are the hunted. Yeah. You are the champs. You have the throne. Yeah. So you can do it whatever way you want to do it. It's not over until somebody beats you 4 out of 7. To me, this is not about 1 through 10. It's about 10 and you don't fall out of the play-in game. But I'm telling you, Matt, now Denver, they're the new flavor of the month. Jamal Murray, Porter, they're back, but I got to see it. But what they've done does not give me more confidence to where if the Warriors hooked up with them in the first round series, oh my gosh, every team has an issue. Every team, somebody's out. And the Warriors had Wiggins, the Warriors had Steph out, and they're going to fix that road record. They are. What they're going to have to pay, because you got to pay the piper, is when you do start these plays, you may have to be at a disadvantage 4 games on the road as opposed to at home. Steiny, I'm telling you, man.
Telling me what?
I have never been as confident in that bet that I am now that the Warriors are going to repeat.
All right, you know what? We can start there. I haven't wavered in my confidence that the Golden State Warriors are likely not going to win the title.
Okay.
And here's why.
Yeah.
Everything went right last year. I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm not saying they got lucky. None of that.
Draymond got hurt last year.
That's right. They all got healthy for the playoffs. Curry missed the last 11 games, healthy for the playoffs. Draymond missed a big chunk of the season, healthy for the playoffs. Klay, half a year under his belt, healthy for the playoffs. They ran the table. A lot of help from Porter, a lot of help from Peyton, but they ran the table. Yeah. This year, they didn't get off to as good a start, so they never even proved for a stretch they're an 18-2 team. Remember, they started 18-2, so it's like we saw, you know what, they can be pretty good. We have not seen that this team can be pretty good. And here's the fundamental difference. While I do give the Warriors all the credit that they deserve for being champions, I don't use that as the reason they're going to win it all because they're champions. No, every year's different, and I don't believe things are going to set up as nice. And they happened by accident last year.
Right?
It just kind of worked out. You know, Steph gets hurt a little more, maybe he misses a series or two, whatever. I think it's going to be much harder to get to the postseason intact and then actually have players outside of the big boys contributing like Otto Porter or Peyton did last year. I just don't see it.
I'm not mad at that. And I'll say that could be applied to every team that's out there. The wrong injury could happen at the wrong time.
It's not about injury. It's about talent level. And no.
I think they totally got the talent. And we talked about the plus-minus when the starters were intact, when they were healthy.
When you say it could happen to any team, it will happen to the Warriors more frequently, as we are seeing.
Okay.
Because they're getting older.
No doubt. But let me just give you this. I saw a wounded – this is why I'm excited. I saw a wounded Warrior team go deep within itself, and it was championship pedigree on Christmas Day and embarrass Memphis.
Oh, they can get to that once in a while, sure.
So for the people in the back saying, hey, Goo, that's
they do
one
that for
game,
2 months?
Then what they did to Boston.
Can they do it for 2 months?
Yes, they can.
2 months in a row.
And I'm going to tell you this.
He's already saying Draymond is wearing down.
Okay, but you know a coach's job to the media is kind of tell you, nothing's easy. But we're fighting for our life.
Sure.
But can I put a spin on the Curry injury, meaning he might be a little fresher?
Yeah.
For a little
I'll
longer
give you that.
Down the road when it's go time.
I'm not going to scoff at that.
Okay? And what I've seen from Klay as far as, I want to say consistency, but the ability to be lethal without Steph and Wiggins, oh my gosh. Can you just be the third or fourth now?
Well, I don't know.
He's already answered that for me.
Well, no, he hasn't. Actually.
See, for me, he has.
He hasn't been good as the third option.
But see, that's why I think when we just seen him have success,
when he can take 30 shots a night.
No, but now I think that's where he's in because when he had that taking those 30 shots, he said, you know what? Everything slowed down. Right. He thought about his mortality. He thought about his future in a Warrior uniform. Now I want to put that to test to see, okay, so Clay, when you're only getting 15, 16, and you're probably 20 attempts, can you do it? Stoney, I'm telling you, this may be a blessing in disguise, but the one thing that that concerns you is, to me, they control. Hey, Draymond, tonight we're playing Phoenix. Take this one off.
Yeah,
they
for how long?
Control.
That's what you think.
As long as it takes.
That's what you think.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't think if they're first of all 7 through 10 play-in team, they're done. I think they're done as a play-in team. So they're okay. And this is where who's in the 7th spot now in the East? Like probably I don't know, Washington.
No, I got it right now. Good guess. New York Knicks, 22-19.
Exactly. The only reason that you would give the Knicks no chance and the Warriors chance is because of their pedigree.
Oh, no doubt.
But they're 3. How are they going to win 4 series on the road when they're 3-16 right now on the road? They can't win on the road.
Well, I would say
you're thinking there's going to be magic.
No doubt.
Of course.
Stoney, there's going to be a 6 or 7 coming.
Well, that's not the game I play. I don't believe in magic.
Well, you're playing another game to where you want to crucify the 3-16, which is justified because they earned it, but that thing can improve. What if they win the next 6 out of 7 on the road? Now, I know people will be saying, hey, Goo, that sounds crazy, but what if they do that? Good. Then that's different than the 3-16, and I'm just saying to you, your temperature should change if they were the 6th seed going out on the road.
The season is halfway over.
It is.
They have not done one thing this year. Not one time this year have I been like, I think they're going to win it. Because you know why? They're 20-20. And they've been hurt. And they have no stability yet. Can they get it? Of course they can. They got it last year. But I maintain that everything fell into place last year with the injuries and everybody getting healthy. And then Porter stepping up in a big way and Peyton stepping up in a big way. All those kind of things. And they won the title. And it was unlikely, but they did it.
But now you got Lamb, and I'm saying Lamb, who I was laughing at, DiVincenzo, Steiny, Kuminga when he comes back, and Kuminga, I don't even need points from you.
So those guys are as good as I. So
no, I'm not saying that.
So you don't have. There's nobody you name that's as important as Gary Payton second. Gary Payton second was last year.
And that's Rodney Dangerfield. That's straight up respect. But my thing to you, and we both don't know on this Tuesday, is I'm giving them room to grow, and maybe they're not as good as Gary Payton II. But you're close enough.
No, you're not.
See,
because your stars have fallen off.
See, by April, Steiny, I don't know. That's what I'm betting on. That was the bet, is they're going to be ready to go. Now, how they get there, it's going to be different. But by that go time off, and I'm going to be honest with you.
So the Warriors
I think this might be something different to where, hey, we didn't want to do it this way, but this is new for us.
Can the Warriors win it as a 10th seed?
I wouldn't put it past them because they got Steph. I swear to people, I don't got Curry underwear. You ask me a question, yes. Do you know how shocked we were that they won it last year? I still haven't gotten over that, Stoney. So to me, that moxie, when they're healthy, it means something. And it means something to the point to right now, we could be in a bar and somebody says, no more for me, because I got to be drunk. But you would have to been drunk to say last year they were going to win it. When Drake came back from that injury and he looked older and he looked like he wasn't physically right.
While I didn't think they were going to win it last year.
Oh, I knew they were. I'm being honest.
Some people did. Draymond Green did. Stephen A. Smith did. So there were people who gave them that choice. This always bothers me.
I don't got it up.
This always bothers me. Something like this. Xfinity Mobile text line. Come on, Steiny. Otto Porter Jr. and Peyton haven't even played this year. Okay? Just for the record, I think Peyton's played a game. Yeah. He's right. And Otto Porter's just been ruled out for the season, so he's not even going to play a game this year.
But you can't play that game like if they were here, they would be hurt. That's how I look at it.
Come on, Steiny. Otto and Peyton haven't even played. Correct. But that doesn't take away from how they contributed last year.
No doubt.
And filling their spots.
Them winning the chip. Oh, my gosh, man. Like, that just don't go away, Steiny.
I think Klay Thompson looked better at the end of last year than he looks now.
Even after this, I'm grading with a curve. From the Barkley comments and
what do you
him,
think?
he looks phenomenal.
Phenomenal?
You look at his numbers, Stein, he was damn near 40%, if not higher, from 30 points a game.
Again, this is such a tough position to be in because I love Klay Thompson.
We all do, and I don't have blinders.
Here's the other problem they're going to have.
I don't feel like you're giving him credit when he plays
and
good.
I don't feel like you're acknowledging that, okay, and he didn't play last game.
Nobody
likes that he's hurt.
Yeah, no, that bothers me.
Guess what? And hey, Warriors, we're going to start to get rolling. I think it's going to be hard to get rolling. You know why? There's 2 back-to-backs on this trip. Is Klay playing in the back-to-backs? Probably not. Is that a good thing or bad thing? It's neither, but it makes it a little tougher to get into any kind of groove.
And there are no back-to-backs in the offs, Steiny.
There aren't.
And that helps the Warriors.
I don't know. We'll see. Those get back. Like, you're right. There are no back-to-backs. But a lot of times there's game off after like the first 3 games of a season.
I know you're going to go to the phones. You're going to throw your coffee at me, but I'm telling you, this is why I feel good about the bet. That stat that to me, weighs 500 pounds. That's how heavy it is. Of when their starting 5 is out there, their plus, including Klay, their plus minus is second to none. That's that championship pedigree.
And his minutes
condense in the offs.
Right. They're likely to get more hurt.
Okay. All right. Now it's about Lamb. Can he do what the dude, I laughed at him. Oh, give Kuminga those minutes. I've seen enough to where I would bet this is like Brock Purdy. You got something. Now, we don't need you to lead the team in scoring. That's not good. But Steiny, I'm telling you, he may, and you're going to laugh, you ain't Porter Jr., but what you bring is Porter Jr. like, and on some nights it's more. Okay, DiVincenzo, you ain't Gary Payton II, but you just got to uncanny. Villanova, Jay Wright.
He's a different story.
But the impact.
Please stop with Lamb.
Okay,
please stop with Lamb.
My friend say, well, what do you want me? Why would you tell me to stop with Lamb?
Because that's
you're telling me
unreal.
there's another.
I'm telling you that if Anthony Lamb is playing more than 15 minutes a game in the postseason, you're not going anywhere. Like maybe you get by one series like that.
But you didn't say 11 minutes. You didn't say 9, and those can be 9 important playoff minutes.
Okay, you know what that means? Jonathan Kuminga is getting outplayed. You ready for that?
Now, that is not how I looked at it.
I know, because you can't play 11 guys. Okay, let's do the math.
Right,
Starting 5.
Okay, Poole, 6. Kuminga, 7.
No, DiVincenzo, 7. Okay,
right.
Kuminga.
All right, 8.
Okay.
Now, you're going to laugh.
Right.
Iggy.
Okay, that's
9.
Sure.
I want to say Wiseman, but that ain't. Yeah, well, that's about it.
I'll be there.
Well, you haven't mentioned Lamb. So if he's playing, something went wrong.
Okay, all right.
And what happened to your all-star in waiting, Moses Moody? He can't even get on the court anymore.
Well, he's been playing people were
blowout losses.
It is gone.
You guys.
You know what the best part of this discussion, Goo, is? I ain't right.
And that's why I love you. I'm telling you, they're going to do it a different way, and it's going to be from the bottom. Is this what they want? No, but I'm not saying because they're set or they worked hard, blah, blah, blah. They can. I'm watching other teams, and you could be like, Goo, you're selling them short. Until you beat this team 4 out of 7, I'm not waving the flag. And if you got Stephen Curry and this offense, Wiggins on a good day, Klay, Dre has, hey, let's reverse. He's been spectacular.
No, he hasn't. Stop using words that are overinflated. He's been very good.
What if somebody said
Michael Jordan's spectacular?
Okay, hey,
come on, Goo.
You're taking away from what I'm trying to do for Dre.
Listen, if Draymond Green were truly spectacular,
candidates, 90.
No,
what?
It's going to be JJJ. It's a lock already down in Memphis,
you
baby.
You think so?
I'm just telling you where this.
The dude that fouls out every other, or got 4 or 5 fouls.
I'm just telling you what sentiment is. Like, see, that's where we got to get out of our bubble. Like Ross Tucker was even saying, Probably Daboll.
Well,
Daboll's going to win Coach of the Year, not Shanahan. And I was like, really?
That's still not done.
I know
and
it's not, but we'll see if he's right.
But no, and text line, Guru Lamb is nowhere near the defender that OPJ was. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you, I'm watching too many games where, oh my God, they look awful tonight. And here comes this kid with the fro, I don't know what you call it, with the fade, acting like he's been around here 6-7 years, just playing at his own speed, scoring, making plays, rebounding. I just like what I see.
Here's where I vehemently disagree with you is, let's just say they're 7 or they're 8.
Okay.
So what does that mean? That means they're 44 and 38, right?
Yeah, they're hosting the playing game.
Fine. That means they were terrible on the road. They were 10 and 31. Okay?
Jesus.
They've never been terrible on the road. So we're going to give them all the credit for championship pedigree. 3 guys. Forget Iguodala. 3 or 4 guys. We're going to give them all the credit for that. But then but the only way you can do that is, so they're just going to snap the finger and they're going to go from a 10 and 30 road team to a team that continues to win on the road at the rate they did during the dynasty. Like, the reason they won't win at that clip is because they're not as good and because they're going to be playing more games on the road than they ever have before.
But what if you get a game 4 Boston, Curry? What if you get that from Wiggins and Clay?
You're going to need that like 3 or 4 series.
That's what I'm saying. But if you get it from 3 different people, Steiny, on any given night, they can win on. Now,
of course,
the 10
on any
and 31
given night.
is that like, means there's no improvement. Steiny, they're going to be better than. I think they're taking it like they know, hey, we got to fix this.
We'll see. We'll see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Talking Golden State Warriors. They're back at it tonight. Last game of the homestand. Phoenix Suns, 7 o'clock tip-off, 6 o'clock Warriors live with JD. And it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, I'm Andy. I started Harry's because I was frustrated with buying razors at the drugstore. And when I say frustrated, I mean like so upset I called my friend Jeff.
Hello, this is Jeff.
Jeff, I'm at the store, and I don't get why these razors
cost so much?
Yeah, and do they need to look like robots?
Dude, I know. And it's so frustrating how expensive they are.
Getting ripped off sucks.
We gotta do something about this.
Why don't we make our own high-quality razors at much better prices?
Actually, I heard about this German razor factory that makes some really high-quality blades.
Really? Okay, maybe that's not exactly how it went. But we did buy that German factory, where we're turning high-quality steel into super sharp blades for a smooth shave at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. Over the past 10 years, 20 million people have tried Harry's. Join them and get your starter set now. That's a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, and shave gel, all for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. If you don't like it, it's on us. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code SMOOTH at checkout. That's harrys.com, code SMOOTH.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
On and off rain today in Martinez, highs near 55.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com. Now placing in accounting roles.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
What's up, JP? Oh, that's right. Nobody likes him anymore. He's missed a few shots.
Please.
Jumping off bandwagons left and right.
Watch yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop. We can critique what we see. Nobody jumping off a wagon.
Guru and I have a bet. He thinks the Warriors are going to win it all this year. I have the field. I feel great about it. Though I don't love it. Because I have a lot of friends over there with the Warriors. I root for them to have success. Here's the difference between this year and last year. To me, is they went 18-2 to start the season. And Iguodala was a big part of that, but whatever. And then they built themselves a hell of a cushion. And last year, it wasn't about the seeding. It was just about getting there. And they got there. And everybody got healthy at the right time. But don't forget, they went in as a 3rd seed. 3, okay? What I believe, one of the factors that I think is really working against them is they've worked, specifically the veterans, they've worked too hard to get to 20-20. In other words, they have worked their ass off to get to 20-20, to the point where Steve Kerr's like, I'm a little worried about Looney and Draymond. They're playing with a lot of it. Like, I believe that will eventually take a toll. Draymond, with all due respect, Draymond Green and Klay Thompson are not used to playing games. They have not played games with this kind of urgency in early January since when? Long time. That's what worries me. A team that's getting older, they're expending a lot of energy here in the regular season. They're not only expending a lot of energy in the regular season, it's only gotten them to 20-20. That's what worries me.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? And I'm asking for the fans, Dub Nation. Had you not heard that soundbite from Steve Kerr about Dre and Looney, was that something you felt like you were watching?
Absolutely. Well, it was. Yeah, well, mostly with Clay.
But Looney,
Looney doesn't play a ton of minutes.
He plays all the time. Like,
what's that?
He's been saving their ass, but he plays all the time.
Who?
Looney.
Well, he plays every game,
so
but
it
he
never wears on him to where we watch a playoff and it's like, oh, Loon Dog is gassed, you know? Like, this is who he is. And I'm not saying it won't take a toll. And Dre, and maybe you're right, Stein, he's going to hit a wall. But like I said, you can control giving Dre some time.
Then what if you lose those games?
Okay, is that the difference between us being a 6 or 7 seed?
Yes, absolutely.
I think the Warriors are going to say, so be it. I got a wild card for you.
I don't think they can do it from that
Can the
spot.
Warriors make a move? And I'm being real with what I'm about to say. Iguodala, does he say, you know what? Do you know what? I'm going to be a coach here. I'm going to be like,
Why would he do that?
Because
he's under contract.
Well,
he's going to just say, I'm going to retire?
No,
don't pay me?
Somebody that stole it from the text line.
I mean, he is the milkman.
Well,
Andre Iguodala is the milkman.
But
nobody
now
can milk it like
he's in
Andre.
the truck now. He's delivering the bottles because he's playing.
Right, and as he delivered the bottles, he stumbled up the staircase and broke 2.
Yeah.
At this point.
So there's nothing you could do to Fandango, even if he said no mas, Roberto Duran, Iggy, and you released him. You would get his spot.
There may be. Well, there's still they have a spot. They have
just one. Yeah. Or you could make a move. Now, who would be in that move? Has Anthony Lamb become attractive if you put him in a package with a J?
No. He's not even guaranteed for the rest of the year.
I'm throwing it at the wall.
Let's go to Oakland. Let's go to Mitch. What's going on, Mitch? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Mitch Adams here. I heard you got a phone call and someone told me you mentioned my name on air.
Yeah,
I was just basketball, Mitch.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I just gave Guru the ball.
Hey, thanks, Mitch.
Hey, no problem, Guru. I mean, purplerotation.com has a ball for everybody.
I'll see you, Mitchy.
Mitch, talk Warriors.
Hey. One more time.
Talk Warriors. Give me a take on the Warriors. Are they going to win it all, and why?
Oh, they'll win it all. And
tell them.
Got rid of their injuries early in the season.
Yep.
And they'll come together as a cohesive group. But the second tier really get in their action right now, so they'll have their they'll be battle tested leading into the playoffs. And then when the rotation gets shorter, then we'll start to really see the Warriors click. But yeah, I definitely think that they can win it all.
Thank you, Mitch. Lock it up.
Mitch.
Appreciate the call.
And here I go. Draymond being the junkyard dog that he is, and the stellar training staff that the Warriors are.
The one you just criticized on the changeover?
No, I just had a question.
You said they're playing him too much.
Don't
you think Dre would go tell him, hey, I might need some time?
Yeah, I think he would.
But his body, but his actions are speaking louder than that. At some point, he'll get his rest, but Steiny, he's playing his ass off.
I know he is. That's my point. It's only January 5th, and he's playing his ass off. That, to me, is worrisome. But that's just me. Sean says Steiny's wrong about the Warriors. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. Yeah, Guru, I agree with you 100%, except on the Lamb stuff. I don't think if Lamb is in the lineup in the playoffs, you can win a championship. And Steiny, I just disagree with you. You've been on this Warriors thing for the last couple of years, and they can't win it. I just disagree about that. I think they have the pieces in place with DiVincenzo, Poole, and Kuminga coming off the bench. And I think Klay Thompson is always going to be the second option on his team. I don't think he ever takes a back seat to Wiggins.
Sean, let me just throw this at you. This is the reason I say it generally.
Yeah.
And trust me, I'm not saying the Warriors were lucky. That's not no. Keep Sean on if you can, please. So I just thought if we take a step back and look at last year, a lot of things fell into place. Curry came back right at the start of the playoffs. Draymond missed a chunk, but then was able to get ramped up. Clay didn't start the season until halfway through. I just felt a lot of things went their way. I don't know that everything can go their way this year. That's all.
Okay, Steiny, who do you think is like the championship front runners in the West?
Yeah, that's a legitimate question. That's fair. That's fair. And
that's why
thank you, Sean. I'll let it at that.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like the Niners. It's like the one. You know what? Yeah, the Niners and Warriors both could get to the finals, but at that point they become underdogs. I think.
Wow.
Don't you?
No, and
because if the Warriors go to the finals, they're going to be 47-35, and they're going to be playing Boston, who probably won 59 games.
Yeah, but I feel like you're not allowing for that jolt. It was a great soda back in the day of, it's playoff time. It's go time. No effing around. Let's go. And I'm going to use another analogy because you brought up the Niners. Now, you think I'm doing reverse devil tongue when it comes to Dallas football. They're dumb. They're not the Niners from top to bottom. That means something.
Right.
That's what I think Memphis is. That's what I think now Denver, I'm not putting in that category, and they got Murray showing me something. Okay, but Steiny, we are talking about the Warriors in a series, even if they don't got home court advantage, 4 games out of 7.
Mm-hmm.
Until you slay the beast, the champ, that's why the bet really is the joke's on you with the bet, because it ain't just a one-off. It's a series that I got of the Warriors and Steph. And last thing about Lamb. If they don't make a move, Lamb's a part of this rotation. Now 33 minutes that he played Saturday is not what I'm advocating.
Seriously,
but Lamb is a factor.
Then they're going nowhere.
That's a problem.
Thank you, JD.
So my question
you
to you,
realize
I'm not telling you Lamb is Dr. J. I know how you do it.
5 for 14.
Okay, -2 when he had 26 points. Okay, that's too many. I'm talking about, other than scoring, the dude brings something to the table. My question to you is, now we're comparing Lamb to Porter Jr. and GP2 and Bielitsa.
Yeah.
And I think on given nights, he gives you a little of all 3.
Yeah. There's a problem with that. The problem is those 3 players that you named, they already did it. They did it last year. Like, they did it.
But you
why would you think? I mean, and that was a bonus.
Okay, but you never.
Why would you think a guy who's who is a jerk like Otto Porter was a pro?
Right, because
Otto Porter's a damn good player.
And I ain't taking nothing from Otto Porter Jr., Steiny, but you never once told me or the listeners last year that, hey, Goo, and I no shade at you, hey, Goo, they're going to win it because they got Gary Payton II is going to be able to take the ball from the best ball handler, hit corner threes, play the passing lanes. Goo, Porter Jr. is going to do this because he can rebound these long. We never knew that what they could do on a regular season given night would translate to the playoffs.
I don't know.
And it did.
No.
The IQ of Lamb, Steiny, that to me is not going anywhere.
When the Warriors acquired Otto Porter, he had been
in the offs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He had playoff experience.
You're right.
For Washington. He went to the playoffs 6 times.
Yeah.
Okay, now he comes to the Warriors. He's already got playoff experience. And in the playoffs, he plays like the 9-year veteran he was. He's smart. He just did it all. He fit perfectly. I just think that's Otto Porter. He's a veteran in this league. Anthony Lamb, while he's 25, is like Anthony Lamb.
Okay.
I cannot expect Anthony Lamb is going to give us what Otto Porter gave us. That's all.
Okay. And Otto Porter, we miss you, but give me this, Matt, and I mean what I'm about to say for the sake of this discussion. Can you forget Otto Porter Jr. for a minute? And if this Lamb continues to give us what he's been giving us, I think it's enough. That's the picture I'm trying to paint for you. Now, I don't want it to be 20 minutes. What he's bringing to the table, 10, 11 minutes, I could see that happening in a playoff game.
That's fine. 8 minutes.
So
But stop saying that. Come on.
What if we do this with DiVincenzo?
I just asked you to name the top
DiVincenzo?
10 guys, and Lamb wasn't in it. So if he's not in it, we're talking about a guy who's getting 5-10 minutes anyway. Who cares?
We went 5. We went Poole. That's 6.
Yeah. DiVincenzo.
Oh, see, so you got DiVincenzo.
Wait, you're telling me Lamb's ahead of DiVincenzo?
No, that's 7.
Okay. Kuminga, your guy.
Okay. Now we're hoping for that, but I got to tell you, Lamb has been more impactful than Kuminga.
So you're saying Lamb's like the 8th man?
He could be.
Yeah, they're going nowhere if Lamb's playing 20 minutes a game. He's a placeholder. Guys like that are they're gonna show up in.
So you're not minimizing his impact during the regular season. If you saw him, hey, dude, you've been taking advantage of a hell of an opportunity. You just don't think it's going to translate in a playoff series.
This is where I'm going to acknowledge my bias. This is my bias.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Having covered the Warriors for so many years when they weren't very good, and seeing guys put up numbers, and they just weren't very good when they. And I think Lamb's doing a nice job. He's doing a nice job. He's got an opportunity. But we're talking about winning a title. If you're telling me he's your 8th man, I'm going to say that's too high in the rotation.
Right.
If you're telling me he's 11th guy that, in a pinch here and there, a couple times, that's fine.
And if I'm wrong about Kuminga, and I hope I am.
What about it? What if Iguodala's healthy?
Okay, then we got Kuminga and Iggy, then Lamb being that 11th.
Perfect.
I don't know if it's perfect, but I just the reason I made that bet is Clay, Steph, Dre, and Looney. And Looney has been the dude that can't jump over a newspaper, Mr. Reliable, and gets every damn rebound. It's incredible.
Let's go to Nick. Nick's in Clayton. What's up, Nick?
Hey, fellas. Hey, you guys are actually both making sense today, so that's real good. And there's something to be said. I think you guys are kind of putting some dots out there, and I think you might be able to kind of connect them. So, Steiny, you're talking about the problems with the roster and how there's clear deficiencies. I mean, I think you're right. If Anthony Lamb's your 8th man, then you are in a position like the old Warriors where Bill Curley's your 8th man or Sam Jacobson's your 8th man, and that's not going to win you anything. And Guru, I think you mentioned something about a trade. So it makes me kind of wonder out loud if you don't have those 8th man that's suitable. In other words, James Wiseman not suitable to play those 8th man minutes. Is he on the block and is he on the way out?
That's what we're gonna. That's a great question.
Good
that's
stuff,
what we're
Nick.
gonna find
Appreciate
out,
it, man.
Yeah. And that's why Bob said, "Hey, Goo, I don't know." Paraphrasing, I don't know what we have, but we're watching everything, and everything. Nothing's off the table, and he's right. He's right. And that 5-game winning streak, I know, was at home, but it wasn't about where it was played. It was growth from guys not named Wiggins, guys not named Steph. And I'm like, okay, so when you get those guys back, now
they might get worse.
Is Lake up exact? Was that
Klay
Fool's goal
Thompson
today?
may become worse?
That's a fear I have. It is. But what if he doesn't, Matt? Then what do you got?
No, then you got a team. Well, I don't know. They're 500. They're 500, and you're telling me Draymond's been spectacular. Curry's an MVP. You're telling me
Curry can't be MVP. Curry's been hurt.
whatever. But you're telling me Clay's back to what he was last year. Looney is Mr. Durability.
Man,
Why are they 20-20?
I don't have the answer, Sway.
What does that mean?
No, Kanye West when he went off.
And
that's a 4.
Listen,
thank you, Evan gave you a 4. That's valid.
We made a bet. I have the field. That's the reason I made the bet.
But don't you?
I have the field.
In Guru
I would make
land,
that bet in any market in the country, even if we were in Boston.
Gotcha.
So it's nothing against the Warriors.
It's a true gambler.
Go ahead.
The field sounds stronger than what you really have.
What?
You think the field, you're like, oh, I got it all. But in reality, Boston, Milwaukee,
you're relying.
And maybe Memphis, so it ain't as big. Don't you get the joke's kind of on you? Because the field sounds great.
I feel
but when
sorry
you get down to it, it's about 3 or 4 other teams.
I feel sorry for the people living in the past. That's that's the thing I'm worried about.
What does that
mean? And it's part of that, and not all Warrior fans are like this, but it's this entitled group that rather than really looking into things, you just say, well, they did it before, they'll do it again.
No,
and they might. And you know what? You might be lucky, and they might do it again. But I got to bet.
Well, nobody was saying that last year at this time.
I know, and see,
nobody was saying it last year.
You're going to be able to say that until the day they're eliminated.
The chef is back.
Let me ask you this. They're 20-20 because they haven't clicked yet. Guys have been injured. So they're going to get more healthy?
I just told you.
Clay's still sitting out.
Well, that's
Clay
one
just
game.
sat out because of precaution.
And he could be back tonight.
He is probably going to play tonight, but he's game time decision.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not playing back-to-back.
You're
already talking about Draymond is going to need time off. You said
that was because you were you went over the top with, you got to rest him. So
right, and you just think they're going to keep winning without Draymond here and there, without Clay here and there. Well, God forbid Steph's got to take some Steph's going to miss a lot of.
Stoney, they don't have to win 14 or 15. They don't got to win. It would be nice, but it's not imperative that they're a top 4 seed to win it.
No,
and I am
top 6. They better be top 6.
Now, I would prefer that. But I'm looking, and I'm not wrong. I know it's not just about on the court. It's about IQ and what JJJ is doing in Memphis. They are goons. Like, they're making a mockery of themselves, Memphis. They were a good story. And I can make an argument.
So they're going to win 55 games, but they're going to be like the Vikings. You get to make fun of them all
They play
year.
like Harden and Luka. Like the ball's in Ja's hand. Like they got so much other stuff than the Warriors to figure out.
Be careful what you wish for.
No, you're right.
The Warriors may have to start playing that way with Curry.
Now Wiggins will see. He'll get back to his thing. Then you got Clay.
Okay. Be careful. Be careful about criticizing those kind of guys when you're one guy getting banged up for that's the only way you can win. If Curry plays that way. I'm
telling you, Matt, I ain't no fandom. This ain't no groupie.
No, but
this is they are smart, man.
Okay.
And that road record right now is a stitch.
They are old, man.
But they were old last year.
No, they were. I know, and that's what you say all the time.
Like 4 years have passed in one.
Clay is not as good as he was last year.
Did he? No.
Steph, the numbers are great. He's probably at that same level. But
Clay can still hit the big shots.
Please don't try to tell me that Draymond has played at the same level he's playing as he played the first 20 games of the year. Last year, he was by far the DPOY.
Okay. What if I give you that?
He is not nearly a defensive player of the year.
A- to B+.
Exactly right.
That's fine.
It's not fine when you have no margin for error or less than last year. Yeah. That's what I think.
See,
you're not going to be wrong.
I think you're busting out the margin of error too quick on this Warrior team.
Okay.
Like, we're halfway. Technically, we're not. It's not the All-Star break.
What were they after 40 games last year?
Better than this, no doubt.
What were they, like 30 and 10?
I want to say the best record in the West. Mm-hmm. Could be wrong, but I think you're ringing the alarm too soon.
They're 500 team. And all we're banking on is pedigree.
Who's been out? Arguably their two best players. Wiggins and Curry.
Yeah, but Lamb.
Nothing to see here.
But what about Lamb?
See, I'm not selling you Lamb like that. He's playing himself into a piece.
Of what?
A championship team trying to go back to back.
Yeah, as an 11th man.
See, the Purdy, the third. Just enjoy a story until it ends. The Purdy thing's real. You want him to be a starter. You don't want Mr. Irrelevant a part of it. Just kind of
you should be happy.
It.
You should be happy. You get to win every argument until the very end.
No. 30 seconds here, guys. Peter King coming up at 5 o'clock with Damon and Ratto.
Yeah, but he thinks the 49ers are the favorite.
Who doesn't right now?
Well, be more specific.
No, Ray Charles.
Most people don't have the 49ers as the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Gotta go.
The NFC?
See you tomorrow.
If you're going to do that, say Xfinity Mobile text line.
I said that. You don't listen.
Does your heart long to wander? to encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Tracking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Are boomers more cringy than millennials? Is Gen Z more woke than Gen X? Is there any hope of bridging our generational divides? Odyssey's new podcast, It's Generational, brings together actual people from these 4 generations for real conversations about today's issues. I'm Lauren Barry, and I'm inviting you to join our mission to dump stereotypes in the trash and really understand each other.
I think these conversations just foretell such a better, richer emotional vocabulary for talking about these things.
Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing. I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So I think I started saying yesterday, like, the path to Glendale begins with Seattle. It's a very dramatic way to say the 49ers have a football game this weekend, Ray. It's kind of a big one. But there really is no path to a championship. It's one step at a time. We're going to just open up the show with cliches. Unless, of course, you're Georgia, in which case there is a clear path to a championship. You just step over Ohio State, and then it's gravy from there on out. My goodness, that national championship game last night, is that the worst, least competitive national championship game of my lifetime? I think it is.
Well, there haven't been that many national championship games, so it's relatively easy to look up. But yeah, it's by far the most lopsided. It was the second most lopsided bowl game this year, behind LSU and who the hell did they beat in the Citrus Bowl?
I don't know. Some directional school.
No, it wasn't a directional school. It was somebody with a name, but it's not a name that I'm calling to mind immediately. But LSU
Purdue?
won like 63.
Was it Purdue?
Yeah, that's who it was.
See, I can't even make fun of Purdue losing because they at least go to bowl games and lose. Indiana doesn't even bother.
No, it was over at 17-3. And then when they scored twice right before the end of the half, he was going, well, this is a significant beatdown.
Thanks for coming, basically, is the way you have to look at that. Appearance by TCU. We'll kind of recap that much, much, much later in the game, in the show today. We have a great guest coming up later in the show today at 5 o'clock. Peter King joins us for any and all playoff needs, and we obviously got plenty of those. The 49ers, Ray, they continue to get healthy, which is a good sign as this big game comes up against Seattle at 1:30 on Saturday afternoon. Dre Greenlaw, Aaron Banks returned to practice today. They were limited after being injured in Week 17 in Las Vegas. They didn't play in Week 18. Kevin Givens, who got injured against Tampa and has not played since then, was a full participant in practice today. As a matter of fact, the only guys who didn't get at least limited practices in are Ambry Thomas, which we kind of knew about, and Jimmy Garoppolo, which we definitely knew about. So, you know, as you start lining up what this game's going to look like, the healthiest Niners team possible sounds like a tremendous advantage, because this Seattle team, having a good year that got them in the playoffs, is nowhere nearly as talented as the 49ers are if it's an all-hands-on-deck situation.
Yeah, and more to the once again, I got to stop doing that.
Just apologize to me, beg my forgiveness, and continue.
Bite me in triplicate.
Thank you.
How's that?
Perfect.
Seattle still can't tackle. They can't tackle running backs in particular, and that's where the difference is. 49ers gained 170 yards first time they played, and then I think like 155 the next time. And if the 49ers do that, this will not be close, because Seattle is not a dynamic enough offense to make up the number of points they're going to give up, watching Elijah Mitchell and Christian McCaffrey just run through them.
Getting healthy is key to any team's postseason success. It's a key. It's just like availability is the best ability you can have in sports. There is no doubt about that. And tonight, look who is available just down the road.
First name Stephen, last name Curry.
He's back.
Everything is less blurry.
He's going to be here tonight, Ray. And as someone who has to pay attention to Warriors games, I'm thankful for that. He is, let's face it, even if you are the most jaded, stubbornest media member in Bay Area sports history. Looking at you, darling.
Yeah.
You got to appreciate Steph Curry playing basketball whenever it's going to happen. And I don't want to be morbid about anything. I don't want to, start talking about the end for Steph, because there is a lot of Steph still in front of us. But there's not a whole lot of Steph still in front of us. It's time to start appreciating what we have left until you're so far down the we don't have much left road. Like, start smelling the roses right now. And if the Warriors, by the way, are going to do anything of significance this year, obviously he's right in this middle of it. Steph Curry is back playing basketball tonight. He missed the last 11 games with a partially dislocated shoulder. Slight thumbs up, I guess, for the Warriors, who do go 6-5 over those 11, but it really felt like that they gave the last two away, eminently winnable games. You lose to Detroit, I guess, on a Sadiq Bey 3, that hurts, but at least that's basketball. To lay down and die against Orlando, even though Clay wasn't playing, bad look. So the Warriors are ever going to look good. They're going to look good with Steph Curry. He's back tonight. That is good. And, oh, by the way, Andrew Wiggins also returned. A few more minutes going to be available, you'd think, for Andre Iguodala tonight. I'm ready for Steph Curry to be playing Warriors basketball again.
Fair enough. I mean, he's going to be here for 4 more years, even if the last 2 years he stinks, which is unlikely. But his contract doesn't run out till 26.
I know.
So you've got plenty of time for that. I mean, right now the task is, okay, amazingly, they're in the 6th spot right now.
They've survived.
Yeah, I mean, and that's
almost through no fault of their own.
And as much as we talk about their awful road record, there isn't a team in the Western Conference that has a winning road record. And only 4 teams overall that have a winning road record. So as much damage as you think they have done to themselves by being unable to win away from home, they're in the same boat as everybody else. I mean, granted, it's taking on more water than everybody else's, but not by as much as you'd think.
Winning on the road has been a problem. They got a 5-game road trip that starts in San Antonio on Friday. Obviously, the 49ers are the focus, right? I mean, they have in Brock Purdy, if you wanted to circle just, one available topic to you and say, this guy really is in the driver's seat of the single biggest fairy tale going on in the NFL. He's come out of nowhere. He has produced at an unbelievably competent level. And the 49ers not only have not missed a beat since he's taken over, you can make an argument that they're even better. They look smoother offensively now than at any other point in time, maybe during the entire Kyle Shanahan era. Maybe that's recency bias. Maybe that's the beauty of lowered expectations. You judge less harshly as you watch it all unfold. But he is, without a doubt, Ray, he's a fairy tale happening in front of our eyes. The Seattle Seahawks have a little bit of a fairy tale going on themselves. And today we need to talk a little bit about Eugene Cyril Smith. Because Geno Smith had a monster year.
Yeah, his is the biggest fairy tale of the year because he was dead and buried. He'll never play again. He failed in New York with a series of horrible Jets teams. No escape for him. And he's come out this year. And although he will not be the MVP, he will be on people's minds when they fill out that card because
he's getting votes. He's going to get votes.
No, I mean, he won't get picked right away when people are filling out their ballots, but he'll be on ballots, no question.
He's second or third. I think he's second or third in this league. Probably third. It's going to go Mahomes, Allen, Smith.
Yeah, I mean the only other possibility I would think would be Justin Jefferson.
I'd say a local Minnesota Vikings reporter might throw him a bone or two, but it won't be an overwhelming.
Oh no, he won't win it either.
Yeah,
I mean Mahomes is going to win, and Allen is going to be the prohibitive second place winner.
Jalen Hurts.
He'll be on some, but he'll be down ballot. Missing a couple of games probably doesn't help him.
But it's one of those weird. We saw how much of a difference maker you are. I've always said one of the greatest. Because I thought that Steve Nash was a soft NBA MVP at times. When you took Steve Nash off those Phoenix Suns teams, when you see what Amari Stoudemire looked like without him. That's when you realize, like, oh, you know what? He might have been worthy of that MVP after all. He makes that entire team go. He really is that good.
And that's the thing about looking back at MVP voting 10 years later. Like, people are outraged that MASH won 2 MVPs and Shaquille O'Neal won neither of them. But at the time, you could make a justification for that. In the same way that you could make a justification in 2015 for Andre Iguodala being finals MVP, because you saw at the time the difference he made in how the Warriors played once he got put, on LeBron. And don't forget, the Cavs were up 2-1 in that series. And then that changed everything.
You got a little memory lane? I got some memory lane for us to walk down today. I think this is going to be a great show for you. We got Peter King coming up at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. And, if I had to offer what is your Jalen Hurts MVP argument? Look at the Eagles without him. Look at the Eagles with him. 2 totally different teams almost. So we have a great show for you today. A fairy tale show. Let's not go that far, but it's a good one. Everyone stay safe out there. Obviously, the weather conditions are all over the place, and it feels like if you're 15 miles away from somebody, their weather condition could be completely different than yours. So, no jokes to go around. Stay out there and healthy and safe today with any and all instant downpours. We had Dippin' Dot size hail outside my front door this afternoon already. So, we got a lot to get into this afternoon. Some very complimentary stuff from Pete Carroll, whose resume is worth going over, the resurrection of Geno Smith, the raw data on the Niners' year, and a goodbye to Brandon Belt, which happened very late last night on our show. Brandon Belt, au revoir. He is going to be a Toronto Blue Jay, which means a hashtag forever Giant. I guess you remove the word forever. But Brandon Belt, a significant and frustrating career out in the San Francisco Bay Area. So we're going to get into all of that today. Curry's returning tonight. Suns are hosting the Warriors. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Peter King today at 5 o'clock.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibbs,
what are you doing right now? This offense is good enough to make it to that game. You're talking about the NFC Championship game, January 29th. And now that we've seen what we've seen from Brock Purdy, not only is he not spitting the bit and looking bad, he actually looks good. Yep. He's been the best of the 3 quarterbacks that the Niners have started this year.
Not bad for Mr. Irrelevant.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The merch store is open, boys and girls. You can check it all out. Go to 957thegame.shop.com. Damon and Ratto, a little bit later on, we will be going down memory lane. Oh, yeah. Yes, member berries for everybody today. Remember, Ray? 41 years ago today was the catch. 41 years. Time flies when you're watching one of the great highlights in one, in not just Niners history, in football history. It really is one of the all-time highlights, and it helped launch a dynasty. There is no doubt about it. The catch, you were there, sparkling in the end zone, if you don't mind me saying. What is your single go-to biggest memory of that day, that moment?
Everson Walls screaming the F word at the top of his lungs when Clark came down with the ball. Because he was inadvertently looking right at me when he did it, and I could actually hear it over the crowd noise.
That's a great memory.
I mean, because he covered him, but Clark simply jumped, and that was all that there was.
Everson Walls, if he could have made the play to prevent that, clearly would have. But Everson Walls has gotten paid time and time again because of that highlight. Like, he's gone to card shows. He has signed, many, inglorious Niner fans, autographs for Niner fans. I mean, all things considered, if you're going to go down in history, be sure to go down in history. It really doesn't matter what side you're on, and he goes down in history because of that moment. And he's nobody's embarrassed for him. I mean, he didn't really do anything wrong on the play.
Yeah, no, he was simply beaten on it. It's not like he blew an assignment. It's not like he was guarding the wrong guy. He could not jump high enough soon enough.
A centimeter higher, Dwight Clark couldn't have jumped high enough.
True, but that's the weird thing about how that play works out, because he's not the guy you would expect to be able to get that high off the ground, because he was not inherently a great leaper, but he was then. And Montana, to his great credit, threw that ball on the run. So I mean, and that was the thing that that made him famous, was he was incredibly accurate. He did not have a cannon for an arm by any stretch, and wasn't asked to have one by Bill Walsh, but he could put the ball in a crowd, and he put the ball in the one place where the worst thing that could happen was an incompletion.
When he was drafted out of West Virginia, Geno Smith wasn't necessarily even known for his accuracy, but he had a cannon, and he was mobile as hell. I mean, he was special when he was at West Virginia. They were good. He had a hell of a run when he was there, and he was the 7th pick of the 2nd round out of West Virginia. Geno Smith, 2013, first year with the New York Jets, he started 16 games, and the Jets actually went a respectable 8-8. All things considered, Geno Smith, though, threw 21 interceptions in his rookie year. Year 2 starts, Ray, 2014. He plays 13 games before he gets hurt, and there is a massive level of regression to the point where he is 3-10. And the Jets have a terrible year in 2015 and in 2016. His final 2 years with the Jets, he only gets 1 start. He appears in 3 games. 2017, Geno Smith, he doesn't have to go far. He just goes from one locker room to the other. He becomes a backup for the New York Giants. He gets 2 games. He starts 1. He lost that game. And in 2018, he's playing 5 games for the Chargers. 0 starts, though. And nobody saw it because at that time, basically, the Chargers were playing in, a glorified soccer stadium? I mean, there was no level of embarrassment that drew any level of attention to the Chargers at their time. So you probably didn't even notice Geno Smith getting 5 games of junk time there. And nobody else did, because in 2019, he is out of the NFL. Geno Smith is out of football in 2019. In 2020, he signs with Seattle. 0 games. They were impressed enough in those 0 games, or at least in his ability to somehow, show what other teams might show you in practice as a backup guy, as someone who is playing practice squad, running scout team at times, I'm guessing. He's back with Seattle. He starts 3 games for Russ in 2020, and then in 2021, this year, out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, Geno wasn't, a 60% passer at any point in time, really, when he was in New York. He starts every game, and he magically turns into a 70% passer who leads the NFL in completion percentage this year. He throws for a career-high 4,200 yards, 30 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. It is a fairy tale, and it is unbelievable. He started from a place that a lot of guys fail in, but then he resurfaces in 2 other places that were hardly success story launching pads with the Giants or the Chargers at the time. And then all of a sudden he shows up in Seattle. Moving on from Russ means, well, they can't just turn the reins over to Geno Smith. But Pete Carroll saw enough in him to do it. And it's one of the more remarkable coaching jobs of Pete Carroll's entire career.
Yeah, he trusted Geno Smith to make sure that Tyler Lockett and DJ Metcalf were the most important players in the offense. And that worked very well. In fact, it worked so well that teams started, not worrying about the run. And all of a sudden, Kenneth Walker, who's probably going to be the offensive rookie of the year this year, suddenly had the kind of year nobody thought he'd have, because he came on in the second half of the year to the point where, at Kansas City and against the Jets, he's over 100. He's a factor too. So, but it doesn't happen if Geno Smith isn't willing to operate within the strictures of what has always been a traditional offense, spiced up only by the fact that Russell Wilson didn't follow instructions all the time. So it's worked out fine for him, and it got what was a bad team into the playoffs, because people were looking at the Seahawks like, yeah, they'll go 4-13. They might get the first pick in the draft.
They were destined to have like 2 of the top 5 picks. That's what everyone was saying, because they had traded obviously for Seattle. Seattle now has Denver's draft pick. When you saw that was going to become a premium draft pick, that thing goes right to Seattle, and Seattle was supposed to stink out the joint and have 2 very premium picks. And somebody's from the 510 says, Damon, get it right. It was 2020. No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was this year that he got his first chance to start. And he starts 17 games. 17 games with Seattle. And is a 70% passer. Yeah. That's the crazy thing. When they say that, accuracy is one of those things that it really can't be taught. You either are accurate or you are not accurate. Well, we've seen Jared Allen Josh Allen, kind of spit in the eye of that theory, because he went from inaccurate to very accurate. And now, Geno Smith is one of the all-time. This guy couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, 21 interceptions in his rookie year, to leads the league in completion percentage. The
most amazing thing when you get down to it is this probably would have been Pete Carroll's last year if they had gone 4-13. They probably would have arranged it so that he could retire with dignity, because, look, he's brought a lot of skins to Seattle. But I don't think they were going to ask him back for next season. Now he might get another 3 years because Geno Smith saved his ass. He made DK Metcalf want to be. But
didn't he also? He saved Geno Smith's rear end too.
Yeah, but I don't think at any point that anybody thought Geno Smith was, going to be, he wasn't going to have this renaissance until Pete Carroll decided he's the quarterback I want. So it was a risky play that if Geno Smith doesn't perform well, means that Pete Carroll's out the door, as well as Geno Smith. So I guess the answer to your question is they saved each other's asses, and now they get to bring their asses down here.
It's something else. It is unbelievable. And look, I still say this, and somebody's like, Damon, you keep on pushing Brock Purdy. I'm not pushing him. Look with your own 2 eyes. Ask yourself, you ever seen anything like that before? If you say yes, you're lying. Mr. Irrelevant has never, ever thrown a pass in the history of football. This guy has turned into the most touchdowns ever thrown by a 49ers rookie quarterback in only 6 games. That's 6 games. That's pretty impressive. He came out of nowhere. Now, to me, the single greatest sports fairy tale I think the NFL's ever going to tell in my lifetime is Kurt Warner. Because Kurt Warner comes from even further back in the draft than, Mr. Irrelevant does. Undrafted. He's bagging groceries.
He's an Iowa barnstormer.
Exactly. Football for Kurt Warner at one point was a glorified hobby more than it was an actual profession that he was probably pursuing, thinking, yeah, one day I'm going to make it to the NFL. And if not for an injury to Trent Green, we don't get to know him at all. it's remarkable. I'd say that it's going to be a Disney movie one day, but I believe it's already been a movie. I don't know if it was a Disney movie or not. I heard it wasn't very good. But I don't need to watch the movie because I saw the real thing.
Yeah, the movie is never going to be as good as the real thing. That's the thing about especially sports movies. They never make them well enough.
Did you ever watch Miracle?
Yeah.
I thought they did a pretty damn good job with that. They really did, because they stayed honest to the story. They didn't embellish, because the story
they
itself,
tarted it up some.
Well, sure, you have to. I mean, it's Hollywood.
But you don't have to. I mean, the fact is you can.
Well, how did they tart it up? How did they tart it up, the movie?
Well,
Miracle?
they made the Jim Craig character like even more romantic than he actually was. They made them, you know.
Well, they wanted to emphasize like his mom died and he's got a connection with his dad.
Okay.
Which he did.
But it wasn't as huge a thing as the narrative made it out later. But I'm just saying, if you want the best sports movies, they have to be almost completely fictional, like Slapshot. Or you have to adhere to a book literally down to the T, like 8 Men Out. I mean, that was probably the best baseball movie. But Miracle was pretty good. I mean, not to get pedantic, but they did primp it up a little bit, but it was a story that didn't need primping. It was big enough on its own that even if you
saw it is like the equivalent of a modern day Academy Award, because you don't see anything. So the fact that you were curious enough to actually seek it out is a small victory in the history of cinema.
Well, I didn't seek it out. I watched it at home. I'm not going with theater.
Well, sure, but you sought it out on your television. There's a lot of things on your TV
actually,
that you choose not to watch.
I didn't seek it out. My wife sought it out and said, "Come on, we're watching a movie." And frankly,
way to go,
I'm
Mrs.
afraid of
Ratto.
her.
There you go.
I'm afraid of her, so I do what I'm told.
Matt in San Rafael, thank you for joining us. What do you got?
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going? I was just calling because I totally agree. Like 98% of the Bay Area, that this Brock Purdy phenomenon is just crazy to be witnessing. And I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on kind of a two-part thing. This kind of, since we've heard of the progress, I guess you'll call it, on Jimmy Garoppolo's injury, why does it seem like there are murmurs on social media from corners of the fan base and even from members of the media that why do we care, and why would you even entertain bringing him back active, for two reasons. One, he hasn't even posted anything in terms of congratulations, NFC champs or NFC West champs, nothing in regards to the team or being behind the team since he's been injured. And two, if you bring him back and God forbid he ended up having to play for whatever reason and gets hurt, it only hurts his trade value. So from the effect on the locker room and Purdy's mental game and everything going well, why would you even entertain the Jimmy Garoppolo show re-entering the picture at this point?
Because he'd 100% be the best option to continue winning should Brock Purdy go down. And that's all there is from this point. And, Jimmy, could he hurt his trade value by reemerging and stepping on his own you-know-what and looking terrible? I guess he could. Or he could, do something that makes you rethink what you think about Jimmy Garoppolo, because that's how sports work too. I mean, he is the best available other option if he is available, full stop. That's why you would want him back.
And the other thing is, if he's as good as he was when he was healthy,
he was good.
You won't see a difference. I mean, if you want to look for one, you'll make one up. But the 49ers have been as successful with him as they've been with Purdy. They are the same team doing the same things the same way. And that's the thing. There's no real change in how they're operating. Plus, he's with the team every day, so he doesn't have to send best wishes to anybody.
Does Jimmy even have a social media presence? I don't know about it if he does.
I don't know.
Care
but he
about
wouldn't.
it if
but
he does.
he wouldn't have to send best wishes to people that he sees every day.
Right.
So that to me is that's just.
But
not,
I mean, here's the thing: I
matter.
place no value or commitment to wanting to win or supporting the team that you got injured playing for based on a, go get him guys tweet.
Yeah,
I don't care about
they'd
that.
They'd laugh at him, and deservedly so, because he's still one of the guys. And if they manage to win a game in which Purdy doesn't look good, and Garoppolo comes back healthy, that's an open debate again about who would play in the conference final or who would play in the Super Bowl. I don't think that's a closed door because it doesn't have to be a closed door. You can let the events play themselves out. You don't have to start working for 2023 when you're still neck deep in 2022.
It's odd that anyone other than the most absurd corners of Twitter and the internet would be worried about Jimmy Garoppolo's presence in any way, shape, or form. Let me ask this. And I think this is a fair question that even the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo detractor would have to say, all right, you might have a point there. When has Jimmy's presence around this team ever had a malevolent effect on it? When has he been anything other than a total pro? Didn't like the way he didn't return off-season texts, and that might have been a part of the reason why, whatever. Okay, as far as in-season presence, I've never heard anything other than Jimmy's a pros pro, and he's never done anything that could even be interpreted as a sideways glance at Trey Lance or Brock Purdy or anyone. I mean, Jimmy was a good teammate to Nate Sudfeld from, early reports. So I just don't think that there's any reason to think that Jimmy being available in a backup role is a bad thing at all. It sounds a lot better than, hey, Trey Lance's ankle's ready to go. No, thank you. No, I'd much rather have Jimmy in a backup role.
Yeah, him as a starter is not a big problem either. I mean, it's the rush to get rid of him has always taken on bizarre overtones. And I guess it's always going to. I guess it just doesn't matter what he does or doesn't do. People will be thrilled when he leaves, and then all of a sudden they'll wonder why they were so happy when he left. Because, this is one of those, you're going to regret what you ask for, because quarterbacks go down. And if Brock Purdy goes down next year and Jimmy Garoppolo is not there to run the offense, 49ers are going to be in some degree of hurt.
Someone from 925 says, I wouldn't wish this at all, but imagine Brock going down in the first quarter of a Super Bowl. Jimmy comes in, they win the game. Like, that would be one of the Cinderella stories. I don't know if it's even a Cinderella story as much as it is a
tribute to continuity,
an unfinished business. He finally got what he'd worked so hard for and seemed to escape him so many different times, like level of the story. The elevator pitch is different than it's a Cinderella story. It's a story of redemption more than it would be an ultimate underdog, because if the Niners had won 10 games in a row with Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't think they're being perceived as an underdog going into this game against Seattle or maybe anybody else that they could see in the NFC side of the bracket.
No, they wouldn't be an underdog unless they play Philadelphia in Philadelphia, just because Philadelphia is a home team and Philadelphia has the better record. But that said, I don't think anybody looks at the 49ers as any kind of live underdog. They look at them as one of the two best contenders in this conference, period. So you can make up all the narratives you want. The narrative is simple. In 2.5 weeks, 49ers will either go to the Super Bowl or they won't. I mean, because I don't imagine that Seattle can put up enough of a fight to worry the 49ers unduly. And then it gets more difficult. Either they get Dallas or they get Minnesota. And, both those teams are live. I mean, I think they'd much rather play Minnesota because Minnesota always wins by 2. Whereas Dallas could put points on nearly anybody. It's really going to boil down, if the 49ers play the way they've played, to them in Philadelphia in Lincoln Financial.
Pete Carroll, by the way, basically said that, this is a serious task in front of them. He was on the 710 ESPN up in Seattle. It's the morning show with Mike Salk, who, by the way, is a great sports talk host up in the Pacific Northwest and is going to be joining Ray and I tomorrow at some point. Here's what Pete said on his weekly call-in with Mike Salk, the way that we talk to Steve Kerr once a week he has Pete Carroll on once a week, and here's what Pete Carroll had to say about the Niners.
Kyle's done an incredible job with his QBs this season. That 10-game run is big time now. That's big time in this league, and you got to give them all the credit. They're as healthy maybe as they've been all year long. It's a freaking juggernaut we're going into.
What makes them so challenging to play against?
Well, now they're so well equipped with so many guys at positions that can make things happen. They have who do you stop? And McCaffrey's been just a gem. So I think he scored 11 touchdowns in the 10 games or something like that or whatever. They're just so loaded and so much so that the quarterback, a young dude, has come in there and taken it over and done great. Three touchdowns yesterday. So it's as hard as it could possibly get.
By the way, we're going to have a walk down memory lane looking at Pete Carroll's career and how it started in the Bay Area as someone who was born in San Francisco, went to Redwood High School up in Larkspur. I mean, this guy is a Bay Area boy through and through with an unbelievable path to the game that he'll be coaching in on Saturday. I mean, his career path is really, really something else. I went down the rabbit hole with Pete Carroll today, and I want to bring a few things back from that rabbit hole and share some with you. We got some things to react to here on the Xfinity mobile text line as well, saying, you guys have seen 5 quarters of football from Trey Lance, and all I hear is hating on him. No one's hating on Trey Lance, but repetitions matter. And the repetitions that Brock Purdy got as a 4-year starter in college have mattered with him looking more comfortable in Kyle Shanahan's offense than Trey Lance was able to with all of his God-given talent. Brock Purdy is a better fit at this point in time in his career than Trey Lance is. And, there's absolutely no hatred being expressed. That's just fact. Let's use your own eyes. So we got a lot to get into today. Peter King joins us at 5 o'clock. It's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Congratulations to Tim Roy, the National Sports Media Association 2022 California Sportscaster of the Year.
I like it when it's hot. Put some more curry on that dish. And what a comeback for the Golden State Warriors.
In his 28th year of radio play-by-play for the Warriors, Tim brings excellence, knowledge, and excitement to every game.
Mouse in the house.
Congratulations to Tim Roy from the home of the Warriors, 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Welcome to No Mercy, hosted by yours truly, Stephen A. Smith. For the first time in my career, I have complete, unadulterated freedom to say my piece on a whole host of different topics. News, politics, pop culture, social justice. Look for my podcast on big topics making headlines across the country, as well as unfiltered conversations with celebrities like Charlamagne the God, Jake Paul, Dana White, Snoop Dogg, and more. Listen to No Mercy, spelled K-N-O-W, Mercy, a presentation of Cadence 13 and Odyssey Studio, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Again, the road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. 49ers are 2-0 against Seattle this year. Week 2, it was a 27-7 win all the way back in Week 2. Week 15, 21-13, better than Seattle. They've beaten the Seahawks 48-20 so far this season. But the one thing that there is no denying is that Pete Carroll can cobble together a game plan to make whatever you want to do harder than it normally looks. We've seen it time and time again. The guy is a professional football coach, and he just laid down one of his best seasons as Seattle's coach. I mean, the Pete Carroll era has included a title, 2 Super Bowl appearances. They've made the playoffs 10 times in 13 seasons. He's never gone back-to-back seasons without making the postseason 2 years in a row. He's in every single time you look up. 10 out of 13 is pretty extraordinary. And I know that, Ray, we have been sold so, I think at times incorrectly, that, without a Super Bowl title, your playoff appearance is worthless. That's been sold to fans. There is one team that had a good year. Everyone else is an unmitigated failure. There are people who really get out of bed thinking that because they've been so distorted by the only thing I can recognize as a winner is the person who won it all. And it's nuts. It's too bad that that's the way things have been sold to way too many sports fans who actually believe that. Just reaching the postseason 10 times in 13 years is incredible. It's an incredible amount of success for anyone to have anywhere. You do that with a Little League team. You are the Connie Mack of Little League. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, I mean, it's the classic example of what did you do for me in the last 15 minutes? And Pete Carroll, compared to what he had 5 and 6 years ago when Russell Wilson was younger and they had the best defense in football, it makes it look like it's not as good. And it's not as good. But when you have a chance 10 times in 13 years, that's pretty impressive given the fact that most teams don't have that. And there are a lot of teams that have no chances in those 13 years. It's, all pro sports is about comparisons because everything else is relatively equal, except for your ability to build and maintain a team. And that's where Pete Carroll and John Schneider have it over a lot of people because they've found continuity to the point where when they have a bad year, they only have the one. I mean, this is not a bad year for them. Given what people thought they were going to be, this is a hell of a year for them. They've earned whatever praise they're going to get. And even if they get their hats blocked on Saturday, they will have gone as much farther than anybody had any reason to think they would.
No doubt about it. And, it's just people, they really do. I remember the interception, and you didn't give the ball to Marshawn Lynch, and you lose that Super Bowl, right? That was bad. It seemed a little arrogant that Pete in the postgame defended that decision as if it were the right decision, and really that's where a lot of fissures started in Seattle's winning formula. First of all, anytime your defense officially has a nickname that nobody makes fun of and just, says, like, yeah, they were the Legion of Boom. Like, nobody says that ironically. Nobody says that mocking it. They were good enough of an NFL unit to have a nickname. Anytime you're dealing with a team with a nickname, you're dealing with a really good team, pretty much throughout football history, right? So he's got a defense-forward team. That was probably the game where the whole, let Russ be the hero instead of just giving it to Marshawn was somehow one of the things Pete wanted to create. And that's where I think Richard Sherman and a level of jealousy and the disease of more, which is a phrase that Pat Riley coined. When you go to 2 Super Bowls in a row, everybody's hand is out, whether you've won them both or not. It was almost as if that one Super Bowl loss was grounds for dismissal in some fans' eyes. And I bet you that all these years later, there's a part of Billy Beane that regrets saying on the record or in Moneyball it coming out, him basically saying, all a general manager's job is to get his team to the postseason. What happens once they get there? Well, that's when you need a little fairy dust, the stars to align, and a little luck. But any general manager who delivers his team to the postseason has done a good job. And obviously that became such an annual rite of disappointing passage for A's fans that kind of got mocked. I've always believed in it. I mean, there are fans who wanted Nick Saban fired when the kick 6 happened at Auburn. Was it a horrific coaching decision? Yes, on par with Pete Carroll's horrific coaching decision. But you don't take the greatest coach in the history of your franchise and fire them over one play, one decision. People wanted Pete Carroll's job.
Oh, sure, because it's the easiest thing in the world to do. I was disappointed. Something went wrong. Most people think the thing that went wrong was a coaching decision. The coach must be an idiot. And Pete Carroll was trying to be too clever by half. Because in a situation like that, the orthodoxy is you use your best player to get the thing you want. And he didn't do that. And it backfired on him. I mean, if they throw the pass and it's complete, nobody's saying anything. Because, wow, he outfoxed them.
Right. Everyone thought it was going to Marshawn.
Yeah. I mean, it's of all the people who have criticized Pete Carroll for doing that, almost none did it before the play. He says, well, they've got to give it to Marshawn here. They've got to be able to push 1.5 yards. And they chose not to, and to their eternal regret. But that's the nature of the animal. By that I mean that's the nature of play calling.
Look at the
You're
49ers.
a genius till you're not.
49ers and Frank Gore in the Super Bowl. Didn't let him touch the ball. LaMichael James got a goal line touch ahead of Frank Gore, I believe, in that game.
Yeah, but, maybe it's a great play where something else breaks down, because most of the people who are going to tell you it's a terrible play are judging on one thing and one thing only. It didn't work. Well, what if it didn't work because somebody missed a block? They don't know that because they're not looking for that. I mean, it's the grand old story about Jimmy Garoppolo being blamed for them not winning a Super Bowl, when in fact the reason they lost to Kansas City is because they gave up 3 touchdowns in 13 minutes with the best defense in football. That's why they lost. But the narrative is much easier if you guide it through the quarterback. And it's always been that.
I mean, you have to retrofit your argument. You have to retrofit your argument saying that you should have had a big enough lead to where you gave up those touchdowns at the end, and field goals should have been touchdowns. And had that been, the case, those touchdowns wouldn't have burned you. Now, I'm not making that argument, but that's.
No, I understand that. But 21 points in 13 minutes is a defensive failure, not an offensive failure.
I would agree.
Make a stop.
Even
if you give up a field goal, make a stop. You've been doing it all year long. But the narrative is whatever people want it to be, so they can fashion it any way they like. Getting back to Pete Carroll, I'm sorry to interrupt, but getting back to Pete Carroll, that's a pretty thin reed upon which to condemn his career. Most people don't like him because he chews gum and because he, turned around to USC before he got to Seattle and took away things the 49er fans thought they deserved. But Seattle was a better team then. And they were a better team than the 49ers over and over and over again because they proved it over and over and over again. That's not enough, in my mind, to condemn a guy. The fact that he did his job really well and that he did it better than your guy did.
If his coaching error, not giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch, is agreed upon, like that was one decision that in hindsight was obviously terrible. Nobody sits around and talks about all the decisions that led to him winning the Super Bowl previously, the year before, Super Bowl 48, where the Seahawks came out and beat Peyton Manning and the Broncos 43-8. Like, we just got one of the worst national title games in the history of college football last night. That was one of the worst Super Bowls ever. That thing was over when the ball was snapped by Jeff Saturday. They might bring back his head coach, by the way. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But Jeff Saturday snaps the ball right over Peyton Manning's head. Whoops. 2-0. Seahawks right off the rip. And they never exactly, the Colts never exactly caught up. This is a guy who was voted the NFL's all-decade coach in 2010, 2 national championships at USC going back-to-back, 4 Rose Bowl wins, 2 Orange Bowl wins, 7 Pac-10 championships. That's right, Pac-10 kids, look it up. Guy went to Redwood High School in Larkspur, probably smoked joints laying on the hood of a Trans Am, like a T-top. He was just a normal guy who kind of was a good football player, good enough to go down to Pacific. And, there was no professional career really waiting for him. He tried out for a team in Hawaii. Guessing the professional football circuit in Hawaii wasn't overwhelming. But he just loved the sport. He stayed around it. He had an unbelievable career and coaching path that got him to head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, where he is far, 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 far and away their most successful head coach of all time. I mean, Mike Holmgren would be the only other argument you could make.
Yeah, I mean, he made one fatal error early in his career by failing in New York. That's also stuck to him, even though those Jets teams deserved to fail.
They did. And by the way, though, when I went down that rabbit hole I was telling you about, Pete Carroll got tabloid run out of that town more than he was actual your football was bad run out of that town. And we will talk about that a little bit later on. But let me quickly welcome everyone, one and all, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
You talk about coaching tenures. We got to this yesterday. We didn't have to spend much time on it, but Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan is destined to become the longest tenured coach in 49ers franchise history. He really is. He really is. I mean, he's got the first hurdle that any, concept of longevity kind of needs to be cleared. He's only 43 years old, and he just turned 43 in December. It's season number 6 for him already. If he gets through season number 10, he is the longest tenured head coach. He has already coached 98 games. The only guy who's coached more than 98 games is Bill Walsh at 152. And Kyle's going to have 54 more games coached 3 years from now, and that's getting him through the contract that he's on. So it's going to happen. He is going to be the longest tenured head coach in 49ers history when it is done, unless something unforeseen happens. Now, we'll see what the overall, how many postseasons did you reach? Remember how scary the NFC West future looked just a little while ago? Man, things are looking really different, are they not? I mean, whether you believed in Arizona's plan working together or not, they just hit the reset button on the entire franchise. So you can pretty much line item veto Arizona from being a real threat, even though they somehow cobble together good, hard days of football for the 49ers, no matter what. Arizona is a 49er pain in the rear end, no matter who they are historically. We know that. But they're about to stink going forward. There's a lot of buzz about Sean McVay maybe stepping down. The Rams are going to go through a reboot. They're going to be in a little bit of cap hell without a lot of reinforcements coming from the NFL draft anytime soon. The Rams just regressed as dramatically as any Super Bowl hangover has ever allowed a team to regress. And as
worst by 2 games, in fact.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as we're sitting here giving you reasons to be a little bit worried about Seattle, and Michael Irvin, when he was on with us earlier this week, said, don't think this is just going to be an easy game. Seattle's not coming here to lay down and die, that's for sure.
I think Seattle gives you a tougher game than even Green Bay would have given. When you're playing another division opponent, those are always the toughest games, man. There is no getting around that. You got to get ready to swap spit. That's what we used to say. Swap spit. You're going to be right up in there, right up on each other. They're going to be spit going because it's going to be face mask to face mask, and it's going to be physical. And Seattle, I think, gives you a more physical game.
This is going to sound nuts to say about a team that is your playoff opponent on Saturday afternoon, but Seattle's promise lies in its future more than it does its present. We all know that. And at the same time, to getting to that bright, promising future, they're going to have a quarterback reboot at some point here, unless you really think this is now who Geno Smith is, and he's about to have this job for 6, 7, 8 years, which would be a shocker. So Seattle's about to go through a complete sort of, revitalization, I guess, with all the draft picks they're going to get through Denver. And I don't know if they're just going to be smoothly continuing on, but Pete Carroll's a hell of a coach, as we've been demonstrating. He goes to the playoffs almost every year. But all of a sudden, who's sitting prettier than the 49ers in the NFC West based on how they're built, who Shanahan is, the competition around them, which is officially across the board less scary than it was not even 12 months ago.
Oh, no question. I mean, people have been waiting for Kyler Murray to arrive, and the only thing he's actually accomplished in Arizona is the ability to hire the next coach, because they've said they're going to put him in the room when those decisions are made. Other than that, the Cardinals are what the Cardinals have always been. And this year, for all the talk about how they've always given the 49ers problems, they lost 38-17 and 38-10. Or 38-13 and 38-10 to the 49ers. So they're back in eclipse. The Rams, whether McVay leaves or not, they're going to be bad for a while unless they're going to all of a sudden try to recoup all those draft picks they gave up, because they basically are aging out. There's no getting around that. And Seattle, they're going to have to replace Geno Smith in a year or two. whether he's playing well or not, because he's entering his 33 year next year. 33-year-old quarterbacks don't tend to last very long. And a guy with his resume, which has been flatlined up until this year, has an excellent chance to regress. So, no, the 49ers are in as good a position as anybody in any division is, because the AFC South and the NFC South, they stink top to bottom. The NFC East is a bear now. If you believe in Detroit, then they and Minnesota are going to dominate the NFC North. The AFC West is still Kansas City's, but the Chargers are a factor now. The AFC North is always a pig fight. No, the 49ers probably have the easiest divisional road to hoe, certainly for next year, maybe for the year after that, because anything after 2 years, you're talking out your ear hole because you don't know what's going to happen.
12 months ago, we were talking about the NFC West. Man, this is just going to be a dogfight. I mean, it's going to be the NFC West and the AFC West because, hey, the Raiders are on the come, the Chargers are on the come, and don't forget about the Denver Broncos now with Russell Wilson. They could go to the Super Bowl, for goodness sakes. Wrong. The promise of the NFC West gets huge demerits based on the outcome of this year. Yes, everything can change quickly, but what is amazing for the 49ers is they have, like what you said earlier, you used the word continuity about something, and I can't remember if you were joking about that or how you brought it up, if you were, but you said continuity, and that's what the Niners actually have with a head coach, the vast majority of the roster, which was here last year, here this year, obviously, and is already under contract to be back next year. So there is an awful lot of continuity just offered in that. It's sort of a luxury, Ray, and it sounds nuts, but it's the truth. It's sort of a luxury to where if your rebuild in any year is more along the lines of your own coaching staff than it is your roster. And that's what Kyle Shanahan's biggest problems have been. I got to replace a defensive coordinator, an offensive coordinator, an offensive, whatever they called, McVay or McDaniels officially. I think he was
a quarterback's coach.
Yeah. So you're going to have to rebuild your staff, probably, D'Amico Ryan's side of the ball at the very least. Like that's when I hear about Vic Fangio thinking of coming back, I would have Vic Fangio's name on my list if I were Kyle, only because I know that here's a guy, if he really does want to coach again, probably wants to coach for another 2 or 3 years, which means I'm going to get him for 2 or 3 years because Vic isn't going to be jumping at the next head coaching job. He never really wanted to be a head coach. He couldn't say no to the opportunity and the money in Denver, so he said yes to that. I don't think he wants to be a head coach again. Hell, he's willing to go back to Denver again if you believe some of the rumors about Vic Fangio. That, to me, would be the guy, if I were Kyle Shanahan and I had to replace D'Amico Ryans, if I'm not doing it in-house with another young player or a young guy on my staff, Vic sounds like a real good idea to me because he's not going to be leaving on the next train out of town.
Yeah, but we saw in New England what happens when you keep going back to the same well over and over again. They have a terrible staff now because Bill Belichick hired from within endlessly to the point where he had his old defensive coordinator become his offensive coordinator.
This guy's out of place.
Yeah, but a lot of guys are out of place.
Vic Fangio, as defensive coordinator, is perfectly placed.
No,
he was great
which I get,
in Denver.
But one of
defensively.
But one of the things that Kyle Shanahan knows, having built a number of staffs and having been on staffs that his father built, is that you don't have to go to the same guy over and over again. The only guy who was a carryover year after year with Mike Shanahan was the offensive line coach, Alex Gibbs. Everybody else, they came and went because it's a transient business. And sometimes you need a fresh look at what you're doing. And I think that's one of the reasons why more coaches who get hired now who are younger like to go with younger assistants because they want fresh looks. There's always maybe one old guy, but right now, Kyle Shanahan is kind of the old guy. The turnover has been such that, he's now by far the old man in the room at age 46. 43. See, he's aging by the minute. So I whether or not he hires Vic Fangio is almost beside the point because what he is without getting credit for it, is a guy who understands defense conceptually. This is what I want. This is how I want it. I want a great defensive line, and I will draft guys I don't need at that position to make sure I do, and I want linebackers. He will let some things slide. He'll let the secondary slide some because he believes just philosophically in great front line, great linebackers. And he's had that in 3 of the last 4 years, all of which he's gone deep in the playoffs, or 2 in which he's gone deep in the playoffs, the 3rd starting this year. So I think he understands more about defense than he lets on. And, D'Amico Ryans was a bit of a stretch when they hired him, except that he fits perfectly because he shares Kyle Shanahan's philosophy.
Well, they got a ton of talent, and he was the next guy coming. I mean, it felt like a fait accompli because of just the way he had relationships with the players, and it was just gelling, and it worked a lot of ways. To me, if I were, at some point, if I'm Kyle, hitting the reset button on my coaching staff every year, if that's the only reset button that I really have to hit, boy, it'd be nice if I didn't have to hit that every single freaking year or every other year. To me, Fangio would be worth it only because we know that he's like a Monty Kiffin type. He's like a Wade Phillips type. Like, the old man still knows what he's doing. And somebody says, no, not Fangio. He runs a 3-4-D. This is set up for a 4-3. I bet you he can coach both ways.
He probably can, but, all I'm saying is I wouldn't bother me if they hired him, philosophically. But I think Kyle Shanahan is at the point in his career that he doesn't necessarily need the old hand in the room the way he might have when he was just starting. In fact, the way he did.
I'm looking at it as a luxury item, not a necessity.
Yeah, see, I think if he sees a young guy who shares his philosophy, he's more likely to do that than go back to Vic Fangio, as good as Vic Fangio has been. He might just say, you know what? I don't need to rely on the old hand in the room anymore. I bet he talks to his father about football a lot less than he used to, too. He's got the philosophy he wants. He's got the players he wants. He's got the staff he wants. And I'm not sure that he definitely wants to, revisit old things when there are new things to learn.
By the way, we correct mistakes in real time. I said that Super Bowl started terribly for Peyton Manning and the Broncos when Jeff Saturday snapped the ball over Peyton Manning's head. Jeff Saturday was not on that Broncos team. Very good job. Good catch. I still associate Saturday with Peyton Manning.
Well, then why did he deliberately center the ball over Peyton Manning's head if he wasn't on the team?
Exactly, which is a very good point that was brought up.
By me.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But the point is...
No, what I'm saying is Jeff Saturday's, he was not on the team. He still snapped the ball over his head. That seems egregious to me.
He had to do it from far, far away. He wasn't shotgun after all. Let me quickly let you know that we've got much more coming up with Peter King all over the NFL at 5 o'clock. We do have a return of Steph Curry, and we have an au revoir to Brandon Belt, maybe one of the least appreciated, most successful and tenured Bay Area sports entities we've had in our lifetimes. That's what's coming up around the corner. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, and the merch store is open. Check it out at 957thegameshop.com.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break.
If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
More showers tonight, continuing tomorrow with a high of 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We are streaming live on YouTube. Go to youtube.com/957 The Game. You can check us out. You can see what we're doing. You can chat with Otis Bird III and the Funky Bunch going on over on the chat line. It is good to have you here today, and in about 40 minutes from right now, we got Peter King joining us talking about the weekend that was, and obviously the monster wildcard weekend that is coming up. And it's really more than a weekend because we get a wildcard game now on Monday night as well. So an awful lot coming up with Peter King at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. We still got a great Pete Carroll memory lane to walk down, some raw data on the 49ers season. It's absolutely worth going over. You want to appreciate things in real time when you can, Ray, and obviously the postseason is a very, very fun time for fans. And, you know, having said all that, there are still people who are just going to be angry at what they see no matter what, no matter how good it gets in any one particular moment. They made up their mind, and in their own mind, they need to be right. It was probably time to say thanks for the memories with Brandon Belt. I think we can all agree on that, right? Probably time to say thank you very much.
If they could replace him, sure. I don't know if they have, though.
I don't know if they have either. So that maybe made it the right time to come on back with a one-year offer for Brandon Belt, which, you know, I'm guessing he would have signed for under market value. He would have signed with the Giants for less than he actually signed with Toronto, but they weren't that interested. And I understand why. I mean, 34 years old, coming off a dreadful season when he hit 213. He had to shut it down with knee surgery. But Brandon Belt probably deserved to go out a little bit better than that, considering just the year before he had a career-high 29 home runs. I mean, sure, it's typical Brandon, very hot one day, followed by streaks of ice cold the next. Too many injuries, too many seen that before. I guess lingering resentment might have been the best way to describe the end for Brandon Belt. But for a minute there, Ray, he's a very, very important San Francisco Giant. There's no denying his importance in the overall team photo that is, he's one of the 35, 40 greatest players in the history of the franchise.
He'll be remembered more fondly in the rearview mirror than he was here for a couple of reasons. One, he played a position that almost demands that you be a great power hitter, and he wasn't a great power hitter. And two, he had this gift for lousy body language. So he always looked sad. And I think that sort of just viscerally pissed some people off. He was hurt a lot, but I don't think rational people were going to hold that against him. I just think that they had expectations of him that weren't fulfilled because their expectations were of a different kind of player than he was. He told you year after year what kind of player he is. I hit line drives. I'm a great fielder. Most people want guys, first basemen who hit high flies, and whether they're good fielders or not almost doesn't matter to them. So it's a matter of perception more than it is reality.
Somebody says, or asked the question on the Xfinity mobile text line, was Brandon Belt better than JT Snow? Well, if 2 World Series trophies are better than none, yeah. And I think that he's a more significant player in the history of the San Francisco Giants than JT Snow. JT Snow was an outstanding first baseman. Brandon Belt is probably a guy who could have, maybe should have, won a Golden Glove at some point in his career. He led the league in fielding percentage at first base, I believe, in 2015, but he wasn't the Gold Glove winner in that year, and he wasn't the Gold Glove winner in any year. I think that JT Snow was more beloved, was certainly viewed as cuter by a lot of the ladies in attendance, and has a lot of romance attached to his career, and rightfully so. JT Snow is a great Giant. Brandon Belt had greater impact on more successful teams than JT Snow did. I think he's a better Giant, don't you?
I think the question of who the better Giant was is at least debatable because they were both the same kind of guy. The difference is that, Snow is farther back in Giants history, and people don't spend a lot of time thinking about a decade ago. Belt is fresher in the eye, but I would say they are roughly equivalent. They were both, like I said, exceptional defensive players, and they were both the same kind of hitter. You sort of think of Snow as, an angel, but he was only in L.A. for like 4 years. He spent the massive amount of his career in San Francisco. So
Brandon Belt's about 12 years.
Yeah, well,
a dozen years in Giants orange and black. That's a long time. A one-time All-Star.
Yeah, Snow did 9, so it's gradations of longevity. I think they're largely the same guy, to be honest.
I did see the comp on his baseball reference page, but it really is who he is. Imagine if Mitch Moreland only played for one team and that team won 2 World Series. That's Brandon Belt. Brandon Belt was Mitch Moreland, basically. But he's a one-time All-Star in a dozen season with the Giants. He obviously was a big defensive stalwart on a team that won with pitching and defense, and he helped win 2 championships. Brandon Crawford, officially the last man standing from the even year era, but boy, did he make things easier. Brandon Belt did in the final year of the even year Bruce Bochy era when he did this, ending the longest playoff game in Major League history.
Belt with a drive, hammered to deep right field, and that one is gone! Brandon Belt had been quiet tonight, held 0 for 6.
And that is the perfect little ending for that highlight. Matt Viscursion all the way back on Fox Sports 1. That was the leadoff home run in the top of the 18th inning off Tanner Roark in Washington, D.C., which gave the Giants a 2-0 NLDS lead. It just made the whole trip to Kansas City easier because they were up 2-0 and they came back to close that out with Madison Bumgarner on the mound in Game 3.
Yeah. It is interesting that when you look at Belt's baseball reference page, the most similar player to him in his last 3 years was, in fact, J.T. Snow. They are the same guy. One's just older than the other.
J.T. Snow occupies a place of romance and forgiveness for whatever faults he might have had in the mind's eye of Giants fans than Brandon Belt did. It was a matter of, like I said, resentment, I think, sort of defined the real working relationship that Giants fans had with Brandon Belt for a little while there. I would also say this, Ray. We'll see if you agree with me on this or not. Not that you agree with me on much, but don't you think he's one of those guys who, and normally it's a tremendous attribute to be patient at the plate, overly patient at the plate. He was either overly patient or overly aggressive. Like the sweet spot never really materialized in the middle there for Brandon Belt. He was either hunting way too hard and too much and striking out too often. And a lot of those were looking strikeouts, it felt like. I mean, I remember more looking Ks than swinging Ks. Maybe that's bias coming up. But Brandon Belt was like patient to a fault at the plate.
Well, he had the 1 year, 2016, where he walked 104 times, which is an extraordinary number in this era. And I think that marked him. But he also had, the second half of his career had the great bulk of his walks. But when he was making the biggest dent as a hitter, he had normal walk strikeout ratios. I mean, but he did have sort of in the mind's eye, why are you looking at that pitch? You've got to drive that. You're the first baseman. And he wasn't that first baseman. He was a slightly more powerful version of Mark Grace.
Stop.
No. Defensively, he was every bit Grace's equal. He had a little more power than Grace. They're also the same kind of player. And I'm not dissing either guy.
Mark Grace led the decade of the 90s in hits, Ray.
I'm talking about pitch selection. He was not a guy who just went up there and slashed. I mean, I'm
talking about production after you make your said pitch selection too. Mark Grace was one of the great undecorated, not going to be a Hall of Famer hitters of all time.
But again, he's a guy who...
Mark Grace was a contact hitter. Brandon Belt was not a contact hitter.
No, the difference is, and there isn't it's much of one, Grace was always criticized because he too didn't hit a lot of home runs at a position that has been defined as that's a guy who needs to hit 30 a year for you.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying they're the identical guy. But they were both line drive hitters. Grace got on more often. I'm not arguing that. But neither one of them were line drive hitters. They were both superb defensive players. I mean, in very much the same way that JT Snow was not unlike Mark Grace. It's just that contact hitters as first basemen have long ago gone out of fashion. And in the current baseball, they would try to figure out another position for Grace to play because they'd say, we can't have a guy hitting 13 home runs a year playing first base for us.
Well, they would have probably taken his swing and tried to uppercut it. They talked about launch angle with Mark, and Mark would have said that's a real good way to ruin what is one of the best professional at-bats you're going to get.
But
I don't know
they
if
would try to do that.
If Brandon Belt was raised in an era of launch angle, I don't think he's hitting 40 home runs in any year. We'll see what he does up in Toronto if he can stay healthy enough to do it. But here he is. Here are his final numbers with San Francisco. 12 seasons, 1,310 games, 16th most of all time. Here is definitely a bet that you can win in a bar tonight. Is Brandon Belt a top 10 all-time extra base hitter in franchise history? The answer is yes.
Yeah, because he hit a ton of doubles.
8th all-time in extra base hits in franchise history, tied 10th all-time in doubles in franchise history with 267. His extra base hits, he had 478. 18th all-time in plate appearances, 3rd all-time in strikeouts. That's why I don't put his name and Mark Grace's name together in the same sentence.
No, but you can because they were in many ways a similar player.
Yeah, I
know he's your favorite guy, and I'm not trying to touch the third rail, but they were both contact hitters. Grace got better contact.
At no point in time was Brandon Belt a contact hitter, Ray.
No, he certainly was, because he wasn't a guy who drove the ball deep. And I'm not even allowing for people to say ballpark bias, because he played in a bigger ballpark than Grace did. But the truth is, they were both guys who did not hit a lot of home runs. They did not hit a lot of fly balls. Brandon Belt can be legitimately called a contact hitter because the alternative to being a contact hitter is either being not a hitter, which he wasn't, or a power hitter, which he also wasn't.
No, that's not the only two types of hitters. Brandon Belt was a line drive hitter more than he was a contact hitter. And let me just bring up Mark Grace's stats here to let me show you what a contact hitter's career batting average looks like. Because Brandon Belt's career batting average was, where is his career?
261.
261. Mark Grace.
308.
All right. That is a cavernous difference.
But that's
cavernous.
But
just
that's
take the loss on this one, Ray. They're not comparable.
No, they are comparable.
No, they're not.
They absolutely are. And because Mark Grace is your favorite player ever, I get why you're passionate about it. But neither of them were big drivers of the baseball.
Right, but Mark Grace was never viewed by an entire franchise as a massive disappointment. Mark Grace was a 300 hitter rolling out of bed, man.
At a time when 300 meant a lot more than it does now. I mean, you yourself just said it. They would have changed, if he was playing now, they'd have changed his swing. And if he didn't change his swing, he probably wouldn't have played. That's how much baseball's changed in 20 years.
7th all-time in walks. Another bet you're going to make tonight, because Brandon Belt never had gaudy home run totals. 10th all-time, which is an indictment on the whole frickin' franchise that 175 home runs is the 10th most in franchise history. I mean, that's insane. He's 27th all-time in runs scored, 1,146 hits. That's 29th in team history. Again, how many Yeah. Mark Grace, 2,445 hits in his career, which was 16 years long. Well, that's much more significant. Just in Chicago, Mark Grace, 2,201 hits, and he was 13 years in Chicago. You got to be 2,000-ish hits at the very least to call yourself a contact hitter. Anyway, here is Brandon Belt's. Got to give him this: 323 postseason slugging percentage. He could have won a Gold Glove. He absolutely probably should have won a Gold Glove at some point in time in his career, where he gets over on everyone who ever criticized him. $105 million in career earnings for Brandon Belt, with another, what has he got, 9+ coming his way with Toronto. He's one of the 35, 40 greatest position players in the history of the San Francisco Giants, and we should all be so lucky to be that successful no matter what we end up doing for a living. You know what I mean? He was good.
No, I don't think there's any question he was good, but people were unhappy with the way he was good. That's the difference. They all viewed him as he's the guy who's supposed to hit the home runs that we're not getting from any other position. But he wasn't a home run hitter, and he never was. And it's not just the ballpark that depressed that number, because he didn't hit a ton of home runs on the road either. This is just who he was. And, people will always say, gee, what could he have been? When that's not the question. It's, what was he?
Somebody here from the 415 says he has no crowning achievement. I just played an 18th inning home run in the postseason that ended the longest playoff game in the history of Major League Baseball. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good moment right there. Pretty good moment. So anyways, look, we got an awful lot coming up in less than a half an hour from now. Peter King joins us on 95.7 The Game for a comprehensive talk about who the 49ers are going into this postseason, who the Geno Smith, Pete Carroll-led Seattle Seahawks are, and we will bounce around in what has been a news-heavy week for the entire NFL, obviously, with everything that's coming up. The raw data on the 49ers season, look, they went undefeated in divisional play. They faced a division opponent on Saturday. They got a 10-game winning streak. Pete Carroll, in his weekly press conference, when was asked about how, you got into the playoffs because the Lions did something that allowed you in there, he basically said, yeah, that's great. Look at the reward we got.
So sunk into the being Lions fans, man. We love the Lions. Coach Campbell did a great job with his crew, and they played a fantastic football game to get the win, to give us the chance. So we're going to try to do something with it. Unfortunately, we're playing the Niners, and they're loaded and healthy and on a roll and about as hot as you could possibly get, and doing it in a really commanding fashion too. With the young quarterback who's doing so well, just kind of would buck the odds. That everybody would think you could do that, and everybody in the media anyway. We'll see how we get our guys back for this weekend. It's coming up quick with the Saturday ball game, and we've already started our week and we're underway.
I've already seen people saying, "Well, Pete's up to something." Pete is up to something, throwing around all these compliments like manhole covers. Like, is he trying to butter up? What is he doing? Is he setting up an expectation, this underdog thing? Because we know Pete loves to play that underdog, rah-rah, everyone against us card. He's acutely aware of what is coming up his way on Saturday. I mean, this is a man who understands I am going to be on the road against the best defense in football with a team that has absolutely got it going on offensively at the same time, who's won 10 in a row, which is real tough to do.
He actually could have played the chip on our shoulders card and didn't. I mean, he paid proper respect to the Lions for helping them get into the playoffs. He acknowledged the fact that the 49ers are better. And the idea of buttering up a team in the NFL is so 1940s that it's laughable. I mean, the 49ers are going to, wow, Pete Carroll loves us. That really means a lot.
We'll take him less seriously.
Yeah, I won't try as hard because I don't want to hurt Pete's feelings. There's nothing that Pete Carroll can do that doesn't involve him somehow figuring out how to have the better team on Saturday. And since he can't do that, there isn't a whole lot he can do except hope that he can create some turnovers on his side of the ball and make it so the 49ers have a difficult time. Maybe they steal a win. I'm not saying it's out of the question, but it's unlikely. But he knows you can't gaslight teams at this point. There's nothing to be said that's going to materially change the balance of power in this game.
What's a fair number to put on just no points, just straight up chances that the Seattle Seahawks win this game? Would you bump it to a double digit? Is it 10%? I think it's about fair. Every NFL team has 10% chance to win just about every game that they're in.
I would say in the playoffs, 25%. Any team has a 25% chance to win a game. Now, you'd have to do some extraordinary things to be a 3-1 underdog and win a game. But I think it's conceivable that they could win the game. It's not likely. But you could conceive a path to victory for them. If they somehow figured out how to stop Christian McCaffrey and they forced turnovers and they didn't commit any turnovers themselves, they'd have to play a nearly flawless game. And I don't think teams that are 9-8 do that very often.
They don't. The one thing where I'm like, watch your turnovers, full stop, protect the ball. That's key. Watch yourself on special teams, man. Pete's going to have something. Pete's going to go for it on fourth down straight up. In a probably situation, he might not go for it. He's going to be extra aggressive in this game. I would not be surprised to them to uncork a fake field goal, a fake punt in this game. If you're Pete Carroll, you're pulling out all the stops. You are sitting at the table with house money right now. So you might as well gamble.
Well, you would gamble because you're not the better team. He doesn't have actually house money except the way people look at this game. The house money argument ends when the game starts because now it's 0-0. But if he wants to be cute, I think you'll see sort of different ways they attack the punter. Cute things like that. Just stuff on the margins. Because when you get too cute, and he's learned this as much as anybody, you burn yourself a hell of a lot more than you burn the other guy.
He's going to try to steal a possession. I think they're going to try to steal a possession this weekend.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. How do you think Pete Carroll's putting together a game plan? We also have the one and only Peter King joining us at 5 o'clock this afternoon. We're even going to hear from Kyle Shanahan, who's got good news in terms of injury front coming out of 49ers practice today. So stay tuned. Much more on the way. It's Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Damon Bruce to tell you about. It's almost that time of year where you got to be thinking about taxes. Crypto attorneys and tax accountants at the Kugelman Law Firm are ready to go and help you. You've heard that the IRS has already received like $80 billion to increase enforcement and audit individuals and small business owners. If that worries you at all, if you have years of unfiled tax returns or you're already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact a lawyer. Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com is waiting to hear from you. I know them. I've met these guys. They're approachable. They're down to earth, and they're upfront and transparent. That's what you're looking for. They're not going to pour honey in your ears. They're going to tell you what you're really looking at if you do indeed have tax problems. They strive to provide effective, efficient resolutions for all of your tax, your crypto needs while offering, again, transparent pricing and straightforward advice. Visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today. That is sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. A paid endorsement does not constitute a guaranteed prediction or result.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Oh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Get an additional 10% off all in-store clearance appliances and take home what you buy same day. Plus, get more store-wide savings on brands like Project Source. Get a 15-quart storage tote for free when you buy a 66-quart storage tote. Shop the Truckload event in-store or online today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Buy item 5216021. Get item 5216022. Valid 1/5-1/11.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make the switch to green soaps and personal products and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Ray and I are here together. Hi, honey.
Don't threaten me.
We have Peter King coming up at 5 o'clock. No threats. That's a promise. He is going to be joining us. We have a big football game coming up on Saturday. Again, it's amazing that this game, I had to like program it into my brain not to say Sunday. It's the first game up on Saturday. I can't believe that. When have the 49ers ever gotten the first rung of a playoff ladder? Ever? Have they ever been a first game up? I can't remember.
No, usually there's an East Coast game first.
And what's weird is there's also an East Coast game this day. The Jacksonville Jaguars are hosting a playoff game. That's East Coast. So it's just weird that they would flip the West Coast game on early and then a night game in Jacksonville. Well, but you know what they say about night games in Jacksonville, Ray?
Yeah, they almost never have them.
Yeah, it's dark.
Yeah.
That's all.
Maybe they've fallen in love with the quarterback duel because Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence are part of the army of young quarterbacks who are younger than Stetson Bennett and playing in the NFL playoffs.
Maybe they know that the Niners are just such a ratings guaranteed hit. You can put them anywhere. They're going to get massive amounts of eyeballs. You put a less desirable brand of franchises in a later game, people will watch because they're a captive audience on a Saturday night.
Maybe. I don't know. I try not to think like television executives because, frankly, the brain bubbles alone will kill you.
You'd be a lousy television executive.
I'd be a great television executive because I wouldn't know what the hell I was doing. I would do a slapdash bad job like they do.
Well, here's how you
The difference is they don't ever get fired. They cancel shows, they fire actors, they fire their underlings, but they always manage to stay employed.
Here's how you win. It's the only way you win. You put on a football game. Did you see the amount of the top 100 rated shows? Like there was one Joe Biden State of the Union. There was another political moment that garnered a ratings win in that show cracking the top 100. There was the soccer game, the World Cup game that we all watched last year. There was, I believe, another World Cup game. There was 2 nights of Olympics, but one of those nights of Olympics that was in the top 100 is because it followed the Super Bowl, which was 95 of the top 100 rated shows were football games of some nature, either NFL or major college. It's the NFL. Television shouldn't even say Samsung or Sony or Trinitron or Zenith on them anymore. I know, right?
Wow.
Like that. They shouldn't say that. They should say NFL somewhere on their side because that's why we buy televisions, because that's all we're watching collectively.
Well, yeah, because television, the actual physical television, is the only way to watch it well. It's not a great sport on the phone. Like no sport is a great sport on the phone. And by and large, people who watch television are old folks. The one thing that transcends the old folks thing is football. That's in large part why they are doing what they are doing now. The other thing is the NBA has not yet garnered a large enough audience. Baseball's audience is diminishing. But for the most part, if you look at the non-football shows that the networks are putting on, they're putting on a revamp of Night Court.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally
doing... in its originality, great show. Great show.
Oh, it was tremendous. But one of the guys that made it work is dead now, which sort of hurts its value. So they put Melissa Rauch there. But I don't want to talk about that show. But most of them are old shows revamped, game shows that have never gone out of style, or, Housewives of Name That City, or cooking shows. They're all stuff that largely elderly, sedentary people watch because that's what the television market is now. Football is the one thing that crosses over to younger audiences. And even at that, the average age of a football watcher in America is now mid-50s. 10 years ago, that's where baseball was. And football is trying to figure out a way to skew younger, and they are trying to do it desperately. They're trying to do it with the Nickelodeon games. They're trying to do that with the Manning cast. They're trying to reinvent what they're doing. And maybe in 5 years, they will have succeeded. But for right now, they are part of the same issue, which is their audience is skewing older. All the other audiences are skewing older.
The national championship game was such a blowout last night. Everyone was basically out of there at halftime. There wasn't a lot to stick around for. TCU laid down and died. I guess the Pat McAfee simulcast, McAfee, yeah. That was a little bit of a ratings winner for ESPN last night in terms of retention. And at that point, look, you needed something other than the game to concentrate on. Like, that's how out of pocket that game got. So that's probably why that was successful. I'm not he's sort of an entertaining guy, but like, I get it.
Yeah, he's basically
he's like a guy.
He's an impressive one-trick pony.
Yeah, he's a guy. He's a guy you're talking sports with.
Yeah, I mean, he's the sort of guy who Nick Saban would be horrified to be sitting next to.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, is he a former guy who played in the league? Yeah. If you play in the league, you don't have to really apologize for anything, especially you got a personality.
He gets to wear a tank top.
Unless
Who else wears a tank top now?
Punter. He's a punter. People are sticking around for stories.
Yeah, but he was a great storyteller. He just
good.
happened to be a punter. I mean, look, he pulls it off, whatever it is. But in 5 years, I think he'll be played out only because I haven't seen a second gear from him yet.
But he skews young, so that is his second gear. That's his longevity.
Well, maybe it is, but you know what? Young people have a relatively short endurance for stuff they've already seen. They want to know, what's the next thing you're going to show me?
You know who unreasonably does well with a younger crowd? This show. Makes no sense, right? We're crushing it in the 25 to what's the demographic?
25 to dead.
25 to 25 with ears. What's the demographic? What's our demographic? How we doing, Lucas? Fight on.
Lucas doesn't know.
Lucas not opening the mic and
Lucas not awake.
What are we looking for in terms of demographic? 25 to 54, is that the key demographic in terms of the male?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Listener?
Yeah.
Hey, glad did we wake you up?
What?
Are you 25 to 54? Are you listening to the show right now, Lucas?
Barely. Chris was distracting me.
That's his IQ.
Are we asking about Pat McAfee? Because I actually tuned in for a couple minutes.
Yeah, what'd you think?
More entertaining than the game.
That's a low bar to clear. In fact, it's an incredibly low bar to clear.
It's the best way. I thought it was the most entertaining way to watch that game. Because there were like 6 of them spread out. Yeah, it was fine. Having their own commentary.
Damon, your demo is poor SOBs commuting.
Yes.
Well, that too. But there's a lot of poor SOBs in that 25 to 54 demographic than you would imagine. As a matter of fact, that's the workforce in America.
We're less likely to put you to sleep on a day when you should be paying complete attention to what you're doing.
Somebody says here, guys, I'm 29. I love you. Someone else volunteers, hey, I'm 25 to 54. It is a big scope.
Yeah.
But that's what they want. That's how people make money. They sell to a younger demographic.
Or they try to sell to a younger demographic.
That's how money is made. I'll tell you how money gets made in the postseason.
Crypto.
No, you show up and you show up healthy. Kyle Shanahan had this to say about 49ers team health this afternoon.
Jimmy Garoppolo will not practice. Ambry Thomas, ankle, won't practice. The rest of these guys will be limited. Flanagan, fouls, neck. Aaron Banks, ankle, knee. Greenlaw, back. Armstead, foot, ankle. Kinlaw, knee. McCaffrey, knee. Kevin Givens will be full today.
Limited for everyone except for Kevin Givens. You're full. The only 2 guys who didn't practice today were Jimmy Garoppolo and Ambry Thomas, and there was no expectation that either would be practicing today. They're getting healthy. They are on the mend, and there is no better piece of news this team could have other than, and you're starting your playoff path at home. You're healthy. You are at home. The 49ers usually don't get to say those 2 things out loud as postseason quests begin because they haven't been. There's always some nick, some ding, some bruise, somewhere to somebody. This is something else. This is a good situation to have. And speaking of health, right before we get to Peter King, I want to let everyone know that tonight, guess who is back on your radio? I heard this guy appeals to 25 to 54-year-olds.
First name Stephen, last name Curry. He came into my life, now everything is less blurry.
He's missed the last 11 games. Warriors did go 6-5 in those 11 games. That's good. Could have been a lot better. They really let go of the rope in their last 2. Curry's missed a grand total of 14 games so far for the Warriors this year. He comes back tonight from his dislocated shoulder. It's the Phoenix Suns tonight and then off for a 5-game road trip San Antonio, Chicago, Washington, Boston, Cleveland, and as we were saying yesterday, Ray, you go 2 and 3 right there. That's if you sold 2 and 3 right now to Steve Kerr, he might buy it. Maybe he rolls the dice because Curry is indeed back and Wiggins is back and Iguodala's in the room, so he'd be like, screw that. I'll take my chances. But 2 wins on the road is basically the full bucket of road wins that they have to this point in the year so far. So don't sneeze at that either.
No, I think he would want 3 and 2 because he's got guys back. The one game I think they don't have much of a shot in is the back-to-back at the tail end of the road trip. But I think
Boston, Cleveland?
Yeah, I think
you could put 3 days in between those games. They might lose both.
Maybe, but Cleveland's a funny team. Sometimes if they're a very much a make shot, miss shot team. The other night they weren't very good, but I think he would look at winning in San Antonio. I think the Bulls are, they're barely hanging on to a play-in spot, and Washington's below that mark. I think he would look at those 3 games as not only winnable, but games in which they can reassert who they are defensively. Boston and Cleveland will be much tougher, especially back-to-back, because that Curry and Wiggins and whoever else they've got active, some of them are not going to play one of those.
We officially have our audience with the king ready to go. Let me welcome everyone to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Peter King for a weekly Hey, how are you? With playoff implications. Finally, here we are, Peter. It actually happened. The 49ers won 10 in a row as the Vikings started backpedaling, and they're the 2 seed. It's kind of unbelievable where the whole thing started and how they crossed the finish line with Brock Purdy and a defense that feels like it's really significant. This is really set up to be a very interesting postseason, not just with a game at Levi Stadium to start it all off on Saturday, but all the way around. We got intrigue everywhere.
Yeah, I was just this afternoon, I'm one of the voters for the Associated Press Awards every year, the MVP and all that stuff. So I found myself today going over everything on the ballot, and so one of the things I was going over is Offensive Rookie of the Year. And I said to myself, Brock Purdy has played only 1/3 of the snaps for the 49ers this year. But I must have spent 15 minutes, going back and forth. And I'm not going to vote for him number 1, but I think I'm going to vote for him 2 or 3. Just because, as I wrote in my column the other day, over the last 5 weeks, he's a top 5 NFL quarterback. And that's one of the most incredible things you can say about this weird NFL season. But I keep finding myself, there's so many things that happen in the course of any season, so many things that are odd. And there are a huge number of things this year that are odd. The Giants making the playoffs, Jacksonville winning that division. So there's some weird things. The Lions being good again. Do you realize the Detroit Lions in the last 9 games are 7-2, and Jared Goff's touchdown to interception ratio is 15-0? You please explain that to me. After watching his last year with the Rams. But anyway, a lot of weird things. But I can't help but think that the marriage of Kyle Shanahan and this Mr. Irrelevant, who's now so exceedingly relevant, is really one of the stories of this year.
The other 2 candidates that you might put ahead of Purdy would be Walker and Thomas. Well, I presume you don't have to tell me which one it is, but
no, I'm happy to tell you. I'm thinking I've got 4 people who I'm really thinking a lot about. And I hate when I always do it with skilled players because, like, for instance, the Seahawks have 2 starting rookie tackles. And the left tackle's been okay. The right tackle's really pretty good. But I'm thinking of Kenneth Walker, Tyler Algier, who's the running back for Atlanta, who had 1,000 yards. Both those guys had 1,000-yard seasons. And then I'm thinking of Chris Olave. Olave, I think I would have edging Garrett Wilson of the Jets, but they're close. And then I'm thinking of Brock Purdy. So we can vote for 3. You go 1, 2, 3. So out of those 4, I'm going to pick 3 to be the 1, 2, 3 in offensive rookie of the year. I'm kind of thinking of Algier, the Atlanta back, but I want to look at it one more time tomorrow morning before I vote.
It's hard to predict anything in football. How many 10-game winning streaks do you think we might see over the next decade in this sport? I mean, it feels like a 10-game winning streak is a real big number, and that's what the Niners are going into the postseason with. It's extraordinary given the volatility that you see every single week to week from every single roster.
Yeah. The great thing about what the 49ers have done is that they had a crisis in the middle of arguably their toughest schedule stretch of the season, and they won every game. I mean, I can just tell you something. I remember being at that 49ers game against the Dolphins where obviously one quarter into the game, they've got this thing that happened that I remember, you know, and I hate to be overly dramatic about this, but I met with Kyle Shanahan for a few minutes after the game, and one of the things he said is when one of the trainers went up to him, I think the head athletic trainer went up to him in the middle of the second quarter, there was a pause in play. He goes, hey, Garoppolo has got a foot injury, and it looks like he's going to be out for the year, or words to that effect. And you know, obviously, it looks a little bit better, but still. And Kyle Shanahan had to, like, put the stiff upper lip on it, like, you know, all is well, you know, like Kevin Bacon in Animal House, you know, like, hey, all is well, no problem. And so, you know, when in reality he's thinking, what the F are we going to do here? And I think, but his work, you know, and I kind of remember this, we may have talked about it, but his work with Brock Purdy, you know, in the summer, I think really told him that he was kind of morose about the whole thing that day, but he also knew that with no ill feeling toward Nate Sudfeld, there was a reason why he picked Brock Purdy over Nate Sudfeld back in August or early September. And the reason is very, very simple, because he simply trusted him a little bit more than he trusted Nate Sudfeld. And, you know, we've talked about this a couple of times in the last month, but the fact is, I think people who were absolutely eliminating Brock Purdy from having any chance to do what he's done really had not studied his pedigree, which is, you know, when you play 48 games of major college football, you've seen a few things. I mean, but obviously it's incredible what has happened.
Let me look less granularly for a minute. This is not a game where you see a lot of ways that Seattle is going to play much differently than they did in the first 2 times they've played. But what is their path to victory other than a crap load of turnovers or a catastrophic injury?
I think the Seattle's way to victory is Geno Smith, who's not going to have a lot of time compared to what he normally has. But I think it's Geno Smith making 4 to 6 plays in the intermediate and deep areas of the field. That's it. I just don't think they can bang out 4 long drives in this game, because really the important thing for Seattle, even though nobody's going to sit here and say that the 49ers have Patrick Mahomes and the miracle offense of Kansas City, at least right now, but they want to keep the ball away from the 49ers. They need to have a 35-25 time of possession lead. The way to do that is to hit a few plays so they're not always seeing 8 people near the line of scrimmage. And if I were Shane Waldron this week, I would be thinking this has got to be a game where our wide receivers really help us in this game. We need to make some plays downfield. We need to get 4 to 6 big chunks in the course of this game.
I agree. I think that's the way they got to do it. If the Seahawks win this game, DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett.
You got to have 160 yards.
Exactly. I was about to say 150-yard, 10-catch, 2-touchdown afternoon where whoever got matched up on Diamador Lenore really took advantage of that matchup. And you can see Lenore getting picked on week to week here. And it's not because he's a bad player. It's because he is the only
alternative. They're not good.
Exactly. I mean, the amount of guys in this league, who Peter would be the worst player on the 49ers defense is a long list of very good football players.
Yeah. I think the one thing about this game, and this is one of the things I've gotten to enjoy over the years about Pete Carroll. I think Pete Carroll is one of those guys who can sell ice to Eskimos. And I can tell you, by the time they get on the plane Friday midday for San Jose, the Seattle Seahawks are going to have no doubt in their mind that they're going to win this game. I know that sounds funny, but Pete is one of those guys that they will come up with a plan knowing that if they execute their plan, they've got a good chance to win the game. And that's what a good coach does with his team. And look, I was thinking about this today. I was walking my dog. I was thinking about all the matchups, and I was just thinking to myself, Buffalo would have a lot harder time right now today, in my opinion, beating Pittsburgh the way they've played recently, because Pittsburgh will just grind you into a pulp, and their defense is really going to damage you, okay? And I thought the same thing about the Lions. If the Lions somehow had gotten in with, with the way they've played recently, I think they would give the 49ers a tougher game. I don't think they beat the Niners, but I think they give the Niners a tougher game than Seattle. But then I always think of Pete Carroll, and I always think of there's something about the Seahawks. There just is. They're the thing that you just can't kill. They're always going to be competitive. And in a rivalry game like this, you never know. I mean, I'd be surprised if the 49ers lost, but I think Pete Carroll understands how to win this game. It's just being able to execute that plan to win this game.
Who is better served in what looks like it's going to be a rainy, windy day? And when I say rainy and windy, I don't mean like intermittent showers. I mean, it might dump.
You would think Seattle, because you would think that Seattle is used to playing in that. But Seattle really, first of all, they've got a guy in Geno Smith who, I mean, I don't know what his history is in a game like this, but they certainly haven't had horrible weather this year to play in. And so many guys there are new, including the quarterback. On the other hand, you probably say the same thing about Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy, I am sure, even though he's from Phoenix, has played in the Midwest in November a lot, for 4 years. So I'm sure he's played in some crummy games. That's a really good question. I don't think it really is going to have it certainly will have an impact on how the game is played, no question about it. But I don't think it's going to have an impact on giving one team an advantage over the other.
We've already got a lot of NFL offseason news starting to develop, and we want to get to some of it with you here. Yep. But my last question, just concerning the Niners and how they got here, and I always like, Peter, how you are the right person to talk to about, things that are borderline. How historic is this? Christian McCaffrey's acquisition has already borne fruit that has seen more scrimmage yards by any midseason acquisition in football history. McCaffrey's already got that with the 49ers. He really has been the skeleton key to get them gaudy point totals that were not to be seen really before he joined. Are we talking about, and obviously, where this story ends will determine how you might want to answer this question, and we don't know that yet, but are we talking about one of the singular greatest trades in the history of midseason football trading here in Christian McCaffrey?
I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting question. It's hard. It's really hard to make that statement after 8 games, maybe 9. I forget how many it's been, but
like sometimes when you see it, you start thinking it. Like you said, you've seen 6 games out of Brock Purdy, and he's on your list.
Yeah. But I think McCaffrey. What's so interesting is that even though he has been a little bit banged up, I was starting to think that Christian McCaffrey was getting to the point in his career where if he played 12-game seasons, he'd be happy. But that hasn't been the case this year. He's been able to hang in there, and really, let's be honest, they need him to play 4 games in the next 5 weeks. That's all there is to it. And so, and he is vitally important. He will be as important as any single player on Saturday, weather like that. And I think what has impressed me so much about him is that, when you play for Carolina, you are never on national TV. Nobody ever cares about your games over the last, say, 3 years. So when that happens, and then you come where every game is like a showcase game. Every game is a big game to some degree. And he has just come through game after game after game. I can't be more impressed with the guy. And at the time I said, oof, man, the Niners gave up a lot, especially for a guy who's starting to play half seasons, and he has really been, to me, it's hard to say a pleasant surprise because, if he's healthy, he's going to produce like this. But I think Kyle Shanahan has done a lot of really smart things with him, scheme-wise. And look, everybody, when he's on the field, there's a real good chance the ball is coming to him. And yet he's had some open fields this year that probably I didn't expect. And whenever I see that, I say, hey, he's a great player, but he's also got people designing plays for him to get him that open.
Peter King, he told us last week that he was voting Nick Bosa his Defensive Player of the Year. My final Niner question for you today, you actually have Nick Bosa in your top 5 for league MVP overall. He's the only non-quarterback that you've got in there. Why do you believe he belongs in that lofty of a conversation?
Well, I had Justin Jefferson in there before Bosa, and to be honest with you, a lot of it is team related. When I do an MVP list, the people on my list are almost always going to play for winning teams, unless there's something so extraordinary that happens that you've got to put somebody else on it. But I just think the best defense in football, and it isn't close, is San Francisco's. He's the most important player in that defense, the keystone. I'm not going to say that he's, mentally, he's not what Fred Warner is in terms of being the nerve center of a defense. He has specific assignments that he has to carry out. My point is that he keeps every offensive coordinator up nights worrying about how we're going to do it. And I think, what I think was kind of his seminal moment this year, and the moment that I don't want to be. This is a little bit gratuitous, but I don't want to be. I'll tell you what I was thinking when I watched the play against Vegas, where Colton Miller, who's the fourth best left tackle in football, fourth rated left tackle in football this year, Pro Football Focus, and when he drove Colton Miller back into Jarrett Stidham, and Stidham through the wounded duck that was intercepted and run back, and then they get the field goal to win the game. I mean, that is what a great player does. That's what a great player in all sports. You want the ball in Steph Curry's hands in overtime when there's a gigantic play coming. And defensively, they needed a huge play to stop the Raiders, who had been going up and down the field uncharacteristically, and they needed something to happen. He made it happen. And plays like that just really stick in my mind when I'm voting for things like this. And look, if I had been, I'm sure there are 5 times this year where actually the closest guy to him, in my opinion, this year is Chris Jones of the Chiefs, who I just think he is to 2022 what Aaron Donald has been to prior seasons. He has been absolutely incredible, and he's close, but he's number 2 on my list, and Bosa's number 1.
There have only been 2 coaches fired since the end of the season, and 5 total if you include the 3 that got it during the season. A, are there going to be any more firings? And B, where is Jim Harbaugh going to end up if he does, in fact, leave Michigan? Well, let me put it this way. What's the place that makes the most sense for him if he leaves Michigan?
Well, you got to figure if Harbaugh goes somewhere, it's going to have to be for a lot of money. And so who out there right now would pay Jim Harbaugh an awful lot of money? I don't think Michael Bidwill would in Arizona. I think there are 2 places that I would call, I want to say desperate, but I would call places that really want an answer and want to win like right now. And one is Denver and the other is Carolina. And those 2 places basically have money is not an object if you can solve their problem. So I honestly think that whoever can convince, the Walton money and George Payton, the general manager of Denver, that they can fix Russell Wilson, that's the one who they're going to want to hire. Will they believe that Jim Harbaugh can fix Russell Wilson? Will they believe that Sean Payton can fix Russell Wilson and will want to fix Russell Wilson? I think that's a big question about Payton, by the way. Does he really want to coach this year, or does he want to wait for a job where he has a superstar quarterback? I mean, I would also just say 2 things about the playoffs this year. Okay, first of all, I think it's going to be interesting whether if the Chargers or the Cowboys have desultory losses this weekend, would the owners of either of those teams think we can do better with Payton and try to go after Payton and fire their coaches? I don't think it will happen in either place. I think Brandon Staley will be back. I think Mike McCarthy will be back. But let's see what happens this weekend before we know that for sure.
Is there a reason in your mind why there have been so few firings this year, or is it just cyclical?
Cyclical, but it's not over, Ray. It's not over. You're counting Indianapolis as an opening, I would assume, because I do think they're going to do interviews and I think I don't get a feel whether it's Jeff Saturday has a real chance of coming back, but Jim Irsay is one of those iconoclastic guys who doesn't care what people think about him, but even he would have to admit that this has not gone well. And it's amazing to me how the Colts have fallen. The Colts are really down with Houston right now. They're down at that level right now because all the guys who they thought were really good players have either been hurt too much, like Shaquille Leonard, or like their offensive line, they've just massively underperformed. And so I don't know what's going to happen in Indianapolis. That's a curious case, but let's wait and see what happens after the dust settles, like with the Rams. And then there's always one or two surprises. How's Mike Vrabel feeling right now? I would assume that Mike Vrabel is back, but let's see how he's feeling. How's Robert Kraft going to be feeling about Bill Belichick? I'm not suggesting in any way that Belichick is going to be out. I'm just suggesting that Robert Kraft, enough people who cover that team and who know that team over the years have hinted and said that Kraft, when he meets with Belichick after the season, is essentially going to say, you are not coming back with that offensive staff next year. You're not going to do it. Let's get a professional quarterback coach and a professional offensive coordinator in here.
Peter King.
Kraft is just, I think Kraft is going to exert his will a little bit.
Peter King with us here on 95.7 The Game. We've already gone long. Let's go real quick lightning round. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, only 3 outcomes available. Back with the Packers, another team but still in the NFL, or retires from the NFL. Where would you place your bet?
Back with the Packers. I think he loves tormenting the press and public with, I don't want to give my jersey away. It's my last game. It might be my last game. And I'm going to walk off the field with my arm around my best buddy, Randall Cobb. It might be our last time walking off the field because that's clearly the image he presented. I think he comes back.
Lovie Smith, most costly win in NFL history in terms of Chicago now has the number 1 overall. And would the Bears actually consider trading Justin Fields?
They'd be stupid if they did. Luke Getsy and Justin Fields are a very good match. I think they wouldn't mind trading their pick, but they're not going to pick a quarterback if they stay at number 1. They'll take either that Georgia defensive play. They'll take the best defensive player on the board.
And finally, in maybe one of the prime examples that things change quickly in this league, we looked at the NFC West 12 months ago and said, well, here's an absolute juggernaut for years to come. Everyone feels locked, loaded, their futures are kind of secure, and Seattle is about to hit a reboot. Well, look at Seattle. They're the team that's actually got, a little bit of a present because they're in the playoffs, obviously, and a bright future, but there's also a limitation on a 32-year-old Geno Smith just repackaging the magic, and we'll see in the postseason again next year, folks. I wouldn't bet on Seattle's immediate future as much as I like their long-term future with the draft picks they got coming their way. All of a sudden, the Rams look like an absolute mess, Peter, and the Arizona Cardinals might be the biggest mess in the NFL, not named the Houston Texans. So what do you think of the NFC West now?
I think it's a really good time to be a great team in the NFC West because I could see the 49ers going 6-0 in the division next year, no matter who their quarterback is. And my guess is the quarterback's going to be Brock Purdy. I don't see a scenario unless something weird happens in the next 2-3 weeks that isn't the case, but we'll see. But I do think there's one thing, John Schneider, even though he has had some checkered drafts in the last few years, he just hit a home run with his draft this year. He got 4 excellent starters out of this draft, and he's got 2 picks likely in the top 20 of next year's draft. And so I don't know whether he'll take a quarterback or not. He's the kind of guy who can do anything. But I would feel confident if I were a Seattle fan that they will be very competitive next year, no matter who plays quarterback for them. But Seattle will be the biggest test for the Niners next year and probably the year after. Everything has to be healthy. Everything has to be right for the Rams with 35-year-old Matthew Stafford and a well-beaten up Cooper Kupp as the two huge offensive pieces. They don't have an offensive line. You don't know. I mean, I know Aaron Donald told me before the year I'm playing 2 years. I'm not positive he will. We'll see what happens. Rams are very much in flux, but I will tell you this. There is not a soul in that organization who would trade the Super Bowl last year if they knew that they would be uber competitive for the next 5 years.
No doubt about it. Trophies officially matter. Peter, thank you so very much. As always, it's a pleasure. We'll do it again next week and hopefully be talking about the 49ers and who they've got coming up next.
Thanks a lot. Stay dry, guys. I feel for everybody out there.
Thank you so very, very much. Appreciate that. Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. We are inside. We are dry. Hopefully everyone on the road is doing okay. I know that you can be 25 miles away from an almost entirely different climate. This bomb cyclone has been so weird and has affected so many low-lying places more than it's affected other places. So stay careful out there, everyone. Please. That is a nice little send-off from Peter King indeed. It's something else how, timing matters in sports. And to be able to thread that needle and be good while teams around you are starting to regress, it's a luxury if you can find that. And, man, it really, really feels like not only do the 49ers, are they at the end of a good year here, that good year with a healthy Christian McCaffrey, with all of the cap room that they're going to have if they really do indeed have the cheapest quarterback room that you could conceive of starting football games for you. It's amazing how well set up the 49ers are here. Like Peter King just said, it's a good time to be a good team in the NFC West. And the NFC West changed that equation dramatically.
Yeah, a year ago, 3 teams won double digits. This year, one had double digits and only 2 had winning records, and the second team was barely made it by the skin of Jason Meyer's foot. So, yeah, I mean, the only wild card to that is the same wild card that there always is. You're always 3 injuries away from being screwed.
No doubt.
And that's what happened to the Rams this year. They burned off a lot of draft capital to win that Super Bowl, but if Matthew Stafford is healthy and Cooper Kupp is healthy, and they figure out Cam Akers before Week 14, they're in this too. So bad luck can tip up on you and hammer you right in the throat when you least expect it, as the 49ers found out in 2020.
Do you think Sean McVay is actually flirting with the departure from the Rams at this point in time, kind of like a getting while the getting's good? Because, he's made a ton of cash. He's a very young man. He's got endless options and a very bright future and probably a better paycheck and less stress coming with his next job as a broadcaster. But the problem is, it might be the right time for him to leave the NFL as a head coach, if indeed his mind is. But last year was the right time to get out and say, I'm going to be a big broadcaster for a ton of cash. Because remember, Tom Brady's already been paid like a man in waiting. We've got the Tony Romo, Kirk Herbstreit, the huge network analyst shuffle spinning carousel has spun, and many a multiple-year contract in a new network has been signed by an already good-at-that broadcaster, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. There are probably teams and networks that would let their, ABC color guy go in the names of I'm replacing you with Sean McVay. But for McVay to have really hit that sweet spot to go into the booth, it was last year. And that guy to me just screams, I'm young enough to keep one of coaching. I I think he's angling for a contract extension more than anything else.
I don't know, because he's one of those guys who doesn't have other interests. So he's incredibly tightly wrapped. In that way, he's a little bit like Dick Vermeil was. So I could see that he's looking at, God, I don't know if I've got it in me for a rebuild. Also, you only need to get one vacant spot in the broadcast wheel to hit it big. And it sounds like Sean Payton's coming back. So he could take Payton's spot with Fox for a huge amount of money. The wild card here is that of the openings that we already have in the NFL this year, two of them, Denver and Carolina, are with two of the three richest people owning sports in North America. So money's not going to be an object. So if he was trying to hit it big, this would be the year to try to get a job with one of them rather than stay where he is and try to get more money out of Stan Kroenke after a 5-win season. So I think if he's going to go, he's going to do the broadcast thing for at least a year. He could say that it's, better for his family. He's just married for the first time. I think he's more likely to stay than go, but I don't know if it's going to come with a huge raise because, Les Snead's going nowhere as the general manager. He's staying right where he is. And if McVay's issues are with Snead, he might go just to get away from him. There are a lot of things going on that I don't know that anybody's that sure about. So I don't have a definitive answer for you, but I don't think he would leave just because, this is all of a sudden, this is kind of daunting now. But he might. I mean, if Fox comes and says, we're going to give you $20 million and you only have to work 8 hours a week rather than 100, he might do it just for the rational lifestyle that comes with it. He won't stay for long, but he might do it for a year just to recharge his batteries, because guys burn out in this league like they always have. They still are, for as much as they say they have more rational lifestyles. They sleep at the stadium. They spend 15, 16 hours a day doing that stuff. I mean, Mike McDaniel, when Tua went down, told his wife, I'll be home at noon. Then all of a sudden, they're looking for a quarterback because it looks like Tua is going to be out for a while. His wife has to call him at the stadium 9 hours later and said, you were going to be here at noon. It's now 8 o'clock. They get lost in the job. So I could see where burnout could be a problem.
Being an NFL coach, being a head coach in the NFL is officially an unhealthy job. It's an unhealthy lifestyle. There's a reason why these guys do burn out and have heart attacks. And if you're talking about lasting a decade somewhere, I mean, it's just look at Kyle Shanahan 6 years ago. Being head coach of the San Francisco 49ers has aged him like a president. He looks 10 years younger in 6 years.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the wild...
Or 10 years older, pardon me.
Yeah, that's the wild card about how long he's going to stay. Because his dad stayed, I think, 12 years in Denver. And while he ended up going back and coaching with Washington, the last few years in Denver weren't good. And the old John Madden line, 10 years is as long as anybody should do this job, I think probably resonates with these guys too, especially a guy with Shanahan, whose dad was a contemporary of Madden's and Bill Walsh's, who also did 10 years and got out. He later came back and did Stanford, but for the most part, 10 years is about as much as any rational human being can do this job without becoming an irrational human being.
Someone from the Xfinity Mobile text line asked, please explain how in God's names broadcasters command such contracts that they do right now. I just can't understand the math. Well, look, I'm about as pro broadcaster as a human being could be. As a broadcaster, make as much money as you can, boys. It's real simple. The show that you're on commands more live eyeballs than any other show any network can put on television. Eyeballs in the world of television equal money. I think it's crazy, but They got the money to spend. They got the money to burn. So they burn it on names that people think, people will want to see. To me, a broadcaster it doesn't make or break whether or not I'm watching. I'm watching because I'm watching the sport. A broadcaster who's good absolutely enhances the game. A bad broadcast team detracts from the game, but I just mute it. I don't stop watching.
No, it's an ego thing. It's, I got the guy that you wanted. I mean, when the bidding war for Drew Brees went on and NBC won it, they won it even though they didn't really have an idea of what they wanted to do with Brees. And it lasted a year. So really, it's more about, Fox wants Brady. Well, maybe I want Brady. I'll get in a bidding war because that'll make me look good with my boss. And nobody expects Tom Brady to be very good at this. He's never been terribly forthcoming anyway. And he's probably not going to be, the next great broadcaster anyway. I don't think that's what drives him. But there's $350 million that he's been promised to do this. And even if he only does it for 1 year, it's going to be more than $35 million per year that he's going to get. He'll have buyout clauses, so he'll make $100 million minimum. I think it's just ego. It's just, I want this guy. The CEO of the company will be impressed if I get this guy.
Follow up from the same texter says, but isn't there a big name that would work for less? See, that's an oxymoron. There is no big name working for less. Big names command big paychecks.
If Tony Romo got $15 million, which I think it was the number he got, somebody's getting 20 because they're just going to go, why should I take what Tony Romo got? You want me. You can't get Romo. That's what I want. And money is no object to a guy like David Tepper or Stan Kroenke or Rob Walton. That money is the cheapest thing in the world to them. So it's really just about, what do I want? And the guy who's got more money than all of them is Jeff Bezos.
When we come on back for one final segment, we're going to tee you up to get John Dickinson ready for you with a little Warriors Live. They're going to get underway from Chase Center. Steph Curry returns, and we return with the final segment. And what do you know? Look who's back in the news. I guess physicals have been passed after all. That's how we're going to wrap up today here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, we are brought to you by the Odyssey Weather Network.
More showers tonight, continuing tomorrow with a high of 60.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about that sound? You're listening to a set of GE appliances, complete with all you need to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and everything else stress-free. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select GE appliances right now. Offer valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Again, the road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow together. Ray, you were just looking at some early betting lines here, and you said that Seattle's getting some money on it early, huh?
Yeah, the opening line for that game was 49ers minus 10.5. The Wynn, one of the big casinos in Vegas, already has it down to 9. Everybody else has it at 9.5. And usually when one moves that way, all the others will before the end of the night. So,
look, I mean, I love double digits anytime you want to offer it in the postseason, in the regular season. Postseason, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say no to 10 points in the postseason.
Yeah, well, I mean, anything over 3.5 this year as a favorite was a loser. So I can certainly see where the appeal is to, fade the big number.
By the way, Lucas, you let us know what we're going to dial up for a fade the public playoff style as we get into this wild card weekend. We will be fading the public. The public actually A lot of people started jumping on TCU late, like thinking, yeah, maybe they got the shot. No, they didn't. That was the worst college football national championship game of our lifetimes, basically. And I don't know how more participation or a expanded playoff field is going to fix that. Like, you want to be mad at somebody, you go ahead and be mad at Michigan, because they're the ones who screwed this up by laying down and dying against TCU, to be totally honest with you. You can say, there's no doubt that the real national championship game was Ohio State, Georgia, but that was about as comprehensive a beatdown as you could see between an NFL team and a college team. I mean, that's what that looked like. It looked like TCU plays on Saturdays. It looked like Georgia played on Sundays.
Well, and the one thing about college football that is different than any other sport is that there is no tactical advantage to not going for the route. This was a statement that Georgia wanted to make to every recruit everywhere. Just said, yeah, you can go to other schools, but eventually, if you want to get a ring, you got to go through us, and we just crushed somebody because we could. And I think that was the message that was sent. And I think every player who wants to play college football next year got it loud and clear.
Look, voting's hard to do, but I mean, it should probably be just number one versus number two. I mean, look, Alabama should have been in that game. Full stop. Alabama would have fared a lot better than TCU.
Well, who wouldn't have fared better than TCU?
A very good point.
I mean, but the truth is, when you go to expanded playoffs, you're going to get a few more upsets just because of the law of big numbers, but you're going to get a lot of games like this. And you're going to get a lot of games like LSU Purdue, which, most teams like to use bowl games as just ways to screw around and, give kids a chance to play goofy plays and, go for the triple reverse. Georgia was doing something else. Georgia wanted to crush the spirits, not only of TCU, but of anybody else who is thinking about challenging them in the next 3 years, including Nick Saban.
It was impressive. I don't know if you heard the leaked Kirby Smart audio. I was almost ready to run through my cup of coffee this morning. That was he was fired up. They were fired up.
And he was deeply profane.
He was lots of spicy words.
I mean, he was literally threatening a 14-point favorite that would not merely be sufficient. He wanted that game covered 4 times over, and he got it.
He did. They skinned him alive. You said earlier, or you asked Peter King where you thought a good landing spot for Jim Harbaugh was. He didn't really know. Obviously, someone with deep pockets is the feeling that you'd think would be attached to it. Where do you think Harbaugh's best landing spot is? Because I got one in mind, and it's probably back in Ann Arbor.
He might go back, the wild card being that the NCAA is looking at him.
Sure, toothless, feckless organization that carries no governing real weight to it anymore. So I would blow right past that if I were Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, but it might also be just enough of an irritant that he says no. I don't know how badly he wants to go back to the NFL, but if I had to pick a place, it would either be Carolina or Denver, and it would come with the codicil that Jim Harbaugh would have to have as much power as Kyle Shanahan has in San Francisco, because that's the thing that undid him in Harbaugh in San Francisco is he didn't like working for 2 people. He didn't like working for one person. And at Ann Arbor, he only works for himself.
There was a price point where he would have been happy with, just go ahead, stick me with Balky, whatever. There was a price point that Jed York was not about to extend to him without a Lombardi trophy.
No, but once he got that price point, then he would have still had the fights because he's not a guy who takes orders from anybody.
He'll never be happy anywhere.
No, well, he'll never be happy answering to anyone. And in the NFL, you eventually have to answer to the owner. But there's a difference between the son of the owner and the guy who's worth $55 billion.
Speaking of happy to be back, what level of happiness do you put on Carlos Correa walking into Minnesota spring training this year?
I think he'll be fine because at least he's got a gig. He's going to get $33 million a year for 6 years.
6-year, $200 million with a vesting option that could max out at $270. It's almost the same number I said the Giants should come back with, but they absolutely botched their communication with him. And the fact that he took less money
and fewer years
than the Giants were being, going to be willing to renegotiate is an indictment on how players think the Giants handle not only free agents, but maybe even their own as Brandon Belt goes to Toronto.
Yeah, no, the Giants said they would not be outbid for a player they wanted. They got underbid by $150 million and still lost the guy.
And if they got underbid by Aaron Judge as well, and whatever he took to go back to New York, which, who knows, we'll never get the real number on that. Whew, that's something else. Let's wrap up with this, because apparently late in the day here, Susan Slesser shared the news that the Oakland A's are not going to get any federal funding for Howard Terminal. I bet you somewhere John Fisher is like fist pumping that like it's a win. I don't think he wants to be here. I don't think he wants to tie himself to the Bay Area with a multi-billion-dollar construction project when he doesn't even really need to be in the Bay Area. The only thing I can tell you is that maybe if there's no way to increase value on the franchise before he sells, because they're not going to let him move anywhere. No one wants to have him. He's not even wanted in the city that he's in, to be totally honest with you. Maybe that prompts him to sell, which would be good.
Yeah, I think he wants the project to start, because at that point he could charge more for the sale, because look, you're going to have a real estate deal with this new stadium in it. So I think he's not happy about it, but I don't think he wants to keep the team anyway. So I think he's just after, what's the maximum amount of money I can get when I sell this team? And then at that point, I don't care whether it's in Oakland or the Moon, because as you say, no other city has shown any interest in having the A's, least of all Las Vegas.
How about this, boys and girls? For the first time in a long time, your Golden State Warriors starting five is Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, and Kevon Looney. It's been a while since we said all of that. They are teed up to beat the Suns tonight, who only have one of their normal starters starting tonight. So the Suns are kind of white flagging this one, rolling in with the Devin Booker injury. That's kind of defining who they are right now. So let's see the Warriors wake up tonight at Chase Center. Steph Curry is back. We're going to get you out there live with our friend John Dickinson. It's coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. It's Curry's return against the Phoenix Suns. Ray, did we miss anything? Are we good?
Oh, we missed tons. But that's why we have to come back tomorrow.
All right, then. We'll come back tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and we'll clean it all up. In the meantime, thanks to Peter King for joining us, Lucas and Grandy. Thank you guys very, very much. And we will be back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. In the meantime, John Dickinson, Warriors basketball, coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, Charge not a dime up front and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their blowout sale. For a limited time,